Dan Nian only slept for a while, and when he woke up, he found himself transported to another world. Here, they are supreme cultivators, but the original owner of the body he possessed was the worst student in the class. Pressured by his classmates, he became depressed and eventually died. The moment he transmigrated was right before the college entrance exam, and he accidentally received a hacking system. The monster he obtained was a creature never seen before, here the furious Emperor Demon Malap. Thanks to the system, he gradually became powerful, explored secret realms, and uncovered the truth behind this world. Everyone, stay tuned for this arduous journey. The story opens with old, worn-out plaques hanging on a wall about to fall. Suddenly, a young man with wide-open eyes appears, sensing something is wrong with himself. Am I back before the college entrance exam? At Ha Kingdom First High School in An City, Class 12, a 7. Before him is a terrifyingly familiar scene. The old classroom and those friends, have they really come back? He clutched his head in horror, staring at the blank paper before him, his mind in chaos. What the hell is going on? If I were reborn, shouldn't it be at university at the earliest? Suddenly, a memory sound echoed in his mind. Since ancient times, humans on Earth have faced a terrifying disaster: secret realm invasions. These secret realms connect to another world filled with terrifying demonic beasts. Sometimes, they exploit cracks in the secret realms to invade the human world. A powerful demonic beast can destroy a nation and threaten human civilization. To fight these beasts, humanity invented the beast refining system. Once the refining sample awakens the beast, it unlocks the refining talent. Only warriors like these can save human civilization. This also elevated their status and rewards above ordinary people. Earth entered the era of supreme cultivators, where strength is paramount. Everything else can be lacking, but martial arts must be top-notch. The sound resumed, finishing the introduction. The transmigration technician Dichua's identity is a reserve martial artist. Next, the original owner's memories will be implanted. Back to the present, he was still stunned by what was happening. Dichua, a high school student, his classmates sneered, seeing his dazed look. Look at that. The useless Dichua is dreaming again. Ha ha, dumb as hell and still planning to take the college exam? A pretty-faced but foul-mouthed demon girl sneered contemptuously. Go home already. You'll only ever be a low-level worker, or just lie around waiting to die. At that moment, Dichua thought to himself, indeed, every protagonist is bullied by some asshole leader. It seemed the original owner's reputation in class wasn't good. Because his parents died in an accident during senior year, he gave up and lost all ambition. His once excellent grades now crashed like brakes, becoming a burden to the class's performance. So that's the story. The girl sitting nearby got angry when she saw him looking. What are you staring at? This is a martial arts class. You want to fight or what? He panicked, thinking, I'm not staring, just lost in thought. The original owner didn't study hard, but now the unlucky one is me. Turns out he died from a heart attack caused by being bullied by thousands. Then a voice rang out. The teacher entered the class in a deep tone. Are you all ready? The refining injection is about to start. Trust yourselves. The effort you put into training your energy these past 3 years is for this day. He adjusted his glasses and continued. For those who didn't work hard usually. Dichhoa ignored him, smiling with squinted eyes, finding it ridiculous. The original owner was lazy. Why should I be embarrassed? Suddenly, a murderous aura flashed in his eyes. But if I've taken over this body, then I have to help him clean up this mess. At In City First High School's refining injection room, students gathered, buzzing with chatter. Guess which beast I'll awaken? Maybe the level 3 fiery mountain or the level 4 ice sea dragon? I bet it's the level 1 rotten snake fighter. Ha ha ha. Under the pale green light, the teacher slowly opened a suitcase filled with vials containing blue liquid that seemed to hold a strange world. His voice echoed, this is the refining awakening drug, containing the complete genes of all beasts collected by cultivators. After injection, it absorbs any beast to begin awakening. Generally, the stronger the body, the stronger the beast gene awakened. Don't rush. After injection, you must calmly accept this ancient power. When I call your name, come up to receive the drug. Tranbang Fimu Duan administered the injections into the students' necks. Moans of pain echoed as they resisted the hidden power. Some collapsed from pain, others trembled as if about to turn into beasts. Dichhoa trembled watching this scene, muttering, do they all become strange after injection? Seems really painful. Looks like this isn't easy to achieve. Whatever, just risk it. Without hesitation, he jabbed the needle into his neck, gritting his teeth as the drug slowly pumped in, a green glow appearing at his neck. After a while, he felt something was off. No pain, no moaning, no trembling. Why don't I feel anything? He found it unbelievably strange. The teacher approached, adjusted his glasses, and said, Dichhua, it seems you haven't changed at all. Dichhua trembled with worry, thinking for a long time, then stammered, Teacher, Did I get the fake stuff by mistake? Suddenly, from somewhere, she coquettishly stepped forward and sneered. Ha ha! Look at this, guys. It seems like Lin Yuan can't awaken. Ha ha. A martial artist who hasn't awakened is like a bird without wings. Doesn't that mean Lin Yuan can only wait to die? Isn't that just what you wanted? Then you don't need to become a martial artist anymore, right? Just go home and wait to die. Lin Yuan is annoyed. This girl is really annoying. Could it be that she was the one leading the bullying? Suddenly, his whole body aches painfully, trembling pale. Wait, this feeling. A system interface pops up showing he received an infinite monster template. Host. Lin Yuan. Overall physical quality B. Common martial arts secret technique for Lanshan school students. Rigid fist Qigong. The monster template has been withdrawn. She stood aside, confused, seeing him trembling. Hey, what are you doing? If you can't awaken, just accept it. Why pretend? Lin Yuan suddenly appears, his cold gaze radiating a terrifying aura. He grits his teeth. Hurry up and leave, or it'll be too late. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shakes the sky behind him. The whole class is shaken violently as a giant monstrous leg appears, burning in hot air, roaring as if it wants to devour everything. Students nearby are blown away by the pressure, the shockwave too strong. Who awakened what? Ah, I can't handle this aura. The commotion makes even the strongest students turn to look. A fire element female student widens her eyes, staring intently at an ice element male student clenching his fists in anger. Is there someone stronger than me? Another system interface sounds, template. Legendary A-rank template. Gola, bloodline ability. Atomic breath. Evolutionary form. Blazing red Gazola. Activation only at 100% compatibility. Current compatibility, 3%. Lin Yuan clutches his arm, trembling in pain. An A-rank template? Godzilla Infinite Monster template? He looks down at his hand. Could this be the golden hand the system gave him? The students fearfully whisper. Was that caused by Lin Yuan? In just a moment, he blew away the surrounding classmates. Wang Dongdong was also blown away, but he awakened a second-rank fire lizard beast. What kind of monster can he awaken? At this moment, she lies motionless on the ground, revealing her huge chest. Lin Yuan has returned to his original state, forcing a smile and scratching his head. Slowly approaching everyone, clearing his throat. Really sorry, the noise from my awakening was a bit loud. I told everyone to move away, but no one listened. Suddenly, a voice comes from the loudspeaker. All 12th grade students have completed gene injections. Please proceed to the stadium for bloodline testing. Scene shifts to the gene testing room, where a breakthrough device can check beast genes and martial arts levels for each student. Each person causes a stir outside. Lin Yuan from our class awakened a third-rank insect gene. Lucky, before awakening he was just average, now he's first rank. Strong bloodline. Truly hard to explain. Suzhou is worthy of being the top student for 10,000 years. Not only a 9th-rank martial artist, but also awakened a top-tier 3rd-rank ice demon dragon bloodline. This time, the top scholar of Ancheng will definitely be him. Everyone, look! Miss Liao is also a 9th-rank martial artist. I wonder what she awakened. Wow, a rare 4th-rank bloodline. Yu Mingzhuo is definitely first. A 4th-rank demon beast bloodline, once manifested, can destroy over half the city. Martial artists before them are like ants. To oppose them, at least a grandmaster-level martial artist is needed. Lin Yuan rests his chin on his hand, puzzled. Their monsters awaken at rank 3. Why is mine an A rank at rank 4? Suddenly, the school loudspeaker blares. Next is class 12, a 7. Lin Yuan, please enter for testing. Lin Yuan mutters, what's with all this hype? All eyes turn to him, filled with admiration, envy, and hope mixed with the earlier aura. Lin Yuan is definitely no ordinary person. I'm afraid he'll become a big figure later. I need to befriend him now, so I can lean on him in the future. Wow, a male god, he silently thought. This world really worships the strong. Then Lin Yuan steps inside, while the boys outside cheer him on. Now it's Lin Yuan's turn. That aura just now was definitely high level. What bloodline could unleash such power? It must be insanely strong. This time, Ancheng High School is going to explode. A youth quietly observes from the side, his gaze deep. So his name is Lin Yuan, truly someone to look forward to. After a while, the test results appear. But surprisingly, Lin Yuan from 12A7 is a 3rd-rank martial artist. Unknown beast bloodline. The whole hall erupts in screams. 3rd-rank martial artist? Pfft. Ha ha ha, even my younger brother in middle school could beat him. Ha ha, so embarrassing, so disappointing. Unknown bloodline? Don't tell me he has none. Isn't it true? What good can a 3rd-rank martial artist awaken? Looks like he definitely faked it earlier. Ha ha. Lin Yuan really is trash. Forever just trash. But amidst the mockery, Lin Yuan slowly steps out, his eyes unshaken. Indeed, Godzilla can't be detected by scanners, But the reminder of the Infinite Monster template appears. The system interface shows the Infinite Monster template upgrade guide, which can be improved by completing missions or increasing reputation. This grants additional extraction time for the monster template, with unlimited withdrawals possible. He smiles, thinking that although his template level isn't like theirs, it's very interesting. Suddenly, Lin Yuan grins eerily, his eyes terrifying, raising his hand. As long as he meets the conditions, he can extract and use the Infinite Monster template countless times. So isn't he the king of monsters? The next morning, the sky over Ann City was as clear as if painted with watercolors. At Ann City No. 1 High School, the classroom began again in its usual serious atmosphere. The skinny teacher with round glasses wore a perpetually troubled expression, furrowing his brows as he looked at the student before him. What? You want to go home to study for the university entrance exam? You think I'll really believe you're going home to study? Lin Yuan stood upright, his gaze firm as if burning with 1,000 flames. Sir, I really want to improve. I've missed too much already. Now I need special training. If I just follow everyone else's pace, I won't have a chance to surpass them. The teacher crossed his arms, his eyes sharp as razors, voice filled with warning. Lin Yuan, you know this too. To become a martial artist, the only way is to pass the university exam. No matter what bloodline awakening you have, your foundation is too weak. You won't pass the exam. Prepare yourself to repeat the year next year. Don't dream too big. But Lin Yuan didn't back down. He tilted his head, eyes sparkling with determination. This was sincerity and hope, like a puppy begging with all its might. Teacher, only when you know urgency can you make exponential progress. Now that I've awakened a powerful bloodline, with special training, I will definitely succeed. Look at me. This gaze is genuine. The teacher paused, furrowed his brow, then finally sighed. That look is indeed sincere. But next year, you still have to obediently come back to me to repeat the year. Scene shifts to the streets of Ann City, sunlight dazzling down on every rooftop. Lin Yuan walked along the wide street, hands in his pockets, head deep in thought. The house his parents left had been mortgaged for 600,000, plus accident compensation of over 1 million, totaling a decent sum. Now to get stronger, there were only two options: upgrade as a martial artist or increase compatibility with the Jormungandr bloodline. Familiar system text appeared in his mind. Infinite monster types, each with an initial compatibility point. Currently, the Jormungandr bloodline had 3 compatibility points. He frowned, thinking carefully, where did the other 2 points come from? It could only be from the bloodline experimental drug. Then his eyes lit up like he'd discovered treasure. So the gene drugs in this world could increase compatibility with monster types. Instead of exhausting his body through harsh training like a martial artist, he just needed to spend money perfectly fitting his easy wealth-building style. Excited to the point of almost laughing out loud on the street, Lin Yuan hurried to the Ann City Martial Artists Center. Upon entering the gate, he scanned his student card. The gate emitted a soft chime, gently inviting a VIP guest. But as soon as he stepped inside, his eyes widened as if they might pop out. The scene before him was no different from a demon beast convention disguised as humans. Everyone sitting there exuded bloodline aura like eerie mist, waves of it flooding the entire room. Damn, all these people were martial artists who had already awakened their bloodlines. But then a strange feeling stirred inside him, an instinctive intuition as if something within him was awakening. The Jormungandr bloodline. This royal monster bloodline was not only overwhelmingly powerful, but also granted its owner the special ability to sense life force magnetic fields. He could hear the blood boiling inside them like roaring flames. The beastly roars in their blood were vivid and alive. Lin Yuan smiled wickedly, muttering as if rehearsing for the main villain role. Demon beast martial artists, all prey for the rampaging Jormungandr. But right now, I'm still too weak. I have to suppress the bloodline inside me. Once I've accumulated enough power, one day soon, I'll show you who the true king of beasts really is. At that moment, a gentle voice sounded behind this classmate. Lin Yuan turned around to see a stunningly beautiful girl, with a seductive figure and alluring clothes, winking as if shooting a heart straight at him. You shouldn't peek at others like that. It's bad behavior. Lin Yuan froze for a second, 2 seconds, then his face flushed bright red like a ripe tomato. He scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Beautiful lady, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to peek. The girl raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a teasing smile. It's okay. You probably just awakened the jealous beast bloodline and can't control your powers yet. That's pretty normal. Hey, what are you doing at the Martial Artists Center? Lin Yuan seized the chance to ask. I came to buy jealousy medicine, but this place is so big, I feel like a fish lost in the ocean. Beautiful lady, could you help me find it? The girl tilted her head, eyes appraising him like an interesting toy. Jealousy medicine? You already need that at this stage? Lin Yuan was a bit stunned. Is there something I should be careful about? Nothing too dangerous, she said, tucking her hair behind her ear. But jealousy medicine is like red clay soil. It easily breeds resistance. Using it too early will drastically reduce its effectiveness later. Skilled martial artists usually wait until their bloodline reaches the peak realm and can't advance further. Then use it. That's when it's worth the money. Lin Yuan swallowed nervously and timidly asked, "So how much does one vial of jealousy medicine cost?" The girl held up 4 fingers, shaking them slightly. At your current level, you can only use the low-grade type to strengthen your foundation, about 400,000 per vial. Hearing that, Lin Yuan's face immediately turned deathly pale. He muttered as if hearing the price of a ticket to Mars was that expensive. Even if he spent all his savings, he could only buy about 4 or 5 vials. Hesitating a bit, he looked up at the girl with the eyes of someone betting their last hope. "Miss, do you know anyone who could help me get a discount?" The girl chuckled, pulling a shiny business card from her jacket pocket and handing it to Lin Yuan. Her name was Huang Liang Lei. "Take this, and a martial artist will introduce you. You might get a small discount." The scene shifts to the martial artist hospital where Lin Yuan stands at the cashier's counter, his heart pounding like a war drum, gritting his teeth to pay 1 million. Then at the weapon shop, he spends another 250,000. Tio Tien keeps splurging like an unwilling rich kid burning through his hard-earned cash. In the blink of an eye, night falls. Returning to the old apartment complex, in a small room less than 20 square meters, Lin Yuan sits cross-legged cultivating, sweat streaming down his forehead, but the aura around him grows denser by the moment, as if a primal energy is pouring into his bones bit by bit. His body aches as if being torn apart, yet Lin Yuan's eyes blaze brightly in the darkness. The system announces, "The Mad Beast Template, Emperor Demonic Fiend. Fusion level increased from 3% to 7%. Host physique level raised from 10 to 15, equivalent to a 7th stage martial artist." Drenched in sweat, he pants heavily, but the corner of his mouth curls into a satisfied smile. "So, this is what it feels like to improve strength? Feels damn good." Each gene vial boosts 2 physique points, but the last vial only adds 1, clearly showing that the stronger he gets, the harder it is to advance. Still, that's a great deal. He wipes his sweat, grinning slyly like someone who just hacked a game server. Over 10 minutes, the effect equals 3 years of hard training for others, and this is just his normal state. If he activates the bloodline power of the Emperor Ancestor, Lin Yuan laughs like a man dreaming of domination. Heh. I still have a shot at the top spot in this exam, right? If I'm arrogant but don't dominate the geniuses, then the title Emperor Demonic Fiend is wasted. He jumps up, punches the air, and shouts, "Let's go!" into the secret realm. The secret realm is divided into 6 levels from S to E. The higher the level, the stronger the demonic beasts. At level S, the beasts are nearly uncontrollable. If they break into the real world, humanity will face extinction. Scene shifts to secret realm level E, and city number 3. Equipped and full of spirit, Lin Yuan walks slowly to the entrance of the secret realm, muttering as if recording a battle log in his mind. Fewer people than he expected, probably because this realm has been explored for too long. The good stuff has likely been cleaned out. Now only a few low-level monsters remain for rookies to train on. He stops at a reception desk, claps his hands on the counter. "Hello, I've booked a ticket for Secret Realm number 3. The clerk doesn't even bother to look up, tossing him a paper and a card. "Sign the death waiver, then take your ticket." Lin Yuan frowns slightly, but comfortably signs the form with a quick stroke. This is probably the first time he's signed a life-or-death contract without feeling nervous. After completing the procedure, he steps before the spatial crack, the gateway into the secret realm, staring at the dim, flickering light like an eye-opening in the world. He whispers softly, a solemn yet excited feeling rising inside. "The secret realm crack. This is the beginning for me, the heir to the beast throne." Without hesitation, Lin Yuan launches himself in, his body sucked into a weightless vortex, feeling like he's passing through the cosmic glass, flying straight into another dimension. Boom, Lin Yuan lands. Though prepared mentally, the scene before him still overwhelms. Above, countless stars sparkle in the sky. The stars Tun Lan, Am Vi, Tai Kim, like a cosmic painting drawn by a divine hand. He looks up, like a kid at an amusement park for the first time. He's read textbooks describing the secret realm, but nothing compares to seeing it with his own eyes. This space is truly magnificent. The starry sky above sings an ancient song, while the ground below is a life-or-death trial, a stage worthy of the beast heir. From behind a red shadow, a fierce red rabbit beast appears, 2 long fangs like meat cleavers, a first-stage demonic beast, the blade-tooth hare. It tilts its ear, then charges like an arrow. "But fool, do you think I can't sense you?" Lin Yuan dodges lightly, grabbing the rabbit's ears like catching mischievous kids. Guided by the Emperor Demonic Fiend Beast template, he activated the life force sensing skill, understanding every energy fluctuation around him. Crack! A dry sound rings out, the rabbit's head explodes, turning into a splash of red blood, dropping a common white spirit stone. Lin Yuan bends to pick it up, holding it up to the light to inspect. Average quality, worth about 1,000. Earning 1,000 in a few minutes is pretty efficient. He sneers. Normal people work a whole month for 3 to 4,000, and I just made almost a week's salary in one strike. But his gaze doesn't stop there. A first-stage beast isn't worth much. My target is higher. Second-stage beasts and above are worthy of sharpening my claws. At that moment, the ground shakes. A long crack splits the earth behind him, and a giant creature emerges like a mythical serpent demon, a second-stage demonic beast. Body hundreds of times larger than Lin Yuan, mouth full of fangs, wide open as if to swallow the whole space. Lin Yuan turns calmly, his lips curling with delight. "Ha, getting exactly what I want. You've come, my prime prey." He draws his sword, eyes cold as ice, but inside burns with passion. The Emperor demonic fiend within him roars. Bloodline ready, the game has only just begun. At An City number 3, Secret Realm level E, Lin Yuan defeats the serpent demon with a single decisive slash, blue blood spraying like rain, soaking a patch of barren land. He coldly sheathes his sword, glancing at the twitching corpse. According to the beast library, the back shell is as hard as steel, but the belly is different, soft as tofu. You have to hit the right spot. Hurt badly, the serpent demon curls into a wheel and rolls forward to counterattack at unbelievable speed. Lin Yuan quickly assumes a defensive stance, both hands raised in front of his chest, channeling energy according to the Lan Sun Fist martial arts form. A powerful surge erupted from his palms, striking the giant body and sending it flying like a ball kicked at the center. The demon beast roared, opening its mouth wide like a cavern, then spat out dozens of teeth spinning like electric saw blades. Lin Yuan dodged in horror. Teeth that could shoot out? Looks like it's going for buckshot. He twisted his body to avoid them, but when he looked down, his favorite brand shirt was already torn by a clear slash from the attack. Damn it, do you know how much this shirt cost me? The situation wasn't looking good. Lin Yuan stepped back, keeping a safe distance, his eyes seriously assessing the situation. With his current martial artist physique, he couldn't fight head-on. Without martial arts support, even deep blood energy could only unleash less than half its potential. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Maybe it's because his original body was too weak. He needed to check it again. His eyes suddenly widened, glowing with a deep blue light like the ocean. Lin Yuan shouted loudly, activating the Mad Emperor Demon bloodline, his blood vessels igniting. His physique surged from 15 to 21. His right arm morphed into a giant claw, and behind his back appeared the phantom of a demonic beast emperor, roaring as if to tear the heavens apart. In an instant, he dashed like lightning, blue monster blood splattering into the air, creating a dazzling rain soaked in twilight light. Lin Yuan turned his head coldly and said, "With a composite physique of 21, I've completely overwhelmed the demon beast, but after undoing the transformation state, my body feels as hot as a pressure cooker releasing steam." He glanced at his corroded saber, grimacing. Just bought it a few days ago, cost 2,500,000, and now it's ruined by a second-stage demon beast. What a ripoff! Suddenly, his stomach rumbled. Hungry? He was stunned. Could it be from excessive energy consumption? First-time hunting really is exhausting, and I forgot to bring any rations. While searching his pockets, he suddenly caught a strange scent. What's that sweet smell? It came from the demon beast's magic core. The pale green color shimmered with a gentle glow, and it even emitted a captivating fragrance. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan swallowed it in one gulp. The system appeared, showing the Mad Emperor Demon Bloodline Monster Template compatibility rising from 7% to 7.3%. Lin Yuan clenched his teeth in excitement. Gods and demons, I spent tens of thousands buying gene medicine that only increased compatibility by 1%, but swallowing this one core boosted it by 0.3%. If I eat 3 or 4 more, it's basically a full dose. He burst into tears on the spot, tears mixing with monster blood on the ground. Damn it, money. Why was I so stupid to buy medicine? But then he wiped his tears, eyes shining like stars, deciding to turn sorrow into motivation. Tonight, I'm going hunting for real. Activating life force field. A shockwave spread from Lin Yuan's body, sweeping the entire forest like a living radar. The next afternoon, Lin Yuan left the secret realm, still excited. The system showed compatibility at 9%, composite physique at 15%. Looks like the white magic cores no longer boost compatibility. Keeping them is a waste. Better to sell for cash. At the item exchange counter, he placed 20 white magic cores and 1 green magic core on the table. The clerk's eyes widened. You're just a high school student and caught this many? Is this for real? Lin Yuan smirked, silently calculating. According to government law, Every martial artist must surrender 10% of their harvest. With one green magic core, I only need to turn in 5 white ones. That's 2 million in the lower kingdom. Easy money. He turned and left, humming a tune. Money can't buy everything, but having money sure makes hunting a lot more fun. At Secret Realm Level D, City An, Zone B, this used to be a magnificent building, now just a dusty ruin. Walls collapsed, concrete pillars broken like proof of fierce battles fought here. Next to the wreckage was a silver convertible sports car. Old style, but still shiny. A man sat cross-armed on the car, smirking. Captain Lin, now that we have the Blood Jade, we'll definitely complete the bounty mission, right? The man standing below, with a short sword strapped to his back, replied with calm authority. Last time search pinpointed the approximate location of the Blood Jade flower. Unfortunately, Old Chen was injured in a demon beast ambush, so he can't enter the secret realm with us this time. A nearby girl frowned. So it's just 5 of us? Isn't the rule that at least 6 people are required to enter a level D secret realm? A bald man nodded in agreement. As the atmosphere grew tense, Lin Ha, the man with the sword, smiled. No worries. I've contacted our representative. They just introduced a new martial artist to us, none other than Lin Yuan. The group all turned to look at him, eyes mixed with doubt and curiosity. Someone spoke up. You're a 9th stage martial artist. Lin Yuan casually picked his nose and replied, That's right, the real deal. But inside, he lamented, I wasn't qualified to enter a level D secret realm, so I had to pay 100,000 to some shady guys to create a fake profile. What a ripoff. Lin Ha narrowed his eyes at the fake name on the file, feeling uneasy. This name sounds weird. No way out. Lin Yuan shrugged. The original meaning is to seize power. Sounds fitting for my style. Lin Ha just chuckled, not too concerned. Whatever. Even though you're a 9th stage martial artist, thief, and not qualified to enter this secret realm, our team will give you a chance to train. Just don't hold anyone back. Lin Yuan saluted in a military style. Understood, boss. I'll watch closely. At least this group has responsibility, clearer than later spilling blood and blaming everyone else. The whole team got into the car and headed into the secret realm. The target this time is the Blood Jade flower. The space gradually shifted, dust swirling thickly, the wind burning the face, revealing a vast desert with no end in sight. The team leader spoke sternly. According to the coordinates, the Blood Jade flower is located at an oasis ahead, guarded by a 2nd-tier demonic beast with bloodline rank general. Lin Yuan turned his head to look back at the golden sand stretching behind. Last time it was a rainforest. Now it had become a desert. This secret realm feels like a game of roulette. Before he could grumble more, a roar echoed. A pack of demonic beasts shaped like wolves suddenly charged out from the side of a sand dune. Earth demonic beasts. A team member shouted. They're targeting us. Let Hoduk handle them. The captain's order rang out. Hoduk sat in the back, his face cold as ice, raising his hand to draw a dagger. Each blade spun rapidly, carrying a radiant spiritual force, stabbing straight into the heads of the monsters. Boom! They exploded like firecrackers. Done, he announced nonchalantly. Lin Yuan watched, almost clapping. The throwing knives exploded like bombs. This guy is quiet but deadly. The vehicle drove a bit further before the whole team got off, the scenery shifting from desert to jungle. Lin Yuan wondered. Why not drive straight to the oasis? There's still a bit left. The captain replied without hesitation. The demonic beasts in the oasis are extremely sensitive. They charge like mad at the sound of vehicles. We have to approach quietly now. He assigned tasks. Xiao Xia would throw stun grenades to lure them out. Xiao Wu and Hoduk would set traps. Old Liu would support close combat, and I would handle the front. Turning to Lin Yuan, he smirked, while Lin Yuan sat quietly observing. Lin Yuan curled his lips. Yeah, I'm just watching. The grenade shot into the sky, exploding with a special pheromone scent. The scent of a high-level demonic beast made the monsters think their territory was invaded. Immediately, a 2nd-tier earth dragon demonic beast appeared, its body like a tank, roaring thunderously. The captain shouted, Watch out, it's coming. But nearby, where the mutated rat corpses still lay scattered, a figure suddenly appeared. An old bald man with wrinkled skin. His aura immediately felt ominous. He stepped closer, bent down to pick up a blood-stained knife, then licked it. His eyes flashed with madness, murderous intent blazing. A mocking laugh escaped his lips. Ha ha ha! Boom! A fierce roar sounded as the giant 2nd-tier demonic beast appeared and charged like a whirlwind. Without hesitation, Captain Lin leapt into the air, his sword flashing silver, delivering a decisive slash. The beast's head fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Captain Lin, a girl on the team shouted, running over just as another voice called from behind. Report, the Earth Dragon has been dealt with. Lin Ha replied tersely. Very good, now let's find the Blood Jade fruit. But just as he finished speaking, bam, A leg covered in steel-like scales lunged from behind, aiming straight at Lin Ha. "Watch out!" a shout rang out. None other than Lin Yuan, like a lightning bolt, his figure soaring at a speed almost impossible to track with the naked eye. In an instant, he was above the captain, gathering strength to deliver a mountain-strong punch down onto the demonic beast. Boom! A shockwave exploded, dust swirling in spirals like a tornado, the ground trembling like an earthquake. The whole team was stunned. Even the captain turned pale, muttering, "He's only a first-tier martial artist, but hit the weak spot of a second-tier demonic beast and created such a powerful shockwave." Xiaoxia's mouth dropped. "That move is really strong." The other members immediately surrounded Lin Yuan, eyes full of disbelief. "That Lanshan fist of his is really powerful, and yet it killed a second-tier demonic beast." Lin Yuan shrugged, spreading his hands casually. "It's nothing." Lin Ha nodded gratefully. "Thanks for saving me. From now on, we're officially a team." Lin Yuan muttered. "Guess it wasn't a waste spending 100,000 silver on fake documents from the black market." A moment later, while the team was searching, Lin Ha suddenly shouted excitedly, "Found it! This is the blood jade fruit." He poked forward, pointing at the glowing red crystal in his hand. "Not only that, we also got the Earth Dragon's core. A big haul." Xiaoxia looked skeptical again. "Is this bright red thing really that valuable?" Lin Yuan stared at the blood jade, eyes sparkling, saliva almost dripping. He heard it's the sacred fruit of the saintess. Lin Ha answered for him. "Of course. The blood jade greatly increases compatibility with monster samples. Although this mission was dangerous, killing the Earth Dragon and getting the fruit is definitely a victory." The atmosphere hadn't relaxed long when suddenly, a stealthy stab Hoduk plunged a dagger into the captain's belly. "Heh, no matter what you think, it's useless, Captain Lin." He smiled sinisterly, the team shocked. "Captain Lin, what's going on?" Lin Ha clutched his belly, raising a fist to fight back, but Hoduk had already stepped back in time. "What are you doing, Hoduk?" Lin Ha gritted his teeth. At that moment, the spearhead stepped forward, laughing crazily. "Still don't get it? Of course. I'm making a fortune." Lin Ha glared. "Huo Bang." Lin Yuan frowned and asked, "Hey, you guys know this spearhead's name?" Xiao Wu gritted his teeth. "Huo Bang specializes in ambushing martial artists in secret realms to steal loot. Didn't expect him to dare target us this time." Lin Ha coughed up blood, screaming, "The dagger is poisoned. Ho Duke, you're a traitor, but how did you know the Blood Jade's location? Even team members only find out after entering the secret realm." Lin Yuan's eyes flashed. It was the throwing knives. He marked the aura on the throwing knives during the fight. Ho Duke laughed loudly. "You're smart, Da, but you're still just a student, huh? Instead of studying for college, you're playing this black and white game with us?" Lin Yuan replied coolly. "Yeah, the exams are coming. I'm aiming for top scholar." Huo Bang's face turned purple with rage. "Arrogant." Lin Yuan smiled coldly, eyes flashing murderous intent. "Arrogant. A guy who flips sides like flipping a pancake and dares to lecture me. That's real arrogance. What a noisy bunch. Let me see this trash off for good. This kid is really interesting." Hoak Bang gritted his teeth, his eyes cold as molten steel. He turned to Hoduk and growled, "Hoduk, I want that brat Oat's head." Receiving the order, Hoduk immediately sprang into action. Nearly a dozen daggers wrapped in spiritual energy shot out, forming a sharp attack screen that covered the direction of Ditch Hoa like it wanted to tear through space itself. But clang, 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 a circle of blue protective light appeared around Ditch Hua's body. Each dagger shattered the moment it touched it, as if hitting a diamond wall. While everyone was still stunned, Hoduk suddenly vanished. "Watch out, Hoduk's gone," a member shouted. "He might be hiding somewhere." Before they could figure it out, another shout cut through from above. "Look out overhead!" Hoduk was diving down from the sky, launching a powerful kick aimed straight at Ditch Hua's back, like he wanted to finish him in one move. But Ditch Hua showed no panic. Instead, he calmly pressed 2 fingers to his forehead and softly said, "Perfect timing to test out my newly mastered skill." A surge of blue spiritual energy swirled at his fingertips, then shot out a straight beam of light like lightning, piercing the air. Pure earth element energy. Boom! The blue beam struck Hoduk's chest. His eyes bulged, mouth opening to scream, but his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, completely motionless. The whole team froze. Captain Lam wobbled and stammered. "He's only a first-stage martial artist?" One move took down Hoduk. Ditch Hoa flicked his finger lightly, mimicking a gunshot with a mocking whistle. Bang, bang. Hoak Bang was furious, shouting loudly, "Jealousy skill? Which great clan are you from?" Ditch Hoa stood calmly, proudly in the middle of the battlefield. "Clan? I'm from the demonic Emperor clan." He raised an eyebrow. "What? Planning to beg for mercy now?" Hoak Bang's face turned purple with anger. "You little brat. Even with your jealousy skill, you can't make up the gap in martial arts." His blood surged violently and fiercely. A giant black bear appeared behind him, eyes glowing red, baring teeth full of killing intent. Huada Bang's muscles bulged wildly as he roared. Mountain peak martial technique. He charged like a wild beast, slamming his massive body into Dich Hoa, but Dich Hoa didn't back down, just smirked, attacked the base first. He shot a beam of energy straight at a vital spot. Ah, my leg. Huada Bang clutched his leg, groaning, face twisted in pain, tears welling up. Still, he struggled to get up and swung his huge fists at Dich Hoa, but Dich Hoa leapt up to dodge, his figure ghost-like above. Huada Bang jumped after him, determined to chase him down. Dich Hoa thought, as expected of a second-stage martial artist. The energy was so dense, even atomic energy couldn't dissolve his ankle. Just as they both landed, Huada Bang's giant hand swung down hard. Boom! But it hit only air. Dich Hoa had slipped behind him, his voice calm but powerful. Done already? Then it's my turn. He gathered spiritual energy into his hand, energy swirling as he unleashed the Lan Mountain Fist. Boom, boom, boom. A flurry of punches thundered down on Huada Bang. Huada Bang's body shook like a punching bag, each slap sounding like war drums. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore, reverting to his normal form, bruised and battered, trembling all over. The group watched with mouths agape. Is he really this strong? Huada Bang struggled to stand, still unwilling to accept defeat, growling, "Your jealousy skill is poisonous, truly despicable. People like you will be punished sooner or later. I curse you." Dich Hoa laughed, but his eyes were as cold as blades. You curse me? I'm collecting more curses from you every day. And what are you? A pathetic clown who can't even shut up when he's losing. In the center of An City, the main stadium under a clear blue sky, special transport planes roared overhead, dropping bright red flags bearing the symbols of prestigious martial academies. Banners and grand slogans were everywhere, as if welcoming a grand festival for humanity. The loudspeakers began broadcasting, sending sound to every corner of the square. Welcome, dear students. The Huada Martial University entrance exam is about to officially begin this year. On behalf of the organizers, I wish you all great martial fortune. On the central stage, a commentator in a bright yellow vest, hair slicked back like a banana leaf, held a mic and live-streamed using a smart device on his chest. As you know, this year's university exam continues with a real combat arena format. Contestants will fight one-on-one, winners advance, losers go back to study the way. The exam lasts 3 days. The first 2 days are preliminaries, with all high school students entering the arena on the third day to select this year's champion. He raised his hand excitedly and shouted, "You carry the future of humanity. For yourselves, for humanity. Give it your all. I hereby declare the Huada University exam officially started." Cheers erupted. In the subdivided arenas, pairs of contestants had already begun fierce battles. Arena 1, 2 male students exchanged blows like 2 hungry tigers locked in a cage. Arena 4, a male and female contestant radiated gunpowder tension even before fighting. Arena 6 was quiet. On the Thunder Arena, only Huang Dongdong was present. Dich Hoa's opponent had yet to appear. The commentator frowned. According to the rules, if after the match starts, student Dich Hoa is still absent, it will be considered a forfeit. On Arena 6, Huang Dongdong squinted at the stands, muttering angrily, "That coward embarrassed me at the Jealousy Festival. A lifelong shame. This time, I plan to use the blazing fire trace technique to humiliate him in front of the whole school, but he doesn't dare show up. What a disappointment." The audience below also started to get noisy, buzzing with lively chatter. Even for the university entrance exam, he didn't dare step onto the stage. He's probably trembling under the covers at home right now. People like this should be reconsidered even for sweeping the floors outside. Just as the referee blew the whistle, announcing that the time had come, Lin Yuan from Ancheng First High School was absent, but then suddenly, something was coming this way, with an overwhelming aura. In the sky, a powerful energy surged from afar, the wind howling as it carried spiritual power, shaking the entire stands as if gripped by an invisible hand. All eyes looked up. Is that a person? Is someone really flying here? How strong must they be to fly through the air like that? A figure descended from the sky, the force so intense that Wang Dongdong had to shield her eyes, dust and smoke swirling like a small explosion. What the hell is this? As the smoke cleared, whoosh! An unexpected kick came from the thing in front of her before she could even react the sole of Lin Yuan's shoe. Bam! She was launched straight into the air like a kite with a broken string. Under the blazing sun, Lin Yuan shielded his eyes, raising an eyebrow. Oh man, I almost had to wait until next year's exam. When she fell to the ground, sprawled out with wide eyes, her leg twitching, the loudspeaker announced, "Contestant Lin Yuan wins," he muttered in disbelief. Huh, so he really won? The audience below buzzed with excitement. What the heck was that? One kick just knocked out the opponent. Seriously, what was that move called? Falling from the sky. At that moment, the system activated the host, Lin Yuan, With the composite physical stats of 226 types of mad beast demons with a compatibility of 20%, he chuckled slyly and whispered, Lin Chi, thanks. The blood jade fruit really works. Just a little longer, and I'll enjoy the show. A few more matches, and the rankings will update. Long Tao from Ancheng 4th High School faced off against Lin Yuan from Ancheng 1st High School. Lin Yuan won. Long Dao from Ancheng 3rd High School faced Lin Yuan from Ancheng 1st High School. Lin Yuan won. The stands erupted, everyone thrilled. Each match ended with a single kick, no drawn-out fights, truly a superhuman, shattering all preconceptions. The loudspeaker continued. Contestant Lin Yuan from Ancheng 1st High School, 3 straight wins, advancing to the 3rd qualifying round. Immediately after, a swarm of university recruiters flooded in like bees disturbed from their hive. Lin Yuan, please consider Dongsun University. Lin Yuan, join Xinga, top-tier benefits. Lin Yuan, our private university offers full scholarships and stipends. Lin Yuan, our university urgently needs a strong martial artist like you. Lin Yuan, do you have a dream university in mind? Lin Yuan smiled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Dream university? He adjusted his collar, his gaze serious and resolute. Sorry, I want to take the exam for Huada University. The moment he spoke, the atmosphere froze for a second before quickly shifting. Those who had just surrounded him with welcoming smiles suddenly turned their backs as if they never knew him. One of them coldly sneered. Reaching the finals and already so arrogant, wait until you get knocked down and come crawling back begging us. Another chimed in, half mocking, half warning. Lin Yuan, if you fail, remember to contact me. Lin Yuan shrugged, smiling wryly. Seriously? You don't believe me that much? But then again, I can't blame you. Huada University, the flagship among martial arts schools, ranked top 5 globally, a burning dream for every martial artist across the Lower Kingdom. In the second-tier city of Ruancheng, those qualified to set foot there could be counted on one hand. He looked up at the sky, smiling meaningfully. Well, martial artists have to let their strength do the talking. Wait until I win the championship, then let's see what you have to say. Before he could fully enjoy that fiery, confident mood, 2 men in black suits approached with a solemn aura, as if ready to invite him to negotiate war. One pulled out a badge, his tone stiff. Lin Yuan, we need to cooperate. We must verify your martial arts level. Lin Yuan extended his hand for the man's fingertip scan. After scanning, the man shouted, It's like catching a 9-section martial criminal. Half a month ago, you were only a 3rd-section martial artist. Lin Yuan crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow coolly. You think I could improve that fast in just 3 months? You're accusing me of cheating, right? The man frowned and pressed on. After leaving school, you often entered E-level secret realms. Why go to such dangerous places, especially before the exam? Lin Yuan sighed, a faint sadness crossing his face, then slowly replied, To calm myself. Before my father passed away, he left me a saying, to surpass humanity, you must abandon being human. Since then, I've continuously fought in secret realms. In every battle, I forced myself to break through and unlock my potential. The 2 men's eyes widened, as if hearing an alien story. One said, Unlocking potential? This can't be ignored, we must report immediately. They hurried away, leaving Lin Yuan standing there with a strange feeling. That feeling was like suddenly becoming a special surveillance target. During rest time, he scrolled through his phone to kill time, seeing all kinds of encouragement videos. A father said, Keep it up, son. A beautiful mother gently said, Just do your best, daughter. An uncle chuckled. Old King's waiting for you to make top 1, then we'll throw a celebration. Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair, eyes quiet, sighing softly. No one was cheering for him. He recalled the live interview with the parents and relatives of contestants, feeling suddenly empty inside. No one behind him. No one truly cared about an orphan like him. He didn't know that far away. His former homeroom teacher was watching the screen intently, softly whispering, Lin Yuan, keep fighting. The teacher is always watching over you. The loudspeaker echoed, pulling Lin Yuan out of his thoughts. The first qualifying round, and City 1st High School's Lin Yuan versus in City 3rd High School's La Huyen. As soon as La Huyen's name was announced, the audience erupted. La Huyen ranked 1st or 2nd in 3rd High School, an 8th-level martial artist, awakened to the 2nd stage of the demonic beast bloodline. Both his parents were martial artists. His opponents were doomed. On the arena floor, Lin Yuan remained calm, stretching as if just waking up. You go first. La Huyen sneered, his spiritual energy bursting forth. Don't you know who I am? But it doesn't matter. Knowing or not won't change the outcome. You're right. Lin Yuan nodded. The result is that I win. La Huyen roared. Thunder Merchant martial technique. He transformed his arm into a demonic beast and charged. Halfway through, his strike hit Lin Yuan's face crack. Lin Yuan caught the demonic beast arm with one hand. The collision of spiritual energy produced a thunderous explosion, and the momentum paused momentarily. Lin Yuan tilted his head, but compared to the blow from that bald guy the other day, this was far weaker. La Huyan screamed in pain and collapsed as if all his energy had been drained. Lin Yuan raised his hand, spiritual energy gathering and shining brightly. Boom! A palm strike slammed down, sending La Huyan flying to the ground. The floor cracked around him like a spider web. The loudspeaker rang out again, and City First High School's Lin Yuan wins. Lin Yuan brushed off his hand, smiled slightly, and looked at me. Looks like a contestant, huh? As the announcement echoed, the entire arena exploded. Another swift victory, and this time the one who fell was the #1 seed, La Huyan. The audience collectively gasped, mouths agape. No way. La Huyan's earlier momentum was clearly terrifying. How did he get knocked out in the blink of an eye? A student held his head, shouting as if he'd lost all faith in the world. What's this second stage demonic beast bloodline? What's this 8th level martial artist? One hit and he's rolling on the ground? Lin Yuan stood on the arena floor, his hand still dusting off, while the cheers from the stands roared like an explosion, light as clouds, with the demeanor of a master. His strength completely surpassed the other contestants, truly not on the same level. A female student clutched her chest, screaming, "So handsome, I want to have his baby." Another shouted thunderously, even though this time he only used one hand. "Too strong! Lin Yuan's superhuman kick! I love you! Lin Yuan will definitely make it to the finals. If not, I'll willingly eat my shoes." In a corner of the stands, a quiet student watched the arena, muttering as if to himself, "It really is you, Lin Yuan." His eyes gleamed with determination, truly worthy of the respect I have for him. But in the finals, I will definitely defeat you. At the online admissions headquarters of Huada University, a man in a suit seriously pointed at the large screen showing Lin Yuan's image. "Within half an hour, I want all information on him." Understood. Meanwhile, in another competition area, the second qualifying round of the promotion bracket was also extremely intense. Before the referee could blow the whistle, the stands were already shaking. No way. It's a match between two genius beauties. This time, I won't hide my identity. I, Liu Yi Liu, am watching this match with my true honor. Someone shouted, "It's the eldest daughter of the Liu family, Liu Qingzhu. I really hate her robotic expression." Another replied, "Her opponent is Tat Xiaoling, the queen of second high school." The cold beauty of first high school versus the fiery queen of second high school. A beauty duel, come watch quickly or you'll miss your seat. Drooling, you perverted freaks. Shut up. The referee blew the whistle, and the match began. Xiaoling charged like a storm, launching a powerful opening kick. "All right, let's see if you can keep that cold expression when I throw you to the ground later." Liu Qingzhu said nothing, silently countering with the Liu Ra secret technique, covering with the Tat Huyen technique. Energy formed a spiral of spiritual power around Xiaoling's legs, pushing her back several steps. Xiaoling snorted coldly, eyes blazing. "Fight seriously." She immediately closed in, throwing a direct punch to Qingzhu's chest. But slap, her hand was locked tight within the swirling spiritual energy. "Damn, I fell for it." She struggled, but her hand stuck to the energy wave, unable to pull free. Liu Qingzhu coldly said nothing unnecessary and launched the finishing move, the mysterious golden mixed strike, a wave crashing like a tsunami straight onto Xiaoling's head. The commentator screamed wildly, "That's the mysterious golden technique. A high school student executing a natural-born golden-level martial technique like that. No need to pass the college entrance exam anymore. Huada University should just admit her directly." But it didn't stop there. Xiaoling gritted her teeth and violently activated her bloodline, triggering the Tiger King's spirit image. In an instant, her whole body transformed, and behind her appeared the shadow of a giant tiger, roaring like it had torn through mountains and seas. The audience pounded their seats, shouting, "Oh my God, that's the third stage royal bloodline Tiger King's spirit image. That infamous, brutally uncontrollable bloodline she managed to control. This girl has an unlimited future." Xiaoling smiled smugly, her eyes sharp as knives. "Liu Qingzhu, you only dare to use martial techniques. Stop hiding and unleash your Abyssal Falcon bloodline." In response, Qingzhu gave a casual glance and spoke so indifferently, it made listeners furious. "This is enough." As if Xiaoling's words were just wind in her ears, Qingzhu didn't care. This only made her opponent furious. "You think someone like me can compete with you?" Xiaoling growled each word, then, without another word, claws flaring with spiritual energy, immediately launching an attack. The two charged at each other like clashing thunderbolts. Xiaoling threw a punch aimed straight at Qingzhu's cold, bone-chilling face, but it was dodged as easily as flipping a hand. "Damn it." Xiaoling gritted her teeth, spinning around and launching a double kick from both legs. aiming straight at the lower part of Liu Qingzhu. But she didn't expect Liu Qingzhu to calmly chant a spell, placing her middle finger on her forehead, suddenly shouting the Chaos Origin Jade Barrier. Her hand formed a seal, targeting directly at Lin Yuan's leg. Immediately, a spiral of spiritual energy exploded like a tornado, sucking in all of Lin Yuan's force. The commentator shouted loudly as if afraid no one could hear. Liu family secret technique, Hua Ying, the soul-shaking Chaos Origin King Finger. On the arena, two sources of power burst forth, colliding with a sharp explosion, dust swirling thick like a sudden small storm. The audience murmured, "Who won? Who's still standing?" 1 second later, a figure remained standing firm like a stone statue. It was Liu Qingzhu. She was still on the arena. One commentator almost whispered, "Wait, it seems she slapped Lin Yuan." Not good. Lin Yuan's eyes widened, his face turning gradually purple before collapsing like a soulless stone statue. The entire audience erupted in disbelief, defeating a 9th-stage martial artist who had awakened a king-level bloodline using only martial skills. Unbelievable. Truly a once-in-a-century genius girl, the undefeated Liu goddess. "I told you, who dares underestimate the top scholar of An City?" Someone shouted from the upper floor. "She was the top scholar of An City. Do you all know? Her bloodline is the Dark Phoenix. That's the 4th family. That 4th family, normal martial artists punching her would probably just make her sleepy." On the big screen, the announcement for the quarterfinal draw appeared. The 8 Kings tournament draw began. Dich Hoa from An City First High School was drawing. A sphere with the letter A appeared in Dich Hoa's hand. He raised it high and said, "A." Immediately, a tall student approached with a friendly smile. "Me too, A. Looks like we'll be fighting each other." Thun Quang from Qingfeng Private School. Dich Hoa from An City First High School. Thun Quang smiled and said, "We're match 2. Let's watch match 1 first to warm up." The loudspeaker announced, "First match, Lak Tuk from Qingfeng Private School versus Su Zhou from An City First High School." On the screen, a student wielding a sword with overwhelming momentum was dominating the opponent with lightning speed. The opponent only managed to shout, "Mom!" before being beaten beyond recognition. Thun Quang nodded. Lak Tuk is strong, a repeat student who's putting all his effort into this year's Huada University entrance exam, but against Su Zhou, he's helpless. Dich Hua was startled. "Su Zhou, he's also from An City First High School? You didn't know he's your schoolmate? Look, he won." The principal of Qingfeng Private School slammed the table watching. "Damn, lost right at the start." Dich Hua tilted his head. "What about that Lak Tuk guy? How does he compare to you?" Thun Quang laughed. "Compared to me? Heh, I'm the 3rd-level martial arts chairman of Qingfeng School. Even if my 2 companions combined, they couldn't beat me." Thun Quang's gaze was unusually sharp, but I felt that in this final exam, you are the true opponent. Since childhood, I've had keen senses. You're like a dormant volcano. Inside you is a giant beast waiting to awaken. "Let's go. It's our turn," the loudspeaker announced as the 8 strongest contestants stepped into the second match. Qingfeng Private School versus An City First High School's Dich Hua. Dich Hoa and Thun Quang stepped onto the arena, facing each other. Bright lights shone down on the arena like sunlight illuminating a battlefield. The host excitedly shouted into the microphone. The quarterfinals of An City University entrance exam were in full swing. On one side was Dich Hoa, known as the superhuman one-kick. On the other was Thun Quang, a monster carrying the traditional bloodline of a noble family. The audience barely settled when fierce power erupted from the arena, creating shockwaves that made many cover their faces as if watching a horror movie. On the arena floor, Thun Quang's nose bled. He smiled faintly but provocatively. "Nosebleed, huh? Is this your bloodline power?" Meanwhile, his body radiated a dazzling golden light, as if he had drunk a glowing potion. Strange, Dich Hoa thought silently. This destructive force could target cells directly, but he used his weapon to create a shield on his skin, like a molecular destruction armor. He smiled, indifferent yet profound. Martial arts truly are miraculous. This guy before me is a monster worth conquering. Thun Quang snorted coldly. "Then let me show you some essence of my family's inherited martial arts." Before finishing, he shouted, "Unleash the image intent fist." His hand traced the image of a golden serpent twisting and sparkling like lightning. Then came the fortune peak move. Light swirling, the image of a giant bull roaring appeared, sweeping away spiritual energy around the arena. Dich Hoa gasped silently. "Too fast." Bam! A punch weighing 1,000 pounds struck his stomach. The audience roared with the announcer's voice. Too strong. Dich Hoa, the superhuman one-kick, was hit for the first time. The entire arena held their breath. Dich Hoa spat out a mouthful of blood, as red as spring blossoms. He knelt, supporting himself with his hands, but his whole body was pushed back several feet. Thun Quang didn't stop, continuing to unleash the mighty bear roar shadow move, the momentum overwhelming as if wanting to tear the arena apart. Dich Hoa gritted his teeth, bracing to block, but inside he was stirred like waves. This was not just physical force, he also infused his weapon into the opponent's body, causing double damage, unlike the chickens he had faced before. Even more surprising, Thun Quang's hands were as soft as rubber, flexibly attacking from every angle like playing a game in speed hack mode. In the blink of an eye, Thun Quang circled behind Dichua, locking him tightly. "You're only half right." His voice rang close to the ear, teasing. "I don't just put weapons inside, I can also lock your weapons. You can't use any skills now." After saying that, he used the opening move to throw Dichua up into the air like tossing a light bag of rice. Without stopping, Lin Guang flew up, then unleashed the Tiger Phantom Strike again, a fierce tiger appearing and tearing through the air. In midair, Lin Guang spread his wings like a giant eagle and shouted, "Dichua, you can't beat me." Boom! The power from the sky kick slammed down onto the arena floor, creating an explosion that shook the entire stadium. Thick dust covered the fighting stage. Lin Guang landed, standing amid the haze, laughing triumphantly. "Ha ha, my series of form and intent boxing moves are enough to leave the opponent with no way out." The announcer also began to deliver the closing remarks. It seemed Dichua was completely overwhelmed. Even a normal martial artist hit by this combo would probably lose half their life. Thon Fong stood tall, but before he could finish reading, a sound came from within the dust. "Wait, what's that?" Lin Guang frowned, turning to look through the smoke. A black spiritual force like a wild beast rising, flying straight into the sky. Dichua's cold, dagger-like eyes appeared through the haze. "He's really strong," Lin Guang thought, but within the thick smoke still lingering on the arena floor, a black spiritual force erupted like a volcanic eruption. At this moment, Dichua had transformed, his bloodline awakened. The Mad Emperor Demon Claw. His entire body was wrapped in jet-black armor, dark and majestic, revealing only half his face beneath a cold, emotionless mask, like a god of judgment emerging from the darkness. He spoke slowly, his voice echoing like from the abyss. "You're the first person to see this form of mine." In the stands, the announcer almost screamed with excitement. If a high school student can manifest a demon beast true body, there's no need for exams anymore. Straight admission to Huada University. The crowd erupted. Everyone thought Anthan was just a suburb, but besides the martial genius Liu Qingzhu, now there was another bloodline prodigy. Lin Guang was frozen in place, stammering speechless. Demon beast true body. Dichua stepped forward like the Grim Reaper, his pressure making Lin Guang tremble like a sapling in a storm. How could his bloodline awakening reach this level? Meanwhile, in the central control room, the judges sat up straight. One judge's eyes widened. When the warning system sounded, signaling nuclear radiation levels at 9 million, could this be a case of mutant demonic energy overflow? The announcer solemnly declared. The judging panel had deployed martial weapons to seal off the entire broadcast station area, preventing any nuclear energy leakage. It seemed Dichua's demon beast true body was not part of the known system. The audience below gradually whispered, "What did his bloodline awaken from? So cool. Damn, I'm a top student and never heard of this creature before," Dichua thought. Apparently Lambton had never recorded the Mad Emperor Demon Claw creature. No wonder they were so confused. Lin Guang was too weak to think anymore. Blood gushing from his nose like a broken faucet, his protective martial weapons trembling as if about to collapse, he muttered, sweat dripping from his forehead. "I can't mess around with him. Too dangerous." Then Lin Guang awakened the Golden Star Demon bloodline. The announcer shouted again, another third-tier royal bloodline. This exam really gathered geniuses. Lin Guang poured all his strength into two moves, form and intent, boxing and snake coil, attacking relentlessly like a raging storm. Dichua shouted, swinging his hand to unleash the Land Mountain Fist technique. A punch like a blazing sun, dazzling light shattered the dust. When the dust settled, Lin Guang bent down to look at his arm bleeding profusely, eyes wide with panic. If he hadn't neutralized the force just now, his arm might have been twisted like a tortilla. He had been so cocky before. Now he was slapped hard with reality. Facing him, Dichua stood tall, calm, and composed as if victory was inevitable. His voice was soft but resonated with authority. "You were excellent, Lin Guang, but unfortunately, that didn't change the outcome." Lin Guang froze, voice trembling. "Is the demon beast true body really that strong?" The announcer screamed into the microphone as if to shatter the speakers. This second match of the 8th round of the top 5 this year witnessed a breathtaking clash between two extremely rare bloodlines. A third-tier royal bloodline versus an unidentified bloodline, so powerful the system couldn't even detect it. Thon Quan stood still in the arena, eyes wide with calculation. After Dichua awakened his bloodline, his strength was like a bottomless ocean, his martial weapons completely suppressed. Thon Quan knew well. Continuing a direct confrontation would only lead to a beating. So the only way was to retreat, in order to advance. he silently vowed. Opposite him, Dichua charged like a whirlwind. Big guy, don't lose focus, she reminded gently but followed with a punch that was no joke, opening a crazy exchange between the two. Thon Quan combined form and intent boxing with snake coil, his hands sliding like snakes, wrapping tightly around Dich Hoa's arms, seeking an opening to suppress him, but he couldn't budge him at all. Than Quan smiled wryly but said, "My target is behind you." With that, he leapt high, delivering a giant elephant stomp like the sky was collapsing. The ground shook, dust rose. Than Quan didn't dare relax, quickly stepping back, creating distance, but Dich Hoa stood still without a scratch. He lifted the foot, stuck to the ground leisurely, then crossed his arms over his chest, looking at his opponent like he was watching a primary school student new to martial arts. Next up was me. He gathered blue spiritual energy, his aura soaring, ready to strike. But Dich Ka, I surrender. Thon Quan suddenly knelt down. Dich Hua almost staggered in shock. Big bro, I've prepared thoroughly. You surrendering like this really annoys me. He let go, sighed. Release all your spiritual energy. Ah, whatever. The aura faded, and Lin Yuan returned to human form, exhaling deeply, as if he had just relieved a heavy pressure. I'm really conceding. According to the rules, once one side admits defeat, the other side cannot continue attacking. The host immediately announced, "The match is over, and Cheng First High School's Lin Yuan wins." The stands exploded, students, teachers, and parents all shouting in unison, "Lin Yuan is the best! Lin Yuan is the best! Lin Yuan is the best." On social media, countless edited images spread. Before the match, "I will win." After the match, "Sorry for not taking Lin Yuan seriously." Lin Yuan's fan club immediately added a fourth group, QQ30. The first three groups were already full. Netizens buzzed that the top scorer of this year's exam was none other than Lin Yuan. Liu Qingju, Suzhou, don't joke around. Those guys are just supporting characters to hype the mood. While the whole social network was celebrating, in a corner of the arena, the principal of Qingfeng Private High School, a large man, was going crazy, furious that Thon Quan had lost. "I bet all my assets on Thon Quan." He pointed at his prize student, so angry he almost dropped his glasses. "You dare admit defeat? Do you know how much money we invested in you? If you don't pay back fully, forget about getting into college." Than Quan didn't respond. He placed a hand on the principal's shoulder gently, but with enough force to feel like an electric shock. "I admit defeat to avoid damaging my foundation. If you want to try blocking Lin Yuan's punch, I'm willing to give way. I remember the school's kindness to me. I'll repay it later. But remember this: never threaten a martial artist stronger than you." The principal trembled, sweat beading on his forehead. All right, you make sense." The host then displayed the latest rankings. After a series of intense matches, the 4 semifinalists had emerged, with Cheng First High School taking 3 out of 4 spots, becoming the biggest winner of this year's exam. In the leadership seats of Cheng First High School, the atmosphere was so excited it felt frozen in time. A flamboyant teacher fanned himself, his face beaming like he just won the lottery. "Looks like after years of work, Teacher Liu is finally getting promoted." Teacher Liu raised both hands as if offering a tribute, eyes sparkling with admiration. "Lin Yuan is truly amazing. The absolute best." On the main stage, the host's voice rang out boldly, announcing the semifinal pairings draw. Each contestant stepped up to receive a glowing orb containing a mysterious symbol. Lin Yuan stared at the orb in his hand, frowning slightly. It was armor again. Then a familiar voice sounded beside him. "I got armor too." Liu Qingzhu, the goddess of Ancheng, eyes resolute, clenched the identical orb tightly. Boom! The stands and social media exploded. The first semifinal, Lin Yuan versus Liu Qingzhu, 2 geniuses from the same school facing off on the biggest stage. Comments flooded all platforms. "Finally, this match is here, the fated battle. Since the start of the exam, I've just wanted to see them fight. Go Liu Goddess. Lin Yuan never loses." Netizens even argued. Honestly, I think Liu Goddess has a slight edge. She unleashed 2 brilliant martial moves, crushing Tai Xiaoling, a 3rd-rank bloodline king, and her 4th-rank illusory phoenix bloodline hasn't even been used yet. But don't forget, Thon Quan is also a 3rd-rank bloodline that forced Lin Yuan to awaken his lineage, so Lin Yuan's bloodline must be at least 4th rank. But Liu Goddess has deep martial arts foundations and is both strong and resilient. Can she match him? Totally agree. Makes perfect sense. Below the arena, the atmosphere heated like a pressure cooker about to explode. Both stepped to the center, the referee spreading his arms, full of energy, signaling the start. Immediately, Lin Yuan unleashed a fierce demonic aura, engulfing the space like a black storm descending. Liu Qingzhu remained unshaken, lightly raising her hand to shield her face. From within the black smoke, Lin Yuan's form began to shift. The pressure, mountainous, overwhelming. But instead of fear, Liu Goddess smiled a smile both arrogant and full of anticipation. "Lin Yuan, I hope you're strong enough. No sooner had she spoken than Lin Yuan released a massive amount of demonic energy, quickly covering the entire arena, leaving the audience below stunned. What's going on? I can't see anything at all. Is this match a game of hide and seek? The crowd was restless. Everyone craned their necks like swans, trying to see through the thick fog. At the commentary table, the host slammed his hands on the desk, shouting as if afraid people would forget he existed. How will Liu Qingju, the genius Miss Liu, handle this year's exam's dark warhorse, Lin Yuan? Could Lin Yuan be about to awaken his bloodline again? Back in the misty vapor, Lin Yuan silently watched the shadowy figure ahead, Liu Qingzu. In his mind, he thought her martial skills were so strong they were untouchable. No matter his strength, it would be hard to injure her. This opponent was not only powerful but extremely smart. If the fight dragged on, he would definitely lose, so there was only one way: full power from the start. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan leapt high, gathering spiritual energy into a fist, roaring the Lapsun fist. Opposite him, Liu Qingzu quickly raised her hand, deploying a solid defensive barrier. In her mind, she thought, an offensive move? Fine, I'll defend and then counterattack. But just as she prepared to meet the blow, Lin Yuan suddenly changed direction, not throwing the punch as expected, but from another angle, his massive gorilla tail unexpectedly swept in to attack. Damn it, he tricked me. Liu Qingju's face flushed with anger as she quickly stepped back to avoid him. She cursed silently in her heart while verbally claiming authority, her hand wielding the tail of Lin Yuan. Do you even know what shame is? Lin Yuan gave no time for his opponent to breathe, immediately opening his mouth wide to roar, gathering the terrifying strength of a gorilla. A wild energy surged from his fist as he launched himself, straight at Liu Qingju, who was on the defensive. Their battle was extremely fierce, every move and strike live-streamed directly, causing netizens to scream as they watched. Oh, goddess, be careful! This is truly a priceless fight. Even weapons are being brought out. Things are getting dangerous. The goddess Liu is losing her rhythm. Lin Yuan attacked like a mad beast, relentlessly pursuing, while the famous genius Liu Qingju couldn't react in time. In a moment of vulnerability, Lin Yuan closed in and landed a punch to her stomach, forcing her to curl up and endure the blow. Bam! Liu Qingju was blasted far away, and the audience erupted. Lin Yuan just knocked the goddess away. Maybe Liu Qingzu will get a chance to counterattack. But as Liu Qingzu struggled to get up, Lin Yuan's hand transformed into sharp claws, his eyes flashing coldly. Not so easy! He spun and swung a crescent-shaped strike, as sharp as the Grim Reaper's scythe. Liu Qingju's expression shifted slightly, thinking to herself, that move was covered with a weapon, she had to dodge it. Without hesitation, she leapt high to avoid the fatal blow. Lin Yuan clenched his fist, his gaze full of predatory intent. Don't run, classmate Liu. While she was still suspended in midair, Lin Yuan closed in, unleashing a flurry of punches. Liu Qingju's mind was in chaos. Is this guy a monster? What kind of stamina is that? He just keeps punching without tiring. She gritted her teeth, urgently thinking she had two legendary martial arts moves, one for defense, the illusory Splendor Shield, and one for offense, the primordial Jade Strike. If she could use them, she might turn the tide, but Lin Yuan simply wouldn't give her any chance. Each punch, each swipe, crushed every attempt at counterattack. Liu Qingzu bit her lip, unable to hold out much longer. If this kept up, she'd be knocked out of the arena. At this moment, Qingzhu was still gritting her teeth, pouring all her strength into resisting Lin Yuan's storm-like attacks. She was nearly cornered. Suddenly, on Lin Yuan's fist, as he launched a decisive strike, a feather sprouted. Lin Yuan looked down at his hand, eyes full of doubt. Life really does throw things at you that you can't explain. Across from him, Qingzhu had also changed. Her eyes transformed, no longer the pure light of a human, but dark, sharp, and wild like a beast. She muttered as if speaking to herself, I have no choice but to play my last card. As the words fell softly, feathers began appearing around her, one, then two, then countless others glowing faintly in the aura. Boom! In an instant, Liu Qingju completely transformed. She spread wide, magnificent wings and soared into the sky. It was the perfect form of a wild beast, her body sleek and powerful, with radiant purple wings behind her, radiating an energy so intense it was suffocating. She had awakened her bloodline, and the entire arena erupted as everyone craned their necks to watch Liu Qingju hovering in the air. This was the first time goddess Liu Qingju revealed her legendary bloodline, the Shadow Phoenix. High above, Qingju lowered her gaze, her voice clear but commanding. Classmate Lin Yuan, be careful. In this form, I'm not sure I can control the force. But Lin Yuan, facing this terrifying aura, laughed heartily, eyes blazing. That's good. Just saying that is enough. Because I've only been using 50% of my strength so far. His voice was resolute like a bell, full of excitement. Now, let me get serious for once. Before he finished, Qingzhu unleashed the Shadow Phoenix's power like a purple lightning bolt, wrapping her wings around Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan was suddenly caught, his body pausing for a moment. Qingzhu seized the opportunity to circle behind him, gathering energy and clasping her hands to launch a secret technique, the primordial Jade Strike. But this madman Lin Yuan didn't dodge. He spun around, clenched his fist, spiritual energy surging, and shouted as he unleashed the Atomic Burst Fist. Boom! The two terrifying energies collided head-on, an explosion shaking the entire arena, cracking the ground, shockwaves radiating in all directions. The crowd below screamed in chaos. Too strong. I can't even open my eyes. Is this really a high school fight? On the arena, Qingzhu was no better, using both hands to shield herself from the devastating aftershocks. Only when the chaos subsided did she slowly open her eyes. Lin Yuan had also changed, surrounded by dense nuclear aura swirling around him, clad in a metal iron armor, blue light blazing from his eyes, and a massive energy source ready to explode at his mouth. Under the tense atmosphere, the battle raged fiercely. On the arena floor, Lin Yuan stood firm like a mountain, his whole body radiating powerful energy like thunderclaps sweeping across a dark sky. Qingzhu narrowed her eyes, her expression instantly changing. This kind of energy fluctuation was bad news. What's going on? Her gaze flicked, clearly seeing the spinal bones growing on Lin Yuan's back flickering with light, as if accumulating a massive amount of energy, slowly channeling it bit by bit toward his mouth. Damn it, his demonic beast form was truly charging up power. At that moment, from deep inside Lin Yuan's body, a massive swirling energy column erupted, accompanied by a piercing whistle, shooting straight at Qingzhu. Primordial martial energy instantly. A colossal pillar of light tore through the howling wind, its might seeming to rip the sky apart, causing the crowd below to tremble violently. Lin Yuan had no choice but to hurriedly spread her two large wings, using them as a shield to withstand that terrifying attack. The violent air pressure pressed so hard she couldn't even open her eyes, purple feathers falling all around. Amid the chaos, Lin Yuan gritted her teeth and growled softly, her latent Vu-Lup reflex awakening. She harnessed the power of her bloodline, turning the falling feathers into mirrors that reflected the power back. The terrifying breath of Di Chua was reflected back by these feathers. The loudspeakers in the stands blared loudly. Not good. Di Chua's breath has been reflected. The audience below turned pale, nearly running around the stands screaming for help. In the sky, wild energy streams collided with the shield, creating countless dazzling sparks like fireworks in broad daylight. Inside the VIP observation area, Hoang Kin, the mayor of Anthan, a well-dressed man, smiled as he watched the arena. Watch closely. The strongest top scholar in Anthan's history will be born today. Below the stands, the commentator shouted into the microphone like possessed. Thank you, Mayor Hoang. Without that shield, I'd have burned to ashes. Back to the arena, blood dripped drop by drop onto the cracked ground. It was Lin Yuan's blood. Her body was terribly torn, the once beautiful purple wings shredded, and her clothes were in tatters. Lin Yuan was utterly exhausted now, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes dimming but still shining with determination. With just one strike, he had broken through her Yumin-tuk defense. Could she really beat him? In a flash, childhood memories flooded back. During those years, she had carried the hope of reviving the Liu family. A familiar warm voice echoed in her ears. Liu Qingzhu, you are the hope of the Liu clan. You must not lose. Our ancestors watch over you forever. Don't let us down. The image of her mother appeared in her mind, a gentle, thin woman stroking her hair, eyes red-rimmed, saying, Lin Yuan, I have given everything to nurture you. Just so one day, you can revive the Liu family. You must not act recklessly. Lin Yuan knelt in her memory, crying out, Mother. The voice still lingered in her ears. Not only must she win this battle, but she must keep winning afterwards. Lin Yuan bit her trembling lip. But mother, I'm so tired. Her heavy gaze fixed ahead. There stood Di Chua, towering, his aura blazing like an unquenchable fire. His eyes were filled with fierce battle intent, like a wild beast still thirsty for blood. Lin Yuan whispered in her heart, her eyes blazing with indomitable spirit. Di Chua was truly strong. Facing someone like him, losing might be normal, right? Charging forward, she laughed bitterly inside. I'll deliberately show a weakness. Di Chua will definitely notice and finish me off. With that thought, Lin Yuan lightly struck Di Chua's chest with her palm, a feeble blow so weak even the wind was lazy to dodge. Yet Di Chua didn't dodge. Lin Yuan lifted her dark eyes, confused, asking, Why didn't you avoid it? Di Chua looked straight at her, his gaze piercing everything. Classmate Lin Yuan, why has your fighting spirit completely vanished? That question stunned Lin Yuan, her eyes wide open, her heart trembled slightly. But before she could regain her spirit, Hua erupted in fury, blue light bursting all over his body, his atomic power unleashed. "Are you even serious about fighting me?" Right after that roar, Hua charged like a storm, swinging a glowing fist straight at Lin Yuan's face. Surprised, she hurriedly raised both hands to block, her slender body shaken repeatedly. Hua didn't stop, unleashing a flurry of punches, each accompanied by a shout. "Are you serious or not? Are you serious or not?" Lin Yuan staggered from the blows, her small frame continuously taking hits, her mouth unable to hold back cries of complaint. "You bastard. No one has ever dared hit me like this since I was a kid. I was about to give you the victory, so why do you keep attacking me relentlessly?" Amid the wind of punches, she shouted and resisted, her voice full of anger. "Don't hit a woman's face, you bastard." Fueled by a mix of pain and humiliation, Lin Yuan growled softly, power surging wildly around her, shaking the arena with a thunderous roar. Hua finally stopped, wearing a fake gentle smile, bowing his head to look at her. "That's right. If you don't want to get hit in the face, then fight seriously." At this moment, under continuous stimulation, Lin Yuan's form had completely evolved. The once shredded purple wings now shone brilliantly, even larger than when she first awakened her bloodline. Her aura was overwhelming, like a full-power true demon beast. Lin Yuan cast a cold glance at Hua. Hua seemed to say, "I'll use my strongest form to crush you." Under the dazzling light, Lin Yuan stood tall in the air, her giant wings radiating a mystical purple glow, her powerful aura shaking the very sky. Hua squinted, the corner of his lips curling into a smirk. "So, you finally revealed your true demon beast form? This is more like it." Without hesitation, Hua also activated his demon beast transformation. Tough scales quickly covered his body, which blazed fiercely with blue flames. "If that's the case, I can't hold back either," he shouted, the ground beneath his feet exploding, causing a minor earthquake. "This is a martial art combining fierce energy and my family's demon beast, Emperor's demonic power, called the Core Light Tactic." Lin Yuan shot up like a cannonball, soaring straight toward Liu Qingzhu with overwhelming momentum, ready to deliver a thrilling blow. Facing such overwhelming power, Liu Qingzhu narrowed her eyes, her violet gaze flashing dangerously. She couldn't just sit still and wait to die. Instantly, from her position, a terrifying vortex of energy gathered, forming a towering purple dragon-shaped whirlwind. As Lin Yuan charged forward, he was swallowed right into the eye of the storm. Boom! Lin Yuan unleashed a violent explosive punch, the terrifying force shattering the dragon whirlwind into pieces. Qingzhu took a deep breath, opened her mouth wide, and released a fierce purple shockwave. At that moment, Lin Yuan was channeling nuclear energy within his body, transforming into a missile hurtling straight at her. The two energy sources collided, shaking the entire area violently, as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse. Lin Yuan was pushed back, crossing his arms in front of him to brace himself. His eyes glowed bright blue, filled with murderous intent. "You think you're the only one who can shout?" Immediately, large scales on Lin Yuan's back shone dazzlingly. Qingzhu gritted her teeth, staring intently. "The same old trick? This time, I won't back down." Without hesitation, she dropped her defenses and activated the Liu family's ultimate technique. Hovering midair, the purple energy around Qingzhu surged like a tidal wave. She shouted loudly, her voice echoing throughout the arena. "I will face you head-on." Just as she gathered her energy, Lin Yuan unleashed the atomic earthburst, a massive pillar of energy stabbing forward like a falling meteor. Qingzhu tensed, forming a purple sphere in her hands, shouting, "Bloodline power!" The sphere flared brightly, instantly transforming into countless dark blood arrows. Boom! The two terrifying forces prepared to clash. The commentator shouted into the microphone. Lin Yuan's atomic earthburst and Liu Qingzhu's dark blood arrows were charging at each other. "This is bad. This kind of power is beyond the control of those two fighters." To protect the audience, Ancheng's mayor, Huang Kan, had to intervene. He muttered an incantation, summoning three massive walls rising like a fortress. But just moments after the two forces collided, the 3 layers of divine earth vein walls shattered like glass. The stands shook wildly, everyone screamed, faces drained of blood. The shock was so intense. Wasn't that wall erected by the mayor? If he hadn't acted in time, the whole crowd might have been wiped out. Huang Kan stood below, sweat pouring down his forehead, muttering. The 3 layers of divine earth vein walls were prepared too hastily, not as reliable as usual. Who would have thought 2 monsters like these would appear in this year's exam? Through the dim light filtering through the thick dust, Qingzhu staggered, standing in the center of the arena. Her slender hands were smeared with blood, bright red blood flowing like streams, dripping onto the cold ground. She had returned to her normal human form. Her magnificent purple wings had vanished, one arm bruised and twisted, completely useless, and the power of her demonic beast form was utterly depleted. Still, She held her head high, eyes full of determination. I still can't give up. I can still fight. Lin Yuan walked toward her calmly, not a single scratch on him, completely unharmed. He furrowed his brow, filled with doubt. Clearly, his attack had hit her, yet he hadn't suffered any damage. If the nuclear radiation remained inside him, wouldn't he be crippled later? Qingzu bit her lip, tears streaming down, her red-rimmed eyes looking up as she shouted, I never wanted to fight you this hard. Why? Why did you drag me into this battle? Lin Yuan didn't answer immediately. He gently sat down in front of her, silently observing the battered girl. His voice sounded serious yet teasing. You really don't want to fight? Don't want to admit you're competitive? While you risked everything, I clearly felt your thirst for victory. Qingju felt as if her heart had been pierced, staring blankly at him, chaos swirling inside her. It was true she wanted to defeat him earlier, to end the fight quickly, hating to battle. Yet, during the fight, she felt a strange sensation, not for anyone, not for any goal, but for herself. At that moment, Lin Yuan's warm hand gently rested on her shoulder. Qingzu flinched, her face flushing like a tomato. Lin Yuan smiled, channeling energy into his palm. In battle, you carry too many distractions. The warm energy seeped into Qingzu's arm, healing her wounds rapidly. In an instant, her crippled arm was restored to its original state. Even the radiation vanished. Lin Yuan stood up, turning his back, leaving behind a cold yet profound statement. That's why you failed. Qingzu stared at her hand, thinking. Her wounds, and even the radiation had disappeared. But you're still the strongest opponent I've ever faced. Lin Yuan suddenly turned back, offering a gentle smile. If there's a next time, I'd really like to have a pure fight with you. Liu Qingzu. Those words hit the young woman's heart like a tsunami. Qingju's face flushed deeply, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Yuan, silently screaming inside. Classmate Lin Yuan, you truly shine too brightly. At this moment, the dust on the arena floor gradually cleared. Lin Yuan stood proudly in the center, sunlight shining down like a victorious god. The loudspeaker blared, the voice full of vigor. The first semifinal match has ended. Lin Yuan from Anchang-no. One high school wins. Lin Yuan tilted his head to the sky, raised his hand high, a victorious smile curling at the corner of his lips. Below the stands, cheers roared as if ready to tear the sky apart. Under the blazing sky of Tian City School, the announcement echoed loudly. After Lin Yuan defeated Liu Qingzu, as expected, Suzhou also claimed victory. The biggest climax of the An City entrance exam was about to begin, the battle for the top scholar. On one side was the dark horse of An City First High School, Lin Yuan. On the other, the orthodox genius of An City First High School, Suzhou. The number of live viewers and rocket reactions kept skyrocketing 69,000, 1,525,486, 6,258, totaling over 496 million eyes glued to the screen, holding their breath in anticipation. The final round of the An City University exam was officially underway. On the arena floor, Suzhou drew a shimmering silver-blue sword, energy surging forth, nodding respectfully. Please teach me. In response, Lin Yuan smiled dangerously, his voice lazy but his eyes sharp as a blade. Charge over here. No need for formalities. Suzhou immediately struck first, swinging his sword. Streams of sword intent rained down like a meteor shower toward Lin Yuan, covering the entire sky. Facing that terrifying sword aura, Lin Yuan remained calm and still, as if waiting for dessert to be served. When the attacks nearly reached him, Lin Yuan concentrated atomic energy into his fist. The violent energy erupted like a volcanic eruption. His hand blazed as he shouted, "Violent break fist." One punch unleashed, the sword aura shattered. Suzhou was heavily shaken, struggling to stay on his feet, hastily defending himself. But Lin Yuan made no pursuit, instead ruthlessly bombarding the decoys. With his defensive strength, it was impossible to withstand Lin Yuan's destructive power. Truly, among peers, was there any martial artist who could fight Lin Yuan up close? He was indeed a monster. Realizing he couldn't close the distance, Suzhou's voice deepened. If close combat is impossible, then I'll play long range with you. He exploded his bloodline energy, shouting, "Bloodline awakening!" Suzhou's body transformed dramatically. His hands turned into sharp claws, and a third eye appeared on his forehead, glowing with blue light. His bloodline was that of the dragon god. Suzhou swung his arms, shouting loudly, unleashing icy bloodline power. Witnessing this, the live stream audience erupted. Oh my god. Suzhou can raise an entire ice mountain, just like a real demon dragon. Suzhou is so cool. Hurry up and defeat the great demon king Lin Yuan. The icy energy flooded the arena, freezing the entire exam ground, and Lin Yuan was sealed within a thick layer of ice that looked like a snow mountain. Suzhou panted heavily, feeling his body faltering. Damn it! With such a powerful ice burst, my body can't take it anymore. At that moment, the comments suddenly changed. Hey everyone, it looks like the ice mountain is melting. What? Why is it melting so fast? Inside the ice, a terrifying energy exploded. Lin Yuan shattered the ice like breaking a candy. Suzu's eyes widened in shock. How could this be? But before he could catch his breath, that terrifying energy launched a counterattack. Suzhou hurriedly swung his arms, erecting a second ice wall for defense. Boom! A thunderous explosion roared, dust billowing like a tsunami. As the chaos settled, on the arena floor, a jet-black leg stomped hard on the ground. Lin Yuan stood there, his body now in awakened state, clad in glossy black armor covering him entirely. He smiled coldly, his voice deep. The Dragon God's original power no longer affects me. Looks like I was born to counter you. Suzhou sighed deeply, his inner dragon groaning in pain. The gap in strength was truly immense. Suzhou gritted his teeth and raised his sword. Take my final move. This was the limit of his current martial path, originally intended for Liu Qingzhu. Now, Suzhou poured all his strength, gripping the great sword tightly, channeling all his energy, successfully unleashing his most powerful technique, the sword intent of the soul. Below the stands, Huang Kan couldn't help but exclaim, "Sword intent? That's real sword intent? How old is he?" Returning to the arena, Suzhou, after charging his energy, shot up like a lightning bolt, carrying a powerful sword aura that filled the sky as he struck down. Boom! The explosion thundered like an earthquake. Moments later, drops of red blood dripped onto the ground from the arena. Everyone's eyes were shaken as Lin Yuan held out his bleeding hand, smiling faintly. Wait until you switch to a better sword. Maybe then you'll have a chance. Suzhou's expression changed, looking down at the great sword he had trusted completely, now shattered into pieces. Shock filled Suzhou's heart. How could my sword be broken so easily? His gaze flicked to Lin Yuan, standing there casually. He couldn't help but ask coldly, "How big is that chance?" Lin Yuan smirked. Probably a bit higher than a mountain goat climbing a cliff. Suzhou almost spat blood hearing that. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand high and declared, "I concede." The announcement echoed throughout the schoolyard. The final of the Huada University exam, the winner, Lin Yuan. Across all livestream corners, the audience erupted like a volcano. I told you, don't underestimate Lin Yuan. So cool. Although Suzhou was strong, he was still no match for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, the dark horse of this year's exam, shattered all prejudices. From last place last year to the very top, defeating the top genius this year and claiming the title of top scholar, cheers echoed throughout the stands. Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan. The commentator choked up, announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, the 24th and City University exam. After fierce battles, the top martial scholar has finally emerged. Lin Yuan, a student of An City First High School." The commentator choked up as he announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the 24th Anthon University entrance exam. After a fierce day of battle, the martial arts top scholar has finally emerged. It is Lin Yuan, a student from Anthon First High School." On the stands, amidst the wild cheers, Lin Yuan could only scratch his head awkwardly and mutter, "Mission accomplished." Immediately after, a commentator rushed over, pressing the microphone close to his mouth. He pressed Lin Yuan, saying he heard his power was accumulated gradually. Now that he has claimed the top scholar title, does he have anything to share? Lin Yuan secretly smiled bitterly inside. Those cultured folks really know how to make a phrase like plowing through sound interesting. He regained his seriousness, cleared his throat, and said loudly, "First, I must thank my teacher. He was the one who never abandoned me when I was at rock bottom, always encouraging me, helping me find the strength to keep fighting." In a corner of the schoolyard, the homeroom teacher hugged the TV tightly, tears streaming down his face. "I really don't deserve your praise, Lin Yuan. I'm just a teacher afraid of losing my job. I didn't even see your potential." The principal approached, secretly signaling with a wave, indicating he wanted in on this too. Lin Yuan looked puzzled. The principal waved again, clearly signaling 200. Lin Yuan was told to promote the school and was offered an additional 2 million in scholarships. Seeing that gesture, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up instantly, his whole body radiating the word money. He smiled brightly and added clearly, "Also, I want to thank my school and the principal for his wise leadership. Without such a great environment, how could I have achieved today's success?" Finally, he raised his hand to the sky and shouted, "Lastly, I want to thank myself. Without my hard work, effort, and supreme intelligence, Lin Yuan would never have earned today's glory." At that moment, a system notification appeared before his eyes. "Congratulations, host, on achieving the title of top scholar. Reward, 1 random ability draw." Lin Yuan's eyes widened, thrilled inside. The top scholar title even came with hidden system achievements. In the stadium corridor, right after winning the top scholar title, Lin Yuan didn't leisurely enjoy the glory, but ran like his life depended on it, as if chased by a pack of guard dogs. Sure enough, behind him was a pack of reporters screaming and chasing. Lin Yuan, how do you feel about becoming the top scholar? Do you feel any pressure? How did you improve so rapidly in just half a year? Do you plan to choose Imperial University? Are you aiming for the Comprehensive Strategy Department? Lin Yuan grimaced as he ran. Stop chasing me. I'm about to pee. A man like a hungry leech finally caught up and shamelessly shoved the microphone right in front of him. Lin Yuan, honestly, between Liu Qingzhu and Tai Xiaoling, who's prettier? Or do you have feelings for the official or Su Zhou? Hearing this, Lin Yuan's face darkened, veins bulging in frustration, and he doubled his speed, shooting off like an arrow. I don't have time to waste on you, reporters. The reporters still wouldn't let go. Lin Yuan, wait a moment. I have one last question. Scene shifts to the basketball arena's anti-slip floor. Having dodged the reporters, Lin Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, his face gleaming with satisfaction. Ha! Finally escaped that pack of predators. Inside, he was full of excitement, surprised that besides the monster samples from the system, the Top Scholar reward also included a random skill draw. So, the base sample wasn't unique, and rewards could be accumulated through the system. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind the stands. Lin Yuan, congratulations on becoming the top scholar. Lin Yuan was startled and turned cautiously. Again? More reporters? But this time it wasn't a journalist. In front of him stood a strange man, holding a shiny black leather briefcase, wearing an unreadable smile. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a reporter. I'm from Huada City. Now, let's talk about your gene lock issue. Lin Yuan's mind instantly went into chaos. Gene lock? I haven't unlocked anything. All my power comes from absorbing monster samples from the system. What does he know? Who is he really? The man remained calm and gently continued. You heard the term gene lock from your father, right? Lin Yuan blinked and nodded, thinking back to the original owner's memories. It was indeed so. The man didn't miss a beat and took a thick file from his briefcase, placing it in Lin Yuan's hands. Lin Yuan, aren't you curious? Why would your father, an ordinary taxi driver, know a term that doesn't fit his profession? At that moment, Lin Yuan's mind exploded like thunder. Could it be that my father isn't just a simple driver? Could he be one of those legendary hidden masters? The man who handed him the file spoke slowly. Your situation is very special. So Huada City has authorized the partial declassification of top-secret documents exclusively for you. Lin Yuan took it, his gaze growing serious. As he flipped to the first page, the words Prometheus Project struck his eyes. Prometheus, a top research institute in genetics, once a powerful overlord holding advanced technologies. But after a certain incident, the entire organization was hunted by major nations, and research was sealed off. Most core staff went underground, hiding in cities. The gene lock technology was the top secret project of Prometheus back then. Reading this, Lin Yuan felt his heart churn like a tsunami. My simple-minded father was actually a senior researcher at Prometheus, and I am their top-secret research result? At this point, Lin Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The man looked at him steadily and said in a calm voice, Don't worry, the government won't give you trouble. I'm here only to help you understand the situation. After all, you're someone involved who has the right to know. No, Chen Chu and Lin Yuan replied immediately, their faces as calm as a mountain stream. Big brother, I'm even calmer than you, believe it or not. The man hesitated slightly at that selective indifference, then continued. Moreover, you're a key national cultivation target. We will always ensure your absolute safety. Hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately felt self-pity. Oh, what a hassle. The more famous you are, the more you're watched, scrutinized, and bothered. This society really is a place where power and gossip dance disco together. The man sighed softly and said quietly, Then I'll take my leave. As his figure just left the stands, Lin Yuan clasped his hands respectfully in farewell, his expression serious. But behind those folded hands was a face beaming like he'd just won the lottery, eyes gleaming with unhidden greed. Finally, he's gone. Not only did he get accepted into Huada University, but he also snagged a $2 million scholarship from the president, plus over $100,000 in bonus rewards. However, the most important thing was that this time he could unlock a new ability sample. Just thinking about it made Lin Yuan's whole body itch with excitement. He immediately opened the system panel, unable to wait any longer. A swirling circle appeared before him, dazzling like a spatial gate opening. Lin Huang looked up, his eyes shining brightly like high beams fixed on the system screen. Then, a purple card floated in midair, emitting a mysterious glow, as if containing another world. Before Lin Yuan appeared a super mutant transformation, shaped like a giant skeleton, a top-tier ability sample. The information displayed the ability, Super Mutant Transformation at the Great Bloodline Power level. Maximum size 60 meters. High temperature gas emission. Advanced form. Elemental personification. Compatibility 1%. Lin Yuan read the description and laughed heartily. Super mutant transformation, huh? Not bad. A small note appeared. Ability samples can be stacked. Lin Yuan immediately had a crazy idea. What if the super mutant transformation combined with the Mad Emperor's frenzy? What kind of freak would that be? At that moment, a simulation image appeared before his eyes. A colossal titan, tall and fierce, with the solid body of a superhuman, but the wild roar of a gorilla, even sporting a long tail like a broom. Haha, I'll become the king of monsters. Scene shifts to a dark room, dim light casting shadows on a cold wooden table, where a large man sits silently, pressing a phone to his ear. A voice came from the other end. Brother Huo Long, do you mean you have personal matters to handle soon and won't take on new missions? The man replied, firmly, that's right. I'll finish all my schedules, then withdraw. Understood. On the table was a small round hole like a cute fingerprint. The man pressed his large index finger firmly into it, triggering a cracking sound. His face was furious, eyes burning with rage. Outside, an urgent call came through. Sorry, we couldn't find your younger brother's body in the secret realm. However, at the location where his signal last appeared, some radioactive foreign objects were found. Nearby, a large screen replayed the final match of Ancheng Academy. The match Lin Yuan won. The man stared at the screen, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Brother, I told you, don't get involved in society. Once you step in, there's no turning back. Before Mom left, she entrusted me to take care of you, but you chose this path. His eyes narrowed as Lin Yuan's name appeared on the screen with the title Ancheng Academy's Lin Yuan. The man grabbed the screen, squeezing it as if to crush it. Lin Yuan, you really are a once-in-a-century genius. Huada University will definitely fight tooth and nail to get you. He smirked slightly, but unfortunately, they won't have time to wait for your enrollment. Back at the residential area, just as Lin Yuan stepped to the door, a delivery staff handed him a huge package. Mr. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan hurriedly signed for it, eyes puzzled. Strange. I'm about to enter the secret realm to test a new sample. So, who's sending me something now? Opening the package revealed a handwritten letter. The envelope was addressed to Lin Yuan. According to the latest investigation from Huada Central Research Institute, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, a new secret realm crack will appear in the Gongshu Mountain area, outskirts of Ancheng City, predicted to be level C. I want to explore it. Do you want to form a team with me? Suzhou? No way, big brother. Who still writes handwritten letters in this day and age? Is this guy some time traveler from an ancient dynasty? Scene shifts. The sun had set westward, dyeing the entire Hongshu mountain sky a blazing red like it was on fire. Crowds surged like a festival, everyone prepared thoroughly from weapons, maps, energy detectors to instant noodles. Lin Yuan appeared, his face slightly pale. What is this? At least 1,000 people. New secret realms never lack onlookers. A familiar voice rang out. Oh, Lin Yuan. He turned to see Suzhou approaching and nodded politely. Oh, Suzhou. The guy smiled brightly like a summer sun. Looks like you've gotten stronger, huh? Lin Yuan forced a smile, tension tightening inside like a stretched string. This guy's intuition was terrifyingly sharp, just a glance, and he sensed something was off about me. Actually, Lin Yuan had secretly used the money earned from the university exam to buy some gene medicine, raising the compatibility of the super mutant transformation sample to 35%. Low-level monsters have their perks too. Immediate effect, cheap price, truly high-quality budget goods. He casually changed the subject and asked, which school are you planning to apply to? Suzhou answered sharply like a gunshot. Huada University. Hearing that, Lin Yuan chuckled softly. So we'll be classmates then. But at that moment, Lin Yuan's keen eyes noticed something off about Suzhou's expression. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Just then, a sound tore through the air. Everyone looked up. In the sky, a pitch-black tear opened wide like the mouth of a giant beast. Shouts echoed everywhere the secret realm was about to open. As the tear stabilized, a monster crawled out. It was terrifyingly huge, with a head as big as a bus, razor-sharp teeth, each tooth capable of chewing through a tank. Before the crowd stood a colossal monster, a three-headed bird with blood-red feathers, its wide wings blocking the sunlight, casting a massive shadow over the Red Tree Mountain. The sound of its wing beats thundered like a storm, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A martial artist below shouted loudly, pointing to the sky. The secret realm has opened! Brothers, kill that monster and rush into the secret realm! Boom! Hundreds of martial artists surged forward like a tidal wave, weapons gleaming, spirits soaring. The three-headed bird hadn't even flapped its wings before it was fiercely attacked. Its three heads spun frantically in three directions, eyes panicked, its beaks crying out like internal distress calls. The attacks were too strong. Why are there so many martial artists? Woof, woof, woof. Retreat quickly. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. We can't retreat. We're trapped, brothers. Ribbit. So even an early riser bird can get gangbanged? Within minutes, the opening monster was defeated. Screams echoed through the forest. Inside the Red Tree Mountain's secret realm, the scenery changed drastically. No longer green mountains, but a dark, desolate forest with purple leaves covering the space like a strange mist. The crowd outside quickly flooded in, as if afraid of missing out. Lin Yuan was among them, quietly following the crowd, eyes alert. As soon as he stepped in, a strong stench of blood hit his nose. Lin Yuan frowned and muttered, "The blood smell is way too strong. What kind of bloody monster is this?" From afar, a roar echoed, shaking the leaves. "Beast tide!" someone shouted. It turned out the demonic beasts had gathered beforehand, waiting for a fresh feast. According to national law, all martial artists were prioritized to eliminate demonic beasts in the secret realm, considered both a duty and an opportunity to level up. Thus, a massive battle broke out. Blood splattered everywhere, screams mixed with clashing weapons. In an instant, a martial artist beheaded a giant monster, black blood spraying like a fountain. Many began coordinating smoothly, working together to take down larger demonic beasts. The battle was choreographed like a grand cinematic scene. In a corner of the battlefield, Suzhou shouted loudly, channeling bloodline energy, swinging his sword. Boom! A cold blast erupted like a blizzard, freezing an area. The monsters in front of him turned to stone and shattered like broken ice. But just then, a demonic beast silently slipped behind, mouth wide, sharp teeth gleaming, ready to bite Suzhou to pieces. A shout rang out from afar, an atomic fist smashing through the air. Swish! A blinding light tore through the wind, piercing straight through the monster's body, leaving a hole as big as a rice cooker. The beast let out a miserable cry and collapsed. The one who struck was none other than Lin Yuan. He shrugged, too focused. "Forgot about my back. Watch your back more carefully." Suzhou turned around, a bit embarrassed, but nodded. "Thanks. I owe you one this time." Lin Yuan sneered. "No problem. Just make sure to copy my homework when we get into university." A while later, all the monsters in the secret realm were thoroughly wiped out, leaving only piles of charred bones scattered like a post-apocalyptic battlefield. Lin Yuan clapped his hands, looked around, then turned to Suzhou with a light smile. "None of the demonic beasts in this secret realm know how to fight?" Before Suzhou could answer, he was startled. Behind Lin Yuan lay a pile of monster corpses, all collapsed, flesh melting as if dissolved in acid. His eyes flickered with shock as he muttered, "Lin Yuan, have you already killed this many demonic beasts?" The demonic beasts killed by Lin Yuan didn't show normal wounds. Their bodies were strangely decomposed, as if cleansed from the inside. They had no clear injuries, but every cell seemed rotten. Had he used something? A terrifying energy, nuclear radiation, colorless, odorless, unstoppable, and completely silent. That energy penetrated the creatures' bodies, destroying them from within. Wherever Lin Yuan passed, life ceased to exist. He was like a deadly plague. This energy was not human. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd was whispering, "How did they fight so fast? Could there be a high-level martial artist helping?" "No way," said a wide-eyed person in the crowd, the top scorer of this year's Ann City University entrance exam. "What? Top scorer? But isn't he just a martial disciple? A martial disciple killing this many demonic beasts?" A buzz-cut guy standing nearby snorted. "Don't you guys watch the live stream of this year's exam? What's so good about high school students fighting?" "Idiots. That high school student fought 10 guys by himself and won." Excited students began crowding around Lin Yuan, calling out demonic beasts toward the top scorer like herding pigs back to the pen. After a while, cheers rang out from afar. Signal received. "The leader of the beast tide has been defeated. We won." The demonic beasts began retreating. Suzhou finally breathed a sigh of relief, having survived the first wave of the beast tide. "A signal has just come through. The leader of the beast tide has been defeated. We've won." The demonic beasts began to retreat. Only then did Suzhou breathe a sigh of relief, having finally withstood the first wave of the beast tide. Initially, there were more than 1,000 martial artists gathered, but now only about 800 remain, many of them injured. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yuan dragged a pile of large stone bags filled with demon beast corpses, scraping and rattling as he approached Suzhou, complaining, "With this much loot, how am I supposed to carry it all back?" Suzhou nearly choked, glancing over, "These are all demon cores. Where on earth did you get so many demon cores?" Then he quickly pulled out a sparkling ring. "This is my space ring. First, put everything in here." Lin Yuan looked at the ring for a moment, half joking, half serious. "The value must be in the tens of millions. I didn't expect you, Suzhou, to be secretly rich." Just then, someone ran in from outside to announce that their martial clan leader had arrived. The crowd immediately applauded and cheered. Luckily, he managed to eliminate the lord-level demon beasts, or else we would have all died one by one on the way. A tall, muscular man stepped in. His body was covered in strange tattoos, and every step he took carried the imposing aura of a mountain being born. He walked up to Lin Yuan, smiling and extending his hand. Hello, you're the top scorer of the Ancheng University exam, right? I'm Wu Sam, captain of the Silver Wave Division here in Ancheng. I just heard from the team members about your heroic performance. Are you interested in joining our martial clan? Joining won't affect your university studies, and you'll even receive substantial benefits and subsidies. I'm ready to sign you up with an S-level membership contract. Lin Yuan was a bit stunned. He didn't expect a major martial clan like Silver Wave to personally invite him, let alone offer a prestigious S-level contract. Someone nearby gaped, "Oh my god, Captain Wu Sam, personally inviting Lin Yuan? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Without support from a martial clan, independent martial artists find it very hard to sustain their path, not to mention the costs of medicine, demon cores, and training, all as expensive as gold. Moreover, Silver Wave in Ha Kingdom is considered one of the most reputable clans, and even university students in Hua Capital rarely get S-level contracts. Just as the atmosphere buzzed with excitement over Wu Sam's offer, a girl riding a majestic black tiger appeared like a legend. Her long cloak fluttered, her cold, sharp gaze piercing. She squinted at Wu Sam and provocatively said, "Wu Sam, why are you so quick? Turns out you're rushing to steal someone. Classmate Lin Yuan, join our Cheng Achievers clan. Although our scale is a bit smaller than Silver Wave, I can guarantee, if you agree, you'll receive 15% of the entire clan's cultivation resources every month." As soon as she finished, the crowd erupted. What? 15% of cultivation resources? That's basically a shareholder's stake. A high school student causing two major clans to compete and make such crazy concessions? Amid countless expectant eyes, Lin Yuan just scratched his ear and casually said, "Sorry, I currently have no intention of joining any martial clan." His words were like a bucket of cold water on both clans, but he still politely shook Wu Sam's hand. Wu Sam wasn't angry. Instead, he patted Lin Yuan's shoulder warmly. "No problem, Lin Yuan. Consider this a friendship. If you ever need help, just contact me anytime. Our Cheng Achievers clan is always ready to answer the call." The atmosphere began to lighten, until Wu Sam frowned. "Wait, which hand did you shake with just now? The right hand was the one you were just picking your ear with?" Lin Yuan remained calm. "Yeah, don't mind that." While Wu Sam was still wiping his hand as if it was dirty, Su Zhou approached, having pushed back the tide of beasts. "Now we can freely explore this secret realm. This place looks like an ancient forest with no way out." He pointed upward. "We should climb the treetops first to observe the whole area before deciding what to do next." Lin Yuan nodded. "All right." Both shot up like two arrows flying between the deep red forest canopy. Su Zhou looked at Lin Yuan and thought, so fast. In the blink of an eye, they landed on towering treetops, red leaves fluttering like blood snow. Just as they settled, Su Zhou's eyes widened, and he stepped back half a step. What the hell is that? In front of them was a gigantic creature, so tall it seemed to swallow the sky. Its rough scales looked like mountain rocks, and even its breathing made the surrounding forest tremble. Su Zhou swallowed hard. This thing must be over 1,000 meters tall, unimaginable. In contrast to Su Zhou's fear, Lin Yuan's eyes shone brightly like a kid seeing candy. "We're still young. In a few years, it's not impossible to conquer demon beasts this big. We might even uncover the true secret of this realm." Looking at Lin Yuan, Su Zhou couldn't help but admire him silently. No wonder he's Lin Yuan. When facing powerful unknown beings, I'm scared, but Lin Yuan gets excited. Not just in martial arts, but even in willpower. I'm far behind him. Lin Yuan. He's the real martial artist. While Su Zhou was reflecting, Lin Yuan was happily tapping his thigh. "Your demon cores, sooner or later, will be mine." Suddenly, Lin Yuan's expression turned serious. He activated a sonic wave to scan the surroundings. Strange, his life force field could detect the distribution of all living energy in the secret realm, but the southeast direction was completely empty. No living creatures, like a vacuum zone. He muttered, "There must be a reason for this anomaly. The bigger the storm, the rarer the fish." Then Lin Yuan pointed forward like a general. Su Zhou followed his finger and immediately saw a vast lake appearing far away in the forest. "There really is a lake there. Let's go check it out." The forest was eerily silent now. No bird song, no wind stirring, only the soft sound of footsteps echoing through the blazing red leaves. Lin Yuan and Su Zhou were heading toward the lake when suddenly Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Ahead, a familiar figure stood by the trail leading down to the water's edge. It was Liu Qingju, the girl who had helped him buy Love Potion for the first time, and also the first to say, "This kid has potential." Liu Qingju recognized him first, her eyes widening slightly before bursting into a surprised laugh. "Isn't this our top scholar Lin Yuan? I never expected the kid from back then to become this formidable." Right beside her, a female teammate spoke up in amazement. Oh wow, Qingju, you actually know the An Cheng top scholar? The girl below looked up, her voice brimming with excitement. Yeah, introduce us. During the fight against the Beast Tide, Scholar Lin was absolutely legendary. Lin Huang felt a bit shy hearing this, but still stepped forward politely and asked, Liu Qingju, have you all been here long? Qingju nodded, her tone gentle. We just arrived not long ago. 2 teammates skilled in diving have already gone down to scout the lake, so if anything comes up, they'll report immediately. Just then, a head suddenly popped out of the water, a young man, drenched, clinging to the grass by the shore, shouting like he'd hit the jackpot. We're rich! We're rich! Liu Qingju frowned and asked, Explain yourself. Rich in what? The young man grinned like he was about to take off from the water. There's a relic underwater, no mistake about it, a real relic. This time, we're hitting the jackpot. Qingju couldn't hide her excitement and exclaimed, Really? That's amazing. Finally, a big break. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow and turned to Suzhou. What kind of relic? Why is everyone so hyped like they just found a legendary sword? Suzhou exhaled and lowered her voice as if giving a lesson. In the secret realm world, sometimes there are ancient, mysterious structures, believed to be remnants of past civilizations. Experts call them relics. She explained that the foundation of modern martial arts theory, and even many genetic technologies, today originated from discoveries in such relics. Lin Huang's eyes brightened, realizing that coming here wasn't just about fighting, but also about treasure hunting. At that moment, Wu Duong from Qingju's group narrowed his eyes suspiciously, hand on his sword chain. Are there others? Who are you two to be eavesdropping on our conversation? Seeing him ready to draw his sword, Qingju quickly pulled him back. Wait, Wu Duong. These are Lin Yuan and Suzhou, the top 2 scorers of this year's Ancheng University exam. Their strength far exceeds ordinary martial artists. Letting them join won't hurt anyone. Lin Yuan squinted, trying to look cool. That's right, big bro. Don't get worked up. We're not eavesdropping. We can even help you explore the relic. Wu Duong narrowed his eyes. So how do we split the loot? Lin Yuan shrugged and waved his hand like signing an investment contract. We're external support. We split according to effort. Whatever you contribute, you get. Sounds fair. Wu Duong studied them for a moment, then nodded slowly. All right, you two can join for now, but no scheming. In his mind, he was reassuring himself that the top scholar and runner-up were big shots, so it was best not to offend them. After a while, the whole team dove into the river. The water was icy cold, visibility murky, only faint glows from fluorescent lights strapped to their shoulders visible. Leading was Wu Duong, swimming powerfully like a shark with martial arts credentials. Eventually, they reached an underground cave deep within the rock. Wu Duong raised his hand to signal everyone to stop, speaking urgently. Through this cave is the relic. But where's Li Wei? Wasn't he supposed to guard here? A guy with spiky hair wiped water from his face, joking like he was reading fortunes. Maybe he found some treasure and snuck ahead? Wu Duong immediately pulled out a communication device, shouting hopelessly like a dad lost in a supermarket. Hey, Li Wei, answer me. Can you hear this? Li Wei's voice echoed back with only the sound of dripping water and eerie silence. Qingju stepped forward cautiously, looking at the cave entrance. Have you checked this cave thoroughly? Any signs of beast spirits? Wu Duong replied, looking uneasy. Li Wei and I released bait to test it. No beast hair or traces at all. It's like this cave was cleaned out. A girl on the team whispered nervously, This is too dangerous. With Li Wei gone like that, should we keep going? But Wu Duong was fired up, as if the cave was a stock exchange floor, not a monster lair. Exploration is a must. The prosperous Flower Bay is right ahead. If you don't dare to grab it, you'll be stuck as a low-tier martial artist forever. If you're scared of death, get lost. If you want to get rich, follow me. The 3 teammates nearby said nothing, but their eyes spoke volumes. Death isn't scary. Losing out is. Wu Duong looked around, seeing no one backing down, nodded. No one's retreating. Then let's go. Qingju's team pressed deeper into the cave. The air grew colder, water dripping like a countdown clock ticking away. Suddenly, Wu Duong shone his light on the damp ground and spotted a series of human footprints. Lin Yuan immediately narrowed his eyes, gaze sharpening. He turned to Suzhou, and the two exchanged looks as if communicating telepathically. Their mouth movements were subtle and inappropriate here. Suzhou nodded slightly and whispered back, mouth movements matching but timing off. Glancing toward Qingju ahead, he quickly pieced together the information. Her mouth movements said their team just arrived at the lake, which was only about a dozen minutes ago. Yet they had already entered the cave, passed through the secret passage, and found the hidden route to the relic. He smirked coldly inside. Their mouth movements really were like activating a hidden map mode in a game. Suzhou tilted her head, eyes sharp as a blade. The mouth clearly formed a trap. Should I remind your acquaintance to get out of here? But Lin Yuan just gave a sinister smile, looking exactly like a villain in a horror movie that the audience is dying to know what he's hiding in his pocket. Mouth shape, don't worry, I have a trump card. After passing through the dark cave path, the whole team was led by Wu Yang to a strange area. The cave walls were covered in thick moss like strands of seaweed hanging down, swaying with the gloomy wind. On the patches of green moss appeared countless white bones and grayish necrotic matter, looking like Halloween decorations forgotten too long in the fridge. Wu Yang frowned, his voice turning serious. This is necrotic matter. They've lost their light. Seems like they've been drained of energy for a long time. He glanced around, his eyes darkening. No wonder no magical beasts were seen in the water. It turned out they had been devoured by something. Behind him, Wula whispered, Wu Yang, where's the relic? We've arrived already. Before an answer came, a girl in the team trembled, raising her hand to point at a spot among the moss. Her mouth was agape, but she couldn't utter a word. It was the corpse of Li Wei, clearly visible. He was tightly wrapped in moss, his body shriveled like dried fish for the stove, his face distorted, and the necrotic matter on him completely depleted, the air freezing. Wu Lei's face turned pale, unable to believe his eyes. Li Wei was dead. Wu Yang collapsed, clutching his head with both hands. Where's the relic? Why can't we find it? What did we come here for? Where did the relic go? Just as he was screaming in despair, a bizarre phenomenon occurred. Bumps started rising on Wu Yang's head, as if something was crawling under his scalp. His whole body trembled violently, his mouth stammering. Li Wei died because of the vines. I think I better run fast, too. Those were the last words he shouted before his head exploded. A wet popping sound echoed. Flesh and blood splattered like a horror version of fireworks. From his neck sprouted a series of long, twisting sea tentacles like octopus arms freshly escaped from a hot pot. Wula screamed, Wu Yang, could it be that he's been? Before he could finish, a blinding flash of energy streaked across, piercing through the remaining part of Wu Yang's head, or rather, the parasite controlling his body. It was Lin Yuan intervening, his eyes cold as ice in a freezer. Unexpectedly, the magical beast was that smart. After killing 2 martial artists, it even parasitized one's brain, using him as bait to lure more prey. He looked around, his voice dropping as if reading a eulogy. Looks like we've stepped into its hunting ground. Right above him, a giant shadow slowly appeared through the misty smoke. A grotesque magical beast appeared, its long tentacles whipping wildly like furious strands of spaghetti. They curled and blocked every escape route, then a huge rock was dragged down with a crash, sealing the cave entrance. Everyone panicked. The magical beast blocked the way. It wasn't planning to let us leave. Suzhou took a deep breath, eyes wide as if recalling a horror story she once read. I've seen this kind of vine-controlling magical beast before. It's a level 2 demon vine magical beast king. Hearing this, Wula broke out in a sweat, his face drained of color. Level 2 king rank. A magical beast king can't be judged by normal ranks, and we're only first-level martial artists. How can we possibly fight this? But Lin Yuan just chuckled lightly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Who cares what level it is? Today, I'll crush it like a tin can under a truck. Just then, a loud explosion like thunder erupted from the rear entrance. Rocks flew everywhere, dust thick like fireworks at a funeral. From the smoke, a tall, muscular man stepped out. His cloak was torn, his aura blazing like the lead in a superhero movie, his voice roaring. Lin Yuan, I'm here to take your life. No one else. It was the bloodthirsty martial artist of the 8th stage. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, he suddenly turned around, his eyes icy cold. Oh, someone still remembers me? The big man, standing amid the lingering dust, laughed crazily like a madman. I heard there's a guy in the Gongshu Mountains secret area who dares to use nuclear radiation powers to fight the beast tide. I immediately knew it was you. I tracked the residual radiation all the way to this underground cave. To avoid being detected, I held my breath and played dead until my heart stopped beating. Yet you still recognized me. No wonder you're the one who once cornered the Huo family. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows sincerely, eyes slightly narrowed. Wait, who are you? You barged in cursing and now want to fight? Do we even know each other? The answer was so honest the big guy nearly spat blood from anger. Don't play dumb. I'm here for revenge. Die. He charged like a furious storm, fists and kicks flying wildly. Wait, could this be the lair of the demon vine? They lured us into the monster's den? Damn it. Lin Yuan, was this your plan too? The demon vine absorbs martial energy and the divine poison vein. If this drags on, I'm definitely going to die here. Damn it, you dare mess with me. Lin Yuan still stood there with arms crossed, calm enough to deserve a beating. Dude, you're imagining things. We just met for the first time. On the other side, the magical beast's vines tightly wrapped around the big man. He roared, energy around him erupting fiercely. Damn it, I came looking for that bastard Lin Yuan, not you dry weeds. The violent clash between him and the magical beast shook the entire cave, chunks of rock falling from the ceiling. Wula shouted in panic. This is bad. The cave is about to collapse because of the fight. At that moment, Lin Yuan's strong voice rang out from behind. Everyone, get out of the way! They all turned around to see Lin Yuan slowly activating his gorilla form, his body swelling with bulging muscles, his mouth tilted upward to the sky, gathering nuclear energy. A blazing sphere was tightly compressed and then shot forcefully at the cave ceiling, creating an escape route of blinding light as if opening the gates of hell. Su Bing Yihei pointed toward that path, and Lin Yuan led everyone to run ahead. But at that moment, the hulking man finished dealing with the vines, his blood-red eyes fixed on Yihei. Not a chance you're running away. He gathered his strength into a radiant punch like a shooting star, charging straight at Yihei. At the critical moment, a clean flash of icy sword energy cut across. Su Zhou had acted, standing between them, swinging his sword in a single arc. If you're guilty here, don't even think about hurting Yihei. Not even a single hair. The big guy laughed, as if watching a child's puppet show. I'm a martial artist of the 8th rank. You think your little fake-grade sword energy can hurt me? At that instant, Yihei's voice rang out like a death knell. Hey, nosy uncle, where are you looking? Boom! A nuclear-level punch from the nuclear core bombarding fist slammed directly into his face. The blow carried the weight of a mini-nuclear reactor, smashing him into the ground, creating a distinctly human-shaped crater, as if someone had buried an elephant alive in concrete. Yihei turned to look at Su Zhou, his voice low but decisive. You go ahead. This guy is a high-level martial artist. Right now, you'd have a hard time dealing with him. Leave him to me. Without another word, everyone immediately followed Yihei's direction, swimming quickly back toward the shore. At the same time, the demon behind them went berserk, its tentacles thrashing wildly, stirring up mud and algae, turning the water murky like blood and bones. It had fully manifested, and it wanted to destroy everything. Above the water, Lin Yuan had just climbed ashore and anxiously asked, "Where's Yihei?" Su Zhou didn't answer, silently turning to look back at the flooded cave. Below, nuclear energy from Yihei was erupting, shockwaves trembling the earth, making the entire river roar. In the mist, Yihei activated a new form, a colossal primordial water titan. A giant arm with a dull metallic sheen rose from the water, grabbing the strange martial artist who was still dazed. He hadn't even managed to say a word before being crushed like a ripe grape. His body turned purple, fully paralyzed, collapsing like a tangle of torn roots. The shockwave from that strike spread wide, shaking the riverbank violently. Trees swayed, birds scattered, and everyone staggered as if struck by an earthquake. In the misty spray, Su Zhou caught a glimpse of a giant titan silhouette standing tall in the cave, but in the next moment, the form vanished, leaving only lightning tearing the sky and swirling dust. Not long after, Yihei swam close to shore, returning to his normal form, hair wet and hanging, face tired but still rugged. Su Zhou ran over, worried, asking, "Are you okay?" Yihei sighed, pointing at himself. "Lend me a set of clothes." After a few minutes of changing, the two sat down. Su Zhou frowned and asked, "What exactly was that explosion just now?" Yihei replied with a half-serious, half-teasing expression. That mysterious martial artist was carrying a plasma bomb, planning to self-destruct with the demon. Su Zhou's eyes widened. "What? Plasma bombs are banned military weapons. How did he get one? Also, I felt that explosion was even stronger than an electric plasma bomb. And in the smoke, I think I saw a giant creature." Yihei quickly turned his face away, sweating nervously. No, it's nothing. It was just the explosion. You must have misseen it." Inside, he was screaming, "Good thing I fooled them. If my monster sample power was exposed, it'd be a huge problem. I went a bit too hard, crushed that martial artist so thoroughly there's no body left to investigate. At least I got the demon's core, so it wasn't for nothing." Lin Yuan stood up then, waving goodbye from a distance. "We'll go ahead. Sorry for wasting your effort this time and for making you save us. When you recover, we'll make it up to you." Yihei waved back, smiling politely. "Don't be so formal, Lin Yuan. This time consider it me returning the favor from before. If you keep paying me back, won't I owe you even more?" Both laughed politely, full of hidden meaning. After everyone left, Yihei and Su Zhou stood side by side, faces bright but eyes dangerous. Now it's time to have some fun hunting monsters. 3 days later, at the exit of the Hongshu Mountain secret realm, a whoosh sounded. Yihei and Su Zhou finally cracked the secret realm, bursting out through a rift, tearing the air, both leaping out like bullets. As they landed, they hadn't even brushed off the dust before both stared wide-eyed upward. Above them was a newly formed small town, houses packed tightly, with large transport planes buzzing back and forth like worker bees. "Wait, only 3 days?" Su Zhou gaped. Just the other day it was a wasteland, now it's a mining zone. Lin Yuan looked up at the bustling crowd like ants, frowning. The construction ability of the Xia Kingdom is truly terrifying. The two quickly headed to the reward exchange counter. Upon arrival, Lin Yuan slammed a heavy bag of spirit stones onto the counter, making the table shake loudly. The clerk behind the counter jumped, nearly dropping the inventory board. Sir, please be gentle. If the goods get damaged during inspection, it won't be good for you. Lin Yuan scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Sorry, I have too much stuff. If I don't hurry, you won't finish counting before lunch. The clerk raised an eyebrow but smiled professionally. Don't worry, we're experts. Hearing that, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and began removing the space ring from his hand, holding it up as if unlocking a seal, causing the table to shake loudly. The staff member behind the counter was startled, nearly dropping the inventory clipboard. Sir, please be a little gentler. If the goods get damaged during inspection, it won't be good for you. Lin Yuan scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I have too many items. If I don't grab them quickly, I'm afraid you won't finish the inventory before lunch. The staff member raised an eyebrow slightly but maintained a professional smile. Don't worry, we're experts. Hearing this, Lin Yuan exhaled in relief and began to remove the space ring from his hand, holding it up as if unlocking a seal. Then let's get started. One by one, huge bags of spirit stones were taken out. They were stacked in a long line like a miniature fortress wall. 2, 3, 4, 5 bags already. Each time a bag of spirit stones was taken out, the table sank a little more, and the female employee grew paler by the moment. Her eyes stopped looking at the spirit stones and started staring at Lin Yuan as if he were a legendary black market dealer. When the last bag was finally placed down, Lin Yuan rubbed his hands and sighed in relief this was the last bag. The trembling employee held the ledger like it was a heavy weight, stammering, "Are you taking everything?" Lin Yuan smiled slyly, the smile of someone who just cleared out a treasure trove like it was common produce at the market. All done, but you better hurry up and do the accounting. We still have plenty of spirit medicines here. Inside the trading room, the scene was bustling. A group of people surrounded the inspection table. Everyone's eyes shone brightly like headlights when they saw the spirit stones and pile of spirit medicines Lin Yuan had just brought. Oh my god, this is the 7-star leaf, at least 300 years old. This type is extremely rare. Even professional herbalists struggle to find it, someone excitedly shouted. What? Even the 6-harmony flower? That's the main ingredient for forging Qi pills. This kid? Is he exploring secret realms or gathering divine relics? An older man stroked his beard, eyes glittering with greed. Just this pile of spirit medicines alone, even if the quality isn't top tier, is worth over 30 million. And some of these spiritual drugs are scarce right now. Their prices might even be higher. A young man shook his head enviously. He got rich overnight. Another person clicked their tongue in disbelief. I was wrong. Luck has nothing to do with getting such a pile of rare herbs. Messing with someone like him, you'd better just choke yourself and withdraw your savings. In a distant corner, Lin Yuan crossed his arms, watching with tearful eyes as if he was used to the awe. White cores, green cores, now they held no value for him anymore. He just exchanged them all for cash. He smiled softly, mumbling as if reciting poetry. 5 green cores from 3rd-grade demonic beasts caught during the beast tide, and the golden core of the new 2nd-grade demon devil species. Now that's truly valuable. After a while, his bank phone chimed. His account was credited with 27,570,000 yuan. The magical cores were settled. Now it was time to find buyers for the batch of spirit medicines. As Lin Yuan calculated and stepped out of the trading room, a sleek black supercar slid to a proud stop in front of him. An elegant old man stepped out with a perfectly friendly smile, but his eyes were sharp like a seasoned merchant. Hello, you must be Lin Yuan, right? I'm Li Dutianju from the Pinghe Pharmacy. I heard you have good goods. I'm willing to pay 1% above market price. Lin Yuan glanced over, his mind immediately flashing a warning light just as expected. His personal info had been leaked, definitely by those old foxes at the central reception. But then he shrugged. No big deal. He was planning to sell anyway, and having someone bring money right to him saved a lot of hassle. After negotiating, Li Dutianju nodded in satisfaction, got back in his car, but didn't forget to look back. Next time you have goods, remember to find me first. Lin Yuan watched the car drive away as his phone chimed again. His account credited 7,450 yuan and 64 cents. He furrowed his brow, eyes gleaming with calculation. With this amount, upgrading himself by 10% might be worth it. Personal strength is the ultimate truth. Those mediocre jealousy drugs or white and green cores no longer had any effect on him. Then he sighed deeply. His monster template was even more troublesome than other people's wives. Things like blood jade fruit or high-grade gene medicines, even he wasn't qualified to touch. Suddenly, like a lightning bolt flashing through his mind, he snapped his fingers. Right, There was another path, martial arts. Old memories played like a rewind film. The college entrance exam. Lin Yuan single-handedly held off Liu Qingzhu and the entire group of warriors thanks to his powerful control panel and monster template abilities. But in martial arts, he was still far behind his senior brothers at the dojo. If he could master an unbeatable martial art, his strength would be truly complete. No sooner said than done. Lin Yuan let out a fierce shout full of fighting spirit. "Old dang! I'm coming to claim my gold!" And with that, he shot off like a rocket, leaving a cloud of dust behind. At Anchang High School, in the principal's office, the gentle sound of tea pouring echoed in the quiet room. A cup of hot tea was freshly filled, and the principal looked extremely excited, as if reunited with a long-lost relative. "Lin Yuan, I never thought you'd still remember this old school," he said emotionally. "Massaging your shoulders feels like handling a national treasure." Lin Yuan laughed happily. "Principal, don't be so formal. I remember because of the bond. How could I not be moved? You were the top scorer in the college entrance exam, a shining example for the teachers, for Ancheng School, and for the entire country's education system," the principal said enthusiastically, as if delivering a speech before Congress. Lin Yuan opened a small box and took out a large bottle of ginseng wine. "Teacher, this is just some medicinal wine from Pinghuo Pharmacy. Not a bribe, just a token of respect for my senior." The principal's eyes lit up like car headlights switching to high beam. "Oh my, such a good student, excellent achievements, and even better character, respectful and humble. Who wouldn't cherish that?" Lin Yuan smiled and leaned in to continue. "Teacher, actually today I have something to ask. I want to learn some powerful martial arts techniques, but since I haven't entered university yet, I can't access training resources. I have to rely on martial clans for help. Do you know any connections?" The principal stroked his chin, slightly doubtful. "You've already been admitted to Huada University. Why not wait until enrollment? What's the rush?" Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled brightly, his voice full of emotion. "Teacher, I want to improve faster. I'm afraid of being left behind." The principal nodded like a Zen master enlightened. "All right, I'll help you get introduced. You're a special talent. With a student like you, we can't just teach by the book. Education has to be flexible. Don't let rules kill potential," Dich Hoa whispered, as if delivering an oath speech. The principal said rightly, "Rules are rigid, but people are still alive. Luckily, there are still those in education who understand that." The principal laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, you really know how to talk. Being timely like you is truly precious." The next day, while Dich Hoa was showering, the phone rang. "It's done. You can leave immediately." The principal's voice came clearly through the speaker. "Thank you, sir." "Oh, may I ask, which warrior clan agreed to this?" A pause. "Huh? The Liu family from Anthan really agreed to pass their secret techniques to me?" Outskirts of Anthan, the roar of engines tore through the wind. On a large displacement motorcycle, a young man was riding with a girl whose blonde hair shone like the evening sun. "Ann Kiet, you're driving too fast. I'm a little scared, but you're amazing." Kiet looked up, smiling confidently. "No big deal. You haven't seen my full potential yet." Just then, a voice came from somewhere like a divine warning. "Bo Teo, don't lose focus while driving on the highway. If you're careless, your loved ones will have to write your eulogy." The couple turned around. Dichua was riding a bicycle. "Oh my God, what's wrong with you? Trying to scare me?" Kiet was annoyed. "An old bike and you want to race me?" After saying that, he revved the throttle. The motorcycle shot off like a rocket, leaving a thick cloud of smoke. "No one can match me." Kiet was truly badass. The girl behind him praised him without holding back. Dich Hoa smirked slightly. "Disdainful, huh? All right, let's play then." Suddenly, nuclear energy exploded. His bicycle shot forward like it had rockets attached. "Too slow now, buddy," Dich Hoa shouted back. As he pulled far ahead, the two of them like wind brushing through young leaves. Keat and his girlfriend were stunned, wind blowing their faces out of shape. A bike? A bicycle? Can go that fast now? That speed's almost like a plane. Dich Hoa stopped his bike in front of a large mansion. Before him stood a Western-style building, black iron gates adorned with elegant patterns. The garden was trimmed like a drama set. This truly was a prestigious martial clan. He released a light aura circle, sensing a fluctuating force field, some strong energy streams making his head tingle. Impressive. These people are all the real deal. The gate opened. Liu Qingzhu stepped out, gently waving. "You're here already?" Dikwa smiled lightly, frowning. "Aren't you happy to see me?" Qingzhu blushed, stammering. No, my mother told me to come greet you. Let's go meet her now." Dich Hoa followed as they glided across the vast garden, a few servants trimming plants, the scene perfectly aristocratic toward the main hall. Qingzhu looked up and called loudly, "Mother, Dich Hoa is here." The soft tap of high heels on stone echoed. From the staircase descended a woman with platinum hair, full red lips, elegant figure, her aura commanding involuntary gazes. "Welcome, son." Her voice was warm yet authoritative. This woman was Tun Lam, the matriarch of the Liu family. Seeing her, Dichua's whole body surged, nostrils flaring hot smoke. In his mind, only one phrase echoed, "Prime Minister, I have enlightened." The exam ended at the Liu residence. After losing the match, Liu Qingzhu returned home to face her highly expectant mother. Both were silent for a long while, saying nothing. Qingzhu cast a sad glance and spoke first to her mother. "Mother, I—" Her face looked like she was about to cry. Yet contrary to Qingzhu's fear, her mother calmly folded her hands, acting indifferent, saying, "Qingzhu, don't worry." On the TV screen, Qingzhu's mother spoke frankly about her impressions. "I watched your duel live against that kid Dichhoa. You performed very well. Dichhoa's ability, even in the Huada exam, was a dark horse. You don't need to blame yourself." Unexpectedly, her mother acknowledged her and eased her pressure. Qingzhu was speechless, standing there trembling before her mother, seeming to blame herself for being too weak. At that moment, her mother stood upright and seriously spoke to Qingzhu about her future plans for the Liu family. "Your younger brother's abilities are limited. He simply cannot inherit the Liu family. From your generation, only you can bear the responsibility." Then she approached Qingzhu, gently stroking the beautiful face she bore, softly saying, "But you're a girl, and born like this." Then she revealed the harsh truth of the Liu family. "Your father died young, and now the Liu family has no grandmaster backing it. The clan's power has declined so much it's confined to this small Than. If a powerful family requests a marriage alliance with you, we basically have no right to refuse. This means the Liu family will be swallowed by others, and our century-old legacy will be handed over. So your mother wants you siblings to live together. What do you think?" Hearing this, Qingzhu was truly shocked. She hadn't considered this. Her cheeks flushed red, heart pounding. Then Qingzhu's mother seriously expressed her vision about her daughter's opponent, Dichhoa. Dichhoa is not bad at all, a genius with simple family background and unlimited potential. From what I observe, he is not a malicious person. You don't have to answer now. Just live with him first and see how it goes. Back to the present, Dichhoa was at Liu Qingzhu's home, meeting the beautiful mother who looked like a queen. As soon as she saw him, she warmly approached and welcomed Dichhoa to the Liu family. Dichhoa shyly bowed respectfully. "Ahem, hello, I brought a small gift." Yet this guy even thoughtfully prepared a gift to bring to Liu Qingzhu's house, probably trying to butter her up. Without beating around the bush, Liu Qingzhu's mother looked down and asked straight to the point. "I heard Principal Nyut Trung say, you want to learn some advanced martial arts, right?" Lin Yuan obediently replied, "Yes, ma'am." Then she told her daughter, "Let Qingzhu take him there." This also surprised Lin Yuan a lot. He secretly glanced up, thinking, why did she agree so quickly? Then Liu Qingzhu's mother acted completely natural, approaching Lin Yuan and deliberately creating a private space for the two of them. "Qingzhu will take you to the Liu family's martial arts vault. It contains forbidden martial arts that can't be taken outside, so you only have one day to study inside." Her eyes became serious and solemn as she looked at him and said, "Deep inside the martial arts vault are 3 sets of mysterious legendary martial techniques. Whether you can learn them depends on your ability." With the permission of the Liu family matriarch, Lin Yuan respectfully and sincerely thanked her. He clasped his hands and bowed his head before Liu Qingzhu's mother. "Yes." Lin Yuan thanks the Liu family. She glanced at Lin Yuan, her expression full of mystery as she thought to herself. Thank the Liu family instead of Qinlam himself? Looks like he made a promise to the Liu family. Very good, Lin Yuan. The Liu family will make sure you fulfill that promise. Then she smiled very satisfactorily at Lin Yuan, a very smart kid. The more she looked, the more she liked him. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan just muttered, not understanding why this woman seemed to have something against him. Why did her gaze feel so strange? Qingzhu noticed her mother's attitude and was a bit puzzled but didn't dare say anything. After a while, she led Lin Yuan to the martial arts vault, a path leading to a dark tunnel. Qingzhu slowly walked ahead to guide the way. Lin Yuan followed behind the small, fair figure. Suddenly, he stopped and curiously asked Qingzhu, "Classmate Qingzhu, why do I feel like your eyes always avoid mine?" Now hitting her sore spot, Qingzhu was startled and didn't dare turn her head back. "I'm not like that," but Lin Yuan, the grenade, suddenly rushed close to Liu Qingzhu, smiling. "Really? Getting closer to Lin Yuan makes you blush and speechless." Then deliberately creating distance from him. Qingzhu was startled and shouted, "What the hell are you doing getting so close?" Lin Yuan laughed uproariously, staggering back and forth. After a moment, Qingzhu led Lin Yuan to a massive stone door. They both looked up. Now Qingzhu turned to Lin Yuan and said, "This is the stone gate, made from alchemical stone. a special stone mined from secret realms that can neutralize the attacks of a mystic martial artist without breaking. Lin Yuan wanted to try it out. Can I punch it once? Surprisingly, Qingzhu confidently said, go ahead and punch. Her expression darkened as she pondered silently. This guy's idea was strange. Shouldn't he be praising the miracle of this stone? With Qingzhu's consent, Lin Yuan began to gather atomic energy in his palm. It emitted a familiar blue light. He clenched his fist tightly and struck with full force. Having witnessed the terror of Lin Yuan's strikes in the arena, Qingzhu's eyes widened in fear as soon as she saw him prepare the move. The blue glow of the punch brought back fearful memories. She turned away, closing her eyes, not daring to watch. Now that the energy was fully gathered, Lin Yuan punched hard at the sturdy door in front of him. The energy from his punch radiated intensely, shaking the entire tunnel, as if it would be a world-shaking blow, a single strike that could collapse the whole chamber. But as soon as it touched the door, the energy suddenly dissipated, and the atmosphere became unexpectedly quiet and awkward. Taking the chance to laugh at Lin Yuan, Liu Qingzhu covered her mouth, giggling, while Lin Yuan still couldn't understand. No reaction? Strange. The moment his fist hit the stone wall, it was like punching the ocean, sinking into a swamp, with over 90% of the force absorbed. Qingzhu behind him laughed uncontrollably. Let's go. I'll take you inside the full martial arts collection. Thinking to herself, hee, Lin Yuan, even you have to admit defeat sometimes. Then the door was opened by the matriarch herself, and inside was a large secret chamber filled with many documents and materials on martial arts. Qingzhu began introducing the martial arts here, including body techniques, defense, conditioning, swordsmanship, and more. Then she softly asked him, which one do you want to learn? Just use this personal card to unlock the permissions. Lin Yuan immediately asked, where are the legendary martial techniques? She led him to a place with a modern card scanner and said, even the deepest part of the small stone chamber requires card scanning. Then she seriously explained to Lin Yuan, but you can't master the legendary martial techniques in one day. At most, you'll grasp some basics. I think your mother opening the legendary martial techniques permissions for you might not be entirely good for you. I can help you pick a few volumes close to the legendary techniques that suit your style. Here we go again. Lin Yuan jumped closer to Qingzhu and added a few words. Are you thinking about me? She blushed in annoyance silently. She didn't want to talk to this guy anymore, pointing her finger up, trying to hold back. Lin Yuan continued, clearing his throat. You don't need to worry about me. I know myself. If I want to learn the strongest. The legendary martial techniques are right in front of me. If I don't have the guts to learn them, I might as well go home obediently. Then he curiously asked, is this door made of black alchemical stone? Qingzhu slowly entered the password and replied, we have to strictly guard the secret chamber of the mysterious Emperor martial arts, right? This type of black alchemy stone is extremely rare. So, an important gateway has opened, allowing Lin Yuan to freely enter the two long shadows cast on the tiled floor. Qingzhu continued to remind him that the collection of the stones used to build this black alchemy stone wall started back in the days of our great-grandfather. Inside, there are many extremely tall safes, all reinforced and valued like gold, very sturdy. Each safe bears the inscription, Corpse Prison Demon. To explain this, Qingzhu took the initiative to speak first. Learning the mysterious Emperor martial arts isn't about reading but about feeling the author's intent conveyed through the martial art. If one cannot sense it or if the practitioner's attributes conflict with its meaning, they cannot cultivate the mysterious Emperor martial arts. In short, the mysterious Emperor martial arts is alive. It's not the martial artist who chooses the art, but the martial art that chooses the practitioner. Hearing this, Lin Yuan grew even more delighted, grinning widely, laughing loudly and confidently. Just right, Corpse Prison Demon. I am the chosen son of this martial art. Then one of the Corpse Prison Demon safes opened, and Lin Yuan's shadow was even more terrifying than the demon inside. He stood with legs apart, hands in his pockets, eyes shining brightly in anticipation. Suddenly, that clever expression vanished, replaced by a face full of worry and trembling. Ah, well, the mysterious Emperor martial arts isn't a book but a statue. Towering before him was the statue of a mutated demon beast. It sat on a pile of corpses, stepping on the heads of those it had slain. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, it immediately recoiled. He was completely stunned, unable to anticipate this. As soon as the safe door opened, Lin Yuan's consciousness was thrown into an illusion. He was confused to see behind him a statue of the Bodhisattva Guanyin, with a demon's face and one missing arm. Then Lin Yuan turned his head cautiously to look back at the statue. Is this the martial insight they talked about? Could it be that I've entered the world of martial fate? The mysterious Emperor martial arts isn't a book, but a statue? Qingzhu heard him say this and immediately explained. It's not just a statue. It could also be a painting or a tool. Anything can become a vessel for martial Tao. That's the miracle of the sect master. Hearing this, Lin Yuan was startled and snapped out of the illusion to look around. Only then did Qingzhu look at him seriously and clarify that only the sect master can crystallize martial Tao and embed it into an item to pass down as an inheritance. Then Qingzhu turned away coldly, leaving behind a single sentence, "Now it's up to you." Lin Yuan awkwardly turned and asked, "Up to me? Sister, you haven't even told me how to learn this yet." But Qingzhu just looked back mysteriously and answered, "Martial insight comes naturally. If you have the affinity, you will feel it." This only made Lin Yuan more confused, standing there like a clueless fool. Huh? Then he switched to exhaustion mode. Lin Yuan flopped down on the ground for 1 minute and 30 seconds, lying flat and casually said, "Affinity, huh? Then I'll just take a nap and see what happens." At the surveillance room, Qingzhu arrived and, seeing Lin Yuan's attitude, was utterly exasperated. "Lin Yuan, only you could do something like this." At this moment, Lin Yuan still had many tangled thoughts and was trying to sense himself. So this martial Tao world is like a spiritual realm? Now I don't have any weapons. Not even a nuclear reaction like strike. I'm back to being as weak as an ordinary person. Right then, the system appeared, detecting that the host's consciousness was in a special space. To prevent the host from going insane, the system would stabilize his spirit. After reading this, it felt a bit excited, but luckily the system was still there. Suddenly, at the spot where the statue's arm was missing, a figure resembling the statue appeared, standing there and laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha! My martial arts can only be inherited by a true man. Otherwise, I'd let it be buried underground." Lin Yuan turned around, very surprised. The man sat arrogantly above, smirking with glowing red eyes, challenging him from above. "Kid, prove to me you're a real man." Seeing Lin Yuan, he was startled, and Lin Yuan was amazed, mouth agape. This man was exactly like the statue carving. Then a thunderbolt streaked between them. The man continued with a long speech. "When thunder and rain meet, 100 demons roam the night. At that time, you must replace me in guarding this ruin, not letting the statue of the wrathful bodhisattva be defiled by evil spirits. If you succeed, I will teach you the skills to watch over this place. If you fail, haha, you'll be devoured by 100 demons until you go insane, never to walk the path of martial arts again. If you're weak, run away now." A drop of water fell from the ceiling, dripping right onto Lin Yuan's nose. He tilted his head back and smiled softly, wondering, is it raining? Then, many drops began falling simultaneously inside the secret chamber. Only then did he realize the trial was starting. The sound of rain inside grew louder and clearer. Lin Yuan gripped the sword tightly, channeling energy into it. Before him were many mysterious dark shadows. They had glowing eyes and crowded forward toward Lin Yuan, but he stood firm and fearless. Lin Yuan's face was cold as he planted his feet, looking at what was before him, trying to control his emotions. The slimy dark shadows now charged to attack Lin Yuan, who held a glowing sword. Lin Yuan raised it in defense, ready to confront them. With a smooth slash, he swept through one charging shadow. That time, he acted decisively and powerfully, then followed up with another strike on this side. The glowing slash carried immense force, and Lin Yuan showed no emotion at all. It was still raining, and Lin Yuan completely controlled the battlefield. He stood firmly with his legs spread wide, his face tilted upward wearing his trademark smile. Indeed, training trials can't expect a martial artist with bare hands to fight hundreds of demons without some hidden tools. The demonic aura was still abundant, and Lin Yuan's 2 sword strikes caused little damage, as the aura split into many large arms that rushed to attack him. Lin Yuan then leapt up, surrounded by stormy rain and thunder crashing across the sky. Like a dancer, he became the main performer, wielding his sword at the center, cutting through every path he took. He skillfully used it, seemingly fueling his excitement. The man sitting on the rooftop looked down at Lin Yuan and smiled approvingly. The 100 demons in this martial trial were parasitizing the aura of the old man. A small martial artist daring to break out from the protection of this ruined place was truly seeking death. It seemed you were just another useless trash coming to this trial. Martial artists nowadays are no match for those of the past. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan kept fighting relentlessly with his sword in hand. The demons in the black slimy mass surrounded Lin Yuan. The harder he swung his sword, the more they attacked. The man said, "Usually I personally go to collect their corpses." A demon took advantage of Lin Yuan's unguarded back, lunging with its large mouth and 2 arms to attack him. But it couldn't mess with the top graduate of Ancheng. Lin Yuan easily slid to the side, causing the shadow demon to miss him completely. Frustrated and angry, it showed its resentment openly. Just moments ago, the man had judged Lin Yuan as weak, but now he was completely shocked, eyes wide open. Ah, the 100 demons can't get close to him? And Lin Yuan seemed to sense his own body. In the soaking rain, he raised his hand and muttered, It seems in the spiritual world, the system automatically protects me, making me untouchable. What could be better than that? Lin Yuan laughed out loud. This is like a tiger growing wings. He opened his mouth wide with pride and said, "Isn't this invincible golden body?" Ha ha ha. From the man's perspective, he saw Lin Yuan breaking through the horde of demons, growing crazier by the moment. He was as wild as his own personality. This man seemed to have hastily judged Lin Yuan. He tilted his head and frowned in confusion about him, scribbling, "This kid isn't affected by the martial aura? How does he do that?" Hearing and understanding what the man was thinking while watching him, Lin Yuan smirked and teased, "Nothing, just hard study and training." The shadowy demons sensed he wasn't an easy opponent and immediately retreated cautiously. This made the man, who was the true form of the statue, speak up in approval and say, "Good, good, hard study and training. If you can control the 100 demons, I won't break my promise to pass it on to you. However, we'll see if you truly have that ability." Lin Yuan, in the rain, probably having passed a trial challenge, silently stared ahead. The statue had just shattered, revealing a well, with broken pieces of the Buddha statue scattered outside. Inside the well glowed a strange energy. Lin Yuan stepped up and looked into the well, muttering, in the voice of the man resembling the statue, "This well contains the essence of the demonic aura that I condensed throughout my life. The internal martial art of the flesh and demon is also inside. If you can refine it." Before he could finish, Lin Yuan jumped straight down the well's mouth. With his personality, he showed no fear or hesitation at all. The man praised him repeatedly, struggling to express the right reaction to this situation. "Good, good. Having a junior with such character is something I've only seen once before. I recall my golden age, when I was a heroic figure who entered the S-rank secret realm. The sword was also from the internal martial art of flesh and demon, and I died because of it. When I grew old, my blood and energy weakened. The demons suppressed inside my body started to rebel, causing me to lose my way and even kill those around me. To avoid making the same mistake, I had no choice but to end it myself. Before dying, I mixed a body of vengeful souls, demonic aura, and martial aura into the statue. Although 100 years have passed, the demonic aura in the martial aura space has dissipated greatly, but it's still not something an ordinary martial artist can endure. If you can control this demon, you will surely surpass yourself on the path of the internal martial art of flesh and demon." In the monitoring room, Liu Qingju and her mother were also present. They observed every move of Lin Yuan closely. Suddenly, something strange happened. Liu Qingju looked up startled, clearly worried about him. On the screen was an image of Lin Yuan lying on the ground, surrounded by an aura. Lin Yuan convulsed, and Liu Qingju panicked. "Mom, what's happening?" The mother and daughter stood still, watching Lin Yuan on the large observation screen. Seeing Lin Yuan's current state, Liu Qingju looked very worried. She stared at the screen without blinking, anxious for him. Just a moment ago, Lin Yuan was clearly smiling proudly, as if dreaming of something joyful, but now he was convulsing, bleeding all over. Liu Qingju's mother remained calm beside her. She took a drag from her cigarette and said this third mystical martial technique was something your grandfather happened to obtain late in life, as if dreaming of something joyful. Yet now, he was convulsing, blood seeping from his body. Liu Qingzu's mother beside him remained calm. She lit a cigarette and said that this third mysterious martial technique was something your grandfather happened to acquire late in life. He once tried to cultivate, but unexpectedly, with his master-level cultivation, he was pushed out by the martial energy within the statue and even suffered internal injuries. Since then, no one in the Liu family has been able to master this martial technique. It seems Liu Qingzu is only just learning about this now. She turned around in surprise. Liu Qingju's mother fixed her gaze firmly and continued, "Extraordinary power always comes with a price that ordinary people cannot endure." At this point, her beautiful eyes changed, gradually widening and becoming serious. Wanting to wear the crown, one must first bear its weight. Lin Yuan chose to accept the power of this martial technique, so he entered the secret chamber. After a sleep, Lin Yuan woke up, sat up stretching and yawned widely, looking completely satisfied. This scene was witnessed by both Liu Qingzu and her mother. Seeing his adorable demeanor, Liu Qingzu smiled wryly and said to her mother, "Mom, I don't think Lin Yuan's cultivation is as impressive as people say." Seeing Lin Yuan looking so dazed, her mother had nothing more to say. Inside the secret chamber, everything was finished. Lin Yuan stood up and bowed deeply before the statue. From the statue, a surge of energy radiated everywhere. Lin Yuan tilted his head and said solemnly, "Thank you, Senior, for passing down your power." The figure inside the statue looked at him, pleased, whispering, "Kid, you're the most talented I've ever seen. Perhaps you will uncover the truth of this secret realm, something we predecessors couldn't complete. This mission is entrusted to you, Behind his respectful expression, Lin Yuan smiled behind his hand, thinking, "Senior, you've got the wrong idea. I'm just being cocky." Then he flexed his joints, and his entire body was engulfed in a powerful aura. Lin Yuan said, "Though my attribute stats haven't increased at all, with this legendary martial technique, my combat power has doubled." From outside the door, Liu Qingzhu and her mother burst in, her mother carrying her skirt heavily as she rushed inside. "Lin Yuan, have you mastered it?" Liu Qingzhu asked breathlessly. Seeing the two beauties rush in, Lin Yuan affectionately grinned and laughed smugly, telling them, yes, he had mastered it. Liu Qingzhu's mother ran so hard, her ample chest bounced wildly. She caught her breath and told him, even with Qingzhu's talent to preliminarily grasp a legendary martial technique, it still took non-stop cultivation in the martial energy space for a whole week. "Lin Yuan, how long did it take you? Did you even spend an hour? You learned it in just one sleep?" Liu Qingzhu looked thoughtfully at Lin Yuan, who seemed carefree and empty, both disbelieving and admiring, thinking, "Everyone calls me a genius, but the real genius is right here." Hearing Liu Qingzhu's mother's rapid-fire questions, Lin Yuan acted cocky, turning his face away and grinning broadly, glancing sideways as he said, "Looks like you don't believe me. Fine, I'll show you." Then Lin Yuan tensed his body, spread his arms wide, and bent down, surrounded by layers of aura radiating powerful energy. This was the killing intent he absorbed from the martial energy world. If he had to explain, it was like an enchantment in a game, able to enhance his weapon, making it more destructive. Then he threw a punch to demonstrate the power to Liu Qingzhu and her mother. Lin Yuan clenched his fist, which glowed and raged wildly, showing a remarkable increase in strength. Qingzhu was mesmerized by Lin Yuan, her eyes wide, unconsciously drawn in, thinking, "This feels incredibly powerful. I can vaguely hear the screams of demons. This must be the killing intent Lin Yuan mentioned." This captivated Liu Qingzhu's mother on the spot. She looked at him with fascination and sweetly called out, "Lin Yuan, you really are pressing those two arms against your fair cheeks." Liu Qingzhu's mother seemed rejuvenated, attracted by Lin Yuan's power. Seeing her attitude, Lin Yuan was delighted, spreading his arms and thinking to himself, "Madam, can your daughter keep some restraint? I don't want to be called a stud." At this moment, Qingzhu curiously stepped closer and asked, "Lin Yuan, since you've mastered one legendary martial technique, do you want to try learning the other two? You still have one day left to learn." Seeing her daughter approach Lin Yuan like a love-struck youth, Liu Qingzhu's mother covered her face and whispered, "My good daughter, are you pretending to be dumb or really dumb? You say you don't want to be with Lin Yuan, but you've already handed over the entire family fortune to him. Even if it's an investment in Lin Yuan or preparing to accept him as a golden son-in-law, you can't just give away the whole Liu family wealth like that." But in response, Lin Yuan straightforwardly said, "No need, Qingzhu. One legendary martial technique is enough for me to digest for a long time. I won't learn any more." Then he moved closer to Liu Qingzhu's mother. "What? I'm a bit tired, and I have some family matters to handle." Hearing this, she stroked her chin in agreement. Liu Qingzhu's mother nodded, looking at Lin Yuan with concern, and ordered her daughter, "All right, Qingzhu, take Lin Yuan home. I heard from the steward that you came here by public bike. Do you know how to ride? Pick one from the garage. It'll be more convenient." Hearing this, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered the two brats he encountered while biking here. Motorbike? Speaking of which, when I arrived, I saw someone's motorcycle looking really cool, stylish, and beautiful. So he looked ahead and asked excitedly, "Hey, are there motorcycles here?" Liu Qingzhu's mother enthusiastically replied, "Of course," Lin Yuan said. "You like motorcycles? Just like my irresponsible son's taste. All right, I'll give you the best one it has stored." At this moment, in Liu Qingzhu's courtyard, a young man appeared, speaking according to Liu Qingzhu's mother. He was muttering to himself while walking through the spirit passage. "I heard from Steward Hong that my mother just recruited a son-in-law. I want to see who this character is. She's the genius beauty of An City. A once-in-a-century talent. Not just anyone is worthy. The earth really is round. That punk just now, who Dichhua foolishly tried to compete with, turns out to be the son of this family. He's even upset about it. That brat on the public bike just now was really annoying. Scared my new girlfriend away. If I see him again, watch out." Speaking of Dichhua, he arrived right then. He rode his motorcycle, zooming past the rich young man. The young man was half surprised, suddenly paused, then twisted his face and stared after Dichhua's retreating figure, muttering, "Wasn't that the guy on the public bike just now? And he's riding my motorcycle." Night had fallen. Back at Dichhua's apartment, the expensive bike he had just been gifted was parked right outside. On the table was a demon core contained in a bowl. Next to it, Dichhua had prepared a dipping sauce plate to share with Sabi B. He said, "Last time I swallowed the demon core whole, the flavor was terrible." Then he eagerly picked up chopsticks, licked his lips, and happily grabbed a piece. "This time I'll add a little soul seasoning to enhance the flavor." Dich Hoa dipped the demon core into the sauce and ate it. In this task, which was basically like eating sushi, the system immediately displayed a notification after he ate the blue piece. Subject, Dich Hoa, Physical Composite 23.8 model. Berserk Gorilla Compatibility 21% model. Superhuman Transformation. Compatibility 85%. Available points. His body was currently overflowing with energy. Looking up at Dich Hoa, he said, "Attribute table has increased, and there are still points to add. Last time in the Hongshu Mountain Secret Realm, I used the Superhuman Transformation model, about 50 meters tall at that time. Although giant compared to ordinary demons, it was still too small compared to the mysterious giant beings like the mountain range in the Hongshu Mountain Secret Realm." Raising his finger to select on the system, Dich Hua frowned and muttered, "Must grow bigger. Put all points into the superhuman model and add a golden demon core from the two-headed demon dragon." Then his whole body immediately reacted, radiating a powerful aura. Dich Hua seemed unable to control himself. He gritted his teeth as the power surged from his body. The system instantly notified. Berserk Gorilla model absorbed a special gene chain from a plant creature, causing a special mutation. Does the subject want to prevent the model mutation? Yes or no? Reading this, Dich Hua's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Mutation? Right now he was naked, revealing extremely muscular and more developed muscles than before. After completing the system process, he bowed his head to think. Mutation means the model will change into another attribute. If it changes into a beneficial attribute, that's good, but if it's a disadvantageous attribute, it's like evolving backward. After thinking for a moment, Dich Hoa pressed firmly on the screen. He shouted, "Fine, whatever, I'll take the risk." Bicycle turns into motorcycle. The system suddenly appeared. "Congratulations, subject. S-rank isotope model unlocked." Immediately, before Dich Hoa's eyes appeared a large, spiky gorilla image with dazzling light. Dich Hoa stared blankly, mouth agape, unable to stay calm. "Ah." The system continued with a notification. "When the Berserk Gorilla model reaches 100%, there is a 2% chance to transform into the Star Emperor Gorilla." Just hearing Star Emperor Gorilla sounds powerful. Here, Dich Hoa smiled happily, clenching his fist and whispering, "But the current model needs to reach 100%, so I have to level up quickly." Suddenly, a loud explosion came from outside the door, interrupting his calculations on how to get stronger. Dich Hoa turned his face out cautiously, then glared toward the explosion, and said in a low voice, "What's going on? Terrorist attack?" Outside, many riot police and police convoys were rushing seriously to carry out their mission, disturbing the quiet street late at night, blocking all exits of the area. Don't let them escape. Search thoroughly. Don't miss a single corner. Inside Dich Hoa's apartment, the noise outside caught his attention. Suddenly, there was a knock on the main door. He turned cautiously, wondering who would come looking for him at this hour. Dich Hoa looked toward the door with concern and curiosity. At this moment, he guessed and muttered, "The client's personality is lonely. Probably no friends would visit at this time. I didn't even order fast food, so who could be outside the door at this hour?" The noise was at the main door, but suddenly a woman's figure appeared at the window behind Dich Hoa. This woman was dressed in a shiny nanosuit, perfectly fitting her body, accentuating her voluptuous curves, moving smoothly like a battle robot goddess. Dich Hoa turned and glared, saying, "Do you know who I am?" "Miss," the girl outside the window replied coldly. "Ah, it seems this young master is no ordinary mortal." She continued teasing Dich Hoa. "I just intended to hide this with you and conveniently alter some of your memories, but since you've discovered it, I guess I have to let your little brother taste some pain. Don't try to run away." Hearing this, Dich Hoa showed no fear, glanced at her disdainfully, then turned away and muttered to himself, "Forget it. Anyway, I still have quite a bit of savings. I can just buy another house." The woman behind him sounded a bit confused upon hearing this. "What are you talking about?" Suddenly turning around, Lin Yuan, influenced by the image of Bruce Lee, pointed his finger, and with that historical aura, spoke in a commanding tone. "Did you hear that? You're on the scoreboard now." The scene shifts to the street below Lin Yuan's apartment, where a man is fighting against a police squad. A representative from the police team rushes forward to engage the man. Both charge at each other with fierce blows, showcasing their powers with great momentum. This scar-faced man is facing an entire police squad alone, but shows no fear. A police officer speaks up first after spotting his weakness. "He's showing a vulnerability." The officer immediately orders, "Grab him fast." The man begins to retreat. He looks quite exhausted, grinning despite bleeding heavily from his mouth. One eye is injured, but he still arrogantly responds bluntly to the police, as if discussing a plan with someone else. Diu Mai must escape at all costs with the Golden Phoenix. Chu Nia will stay here to draw their fire. He then tenses his body and unleashes a dazzling burst of energy, opening his mouth wide and roaring in the middle of the street. "Ha ha! Come at me if you dare! I'll trade my life for a few of yours any day!" Then he loudly shouts the forbidden spell Bloodburn. At that moment, on Lin Yuan's apartment, the girl perched there simultaneously fires a brilliant gorilla-like energy beam straight outward. Just as Chu Nia was savoring his moment, he was startled by a powerful energy blast suddenly striking him. Chu Nia's heart froze as he dodged to the side, stammering in fear. Another enemy? The blast shattered the surrounding rocks and earth. As the dust slowly cleared, it revealed the woman from before, battered and bruised all over, her hands pressed to the ground as she struggled to stand. Chu Nia shrank back, startled, and shouted, "Hey, little sister, where's your ivory white armor? Why do you look like a roasted chicken now? I risked my life for your retreat, and you're dragging yourself back like a lump of coal?" Suddenly, after speaking, Diunge Mai's eyes widened, showing her worry. She whispered information into the mic on her earpiece to Chungia. "Chungia, I've hidden it well. Let's retreat first." Right after this, an explosion erupted behind the two police officers. Both were startled and quickly shielded themselves. Nearby, a manhole cover shifted slightly, and the two slipped down to escape. The scene then cuts to an abandoned apartment complex. The place was deserted and eerily empty. Diunge Mai and Chungia arrived there, breathless, and stopped to catch their breath. At this point, Nge Mai began speaking more comfortably to her teammate. "Finally, we shook off those cops." Chungia looked up in awe at the two speakers heavily guarded by her armor and said admiringly, "No wonder the nanosuit recovered so quickly after that last shock." Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan managed to track down their familiar footsteps and approached the two with a dangerous tone. "Beautiful lady? You still haven't explained why you barged into my house like that." Lin Yuan, like a dangerous ghost, had tracked them down and was hunting them, his gaze fixed tightly, accompanied by his trademark smile. "You must have realized a serious problem. You randomly picked a lucky neighbor, but you ended up choosing us." His aura and the darkness around him made his words even more cutting. "As a reward for invading my home, I'll gladly play with you." Hearing this, sensing Lin Yuan's ill intent, Chu Nia hurriedly opened his mouth wide, glaring at him, and shouted, "How did you find us?" Lin Yuan slowly stretched his lips into a wide smile reaching his ears. He could feel the nuclear radiation emanating from Diu Mai's body, making it easy to locate both of them. He didn't answer Chungia but lowered his voice. "No more talk once we start." Then, gathering strength, he decisively charged his right arm and attacked Chungia. Lin Yuan's strike was vicious as he shouted, "I'll use you to test the power of the ghostly flesh form." Chungia, terrified by the pressure, took a step back. He braced himself fully to resist Lin Yuan, clasping his hands together in front of him to block, silently whispering in fear, "No." Indeed, Lin Yuan showed no mercy. Lin Yuan delivered a devastating blow straight to Chunya's body. It was so powerful that even though Chunya raised his hands to block, the punch still pierced through him like a fierce dragon stealing his strength. The entire area shook violently and was severely affected. With just this test punch, Chunya couldn't resist at all. Writhing in pain, unable to move, his mouth instinctively opening wide as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yuan wasn't done yet. With his left hand, he clenched tightly and gathered more energy. His face expressionless, he prepared to strike Chungia again. Boom! Chungia, already reeling from the last hit, was struck once more by Lin Yuan. This blow slammed his frail body into the nearby wall, emitting a powerful energy field. His whole body was battered, while Lin Yuan remained bent over, clenching his fist tightly. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan was stunned as he witnessed his teammate about to log out. She was in fully restored armor but no longer confident. Her face looked up in a daze, full of fear, stammering, "Oh my god, this skill is terrifying. Hey, who's your master? Even Chungia can't move now." He sat motionless with legs stretched out, head down nearby, then glanced and boldly stood in front of this girl. Lin Yuan waved warmly and smiled happily. "Ha ha, I am the heir of Gorilla." Lin Yuan froze for a few seconds upon hearing this. She felt completely unfamiliar and dared not speak, only thinking silently, "Gorilla? I've never heard of that." But who knew this small Anthan hid a long hoe? Suddenly, Chungia shouted with determination, "Kid, don't get cocky," which startled Lin Yuan to turn and look over. Then came a roar from a huge monster. So Chungia is like other martial artists, not someone easily defeated. He instantly tensed to awaken his occupational power. A large mutated rhinoceros. Behind him was the lower body of a raging rhino beast. This guy, in anger and fury from being beaten badly, roared fiercely, "I'm a 6th-tier fake shell, not some martial artist you can bully easily." In response, Chungia had to play his strongest card. He stomped the huge rhino foot hard on the ground, shaking the earth. Then he took heavy steps toward Lin Yuan to attack, his whole body completely mutated, covered with many rhino horns growing from head to back, his body radiating fierce energy as he charged. But Lin Yuan stood still, waiting without resistance. Seeing this guy reveal his strongest form, Lin Yuan actually felt more interested and excited. He stretched his mouth into an eager smile and cracked his knuckles. Ha ha, now this is worth it. Then he flashed a gleam in his eyes, looking up at his opponent. From behind Lin Yuan also rushed up to attack him. She quickly shifted her body so he wouldn't easily detect her, and just as she launched a surprise strike, she silently thought, "Hey kid, you didn't expect my nano armor to be invisible, did you? The real assassin here is me." Quiet without a word, but actually Lin Yuan knew everything, showing no worry or fear. Instead, Lin Yuan gently tilted his head and extended a hand. With a flick, Lin Yuan fired a nuclear energy beam, casually saying, "Move aside," and with just that, the nano armor layer on her was quickly scorched and damaged, sending Lin Yuan flying far away, crashing her delicate young body straight into the wall behind. The impact was strong, scattering dirt and rocks with no sign of her, showing a terrifying power. Now Lin Yuan was truly injured, which made Chungia frustrated seeing everything unfold. "Lin Yuan, you useless piece of trash. You even failed at a sneak attack. I have to step in." Saying that, he clenched his fists tightly and charged to attack Lin Yuan. The massive rhino face growled irritably and was completely frustrated, gathering all his energy to decisively finish Lin Yuan. But our protagonist is not someone easily defeated. He just lightly raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly, challenging. "Come on then." Lin Yuan then threw a punch to counter Chu Engia's powerful attack. Both struck hard against each other. The aura released was suffocatingly oppressive. Lin Yuan was also surprised by this guy's strength. At first, he thought he was easy to deal with, but when sensing the enemy's defense, he was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "Defense increased this much?" Seeing Lin Yuan's face change, this guy got even more excited, baring his teeth with a delighted laugh and gruff voice. "Little demon, my rhino beast's true form armor can't even be pierced by tank shells. What do you have to break my armor?" At that moment, the sharp tip of Chungia's largest rhino horn lunged close to Lin Yuan's face. He tried to resist and lean back to dodge the damage. As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion sounded. Chungia took advantage to launch a fierce attack on Lin Yuan. A barrage of punches struck him as he roared, "Die." At the abandoned building where Chungia and Lin Yuan were, a corner of the building was heavily damaged. After rushing to attack Lin Yuan repeatedly, everything seemed to calm down. Chungia stopped moving and stood there, blending into the dust cloud around Lin Yuan. "Little demon, no matter how fierce you are, before my rhino beast's true form armor, you're nothing." Waiting to see Lin Yuan's weak image, Chungia looked around confused. "Where are you?" At this moment, one of his eyes widened to search for Lin Yuan more carefully. He was still very surprised and didn't understand what happened. His punch was clearly very strong just now, but suddenly, right before Chungia's eyes appeared a towering titan figure. The whole body was like a mountain, covered with heavy, solid armor. Lin Yuan pushed up from his knees and stood, and just that made the whole place tremble. Chungia shouted in fear, "What the hell is this?" He couldn't believe it. His mouth unconsciously gaped open, unable to close. How could this be expected? Chungia shouted in confusion, "Is this a demon beast? Where did it come from? Could it be that kid transformed?" Suddenly, the giant hand of Titan Yihei opened wide and lunged forward to grab Chungia at an incredibly fast speed. That damn roaring sound grew louder and louder. Chungia dazedly looked back up. Boom! Yihei's huge hand, like the Buddha's, slammed hard onto the ground. Upon impact, it created a powerful shockwave, accompanied by energy radiating all around. Despite that, Chungia quickly leapt high into the air to dodge the attack. He swiftly jumped in another direction, evading the strike. However, Yihei had already redirected his hand to strike Chungia a second time. Chungia's body trembled slightly, showing signs of panic. Another slam shook the entire area. All that could be seen was a strong burst of light as the hand of Yihei, rugged and massive, crashed into the ground. At this moment, his other hand gathered glowing nuclear energy, swinging high to gain momentum. Yihei's large head lurked in the pitch-black shadow, looking terrifying. Right now, Hoenn was returning exactly what Chungia had dealt to Yihei earlier. He locked onto Chungia's position and relentlessly delivered a flurry of punches. Imagine how terrifying it would be for that giant body to strike continuously without missing a beat. After a while, Yihei's system interface appeared. Subject: Yihei status, supergiant transformation, composite physique, 23.8 increased to 294. His face loomed large before their eyes. It was a distorted fusion of many monsters, with only two eyes shining brightly with powerful and terrifying nuclear energy. On this side, finally, the nano-armor body of Suzhou also. Lin Yuan's nano-armor was finally complete. She struggled to stand and held on to someone after taking a hit from Dich Hoa. At that moment, she witnessed Dich Hoa transform into a massive titan. That body was truly untouchable. Now she realized she had picked the wrong fight. She muttered anxiously to herself, "Ah, I was so stupid. Why did I provoke this monster?" Then she quickly regained her composure and began calculating an escape plan for both of them. While glancing around to assess the situation, Lin Yuan spoke quietly to herself. If this continues, Chu Nia will be beaten to death and can't escape. The only option is to risk everything to find a safe and suitable place to ambush Dich Hoa. Lin Yuan swiftly flew up to the rooftop of a building and pulled out a glowing cord, aiming it carefully on the roof to plan her trap. Without hesitation, from the high rooftop, she dove down like a bird. But her body was only protected by a nano layer, flying fast like a swift. As she flew, she bit down on the strange cord and focused her aim directly on Dich Hoa. The cord grew longer and longer. When Dich Hoa transformed into the giant form, his movements became very slow. Compared to his smaller form, she easily wrapped the cord tightly around the Titan's neck. After circling many times and successfully binding the Titan's neck, she shouted, "This is a molecular cord extracted from nano-armor, strong enough to cut through high-grade alloy. Even if you become a giant thanks to jealousy technology, the human body's weak points don't change. And yet this tiny cord can slice Dich Hoa's head cleanly and smoothly in two." The Titan's huge head fell from above, leaving the massive body behind. At the same time, Lin Yuan landed skillfully and coolly right in front of the Titan, her expression cold as ice. Then the giant Titan head of Dich Hoa dropped right before her. She turned and pulled the molecular cord back strongly. The Titan's outer body withered and lost its energy like before. Thinking everything was over, Lin Yuan exhaled deeply and wondered, is it really over? It felt like a 1,000-pound burden had just been lifted. Just as she thought she was about to go home, the Titan's head suddenly opened wide, revealing a familiar nuclear energy beam inside. This time it was as large as the giant mouth itself, glowing brightly and shining directly at Lin Yuan's mountainous body. This startled her and she stepped back, knowing she might never see the sun again. Lin Yuan broke out in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably, barely able to say, "Fucking monster." From afar, a building was pierced by the nuclear beam, shooting from Dich Hoa's giant mouth, leaving a huge hole. The beam shot straight at Lin Yuan, penetrating her. Could she still be alive? The last image in Diu Mai's memory was an endless, brilliant blue. After this, all that remained was a thick black smoke, obscuring everything except dense dust clouds mixed with lingering electric sparks. From the Titan's giant mouth, Dich Hoa stepped out. After ensuring these two troubles were eliminated, he returned to his original body. It was still smoking from the recent battle. Then he approached Chu Nia's battered body, which looked like a ragged mop. Somehow, he was still alive and coughing. Cough, cough. Dich Hoa stood coldly before him, then looked down without a shred of pity and said coldly, "Now it's your turn." Hearing Dich Hoa's voice, Chu Nia, still conscious, slowly lifted his head. "You monster, even weakened, you still try to say something." His head was covered in blood as red as fresh tomato juice, yet Dich Hoa was a terrifying nightmare. In the shadows, only his glowing eyes could be seen, full of menace. A killer must be ready to be killed. It's only fair. Chung Nia bowed his head before Dich Hoa, now only able to wait for his strike. At that moment, many police car lights appeared on the main road outside, sirens blaring loudly. Accepting his death, Chung Nia squeezed his eyes shut and said, "Ha ha, if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Da, Ngay Mai, the girl you just killed, hid something called golden jealousy in your room. Now it belongs to you." Suddenly, his eyes snapped wide open, his face turning twisted and dangerous like a demon. His mouth curled into a final sneer. "You'll face relentless pursuit. Run, ha ha. I'll be waiting for you in hell." This only irritated Dich Hoa more. At this point, daring to talk big in front of him, he kicked Chung Nia's head hard, smashing the mouthy bastard. Chung Nia couldn't say anything more, blood spraying everywhere as he collapsed. Dich Hoa seemed to notice the police closing in. He glanced toward the distance and smirked, muttering, "The police are here. We need to handle the bodies quickly. There's an unusual hole in this abandoned building. You can tell who caused it." Feeling a bit annoyed, Dich Hoa sighed. "This time I went a bit too far." The scene shifted back to Dich Hoa's apartment. He entered his room and sat on his soft bed, immediately pulling out his phone to text and check information first. "Aunt Tun, how's the police investigation going?" The person on the phone quickly replied, "Everything's fine, but Dich Hoa, things have been unstable lately. You should lay low until the enrollment day at Huada." Dich Hoa earnestly responded, "Don't worry, I've always been a good kid. The woman unconsciously believed him. Good. It seemed a little trouble was eased. Lin Yuan urgently replied, Auntie, rest assured, I've always been a good kid. That lady unconsciously believed him. Good. It seemed like a bit of the burden was lifted. Ditch Hoa stood up and sighed in relief, tossing the phone onto the bed. Luckily, Aunt Tan helped earlier, or else with my signature nuclear spray, the police would have traced it and I'd be done for. Indeed, in Ditch Hoa's room, Ngamai had hidden a gene tube inside. He held it in his hand, looking at it curiously. Is this the golden gene those two mentioned? Upon closer inspection, there was a special logo symbol on it. It looked like a large winged creature. He said from the Prometheus file of the Huada people. This symbol belonged to the Leisia Bird Biotechnology Corporation. Thinking about those two just now, Ditch Hoa finally understood why they hid this in his room. It turned out those two stole this and were hunted down while escaping. Recalling Junigia's sinister expression earlier, Ditch Hoa quickly calculated, realizing he intended to frame me. Then noticing the hole he made from nuclear energy on the wall, Ditch Hoa felt uneasy. More importantly, he still had this special item in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he decided he had to move. Tonight, he'd stay at a hotel temporarily. Scene shifts to the secret core region of Swan Lake. This place was an oasis with a curved coastline, layered clouds and mountains, and majestic natural trees. On the mainland, many martial artists came here to hunt monsters. A woman stood on a defeated monster and asked, "How's the harvest over there?" The man beside her was trying to extract a spirit stone from the monster's guts. On this side, the man below replied, "Not bad, got a little bit of sword energy." Suddenly, a strange noise appeared, causing the scantily clad woman to turn around in alarm. "It's not good, Captain, look over there." The man holding the spirit stone was also completely surprised. Suddenly, a ghost beast appeared from above, and the sky turned blood red. On the black clouds, a giant creature advanced toward them. The entire oasis grew unusually dark. They stood frozen, staring ahead. Looking closely, many ghost beasts were converging simultaneously. These creatures had distorted, hybrid forms of ferocious animals, with unclear and grotesque eyes, noses, and mouths, all rushing toward the group. Moreover, countless bizarre monsters emerged from underground, the sky, and beneath the earth, sweeping through like an apocalyptic disaster. Leading this pack of mutated beasts was a colossal reptilian monster. It had enormous size and sharp teeth, with many glowing eyes on its head. In the distance, on its back, was a large throne, with a small figure sitting arrogantly. The sky turned blood red, dark clouds gathered. Lightning flashed across the sky like a celestial net, swirling into a vortex. Looking closer, the creature resembled a giant gorilla. It sat on the throne like a king of monsters, its body tangent-like. Beneath the throne were piled human skulls, likely trophies from fallen martial artists. This monster was the dormant beast named Blood Bronze Black Orb. Upon seeing the monster army rushing to attack, the martial artists here panicked and fled for their lives. The lead scout ran while looking back and said, "Hurry, call the army immediately. A supreme-level ghost beast lord is leading a massive beast tide here, and Cheng can't hold them off. We need support from the National Dao Wu sect and the Great Martial sects." The captain here turned pale with fear, accidentally dropping the newly acquired spirit stone and shouting, "Damn it! High-level ghost beasts rarely leave their territory to invade lower-level zones, so why is this happening?" The gorilla on its throne looked bored. It leaned on its arm, not even bothering to look down. Suddenly, its expression changed. Its eyes widened, pupils contracted and glowed terrifyingly. At that moment, the monster it rode opened its mouth wide, hundreds of feet long, filled with jagged, sharp teeth. From its long tongue came a powerful shockwave, shaking the entire large oasis. Then, many sharp-cut rocks broke off from the mountains and fell from the sky, attacking the fleeing martial artists. They ran desperately to save their lives. A man witnessing this scene hurriedly ran while using a radio to alert headquarters. Supreme Ghost Beast Lord appeared at the secret Swan Lake Zone, beast tide spreading widely. Just after reporting, the man wearing a large shield seemed to realize his life was about to end soon. His eyes widened in terror, and he shouted, "Requesting backup, requesting." Before he could finish, a huge boulder crushed him into a pulp, leaving only an arm and the radio behind. The radio operator on the other end received the invasion alert signal and asked, "Is anyone there? Please respond, please respond. Hello, hello." This was the only reply to the distant contact's questions. The giant gorilla began to stand upright. It crossed its arms and spread its legs, showing royal authority. This creature started to assert its dominance with overwhelming power and massive presence, the strongest force here. Then, its expression became clear. It grinned widely from ear to ear, its red eyes bulging with delight, and shouted orders for the troops below to charge at full speed. They pursued the martial artists relentlessly, leaving none alive. The ghost beasts rushed toward the secret gate. More importantly, they intended to break out and head to Uncheng. The demons and monsters poured out in overwhelming numbers like the Mongol horde. The bodyguard for this group of monsters is the giant mount of the Monkey King, and the Monkey King himself stands atop it, waving his hand to command everyone. Outside An City at this moment, many people suddenly notice the sky darkening. Everyone looks up anxiously. Immediately, a broadcast from headquarters informs the citizens that a large-scale beast tide is about to strike the B-grade secret realm, Swan Lake. Hearing this news, people become even more panicked. Everyone is mentally preparing for the impending apocalypse. The announcement continues citywide. The front line is expected to break within 20 minutes. The entire military has been deployed to the front lines defending An City against the beast tide. In a short time, the army has been rapidly mobilized. A large number of Special Forces soldiers have been summoned and are marching to prepare for the invasion of the mutated beasts. Now, the announcement resumes. I am a great martial artist of An City, calling all martial artists within the city to reinforce immediately. Scene shifts to An City Station, where many voices shout. The authorities remind everyone to maintain order and avoid pushing and shoving. Inside the crowded train entrance, people line up hoping to escape An City. A man struggles to hold a baby high enough so the child can breathe. This only makes the place noisier and more suffocating. The authorities continue to announce important information. Only children and students are prioritized to board the trains. Children are the future. If An City falls, these young sprouts must be evacuated at all costs. Scene shifts to the mayor's office, where a woman and a man remain focused on their work. The man, looking helpless, asks, I asked you to seek help from other cities. Which cities are willing to send troops to support us? The woman looks up and replies, Honorable Mayor, this time it's not just An City under attack by the beast tide. Many places across the country have issued warnings about beast tide invasions. They are all struggling to survive themselves. Then she picks up a file and continues to the mayor. Cities not yet attacked by the beast tide have declared plans to build defensive structures to prepare for the disaster that could strike at any moment. Hearing this, the mayor's face reveals his helplessness. He looks at his secretary and asks, What about Hua City? We've already requested aid. Even one martial artist at the master level or above coming to assist would be enough. At this, the mayor's mood turns complicated as he sinks down into his chair in despair, his expression gradually becoming emotionless as he says, But Kwanshan City, Hua City's neighbor, has just discovered an S-grade secret realm. All imperial martial artists must go to Kwanshan to prevent its spread. Squinting with irritation, he looks up and continues, There's no more time to waste. The battle to defend An City has officially begun. Now, we can only rely on ourselves. Scene shifts to the Su family estate. Inside the courtyard, our male lead, Lin Yuan, is diligently sparring with Su Zhou. Neither seems aware of what's happening in An City. At this moment, Lin Yuan is happily throwing strikes at Su Zhou. Both are absorbed in training. Judging by Lin Yuan's expression, he's very enthusiastic. It's just training. But Lin Yuan's strength makes it difficult for Su Zhou to defend. He steps back, trying to stay on his feet. Su Zhou looks up at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nods gently, then smiles warmly and seriously says, Not bad. If you can withstand even one of my strikes, you've got some skill. Indeed, one strike from Lin Yuan is formidable enough to intimidate Su Zhou. He wipes sweat and asks, When did you learn the mysterious Phoenix martial technique? Lin Yuan stretches and yawns, replying, Only been training for 1 month. It's barely passable, but on the other hand, I feel like you've gotten weaker in just 1 month. Hearing this, Su Zhou chuckles awkwardly and replies, It's not that I've gotten weaker, it's that you've gotten ridiculously strong. From afar, eerie sounds can be heard, making both men startle and look up. Their faces show alertness, knowing something bad is happening. Su Zhou suddenly speaks, Something's wrong in An City? It's a beast tide invasion warning. At the same time, Su Zhou's phone buzzes with a notification. He holds it up for both to see. Reserve martial artists at An City University are prioritized for evacuation. Please proceed immediately to An City Airport to board flights B12 and B73, or go to the high-speed station to take train A23 for emergency retreat. After hearing this, Su Zhou's voice turns grave. It's a secret order to retreat. Lin Yuan then curiously asks, Are you really planning to desert? Su Zhou's face reveals displeasure and some regret as he says, turning to Lin Yuan, You want to stay too? With your personality, you should be running far away. But as for Lin Yuan, he turns with his trademark mischievous grin. The more mutated beasts he hears about, the more excited he gets, cracking his knuckles and dismissing Su Zhou's lengthy words. Why didn't I realize before that you talk as much as a woman? If you've decided not to leave, then one word, fight. Behind Suzhou, he's also mentally preparing to fight seriously alongside Lin Yuan. Scene shifts to the sprawling Li family mansion. Inside the grand house, Liu Qingju rushes to her mother, insisting, "Mother, I want to reinforce the resistance against the beast tide." Contrary to her daughter's emotions, she remained unusually calm and asked back, "How sure are you that you'll make it back alive?" The martial artists in the city numbered around 30,000, including the elderly with weakened strength and martial artists willing to assist, totaling less than 50,000. This small number faced the massive beast tide like a small boat before a tsunami, destined to be shattered upon contact in the vast sea of beasts. Liu Qingzu seemed aware that the large gorilla in the secret realm was preparing to attack in city, and she mentioned that monster to her daughter. As for the apex-level demon beasts, that creature was absolutely beyond what An City could currently confront. Such a demon beast, even a grandmaster could only barely hold it off. Qingzhu, your life doesn't belong to you alone. It belongs to the entire clan. Hearing her mother say this, Liu Qingzhu fell completely silent. She didn't know what else to say and tried to endure, though her heart was uneasy. Afterwards, Liu Qingzhu turned and left, refusing to argue with her mother any further. Her expression and mood still showed a strong determination to fight. She said, "A martial clan that can't resist demon beasts no longer has the right to exist." Liu Qingzhu's mother sat quietly, saying nothing more to her daughter. Indeed, Qingzhu's mood was unstable, and she slammed the door behind her as she left, showing her anger for her mother to see. After her daughter left, Liu Qingzhu's mother lit a cigarette and casually said, "Aunt Hong, let's leave An City." Right behind Liu Qingzhu's mother appeared a middle-aged woman, the housekeeper. She nodded upon hearing the order and politely asked, "What about that son named Yi Huo?" Mentioning Yi Huo, Liu Qingzhu's mother's expression grew complicated as she looked up. Lin Yuan was still thinking about him, and she then ordered the housekeeper, then send him a message and let him decide for himself. The scene shifts to the secret realm of Swan Lake, where many martial artists gathered to fight the monsters. Everyone in the central area was fearless, ready to stay and fight to protect their birthplace. Each with their own style, all were proud and prepared to battle. Someone asked Old Chen, "You're 60 years old. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be taking your granddaughter to safety?" The old man snapped back, "You idiot, if old Zhang can still come, why can't I with my limbs intact?" Nearby, an old man with a cane looked ahead and said, "Ha ha, after 30 years, here we are standing side by side against the beast tide." Old Chen stood firm, fully prepared mentally, and replied, "Yeah, 30 years, and you lost your leg in that battle. Hey old Zhang, after driving back the beast tide, are you still planning to live in the capital with your son?" Old Chen retorted sharply. "A country bumpkin like you hiding in the city's splendor. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Old Zhang replied, "No, I'm staying. I'll stay in An City and play chess with losers like you. I was born here, and I want to be buried here." With that, these veterans and the elderly behind them all took to the air to fight the monsters. Ahead were swarms of strange beasts under the command of the Gorilla King, with its mounts providing protection. At the gate of the secret realm, Swan Lake, many tanks and soldiers were assembled, ready to fire at any monster that poked its head out. The government issued orders. "We are the last line of defense for An City. Guard strictly, and do not let a single demon beast into the city." All soldiers responded in unison. The mayor of An City stepped forward, standing proudly at the front, looking at the secret realm gate and clearly stating, 60% of An City's army and senior martial artists have entered the secret realm as the vanguard, with the sole mission to scout information on the beast tide and test the power of the demon beast lord, then survive to bring back news. Just as he finished speaking, something in front of the mayor startled him. A martial artist, bloodied and battered, crawled out. He raised pleading eyes and called out. As medical staff rushed over but hadn't yet begun treatment, the martial artist's broken body collapsed to the ground, seemingly beyond saving. The mayor anxiously ran over and told the medic, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and save him." But the frail body still tried to speak. The mayor then shakily took a USB from him with his last strength. He struggled to say, "This contains all the Vanguard's battle results, Mayor." Hearing this, the mayor immediately asked, "Where are the others?" His face full of worry and confusion. The martial artist lifted his head and said something that stunned the mayor. "They're all dead." This brief sentence plunged the mayor's heart into despair, and he trembled. The surviving martial artist, using his last breath, tears streaming like rain, looked at the mayor. The beast tide crushed everything, leaving no hope. In his eyes, the mayor saw the giant gorilla king. The martial artist still couldn't escape the terror when mentioning it. "Beware the black blood orb. It deceived us. Otherwise, at least a few thousand could have survived." Just then, the secret realm gate ominously appeared, and a large rock resembling an insect cocoon shot out at terrifying speed right before the mayor. That rock was like a giant bullet, flying out and piercing through a nearby building. Multiple layers of solid concrete shattered easily, and people shouted warnings of danger. Then, these stone slabs shattered into many pieces and fell onto the landmines planted on the ground, as if it was a premeditated plan. The mayor looked up and realized the monster's intention. Could their target be the defensive mines beneath the building? Right after this thought crossed the mayor's mind, many mines were triggered. The monsters hadn't even emerged yet, but the bombs exploded in rapid succession. Everything seemed to be engulfed in a rain of fire and explosions. The mayor shouted angrily. Their goal was to detonate the electric thunder mines, destroying the fortress being constructed. Immediately after issuing the order, the armored tanks began firing their cannons fiercely. A long line of tanks kept pushing forward, firing large shells non-stop. The mayor continued to give commands, cursing, "Attack the secret gate! Tank company, fire into the secret gate crevice! Don't hesitate!" The entire tank company was directly confronting the monster's distant killing intent right at the secret gate. The mayor stood heroically, observing the battle. After watching for a while, he finally began to understand the monster's strategy from within. The monsters weren't trying to come out. Instead, they used long-range attacks to wear down our forces. How could monsters know how to use military tactics like humans? He kept a cold and hateful expression, glaring at the monsters with disgust and anger. Damn it, those beasts. Right now, at the secret gate, they kept pushing out many sharp stone blocks, falling like rain. The mayor immediately noticed their second wave of attack and alerted everyone. The second wave involved a sudden surge in the number of stone hammers. Right after these large stones flew out, many tanks and soldiers were attacked and suffered severe damage. Humans hadn't even managed to counterattack before the monster's initial invasion had already caused destruction. Quickly, this place turned into a chaotic battlefield. Behind a soldier, he was trying to aim his small gun at a monster. Suddenly, a shadow with a strange shape appeared behind him. Now turning to look clearly, it was one of the monsters hatched from those giant stones. A winged monster with a mutated body slowly crawled toward the soldier. He gripped his gun tightly, trembling, warning, "Watch out for an ambush." Before he could finish, the monster flew forward and bit off the soldier's head. Death came unexpectedly. The monster opened the feast with a tasty snack. After devouring the head, it led the other monsters behind to charge forward, attacking the other humans simultaneously. Many soldiers tried shooting bullets into the beast's huge mouth, but it was only a minor annoyance to them. More and more winged, many-eyed monsters emerged from those stone cocoons. Over here, the mayor took a decisive move and issued orders. The stone hammers were being used as launch pads for the monsters. They flew straight from the secret gate crevice to the rear to sabotage. Stop those stone hammers from falling. Inside the secret gate, the massive mount beast was crawling close to the gate, and more monsters were coming out along with it. The Monkey King stood atop the giant mount, unusually calm. Now, his very smug face softened into a friendly expression as he looked ahead and grinned with malicious delight, saying, "Enough. Humans are exhausted. Soldiers, level this land for me." The Monkey King gave the order, and all the monsters charged out at once, blindly following their king's command, frantically rushing toward the gate. The entire area was chaotic and shaking violently. All of them burst out of the large secret gate, and the armored tanks immediately shot down the leading monsters. But the white monkey monster in front remained unharmed, while countless others followed behind. How could humans resist such a massive number of monsters? All the artillery fire was like mosquito bites to them. Very quickly, the tanks were destroyed and exploded by the lead monkey. At this moment, on the rooftop of a building, Dichhoa stood with his feet planted firmly. He chose the highest vantage point to observe, and city falling into ruin, and muttered, wondering what an city would become after today. Then Dichhoa bowed his head, looking at An City sorrowfully, murmuring to himself, "Although I've only traveled through time for a few months, I've developed some feelings for this city. I can't let these beasts destroy my peaceful life, so I must act." Hearing this, Dichhoa transformed into his new form, donning the Gozala battle armor. He leapt down from the tall building like a gust of wind, his tail swishing gracefully in the air. Dichhoa smiled his trademark fierce grin, and the scene shifted to another location. Here, several martial artists were actively eliminating small monsters. Over here, a man turned to his teammate who had just kicked a monster away and praised him. "Laka, you're amazing! You've killed 5 monsters already." He enthusiastically used his power and laughed loudly, replying casually. Nearby, Lin didn't flee but chose to stay. She had just decapitated a mutated beast and stood on its corpse, turning to mock La Huyen. "Killing a few low-level monsters and bragging? La Huyen, is that all you've got? Your title as #1 in Central Lin City is way overblown." La Huyen frowned at Lin's words and turned around irritably. "Lin, you just took a step forward." This person seemed to have just finished fighting a group of monsters. It was Suzhou. As soon as he saw the spirit stone in his hand, the group marveled and asked, "Suzhou, that's a green demon core. Did you kill a third-tier monster all by yourself? Suzhou casually walked over and replied briefly, didn't expect to meet you all here. Why didn't you choose to evacuate? Without waiting for the group to answer, he looked up with a calm gaze, ready to fight, and continued speaking. Our ancestors were all martial artists. We're fighting here now. How could we, as juniors, just run away alone, right? Suzhou had just finished speaking when suddenly Lin Yuan, right in front of him, looked pale, drenched in sweat, pointed forward and shouted, "Watch out!" Only then did they notice. Turning around to look behind, a huge tank was hurled by a monster straight towards Suzhou. Just a few inches away, Suzhou would have been crushed by the flying tank. By now, the demonic beasts had fully emerged from their stone cocoons and were flooding out of An City. Back to Suzhou's group, the martial disciple following Lin Yuan saw the tank and immediately crouched and ran away. Lin Yuan continued shouting loudly, "Damn it, who threw the tank?" Suzhou didn't even bother to turn around, slowly drawing his sword. Just as the massive tank approached, Suzhou executed a smooth sword stroke that instantly sliced the tank in half right as it flew to attack him. Suzhou's skill had improved tremendously compared to before. From afar, the huge tank was dozens of times larger than Suzhou, yet he only needed one sweet sword stroke to neutralize the threat. Two fragments fell to the ground, kicking up dust and debris. Nearby, seeing this scene, Tai Xiaoling looked pale and stammered to Lin Yuan. It seemed this was the first-level leader beast to emerge from the secret realm. How could it have charged into the rear battle lines? Right after dealing with the tank, a giant white-furred monkey appeared behind them. It lunged forward, opening its mouth and roaring deafeningly. Up front, Suzhou was the calmest. He wasn't very scared and spoke loudly to steady everyone. "Stay calm, it's not a leader beast. Its size and aura are completely different." Just as he finished speaking, the giant monkey's huge hand swung a fist at all three at once. They looked up at its massive, powerful fist, which was indeed enormous, and moved very fast. Facing this danger, Suzhou showed visible irritation. He was startled and clenched his teeth, cursing silently. Damn it. Immediately, a powerful energy beam shot toward the furry body of the giant monkey. It was a familiar light, probably Lin Huo had arrived. The energy beam flew straight through the middle of its head. The monkey took a painful hit right in its mouth and fell, crashing to the ground. Its massive body fell, shaking the earth. At this moment, the white monkey hadn't even recovered when its huge hand reached up to attack, aiming directly at the source of the beam. But Lin Huo was now standing on its head. One of his hands gathered a large energy source, easily blocking the giant claw rushing to attack him. Lin Huo grinned cruelly, glaring down at it with delight and said, "Time to clean your mouth." Hearing his bold words, the monster's eyes widened. It didn't understand Lin Huo's meaning and kept roaring continuously. One hand grabbed a sharp fang of the giant monkey. Lin Huo tightened his grip, using it as leverage. Facing the monkey's huge, foul mouth without any fear, Lin Huo boldly braced himself with both hands and feet to pry its jaws open wide. Looking inside, he said, "So filthy. How many people have you eaten?" Only Lin Huo has this kind of terrorist style. Then from Lin Huo's wide grin, he began gathering fresh nuclear energy. It flashed like a newly risen star. Lin Huo's silhouette flickered dangerously. He crazily unleashed energy while saying, "Time for a thorough cleaning." Then, using both legs to hold the monkey's large beak, Lin Huo bent down and blasted that fierce energy from his mouth deep into the monkey's intestines. The force, combined with the brutal, terrifying attack, made Suzhou and his two classmates watching Lin Huo go crazy with numb amazement. One of them said, "Let's take advantage of the internal beast war to retreat quickly." It seemed he didn't recognize Lin Huo, but Suzhou immediately said, "Don't panic, that's Lin Huo." Then Lin Yuan couldn't believe his eyes and stammered, "Lin Huo? The beast rinsing its mouth is Lin Huo?" By now, right in front of Suzhou, the white monkey was nothing but a layer of white fur skin. Lin Huo stood atop its charred meat pile. Amid the smoke and burnt flesh smell, Suzhou looked up and said, "That's right. With him here, An City might survive this disaster." At the same time, our domineering Lin Huo turned around with a weird smile. He was very pleased and nodded. "Suzhou, this place is yours. I'm going to assist elsewhere." Having used a lot of his power, Lin Huo seemed very excited. After finishing his words, Lin Huo used his nuclear energy to launch his body high into the air. He now wielded it very skillfully and powerfully. At this moment, he was no different from a monster. Flying high above, Lin Huo looked down at the chaotic scene of An City. Fires and explosions were everywhere, with screams of people and beasts. The sky over An City was dark, even though it was daytime. He closed his eyes and fully concentrated. From Lin Huo's eyes, a magnetic field was activated to track powerful beasts. He thought about where the beasts were most concentrated, found it. The scene shifted to another part of City. Here, from within cocoons, a mammoth-like demonic beast emerged. It had many huge, sharp tusks protruding outward. It was huge and powerful, charging step by step to attack the humans below. The soldiers kept firing bullets at the one-eyed giant body, but it was almost useless. After firing all their ammo at this terrifying monster, yet it showed no signs of injury. A frustrated soldier decisively threw down his gun, shouting orders to switch weapons. Guns are useless against this thing. Quickly switch to bayonets. At once, the soldiers followed their captain's command and drew the swords equipped on their bodies. Although it was difficult for them to stand against a monster that could be wiped out in seconds, they still stubbornly fought back. The mammoth beast grew more and more frenzied. It charged forward, stomping fiercely. Its massive tusks whipped through the air to attack. The soldiers all charged head-on against the mammoth. After a while, many bodies were pierced by the large spikes on the mammoth's long tusks. This beast easily wiped out dozens of soldiers, a heavy loss for An Cheng. It proudly raised its tusks, dripping with human remains, high into the air. Then it stomped its giant foot hard on the ground. A pool of red blood spread beneath it, likely from many soldiers crushed underneath. Seeing this horrifying scene, the remaining soldiers warned each other. "Captain, retreat! We can't hold this position. We're just regular soldiers. We can't beat these beasts." However, the captain at the front still gripped his sword tightly, resisting a smaller beast, turning back to urge the others. "Keep fighting!" Then, with one swing, he cleaved the head of the small beast he was battling in two. This captain was quite formidable, but facing the mammoth beast, he was just a toenail. Yet he chose not to flee, knowing he might sacrifice himself. The captain confronted his fear and summoned his courage. "We are soldiers. Even if we die, we must hold out until the warriors arrive as reinforcements." As he finished speaking, dark phantoms appeared all around. These auras clearly radiated a strong killing intent. Two soldiers sensed them and looked around, whispering, "What the hell is that? Could it be the warriors have arrived?" At that moment, looking back at the massive mammoth's body, it was surrounded by these dark phantoms. They wrapped around the beast like flexible ropes, engulfing its entire body. Simultaneously, the bodies of the soldiers stuck on the beast were freed and fell to the ground. With only the mammoth's head left, a beam of light shot through its sharp brain. It opened its eyes wide in pain, confused about where the attack came from. That terrifying energy pierced its brain, spraying crimson blood like rain. Immediately, the mammoth's huge body collapsed onto the ground. It caused a powerful tremor. One strike was enough to kill such a massive beast. It was truly terrifying. Nearby, the smaller beasts panicked seeing their mammoth captain fall. Each let out piercing cries, their faces showing fear of the enemy before them. Lin Yuan charged wildly into the beasts. He roared as his nuclear battle form activated. He was frenzied with energy radiating throughout his body. With his mutated arm full of sharp claws, he lunged forward, grinning wildly. He was like a walking bomb about to explode, his entire body emanating an unimaginable ferocity. This caused a horrific explosion right there. The small moss beasts were completely thrown back and severely injured. He unleashed a strike as powerful as a nuclear bomb. Switching scenes to another battlefield, and Cheng was now engulfed in bombs, gunfire, and smoke. There were many beasts here too, all retreating from their shells. Their pounding footsteps shook the ground. A young man watching their retreat looked confused. "The beasts are retreating? It doesn't feel like they're moving somewhere else." Nearby, a girl received an urgent call from another location and immediately reported to her captain, Lin Yuan, the top scholar of Cheng. Lin Yuan had joined the battle, and beasts everywhere seemed to be surrounding the top scholar. He turned around, full of surprise. Having understood the situation, he stared into the fleeing beasts and said anxiously, "No, we can't let Lin Yuan be killed by these beasts like Liu Wushu was. We have to go help him. He's still just a kid, the hope of An Cheng." Saying that, he and the girl behind him rushed toward Lin Yuan. With extreme worry and heroic fighting spirit, he shouted orders as he ran. "Move out, snipe the beasts, protect the top scholar." Switching to Lin Yuan's battle, a large white-furred monkey beast was blasted through one side of its head by his nuclear power. It screamed in pain, enduring unbearable agony. Lin Yuan was fighting the biggest beast here, surrounded by the shattered bodies of small beasts, their limbs corroded and rotting, scattered across the ground. At the center, Lin Yuan released a spinning nuclear energy blast, forcing the charging beasts to fall one after another. However, none of the beasts showed fear. They all converged here, determined to eliminate Lin Yuan as if programmed. At that moment, many warriors arrived to kill the smaller monsters. They came to support Lin Yuan as best they could. The captain shouted, "Watch out! The high-level beast leader is targeting Lin Yuan. Protect him!" All across An Cheng were sounds of explosions and gunfire. Today, An Cheng was like a living hell, filled with battle cries and the screams of warriors. They completely trust Lin Yuan. Damn it, you want to kill our top scholar of Ancheng? You'll have to go through me first. Killing us won't save you. Humanity will triumph over these beasts and send them all to hell. Keep going. Our top scholar is almost here. Don't let him arrive to find our base destroyed. Wipe out every single one of these monsters without mercy. You old men are even worse than high school students. Don't let the kids laugh at you. Cut to the base near the secret gate, where there's a beast that looks like a rhinoceros and has many traits of the bovine species. It's furious and charges forward at the speed of a truck. Right now, this raging beast slams hard into the fortress wall. Just by looking at this massive wall, you can tell it was built by the mayor of Ancheng. To defend and protect the fortress, the fake shells, and the people, the mayor constructed the largest wall ever. He hovers above, trying to steady his strength and hold on till the end. Up high, Mayor Huang Kan of Ancheng focuses all his power. He knows what must be done. The divine leyline wall can only control part of the beasts. To completely solve this beast tide, the overlord must be destroyed. Right now, beneath that massive fortress wall, there's a flexible-bodied beast. Despite the smooth wall, it can leap up the cracks and spring high enough to attack the mayor. This huge, furry beast lunges forward, opening its jaws wide, ready to bite the mayor, who's desperately defending. Under the fierce assault of the beast, the mayor doesn't flinch at all. He clasps his hands together, and from the mayor's mouth emits a spreading glow that reaches his palms, radiating energy. As the beast closes in to attack, he lightly pushes his hands forward, blasting the head off this damn beast. At this moment, a terrifying power is sensed nearby. The mayor glances cautiously to the side, where something appears beside him. This is no ordinary beast he can easily handle. The huge monster is the mount of the Monkey King. It sticks out its sharp tongue, pressing close to Mayor Huang Kan's small frame. Now he's like a grain of sand before its massive jaws. The mayor looks up at the huge, bizarre form of the monster, overwhelmed by a fear beyond terror. He calms himself to face this beast, quietly realizing its level is the astonishing Trumzone, a lord-level king-class beast of the 4th rank. Knowing this beast well, the mayor's eyes radiate extreme caution and defense. He mutters, "The mount of Huet Dong Black Garden. The overlord's mount has entered the battlefield. That black monkey won't sit still anymore either." Gathering all his composure, the mayor slowly descends onto the fortress wall he built. His expression shows he's calculating something. Right now, from his position, the mayor gathers momentum and unleashes a move, the mountain wave tsunami. A powerful wave bursts forth from the center of his palm. Instantly, large chunks of earth crack and shift like waves. On these land fragments stand tall buildings. All of this is to block the beast from escaping the secret gate. Everything unfolds before the mount's eyes. It nods its snout, taking in the chaotic scene around it. At this moment, its gaze narrows. The many eyes on its rugged body glow irritably, recognizing that its opponent shares the earth element like itself. Under the will of the astonishing Trumzone Mount, the center of the mountain wave tsunami begins to contract and converge, forming a giant stone sphere. This sphere absorbs the collapsing mountains around it, reducing the quality and volume of the tsunami wave. But what the astonishing Trumzone beast doesn't see is the mayor's figure hidden within the rubble, silently approaching it. He says, "You think I'm attacking with earth element like you, just for show?" Astonished, Trumzone just realizes the threat and tries to condense its stone armor for defense, but it's too late. The mayor uses the martial skill Huyen Huang Mountain Piercing Fist, throwing a punch. A magnificent spiral energy blast erupts, piercing through the mineral eyelids harder than diamonds many times over on the Trumzone crocodile beast, blowing its eyeball apart. The roar and rage of the giant crocodile echo throughout Ancheng. Its eye has been pierced by the mayor's ultimate move. It screams in pain, its whole body trembling violently, its mouth wide open trying to roar as loud as possible to suppress its opponent. This roar's destructive power is even more terrifying than 100 fake shells combined. The glass on the buildings cracks and shatters into pieces. The impact is truly devastating, and this is just its roar. At the same time, across all of Ancheng, terrifying explosions erupt, shaking the surrounding ground, everything plunging into utter chaos. The earth responds to the fury of the astonishing Trumzone. Within hundreds of meters, sharp stone spikes rise, instantly forming a massive forest of jagged rocks. Right now, Mayor Huang Kan stands before this terrifying mount, looking at it and muttering, "Luckily I got intel on the mountain wave tsunami in time, evacuated the martial artists, or who knows how many casualties there would be." Resting briefly, Mayor Huang Kan channels all his energy, radiating a powerful aura as he charges forward to attack. "If your whole body had entered in city, I might have been a bit cautious, but since you only stuck your head out, you're basically a lamb waiting to be slaughtered." the mayor's entire body transformed into numerous arms sprouting all around, each arm performing moves to unleash his power, his whole body surrounded by a fierce energy like burning fire. Then, from the small body of Mayor Huang Kan, he released that electric energy toward the giant crocodile. Although small, its wide-area destructive power was immense. Powerful lightning bolts surrounded the long snout of the crocodile, forcing it to endure the pain. Many of the crocodile's eyes widened as it struggled to brace itself. Next was Mayor An City, who tensed up to shield himself from the sharp attacks the beast retaliated against Huang Kan with. Finally, the huge, elongated head of the beast nearly emerged fully from the massive secret gate. Its snout was covered with many enormous sharp spikes. At this moment, its appearance resembled a gigantic, extremely ferocious sea urchin. Right then, facing such a monster was no easy fight. Mayor An City looked ahead with some fear. No wonder he's an Earth Element royal. He could grow stone maces right on his body. Secretly behind the mayor's back was the haunted face of the Monkey King. It was trying to suppress its aura, hiding behind a stone mace and peeking out to observe Huang Kan, while the mayor remained highly alert, scanning his surroundings. But soon, he began to sense something unclean right behind him, feeling a powerful energy that was not easy to confront. Huang Kan turned around with a pale, extremely worried expression, thinking to himself, "There's an ambush." No sooner had he thought this than the large, hairy hand of the Monkey King grabbed Huang Kan's head. Even an experienced martial artist like him couldn't dodge the monkey's attack in time. Revealing itself, the Monkey King expanded its power and was extremely satisfied to be outside An City. To it, Huang Kan was nothing but a mere fly, and contemptuously, "Tiny human, what are you doing to my mount?" Trying to slip through the Monkey King's palm, Huang Kan's eyes caught the true appearance of the beast. Inside, Huang Kan was in utter panic. It was a black flame blood demon hiding within the stone mace. Its fierce, dangerous eyes glared at Huang Kan, then it roared disdainfully, "Now I will crush your head so you'll know how insignificant humans are before me." Saying this, the Monkey King leapt high, still gripping the mayor, slamming him hard onto the ground. The mayor's body hitting the earth caused a powerful explosion, dust flying everywhere. Could Huang Kan's small body withstand that? After taking the Monkey King's devastating blow, things gradually settled as nearby buildings and rocks formed sharp terrain blocks. The Monkey King's hand, just now, had calmed but still smoked hot. It opened its huge mouth and roared in Huang Kan's face. Though Huang Kan dodged the blast in a flash, he confirmed there were no stronger martial artists left in the city, so he could slaughter freely. Taking a massive punch from the monkey, thanks to the earth and rock armor the mayor activated in time, he was unharmed. But Huang Kan's right arm was crippled. Struggling to rise with his exhausted body, he eyed the Monkey King cautiously. He glanced at the beast's face, his eyes showing hatred and displeasure. Huang Kan immediately raised his hand, sharp crystals emerging from his body. They gathered and flew along the energy he summoned. Everything seemed to move. When he looked again, Huang Kan had summoned giant stone blades that formed a massive dragon, roaring with its wide-open mouth, ready to charge at the Monkey King. However, facing such a dominant, dangerous power, the Monkey King merely smiled, baring his fangs, completely dismissive. Human resistance was useless, only delaying death. Because in its mind, it only despised weak humans, all of whom must be crushed by disgusting monsters like them. It arrogantly said, "This battlefield has no natural enemies. Now it's just a game that terrifies and despairs humanity. I look forward to seeing the strongest one show a horrified face." Ha ha. The dragon's huge mouth lunged to bite the Monkey King, its terrifying power so immense that just standing nearby showed its overwhelming presence. But the Monkey King didn't bother dodging. It arrogantly took the hit, looking up with an expressionless face, showing even more arrogance and challenge. Yet, on its hairy, muscular body, there wasn't a single scratch. After intimidating Mayor Huang Kan with its stance, it calmly acted like a tyrant and commented, "Speed is decent, but the power is too weak." Huang Kan, after unleashing his strong power, saw it still wasn't enough to faze the Monkey King, so he began to generate an underground stone wave, causing the road and city to invert, everything flipping before the Monkey King's eyes. But honestly, it still wasn't enough. The Monkey King tensed, closed his eyes tightly, and shouted, "Powerful, but too slow. You really can't mess with this terrifying Monkey King." It moved at a divine speed, leaping over mountains like a tsunami, dodging the mayor's fierce attacks. Simply put, everything he poured his strength into couldn't even touch the toenail of the Monkey King. In an instant, the Monkey King lunged its huge, foul-smelling body almost directly in front of Lin Yuan. It opened its mouth wide, saliva flying everywhere, shouting and kneeling, "I don't like lowly creatures staring straight at me." But when facing it, Lin Yuan showed not a shred of fear. He glared at it with irritation. Lin Yuan's eyes widened as he seemed to sense the Monkey King's strange movement ahead. Just as he predicted what the Monkey King would do next, it struck Lin Yuan with a punch. A kick sent him flying straight to the ground. The force was so strong that Lin Yuan's flight left a bright streak, like a massive explosion. Let's see if Lin Yuan could still hold on. The Monkey King's large, bloodshot eyes narrowed. Lin Yuan was slammed hard onto the ground, landing in a big hole. The earth and rocks cracked beneath his feet and scattered outward. But Lin Yuan still slowly managed to stand up. He looked up, glaring at the Monkey King with a face full of irritation and hatred. This attitude of Lin Yuan only made the Monkey King more annoyed and enraged. It bared its disgusting, slimy mouth and sneered. Why aren't you afraid? Lin Yuan said little, firmly placing his hand on the ground, then channeled a powerful surge of energy. From beneath, he emitted a massive aura that began to spread widely. Blood ritual seal, sealing the earth veins. Lin Yuan retorted, Demonic beast, you think you're clever, but you miscalculated. In the end, you're just an arrogant beast. The power surged from his injured hand, which he raised high to push his strength to the limit. Golden threads flew out and tightly bound the Monkey King's entire body. It was wrapped in midair, completely controlled by Lin Yuan's energy. Only now did the Monkey King realize, while struggling against Lin Yuan's swirling spiritual force, it tried to reach out from the tightening aura that gripped its massive body even tighter. It shouted, You deliberately led me into your formation? The power grew stronger and stronger, the Monkey King sinking into a massive mental storm, all the fierce energy spinning into a huge vortex. It continuously spun within the chaotic formation. The Monkey King was the eye of the storm, being eroded by the vortex. It screamed in pain, completely restrained. It couldn't move an inch out of this hellish formation. The Monkey King was startled when it looked up and saw Lin Yuan right before its eyes. Furious, it thought Lin Yuan was playing dirty. Its red eyes glared arrogantly as it laughed loudly. This is your trump card, trying to seal me underground? How naive, you insignificant human. Then it opened its huge mouth again. It was completely confident and mocked Lin Yuan's strength as pathetic. Even though its body was controlled, it was more agitated than ever. You can't trap me forever. As soon as the sand loosens, I'll tear everyone here apart. In response to the beast's gloating, Lin Yuan chuckled lightly with disdain and said, this isn't a trump card, it's a song. After that, Lin Yuan opened one side of his shirt. He revealed a chest full of firm muscles, but what caught attention most was a large scar on his right chest, bigger than his hand. Suddenly, Lin Yuan shouted, The song of humanity, the song of courage. He bent down and stabbed his own body right at the warm spot over his heart. What was Lin Yuan doing? Blood sprayed from his chest, but Lin Yuan tried to suppress any sign of pain. The Monkey King, seeing this strange act, trembled and asked, What are you planning? Hurting himself, Lin Yuan was in agony, spitting blood, but he endured it in front of the Monkey King and replied, Since the war began, I buried in city's only nuclear bomb beneath Swan Lake. The detonator is embedded in my heart. If my heart stops beating, the bomb will explode. This was terrifying. Hearing this, the Monkey King lost control. It became increasingly frantic and started thrashing wildly. Damn it, are you threatening me? Who bets their life? Do you think I'm scared? Mayor Lin Yuan was truly a man who lived for An City. He was now in extreme pain, his strength fading. In his final breaths, he said, From the start, I never intended to survive. I am the mayor of An City. My name is Lin Yuan. In the last moments of his life, Lin Yuan nostalgically recalled his success as mayor. That was the pride of his life. So many cheers and support from the citizens were what made him feel most fulfilled and happy. I am Lin Yuan, and I am willing to sacrifice everything for An City, for its people, even my life without regret. Back to the present, Lin Yuan seemed to have let go of all attachments. His current resolve was to destroy the Monkey King, to protect An City. He closed his eyes, asking himself, Have I done it now? After those words, the bomb signal began to flare, the first flicker of light under the crater striking fiercely at the Monkey King, meaning Lin Yuan was about to be wiped out too. His heart had stopped beating. At this moment, he surrendered to the infinite. This was the only way he could protect An City. At the battleground between the Monkey King and Mayor Lin Yuan, a massive explosion erupted. It shone brightly, affecting a large safe zone. Everywhere was filled with sparks flying from the bomb. The nuclear bomb truly caused a massive shockwave. It erupted like a giant mushroom cloud, fire spreading everywhere, engulfing everything. The entire battlefield between the two sides seemed burned and filled with smoke and dust, nothing left. After Mayor An Cheng accepted his sacrifice, a soldier pulled out his phone and reviewed the message the mayor had sent earlier, ordering everyone to evacuate. The emergency message ordered all soldiers and martial artists to immediately evacuate the Swan Lake Gate area. The nuclear bomb was about to detonate. Repeated urgent evacuation. After reading it, He looked at the explosion and couldn't hold back tears. Everyone knew what was happening. The soldiers stood solemnly, together facing the nuclear blast ahead. Everyone wept for the heroic departure of Mayor Huang Kan. On this side, Suzhou's group, along with Tai Xiaoling, La Xuan, and other martial artists, all solemnly observed a moment of silence as the bomb exploded. The giant mushroom cloud rose like a tombstone. The martial artists who received the evacuation notice stood respectfully to pay their respects. This was a solemn funeral. After the horror of the mayor's nuclear bomb detonated, all that remained was a huge crater, inside which many bright red sparks still glowed, while everything around the area was severely destroyed. Inside that huge hole, the Monkey King was now nothing but a bare skeleton lying exposed. The great fire had consumed everything, even its dry bones were charred black. Nearby, a glowing fiery spirit orb with spikes appeared, continuously fluctuating and emitting a strange life energy as it moved closer to the Monkey King's body. The closer the orb got, the more energy it emitted, transferring into the Monkey King's dry skeleton. The energy flowed continuously. The orb was like a moving flame. Unexpectedly, it wasn't that simple. The Monkey King's withered dry arm began to recover. Muscle fibers like cords grew around it. Almost everything was being revived. It pierced through layers of red flesh, gradually covering the shriveled arm. On the Monkey King's face, blood vessels and layers of skin started to regrow. A moment later, the Monkey King's eye was restored. It opened wide, seemingly reborn. Thanks to the energy transmitted into the orb earlier, as everything gradually dissipated, the orb returned to the Monkey King's chest, helping it come back to life. But this time, the Monkey King's body was only a rough layer of flesh forming its shape. Its body was still in the process of regeneration. The Monkey King hurriedly stood up, still with a shrill, proud tone, surprised it almost lost to that lowly human. Then it roared with hatred. "I will tear apart everyone in this city. I will use the cruelest methods to torment every single person." The Monkey King now had only a hairless outer skin, completely bare. It looked like a grotesque and disgusting monster. The large monkey hunched over and stood up, clutching its belly and turning to leave. Now, its battered body dragged itself back to its planet, muttering non-stop, "For the sins before, once I restore my blood and energy, I will return to level this place." But then, suddenly, a voice nearby shouted loudly, "Where do you think you're going?" The Monkey King turned around, completely shocked. It intended to sneak away, but someone had already noticed. When it looked back, it realized it was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was in Godzilla form, standing ready for the Monkey King's rebirth to destroy it completely. The Monkey King's eyes widened in panic upon recognizing this human. "I remember now. You are one of the biggest obstacles in this beast invasion. A terrifying human genius." Lin Yuan stood right in front of the creature that had torn apart An Cheng. His face showed clear anger, but he held it back, his pupils shining bright as he glared and said, "Finally found you, but unfortunately, I'm one step late." Without further delay, Lin Yuan clenched his nuclear fist tightly and charged at the Monkey King at full speed. Taking advantage of its incomplete regeneration, he unleashed the Atomic Fury Fist, a supercharged strike aimed at its hateful face. Under the tremendous force of Lin Yuan's blow, you could only see the power he was trying to contain, the root cause of An Cheng's tragedies. The punch released a powerful shockwave. Lin Yuan intended this move to finish it once and for all. But something unexpected happened. Even Lin Yuan was startled. After taking Lin Yuan's punch, the Monkey King was completely unharmed and still had enough strength to counterattack. Foolish genius, not hiding in the rear during a crucial battle, thinking yourself smart in front of me. Its two huge hands suddenly closed in on Lin Yuan. The monkey's face showed a hungry, aggressive expression. This was the perfect chance to crush him. But this didn't scare Lin Yuan. He lightly pulled down the two lines under his eyes, using blood to activate his form. Then, with a taunting tone, he shouted back at the Monkey King, "If you run, my giant little nuclear bomb might not even hit you, so now I'll give you another one." Seeing Lin Yuan's intent, the Monkey King's chest tightened, and fear showed on its face. What it saw was truly terrifying. "What the hell is this? Is this even a human?" In a blink, Lin Yuan transformed into his superhuman form, sharp muscles wrapping his giant body. The giant form of Lin Yuan was a towering mutant titan emerging through the dust and smoke, causing strong tremors that affected the entire area. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan activated the nuclear bomb he had mentioned earlier. A glowing nuclear sphere appeared on the titan's chest. It continuously pushed powerful energy throughout that massive body. With a thunderous explosion, a huge blast erupted from where Lin Yuan was standing. This event shook An City for the second time. The shockwave was violent and intense, followed by dust and smoke spreading throughout the entire city. On this side, the martial artists could also feel the strong destructive force even from afar. Everyone looked toward the explosion in surprise, filled with curiosity and commotion. They still thought this was caused by Mayor Huang Kan's continued actions. Look, why is there another bomb exploding? What's going on? Could this be Mayor Huang Kan's backup plan? No wonder he's called Mayor Huang Kan. After taking another blast from Lin Yuan, the Monkey King's battered and crazed body couldn't even stand anymore, now reduced to a charred log amid the swirling dust. The Monkey King's fearful gaze continued. What it saw this time was even more terrifying than before. Its tooth-filled mouth opened, barely able to utter a few words. Monster, monster. In front of the Monkey King stood Lin Yuan's huge body, fully transformed. Sharp teeth and a sturdy Godzilla-like scale layer covered the exterior. Inside was a large head with two bright eyes of the colossal titan. Now the monkey could only be called an ancestor. It was like a stone under Lin Yuan's foot. Falling into despair, the Monkey King roared in extreme pain. Why do you look more like a fiend than I do? Even a lord-level fiend doesn't have your aura. It seemed unable to accept this. But Lin Yuan's gaze merely glanced down with a calm tone, replying simply, I'm not like you, the annoying monkey. Right after this, Lin Yuan's massive foot lifted, aiming at the Monkey King. The Monkey King flinched, seeing the giant foot rushing toward it. Its body trembled uncontrollably. Boom! The giant foot smashed the Monkey King, creating a violently disrupted space, with dust rising everywhere. The Monkey King took the kick and was flung, tumbling like a ball. Lin Yuan taunted, Don't run, little monkey. Meanwhile, energy still surged in his palm, preparing for another punch, the black iron mountain fist. Yet the monkey still dared to turn and face Lin Yuan. It used its now limp body to clench a fist and threw a punch in response, roaring loudly, Damn it! Don't underestimate the Overlord. Then, the two punches collided hard, releasing a powerful energy between them, glowing and radiating a terrifying aura. It seemed if not for Huang Kan's earlier bomb weakening the Monkey King, Lin Yuan wouldn't have been able to defeat it so quickly. After holding on for a moment, Lin Yuan's punch pushed the Monkey King down to the ground, creating another crater. Looking at Lin Yuan's arm now stained with blood and badly injured, he relaxed his body and said, After all, it's still a lord-level fiend. Even badly wounded, its strikes remain strong, but compared to me, it's just a monkey. In just a moment, Lin Yuan's arm regenerated back to normal. He clenched it tightly and flexed, speaking in his giant Godzilla form. My composite physique has surpassed 30 points, yet I still can't overpower you in strength. You even managed to injure my arm, but it's still not enough. The monkey, now battered by Lin Yuan, lay sprawled on the ground, still showing signs of life, lifted its head and said, Did the wounds I caused heal that fast? Then it revealed a look of utter terror. No, I can't defeat this genius. The Monkey King seemed crazed, screaming repeatedly, hopping and running away with its tail tucked, showing the cowardice of a miserable loser. Can't win, can't win, can't win. It ran quite a distance, having intended to destroy all of N City, but now fleeing for its life like this was unacceptable. Behind it, the monkey hurried back toward its secret lair. Lin Yuan had already gathered nuclear energy in his mouth, standing tall behind. Inside his giant Godzilla form, Lin Yuan despised this filthy beast. Beast like you don't deserve Mayor Huang Kan's life. Saying this, Lin Yuan released nuclear energy from his large mouth, aiming straight at the Monkey King's small body as it fled. The nuclear energy from his mouth unleashed a deadly nuclear force, enveloping everything, leaving no escape for this filthy creature. The monkey's body shattered in the nuclear light, completely severed and broken to pieces. In its final moments, it screamed in madness and despair. Human genius, damn you. Taking advantage of Lin Yuan's punch, carrying terrifying force, blood-eyed Black Orb immediately retreated to the ground. But Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, coldly scanning through the dust, because he noticed Black Orb used the shockwave to escape underground. Then, Lin Yuan released the magnetic longevity sense, sensing the entire underground terrain. As soon as he detected blood-eyed Black Orb's location, he immediately stomped down. Run! There's no breathing room for you underground. Boom! Lin Yuan's toes repeatedly slammed into the ground like meteors, piercing the planetary crust, suppressing everything with immense force, pressing down on an entire area of space. The strata cracked open immediately, hundreds of shock fissures spreading like spiderwebs from the impact point. But this monkey was no ordinary foe. If it only relied on ordinary physical strength, it still wasn't enough to overpower it. The blood-eyed Black Orb even glided through the earth like a swimming fish, quickly slipping out of pursuit range, already plotting a clear retreat path to the secret realm's fissure in its mind. But at that moment, it suddenly sensed a terrifying heat wave descending right from above, making every hair on its nape stand on end, its whole body trembling. The blood-eyed Black Orb realized its position had been exposed. Damn it, how does this human have such a keen sense? I've concealed my aura, merged into the Earth's ley lines. Are you a human or a god in disguise? How could it track me down so precisely? Disgusting. Boom. A burst of atomic energy tore through the ground like someone dropped a bomb on the shelter. The blood-eyed black orb was forced to surface. Its body shot out of the earth like a fish thrown out of water, and waiting for it above was a gigantic fist, carrying terrifying pressure like a storm, a mountain-shaking strike, a black light slash. The blood-eyed black orb was beaten like a mangy dog, smashed straight into the earth, its heavy body driven deep into the rocky ground like a nail hammered into a cliff. Hua kept insulting it, his voice full of disdain. You rotten monkey, got the guts to cause chaos but not to take a beating. You think dancing around can turn the world upside down? I thought you were some rare beast, but turns out you're just a screaming monkey, all bark and no bite. The blood-eyed black orb hissed with hatred. Don't get cocky, you pathetic insect. I swear the path back to the secret realm won't just bring disaster to you alone, but to the entire miserable species that gave birth to you. Hated to the core, the will to destroy pushed it to force its demonic core to operate at the limit, draining its last bit of energy. Its whole body dried up, flesh shriveled, but in return, its right arm instantly recovered to its prime state. Black veins bulged beneath the scorched skin. Dark purple demonic energy coiled around the arm like venomous snakes hissing and screaming. Bones cracked as muscles expanded inch by inch, claws lengthened. That arm was its final weapon, the last ember of a creature cornered to the edge. Just one strike. This one strike will send you straight to hell. In a single breath, the blood-eyed black orb's right arm twisted violently, then continued swelling to the extreme. Bulging muscles, black-purple bone spikes sprouted like dragon scales standing upright. Thick purple smoke. The scent of demonic clans' dark energy rose in waves, bringing a heavy killing intent that cracked the ground beneath. Apocalypse Fist! Seeing the reckless monkey, Hoa grew more excited, gathering his primal energy, pressure around his fist, igniting the air blue and purple, lightning bolts flashing like an angry god. The supercharged atomic fist slammed. Two fists, one large and one smaller, collided head-on, shockwaves from the punch vaporizing all the air around, creating a brief vacuum. Black and red electricity shot from the impact point but was shattered by the black orb's punch, the residual force piercing through Hoa's fist, spreading to his shoulder and chest. The overlapping muscles on Hoa's arm exploded like entwined snakes, flesh torn apart in segments, his right hand shattered in pieces, blood and bone fragments falling onto the scorched ground, forming a rain of blood over the irradiated wasteland. This scene made the blood-eyed black orb think Hoa had completely lost and was seriously injured, but he instead smiled mockingly. You're cornered now. Atomic energy ignited with a bang. The blood-eyed black orb just unleashed its full power. Its demonic core drained dry, no time to dodge, and took a direct atomic blast to the face. The thick blue light like solid matter crushed the black orb's body, burning patches of its already parched flesh, the once proud aura evaporating into dust. But just as Hoa was about to finish it off, a strange song echoed across the battlefield, gentle yet chilling his mind. La 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 la. A sharp pain stabbed straight into his brain, like thousands of needles piercing his consciousness simultaneously. A flood of negative emotions surged like a violent wave, trying to drown his rational mind. Hoa's cold blue eyes suddenly became alert. Another force was approaching. He immediately channeled killing intent within, forming a mental shield to resist the psychic attack from the stranger. When Hoa regained clarity, the scorched ground after the nuclear blast now sprouted countless arms, slender, pale arms with perfect proportions like sculpted statues, swaying in the wind like blooming flowers, exuding a beauty both alluring and eerie. Meanwhile, the blood-eyed black orb, half burned by atomic energy, was now supported by countless hands, which passed it along gently toward the secret realm's fissure. Hoa's expression darkened. Having just dealt with a tyrant, he didn't expect another variable waiting in the shadows. He immediately swung his hand to grab the black orb, but suddenly, his whole body froze. From the joints of his giant form, countless pale hands sprouted without warning, locking his body like giant gears jammed, leaving him motionless midair. Trying to interfere? No way you're escaping, Hoa roared, his giant body blazing with dazzling blue light, temperature soaring as the atomic reactor inside him was pushed to the limit. 100 degrees Celsius, 200 degrees Celsius, then 1,000 degrees Celsius. His outer armor, like Godzilla scales, began melting, revealing boiling flesh like blue lava. The ground beneath his feet started burning, the hands gripping him instantly ignited, screaming like newborn cries, then burned to ashes. At this moment, the blood-eyed black orb had been brought to within 50 meters of the secret realm's fissure. For the first time, the once arrogant creature that regarded humanity as mere pests, now experiencing the taste of imminent death. Hurry up, faster! That damn human is chasing us! Boom, boom. Boom! Lin Yuan advanced with heavy steps, each step scorching the ground beneath him. The grotesque hands growing from his feet also burst into flames. He roared, stretching out his giant arms to grab Black Vian. Blood-eyed Black Vian gaped, his fangs trembling, his blood-red pupils contracting violently. No, impossible. I am the Overlord. I cannot be killed by a weak human. Stop that damn guy immediately. Once again, the song echoed. La 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 la. But this time, the singing was interwoven with a soft, silky laugh, the laugh of a woman. From inside the massive fissure, hundreds of meters high, a tide of pale white arms surged out like a flood. At the center of this wave of hands was a woman's head. Floating amid the sea of hands, countless beautiful hands masked her eyes, but her smile was blood red, and her long, deep red tongue lightly licked her lips, sending chills down the spine. Lin Yuan felt his head about to explode from that eerie singing. Clearly, he had completely disabled the hearing of the giant form, yet that sound still pierced through everything, echoing inside his own body like a parasite. So terrifying, she's on the other side of the secret fissure, a whole world away, yet still able to affect me. If her real body appeared in this world, I'd probably be forced to kneel in the first second. What exactly is this demon? A demon beast or something even more terrifying than the Overlord? It's not violent like the Monkey King. Everything is gradually stabilizing. The hands merge to form the face of a woman, even with long black hair identical to the wandering ghost. Two hands wrapped around and covered the demon's eyes. Then suddenly the eyes opened wide, revealing fiery pupils filled with murderous rage. Along with the terrifying face, she opened her mouth wide and screamed. Inside was a radiant, energy-filled soul orb, emitting a piercing sound and a shockwave rushing toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's head throbbed painfully from the sound. He clutched his head and screamed, trying to restrain himself. Ah! I clearly blocked the supergiant's personified hearing, yet that bizarre sound still went straight into my brain. His massive Godzilla-like body tried to roar in pain and exhaustion from the deafening noise. His whole body was fatigued. Lin Yuan struggled to endure the excruciating pain, trying to steady his voice with grit. How many people have you killed? Do you plan to just leave An City so easily? Lin Yuan was going crazy now, tensing up and screaming wildly. Lin Yuan has never been this miserable. Don't delude yourselves. This is all nuclear energy. Lin Yuan was determined to gather the powerful nuclear energy into his body, pressing his hands down hard. His massive titanium skeleton was pumped full of nuclear energy. It boiled through every crevice, shattering the smoke and lightning, electricity sparking outward. After filling the Super Titan with nuclear energy, Lin Yuan planned to jump out of the body. He tried to move as fast as possible. Everything was done and calculated perfectly. Lin Yuan excitedly put on his usual cocky expression, giving it a middle finger salute. This is my hometown specialty. Nuclear bomb. Hope you like it, you bastard. The entire giant Titan's body now blazed with energy. It radiated nuclear energy and was about to explode in a terrifying way, and it was charging toward the secret fissure's door, all focused on the disgusting face of the woman aiding the Monkey King. She opened her mouth, waiting for the mobile nuclear bomb, completely unable to move or dodge. The nuclear light flickered, then another horrifying explosion. After the mayor's nuclear bomb, now it was Lin Yuan's nuclear bomb, and the explosion happened quickly. And city grew another giant mushroom cloud. The old shells fighting in the distance saw this shocking scene. Everyone thought Mayor Huang Kan had planted mines and whispered among themselves. Look at the secret fissure. It seems to have exploded. Not good. The demon beasts suddenly went wild. Could it be that Mayor Huang Kan succeeded? Everyone focused their spirit, not wanting to waste the mayor's sacrifice. Our An City is saved. Maybe because the blood copper Black Vian's body was finally destroyed by the giant bomb. The demon beasts flooding from the secret fissure into An City began to decrease, as if the other world had stopped invading An City. The city's martial artists started to surround and eliminate the demon beasts hiding inside. This siege lasted a full day and night, until no demon beasts were found anymore, and the exhausted martial artists finally stopped. The battle to protect An City was ultimately victorious. Although An City paid a heavy price with nearly 80% casualties among martial artists and soldiers, the nuclear explosion relic at the Swan Lake secret fissure left behind a deep valley from the shockwaves of two powerful bombs. After escaping the body to let it explode, Lin Yuan was now completely drained and unconscious on the ground. After a while, his weak eyes slowly opened. Everything was gone. Only he remained here. Lin Yuan slowly sat up and wondered, how long have I been asleep? Although I used up all the nuclear energy in my body to trigger the supergiant, this place was already filled with fresh radiation and atomic fission energy, so it's like running out of battery and recharging on the spot. He looked up after just recovering, staring into the distance after breaking through the battle, saying, this fight was too difficult. Mayor Huang Kan used his body to drag blood copper Black Vian to the detonation point, severely injuring it. so I could rely on the terrain advantage of the nuclear explosion zone to keep detonating continuously. Finally, I managed to completely destroy it before that woman's head could save the black circle. Although my infinite monster form is very strong, it still can't match a supreme-level demon beast. This victory was thanks to perfect timing, favorable terrain, and some luck. Given enough time, sooner or later I'll stand at the top of the lower kingdom's combat power. But this time, during the Secret Realm Uprising, there's no more time to grow. I don't know when the next form will unlock. Even if it does, it might not be a golden type. Fusing with the Demon Core Emperor's crystal form is the fastest way for me to become a top-tier powerhouse. So I can only speed up collecting plant-type demon cores that are highly compatible with that form, plus the Mystic Phoenix martial arts. Because the infinite monster form can cheat within the martial luck space, I also have to master the extraordinary system of martial artists. Although the development pace of Mystic Phoenix martial arts is a bit slow compared to the form's power, its potential is extremely high. After all, this is the cultivation system of the Gao Wu world. Perhaps my transmigration here has its own mission. 1 month after the An City disaster, to commemorate Huang Kan's sacrifice for An City, the locals cast a bronze statue of him in the city park. Lin Yuan was present there. He sat relaxing on a bench in the park. He was watching the latest broadcast about An City's situation, recounting the damage from the Beast Tide attack. This time, 18 cities across the Lower Kingdom were attacked by the Beast Tide. 12 cities were completely lost. Among them, Quanshan City had an S-level secret realm appear, the entire city covered by an impenetrable gray bone membrane. The National Martial Artist Organization, Great Lower Dragon Falcon, dispatched 30 Mystic Warrior martial artists and 5 master-level powerhouses, led by Grandmaster Du Jingming, to investigate. This Beast Tide invasion was unusual, with even an S-level secret realm appearing. The strongest Lower Kingdom powerhouse, National Guardian martial artist Fu Hongsheng, waited on the outskirts of the secret realm for breakthroughs, but none came, so he entered Quanshan City himself. After 8 hours, Fu Hongsheng was severely injured and led 2 surviving masters out. Since then, Quanshan City has become the 11th global forbidden zone. 1,800,000 residents were confirmed dead. Hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel heartbroken, as if he sensed the urgent situation of the entire globe, and said, "Even the National Guardian martial artists, is humanity's survival really this critical? No, I can't wait any longer." Scene shifts to the spacious Liu family villa, where Lin Yuan's voice is heard whining on the phone. "Aunt Qin, I want to ask a favor." Qin Lam was comfortably stretched out on a red sofa. She looked quite tired, but leisurely asked back, "You want to learn the remaining 2 Mystic Phoenix martial arts from the Liu family?" Hearing this, Lin Yuan thought, "Is that how Aunt Qin sees me?" Then he laughed it off and said, "It's not that. I want to ask for help buying some high-quality plant-type demon cores, preferably blue or even purple Lord-level demon cores." Qin Lam nodded gently and replied, "Plant-type demon beasts are already rare, and Lord-level demon cores are even more precious. You're really greedy. Wanting that many, what can you offer in return?" Without much thought, Lin Yuan pulled out his trump card and promised that every year at the start of the semester at Huada University, there's a secret realm exam for freshmen. He could team up with Liu Qingzhu to help her win first place, but Qin Lam knew best. She seriously responded to Lin Yuan, "You really underestimate the talents from other provinces. I can tell you straight, Qingzhu's strength in previous years was only mid-upper, never reaching top grade. Even though you always dominate Qingzhu in matches, you're still a bit behind the top-tier demon beasts. Now you're confidently asserting yourself before me, but Aunt Qin can only place her hopes for the Liu family's revival on you, right? You can sign an IOU. If you don't get first place, you'll come work for the Liu family as a servant or something, supporting them for life." Qin Lam playfully tapped her heel and joked, "Ha ha, a servant, huh?" Maybe Qin Lam was excited by Lin Yuan's promise. She stood up straight, no longer looking tired, and finally agreed. "All right, I'll help you this one last time." At An City Central Hospital, in the inpatient treatment area, Lin Yuan rode his war steed here. He quickly became the center of attention. Many beautiful girls gathered, cheering and asking for Lin Yuan's autograph. He was like a superstar. "Oh look, it's Lin Yuan. No wonder he's the martial champion. We're all covered in injuries, but he's unharmed. I heard he killed many demon beasts during the secret realm invasion. I'm a fan of Lin Yuan. Can I have your QQ number? Lin Yuan, can you sign for me?" But he refused all requests without thanks, inwardly thrilled, thinking, "I didn't expect to be this famous. I can say I've peaked for the rest of my life." In rooms 11 and 12, Suzhou, La Xuan, and Lin Yuan brought fruits to visit their close friend, As soon as Suzhou saw them, he laughed heartily, almost dropping his jaw, pointing everywhere at the sight of Suzhou's entire body bandaged like a wax statue. Hehehe, isn't this Suzhou, and city's #1 handsome guy? Didn't expect he'd have a day like this. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lin Yuan's face, Suzhou was too angry to do anything else. He changed the subject, even though you came to visit, what's with all those things in your hands? But Lin Yuan shot back with a sharp remark on the way to gift them. Right beside Suzhou's bed, La Xuan waved warmly as soon as he saw him. Oh, Lin Yuan! He looks very well-intentioned. If Lin Yuan knew who this guy was, he'd be shocked. He glanced around, then La Yuan pointed at himself and introduced himself. I'm La Yuan, your first opponent in the qualifiers. At this moment, Lin Yuan's eyes widened. It seemed he finally remembered. Moreover, he was surprised because La Yuan had sacrificed one of his legs in battle. La Yuan looked kindly at Lin Yuan, then down at his missing leg and said, Forgot about me already? Don't look at it like that. My leg hasn't healed yet. Don't treat me like I'm crippled. I can get limb reattachment, surgery, or use the new combat prosthetic from Thunderhawk. Lin Yuan pondered while looking at La Yuan. Losing a leg protecting Anthan, La Yuan was truly admirable. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's phone in his pocket rang non-stop. He pulled it out, about to hang up, muttering, Lately, too many calls from the fire hotline, so annoying. He put the phone back in his pocket, but it kept ringing again. Lin Yuan let out a startled yell. Reluctantly, he picked up the call. To his surprise, on the other end was the principal, who had tried many ways to contact Lin Yuan, but he kept turning off his phone. Lin Yuan, why are you blocking important people from Huada? Unlock your phone now. Yes, Principal Lao Dong. Another important figure the principal mentioned also got through to Lin Yuan. Hello, Lin Yuan. I'm Wang Dao, head of admissions at Huada University. Enrollment starts a month early. In 3 days, a private train will pick you up. Do you have any special requests? At the same time, Suzhou was also notified to enroll just like Lin Yuan. He struggled to answer the phone, bandaged all over. Hello, Suzhou. I'm Teacher Liu from Huada Admissions. Lin Yuan on the side was hesitant to respond. Following the organization's arrangement, Suzhou, lying in bed, simply agreed. Understood, I'll be on time. Thank you, Teacher Liu. La Yuan watched this scene and felt uneasy. A room with 3 people, all experts except him. Maybe he shouldn't be on the bed but hide under it. After the call, Lin Yuan's face showed urgency. He whispered, There's still work to do before enrollment. A few days later, at the Swan Lake explosion site, caused by the nuclear cloud pushing hundreds of tons of dust into the atmosphere, the sky around the lake was shrouded in an eternal bone-like darkness, like a long night. Thick clouds blocked the faint light above. Lin Yuan soon arrived there. In Gozola state, he sat cross-legged below to absorb nuclear energy into his body. The nuclear energy swirled around Lin Yuan like a massive fog cloud, quickly enveloping him. Seemingly fully charged, Lin Yuan's eyes opened wide, glowing strangely. The system displayed the infinite monster template for Lin Yuan, physical synthesis at 27. 4 Godzilla-type templates with a compatibility of 38.9% and a superhuman simulation compatibility of 90%. After completing this, Lin Yuan stood tall and thought to himself, after the battle with Blood Black Jade, compatibility increased by 1.5%, an impressive number. Combining excess fission energy, this place becomes a sacred training ground. 3 days of training increased compatibility by 6%, a remarkable improvement. Saying that, Lin Yuan stomped hard, but sadly said, I have to go now. He moved faster than the speed of light, flying up from underground so quickly that only a streak of light was visible. Scene shifts to Anthon train station, where the announcement system declared that train G66 from Anthon to West Huada would depart in 5 minutes. Suzhou had been waiting for Lin Yuan since afternoon, having packed all his luggage. Sensing Lin Yuan's nearby aura, Suzhou turned his head back and forth, whispering, He's here. That bright spot in the sky. It's dazzling. Lin Yuan zigzagged and jumped down right beside Suzhou. This startled everyone nearby. Landing safely, Mr. Lin Yuan looked back at Suzhou and said, Just in time. As soon as he arrived, the locals recognized him and started shouting again, Is that Lin Yuan? Damn, his aura just now almost made me faint. I thought a high-level beast appeared. The aura is terrifying. Even advanced martial artists don't have this presence. Truly the pride of Anthan. Seeing Lin Yuan, Suzhou immediately nodded and said, You're even stronger now. Lin Yuan looked wistfully toward the place where he first traveled through time. Anthan, I'm about to leave you. This was my first stop after time travel, the origin of my journey. Goodbye, Anthan. The train began its journey. The train chugged along and arrived at Anthan station. One wonders why Lin Yuan didn't just use his powers to move faster. With eager anticipation, Lin Yuan said, Let's go. to Huada. The high-speed train quickly departed, carrying the two new Huada freshmen to enrollment. Once seated, Lin Yuan couldn't sit still. He stood on the seats, watching everyone. Suzhou, half asleep, reminded him, "Lin Yuan, can't you behave a little?" Lin Yuan asked curiously, "Is the whole train full of top scholars?" Suzhou added, "Not only that, the train uses advanced materials and technology, able to withstand attacks of thousands of tons. At least 5 Huiyanvu martial artists are assigned as escorts. Even a powerful sect master is stationed here, because these passengers are the elite geniuses of the lower kingdom." Lin Yuan sniffed the aura and silently assessed. "Inside, there are a few experts, but no more than 5 can withstand 3 of my moves." Suddenly, while the train was running smoothly, the announcement system blared. "Red alert! Red alert! The Huado train is under attack by an unidentified enemy. The train's loudspeaker announcements are becoming increasingly urgent. Alert level 1. Alert level 1. The Huado train is being attacked by an unknown enemy. Professors and instructors are investigating the situation, ordering all remaining students to immediately evacuate the train car and strictly avoid engaging the enemy." The students whisper anxiously. "The entire train car is in chaos. Are you kidding? Who dares attack Huado? Or is this some kind of test for us freshmen?" Currently, Ha Kingdom is at its weakest point. The national martial guardians are injured, and in seclusion, one of the 3 great national masters, Du Kan Min, is missing. Many masters and Xuanwu martial guardians have died in the beast invasions at Quansun City and other cities. It's normal for forces once suppressed by Ha Kingdom to be plotting revenge. Someone hearing this spoke up. "So should we leave the car?" On the bench, Suzhou and Lin Yuan remained calm, ignoring those behind them. Suzhou turned and asked, "What do you think?" Lin Yuan, who had just dozed off briefly, leaned back to rest and said, "What a pain. I've been training hard these past few days, just about to catch some rest." Then he stretched his legs and stood up firmly, his expression turning eager. Now he was itching to act. The more they tried to stop him, the more he wanted to do it. Clenching his fists, he said, "Let's go see what's going on." The train continued moving toward Huado. As they stepped out through a compartment door, Suzhou and Lin Yuan saw a fellow student covered in blood. Lin Yuan hurriedly asked, "Classmate, wake up! What's happening up ahead?" The student looked panicked, lifting his head to look at Lin Yuan and urgently said, "The enemy has taken over the first 3 cars. They control a special domain, which can pull people into a separate space so that the battle inside doesn't affect the outside. There's a terrifying enemy inside, hunting everyone down. The Xuanwu martial guardians escorting us have almost all fallen. They combined their strength to get me out of that domain and told me to warn everyone to run immediately. This isn't a drill. Some students are still at the station." They moved closer to where Lin Yuan was, hesitating for a moment. This student was freshman Chu Kim Huyen. Just behind Lin Yuan and Suzhou, a few others started to make noise. "Where's the proof? If you say it's dangerous ahead, you need to show evidence," a tall freshman with lion-like hair said. Hearing this, Dongyi asked, "Where's the teacher's token for you? Or what about the others who were injured? Why are you the only one who escaped? I have a close friend in the car ahead, strong enough to compete for freshman president." The lion-haired youth was DM Chin Hung, a freshman, who then shouted boldly, "I don't believe you escaped while he couldn't." 2 others behind the lion-haired guy chimed in excitedly, "Makes sense. The lion-haired guy is right." DM Chin Hung crossed his arms, visibly annoyed, and said, "Move aside. I have to go on." They tried to push past the door the student had warned about. Lin Yuan and Suzhou willingly stepped aside. Freshman Hot High called out, "Wait, I'm telling the truth. It's extremely dangerous ahead. Why won't you listen? Don't die for nothing." But they didn't listen. Chu Kim Huyen noticed Lin Yuan nearby. "You're Lin Yuan, right?" Lin Yuan was using life magnetic energy to scan and verify if what the student said was true. He thought, sensing something unusual from this classmate's life magnetic field. Lin Yuan asked, "How do you know it's me?" Chu Kim Huyen carefully mentioned Liu Qingzhu and explained, "A girl named Liu Qingzhu showed me your photo. She told me to definitely warn you not to go to the cars ahead." Lin Yuan was startled hearing Liu Qingzhu's name and immediately asked, "She told you that?" Chu Kim Huyen carefully recounted the details. "Yes, she was seriously injured protecting me from a blade strike. Then, with a heart full of resentment, she cried and said, 'If those bastards want to die, I can't stop them, but I must fulfill that girl's wish and keep you alive.'" Lin Yuan got angry and punched Chu Kim Huyen hard in the head, cursing loudly, "Damn it. You're already wishing before you're dead." Suzhou leaned close to Lin Yuan and asked calmly, "You still plan to go?" Lin Yuan answered firmly. He looked straight ahead. "Of course, I promised her parents." But as Lin Yuan stepped through the door, Chu Kim Huyen spread his arms to block him. "No, I absolutely won't let you pass." Lin Yuan was annoyed and muttered, How the hell did this bastard even get into Huada? Blocking us, especially me and Suzhou, is a big mistake. Both of them then unleashed a bit of power to show Chu Kim Hu Yen. Lin Yuan whispered. Suzhou understood and drew his sword, sparks of icy light flashing fearsomely. Suzhou stepped back and thrust his sword toward Chu Kim Hu Yen, but the student was no pushover and waved his hand to block it. I'm saving you guys. How can you be so unreasonable? Starting a fight right away? Classmate Qingzhu is so gentle. How could she be friends with two rude guys like you? Seeing this troublemaker, Lin Yuan didn't say much or act harshly. He simply stepped closer and punched him in the stomach with nuclear energy. He spoke in a low voice. Chu Kim Huyen clutched his stomach, trembling, and said, "That force is terrifying, totally not on the same level." Lin Yuan was surprised and warned Kim Huyen, "Sorry, keep this blood energy pill. We have urgent business." Then he quickly ran toward the train station ahead and called Suzhou. "Let's go." Suzhou followed, and both dashed forward. Chu Kim Huyen screamed helplessly, "Don't go, it's too dangerous." Finally, they reached the third train car. Suzhou and Lin Yuan stopped because in front of them was a secret door. Lin Yuan quickly realized this must be the entrance to an independent space. He grabbed a really big suitcase at random, then lifted it up to throw it inside and said, "Just testing it out." Lin Yuan decisively threw the suitcase into the third car compartment. After watching for a moment, he seemed to be thinking, but there was no reaction, not even a sound. Even my life magnetic field couldn't detect any energy inside. Since many newcomers passed through here, they must have all gone in already. Then without hesitation, he jumped in. Suzhou followed Lin Yuan and went inside too. Interesting, just charging right in. As soon as he entered, Lin Yuan cast a sharp, suspicious glance ahead. This place was completely different from what he imagined as a train car. It was a space like the universe. The vast space had a loosely arranged path, leading toward a light ahead. Lin Yuan felt dizzy. Who the hell is messing around here? Looking around, he couldn't see Suzhou anywhere. Lin Yuan found it really strange. They clearly entered together, but Suzhou disappeared. Well, since he was inside, might as well play along. Quickly, he was drawn to the distant light ahead. The more he chased that weird light, Lin Yuan arrived at a ruined city. It looked like a fierce battle had just taken place. Buildings were stacked chaotically, and Lin Yuan stared blankly, wondering what kind of hellish place this was. He reached out his hand to sense his life magnetic field, but got no response. Was this place blocking it? Then he used his nuclear energy to propel himself upward like a rocket, flying while thinking. The old method is still the most effective. Quickly, Lin Yuan flew up to the rooftop of a nearby building, planning to settle things quickly. He gathered a brilliant nuclear energy sphere in his palm. Furious, he shouted loudly, "Stop pretending to be spooky." He thrust his hand forward. The energy sphere grew more intense and fierce. It looked like a nuclear bomb launching from Lin Yuan's arm, spewing smoke and flames. He yelled, "Blast those evil spirits to pieces." The nuclear bomb he created exploded in midair, forming a huge smoky cloud over the building, which gradually spread wider, shaking the entire area. At this time, other martial artists had entered before Lin Yuan. This group quickly noticed the massive explosion, and everyone was stunned and shocked by the overwhelming power. Such a huge blast. What the hell is going on? What kind of master is showing off like this? They hid behind nearby buildings. Meanwhile, Suzhou was also near Lin Yuan. Hearing the strong shockwave, he knew who caused it, so he grabbed his sword and charged forward at full speed. From a corner of a nearby building, they could clearly see the explosion, and the silhouette of a woman leaning weakly against a wall. She looked heavy and unable to move. It was Liu Qingzhu, now seriously injured. She noticed the explosion ahead and realized Lin Yuan was the only one who could have come here. Weakly, Liu Qingzhu whispered, "Lin Yuan told me not to let him come." At Lin Yuan's position, after throwing a teaser attack in this secret space, he stood high above, looking down, and noticed the filthy noises of wild beasts nearby. He muttered, "Looks like I'm attracting not just allies but also enemies." Right behind Lin Yuan, a dark shadow appeared, walking like a human but with strangely large, twitching ears. Lin Yuan was sure someone was about to attack him from behind, so he kept his usual cocky expression. Looking closely at this guy, he was wearing a pig's head mask. It seemed this organization didn't want anyone to reveal their identity. The man held a long butcher's knife. No one knew how many lives had been lost, but the rusty knife looked terrifying, and his bloodshot eyes glared at Lin Yuan with murderous intent. Lin Yuan turned his back. Gathering nuclear energy in his palm, he jumped up and swung to deliver a finishing blow to send that pig's head flying. Lin Yuan's eyes flared with anger as he cursed directly. "Damn it, fake gods and demons, I'll tear your mask apart." Yet this pig-headed bastard showed no fear. Facing a martial arts genius from An City, he quickly raised his knife in defense without any sign of dodging. At the same time, a hand tightly gripped a rusty black chain and pulled it. Right now, Lin Yuan pushed hard, punching the pig-headed man's head. Unexpectedly, the man was quick too. He pushed the big knife forward and stabbed straight through Lin Yuan's body. The powerful force from Lin Yuan's punch made the man's head glow with nuclear light. Thanks to the strong nuclear effect, the pig's head turned into a delicious roasted pig's head, smoking heavily right in front of Lin Yuan. Yet the man still arrogantly looked at Lin Yuan, seemingly provoking him. At this point, Lin Yuan felt something stir inside. He opened his eyes wide, revealing a slight vulnerability in his expression. "You took my nuclear punch head-on without training? Not bad." The man gripped the big knife tightly and pushed harder to inflict more damage on Lin Yuan, even laughing cruelly to worsen the wound. Suddenly, the pig-headed man flinched as he looked ahead, but now his face was burnt black, smoke rising with the scent of roasted pork. It turned out he was shocked that Lin Yuan was unharmed after being stabbed through. Standing before this fake god and demon, Lin Yuan proudly said with great satisfaction, "I didn't expect my recovery ability to be this fast, huh? Using my muscles to lock you down was a piece of cake." Dichua's mouth stretched into a long, crooked smile, clearly taunting, and he continued speaking. "Your strength isn't much, but your weapon is special, seemingly piercing through all defenses. What exactly are you?" Lin Yuan remained calm, using both hands to tear open the upper and lower parts of the big boar's head. Now he couldn't do anything to Dichua, just enduring as Dichua pulled his mouth wide open. Dichua said, "Let me check carefully. Taste my strike." As soon as he finished, Dichua's mouth transformed fiercely into a giant gozy mouth filled with sharp teeth. He pushed a long stream of nuclear energy from his throat straight into the throat of the man in front of him. The nuclear stream traveled directly from the esophagus down to the stomach, burning everything inside. That was the end for someone who dared to mess with Dichua without knowing their place. By now, the head of the ambusher was rotting and burning away. He collapsed to the ground before Dichua could even get a clear look at his face. Holding the boar's head in his hand, Dichua glanced around and said, "I'm straightforward. If I tear something, I tear it." And the fake demon in front of me collapsed with his body almost burned up. Only then, seeing the boar's head clearly, Dichua was startled because he discovered something. "Hey, there's something inside the mask." Pulling it out from the blackened, burnt mouth full of sharp teeth, Dichua found a green necklace. On the necklace hung a strange engraved symbol. He realized, a pendant? So it really is a Huada experiment? The defeated monster dropped some white stuff, intending to turn back to the butcher's cleaver to land a few more hits. But just as Dichua was about to glance at it, it vanished on its own. He gave it a quick look and clicked his tongue. The masked man's weapon was crafted by a master martial artist, making it unusually sharp. Once the weapon dissipates, it returns to being ordinary. Still, Dichua had many questions about this green necklace. What exactly was its purpose? Could it be that he had to find many masked men and steal their pendants? Still focused on the item he had taken, a sudden arrow shot from behind toward Dichua. It moved at a terrifying speed. Dichua was muttering and unaware. It was like being a sitting duck. Not that he didn't notice, it's just that Dichua didn't bother with such a tiny weapon from behind. As long as he channeled the magic power inside his body, Dichua could block anything trying to harm him. Looking further, he identified who had shot from behind. He said, "Is it time for the next round already?" The man behind looked like a chicken, holding 2 crossbows. He thought he would hit his target, but the target broke his arrows in half. Frustrated, the man jumped up and down. Dichua smiled his trademark grin, staring directly at the next troublemaker. He hated ambush attacks the most, and looked forward to throwing down again. Just as he was about to charge and land another hit, suddenly, an arrow shot straight up from the ground where he stood. He was startled by the speed. The arrow burst up unexpectedly from the ground, and since he was charging forward, he couldn't react in time. Seeing the opportunity, the chicken-like man fired a continuous volley of arrows at Dichua. As he shot, he jumped excitedly, making strange noises like a wild animal. The barrage of arrows pierced Dichua's body. Below, another person's arm tightly gripped a spear to pin him down, so he couldn't dodge the chicken man's arrows. They pierced from his back through his abdomen, spreading across his body. Could he withstand this? But Dichua wasn't just anyone. Pain like this was nothing. He had faced near-death experiences before. He looked up at the man ahead and chuckled eerily. "Is that all you've got to kill me? Pathetic." Immediately, Dichua tensed up powerfully. He summoned Titan strength from his bloodline, forming a massive skeleton. Surrounding it, nuclear energy like burning fire surged and exploded outward, incinerating the arrows that had pierced him. Such powerful energy couldn't be harmed by a few cheap arrows. The ambusher stared dumbfounded at Dichua, who now appeared as a giant superhuman. Dichua delivered a punch to the chicken man. A powerful kick followed, shaking the entire vast secret realm. He knocked the man flying through a large building, leaving only a cloud of dust like a huge rock slide, and ditch Hoa's shining thunderous punch above. The building collapsed entirely. Far away, many martial artists noticed the battle and only dared to watch and discuss. What's going on over there? The whole building just collapsed. After defeating the chicken man, Ditch Hua held the largest spear the masked man had used to ambush him. He slowly approached and spoke in a mysterious voice. I need to see who nearly skewered me. But as he got closer, he saw the man wasn't ordinary either. He wore a rabbit head and crouched before him, silent without a word. Ditch Hua guessed it was the rabbit Zodiac head, part of the 12 Zodiac animals. At this moment, on the two hind legs of the strange rabbit, they swelled like two inflated balloons, crackling with energy on the outside. This guy dug into the ground to gain momentum, then charged forward with terrifying force, wielding his largest spear with both hands to attack Lin Yuan. His eyes were bloodshot and glowing, aiming solely at Lin Yuan. Immediately, Lin Yuan kicked at this rabbit-headed guy. Unexpectedly, he was quite agile and nimble. Lin Yuan's kick missed the target, and instead, this damn rabbit jumped to the side, thrusting the sharp spear tip straight at Lin Yuan's head. Lin Yuan finally noticed and stopped underestimating his opponent. He froze for a moment and muttered under his breath, "Damn it, knows martial arts?" At that moment, the sharp spear tip was nearly touching Lin Yuan's face. He tried to lean back as far as possible to dodge. In this extremely tense moment, Lin Yuan was straining to gather energy, glaring straight at the strange rabbit in front of him. Lin Yuan shouted loudly, and an ice wall instantly materialized right before him, forming a large, sturdy shield, delaying the thrust from the rabbit. Yet, that incredibly thick wall still cracked and broke. Lin Yuan stared at the horrifying figure leaping toward him. The atmosphere seemed to freeze, the surroundings chilling intensely, radiating icy power. The masked rabbit was trapped by a large ice wall, sharp and spiked all over. He looked around cautiously, unsure who had caused this. At that moment, above the rabbit-masked guy, Su Jun rushed in, holding a sword glowing with energy, saying, "Almost got you, Lin Yuan. Leave this rabbit to me." The rabbit looked up, startled by Su Zhou's speed. A sword slash unleashed a terrifying burst of icy power. But surprisingly, the rabbit was quick and agile enough to leap high and dodge. His eyes glowed an irritating red, like he was furious that he almost caught prey, only to have some guy jump in and ruin it. He was fuming. Then the battle between Su Zhou and the rabbit-headed guy began. He kept stabbing toward Su Zhou, while Su Zhou continuously swung his sword to parry. After several dozen exchanges of attack and defense, the large spear the rabbit held was frozen solid by Su Zhou, unable to deal any more damage. The rabbit tried to break free but failed. At the same time, Su Zhou thrust his other hand forward with a powerful palm strike. The force sent the rabbit-headed guy flying easily. At that moment, the rabbit guy was hit by something hot and burning on his back. Su Zhou's palm strike sent him crashing toward Lin Yuan. When his body hit Lin Yuan's outer titanium layer, he suddenly realized and was stunned, as if thinking, "Oh shit." When he turned his head, the rabbit saw the dazzling light of a nuclear core erupting before him. He knew for sure he couldn't resist that energy anymore. He trembled and panicked, unsure what to do next. At that moment came Lin Yuan's fist, in his super ancient human form, gripping the masked guy tightly and squeezing his hand. Energy seeped through the cracks between his fingers. Lin Yuan was excited. "Finally caught you, you damn rabbit." From above, the nuclear energy shot up as a massive column from below, straight into the sky. It shone brilliantly, shaking the entire ruined area. Lin Yuan lit up this dark place completely. Flashback a few minutes earlier, inside a building, two freshmen were talking on a high floor. "Why is it so quiet over there? Who was making all that noise? Probably dead, right?" "Definitely." Those masked guys were surrounded by dozens of people but unharmed. Their weapons pierced all defenses. "They're not opponents for us at this level." Inside, a beautiful girl with bright orange hair, with a bit of arrogance after 3 rounds of intense fighting, was unimpressed that Lin Yuan had just detonated a nuclear bomb upon entry, and she started judging. "Who's this guy, so arrogant to fire a bomb right away? Probably just a provincial student trying to get into Hua City. Such a frog in a well." Yet he mentioned that lion-headed guy Lin Yuan met earlier. Honestly, the top students from big cities are worlds apart from provincial ones. I heard Yan Zhengsheng from Ma City, Ouyang Trach, Lam Vu Tu from Shen City, and Tan Tran from Luli Island have already started hunting masked guys. Not sure how they managed that. The guy next to her just nodded knowingly. He asked curiously, "That strong?" Then the new student president must be one of them. But she said, No, all previous presidents were from Hua City. Compared to Hua City's demons, students from other regions can't compare. Their cultivation sources differ from childhood. Just as she finished speaking, Lin Yuan caused another explosion. The nuclear light attracted the attention of two busybodies, who looked up and couldn't take their eyes off it. Both were trembling, their mouths twisted as if sharing the same thought, whispering to each other. What was that light and that terrifying power? An electric gun? Don't be ridiculous. There are no electric guns here. This also caught the attention of the lion-headed group. He glanced at Lin Yuan's towering nuclear energy column, while still killing some masked guys nearby. His face showed displeasure over this. He turned to the young man beside him arrogantly and asked, "Trach, what do you think?" The pink-haired guy named Trach glanced and began analyzing. "This attack style doesn't match the masked guys. It's likely a new student's trick. This person is also a freshman, full name, Ouyang Trach." The lion-headed guy's huge sword stabbed hard into the chest of a man wearing a horsehead mask. He died gruesomely under the massive blade, the horsehead's mouth wide open, looking disgusting. The lionhead heard this and grew curious, asking again, "New student, besides those from Huada, who else could possibly possess such terrifying power? We have to check it out. After all, the two of us have already collected 4 Zodiac Pendants: rat, dog, monkey, and horse." Right now, he was holding 4 dangling chains in his hand and added, "Lam Vu Tu from Shendu at least has the snake pendant." Liu Qingzhu nodded gently and said, "New Trun from Liuli Island at least has the snake pendant." A new student named Liu Qingzhu defeated the head guy who had the ox pendant. If the masks are really arranged according to the 12 zodiac signs, then only pig, rabbit, rooster, and dragon pendants remain. Then he fixed his gaze with a burning desire and determination, muttering under his breath. As for the dragon, Liu Qingzhu showed clear caution on his face toward it. He said plainly, "You know that monster already. Touch it and you're dead for sure. It's the boss. The only option is to run away." Credit to Liu Qingzhu's insight. He paced back and forth near the lion head and continued talking non-stop. The remaining pendants, the new student who emitted that blue light definitely has several. Neutron and Lam Vu Tu would surely be attracted as well. Honestly, this game has already entered the finals. At this moment, his expression turned cunning and more dangerous than ever. This dark attitude sealed his argument after a while. To win, you have to snatch from others. The scene shifts back to where Feng and Su Zhou are. Feng held a pendant in his hand. It was Su Zhou's first time seeing one of these. He approached and asked, "What is this?" Feng explained in detail. "Before you arrived, I defeated a guy wearing the pig mask and took another pig-shaped pendant." So Feng confidently guessed this was a setup. "If I'm not mistaken, this trial requires us to collect all the pendants from the heads of the animals." Suzhou glanced down and cautiously asked, "Do we have to actively search for the masks?" Feng recalled the figure resembling a rooster who was jumping around earlier and repeated, "That's right. Earlier on the rooftop, someone shot at me from hiding, probably a mask user who escaped during the chaos." Both were chatting non-stop, unaware that someone was spying on them. Feng looked around the battlefield again and said, "But since he shot an arrow at us, I can use it to track him." Suzhou felt more excited and shouted, "Let's go." The two walked for quite a while in this gloomy place. The further they went, the more dilapidated and ruined it became. Feng keenly looked down at the ground, quickly noticing strange traces. He immediately deduced that a fight had taken place here. Someone had been here before. Running his hand over a scratch on the ground, Suzhou felt the burn was still warm. The opponent hadn't gone far. At this moment, Suzhou's expression grew more cautious. He was startled and thought to himself, "They're very close." Acting quickly and decisively, he immediately drew his cold sword. Suzhou swung a sharp, powerful slash toward the side, where he sensed a foul aura. The ice wall he created extended from the sword's path to the enemy in front of him, who was quickly hit by the ice wall. It turned out to be a sleek, female new student, quite formidable. Just after being struck by Suzhou's sword, her expression showed clear disappointment. She painfully held her recovering arm and said in a trembling voice, "What? My optical invisibility was detected?" Suzhou's powerful ice attack was charging toward this invisible female student. His ice spikes were taller than a person's head. Suzhou's dark shadow moved menacingly and said in a low voice, "Lying in wait, scheming evil." Suddenly, a man also invisible appeared. He shouted, "Move aside!" So this invisible girl is the new student named Lam Vu Tu. Upon seeing the newcomer, Suzhou was startled and scanned him. The new character suddenly unleashed a large burst of fire, tightening his voice. The fire battle technique, Diem Ma, just after chanting, erupted from his palm, sending out a massive shockwave of flames that immediately suppressed the ice wall Suzhou had created. The fire spread wider and wider, and the young man grew more delighted. This youth appeared after a rather fiery greeting. After performing a move, his body relaxed and he exhaled smoke, holding a cigarette box and lighting one up, tilting his head back as he said, "You've been found out, Lam Vu Tu. Your optical invisibility is terrible." This man was also a new student, named Nu Trun. Lam Vu Tu beside him angrily snapped, "Get lost, don't interfere." Seeing the arrival of 2 more people, Fang approached them and said, "You're ambushing us." Lam Vu Tu quickly feigned innocence. "You misunderstood, buddy. We just took down a guy wearing the rooster mask. The escape was just to lure out other masks." New Trend said nothing and focused on what he wanted, lighting a cigarette and taking a long drag. Fang noticed this and gave New Trend a cold look due to his unfriendly attitude. He asked again, "Is that so? What does that mean?" Suddenly, in midair, Feng grabbed a girl by the neck. Surprisingly, this girl looked exactly like Lam Vu Tu. She was restrained by Feng's strength, and he easily lifted her like a doll. She couldn't struggle at all. Meanwhile, the real Lam Vu Tu wore a displeased and sulky expression. She glanced ahead and said, "Even the clone was exposed. These 2 guys have some skill." Right beside New Tren, he exhaled smoke and laughed. "Ha ha, I didn't expect you to succeed in the assassination at first." Saying this, he tossed the cigarette to the ground and said, "That would have been too boring." After this, Tran Tan suddenly puffed up his cheeks, his face swelling round like balloons. He took a deep breath, filling his mouth cavity with air, the skin on his face stretching tighter and tighter. It kept twitching and growing bigger. Tran Tan pressed his hands firmly against his cheeks and blew out a thick, dense black smoke from his small mouth. The more he blew, the wider and denser the smoke became. That cloud of smoke quickly spread toward the spots where Lin Huo and Su Zhou stood. The 2 of them stayed put at first, but quickly jumped back to avoid contact with it. At that moment, Lam Vu Tu stood nearby, holding a large fan. She bobbed slightly and giggled while a fierce energy radiated around her. Now she said proudly, "Let me handle this. Don't run away." Lam Vu Tu took off, spreading her arms and legs wide, waving the fan continuously while shouting loudly. The wind rose, and a surge of power shot out nonstop. Her hair fluttered wildly in the breeze like a madwoman's. This caused the fan's strong gust to blow the poisonous smoke toward her, directly reaching Lin Huo and Su Zhu's positions. Neither of them could dodge in time, and soon their shadows merged into the thick black smoke. Only 2 small black dots were visible, standing helplessly. Tran Tan continued gathering a large ball of fire in his palm, breathing strong, fiery energy into it. It glowed like a fiery orb. He was very proud because his power was at its peak. "Not done yet. Let me add some more fire." From the smoke, Tran Tan pushed the large fireball into the dense, smoky energy, forcing it straight at Su Zhou and Lin Huo. The intertwining smoke and fire were so intense that even on screen, you could feel the severe heat. After launching this finishing move, Tran Tan thought he was the victor. His palm relaxed, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. "So what if I'm strong? Still can't beat us. Ha ha ha." Meanwhile, Lam Vu Tu beside him kept waving her fan, her arrogant face giggling like she just ate a delicious treat. But before long, Lin Huo's voice echoed, laughing mockingly. Suddenly, a hand and nuclear energy appeared clearly before them. He slapped his hand hard, energy bursting through his fingers. It shone like a giant light bulb, growing more intense. With one clap, Lin Huo unleashed a powerful energy blast. It immediately dispersed the smoke and fire clouds created by Tran Tan, forming a protective barrier around Lin Huo and Su Zhou, leaving them unharmed. Tran Tan, seeing this, was stunned, his mouth wide open like a barrel, shouting, "You've dispersed my fire and smoke? How terrifying is that power?" But before he could finish, Lin Huo's hand, moving at whirlwind speed, struck right in front of his face. Tran Tan only realized it at the last moment, horrified by what he saw. Lin Huo simply added, "Lan San Fist doesn't waste words." He jumped up and punched the insolent guy in front of him. He was annoyed and didn't want to waste time talking to these small fries. Lin Huo spun around so fast that Tran Tan disappeared from sight, replaced by splashes of blood flying with the glowing punch. From afar, you could see Tran Tan being blasted dozens of meters away by Lin Huo. He tumbled through the air like a puppet thrown aside. Who told him to act cocky earlier? Now he's paying the bitter price. Seeing Lin Huo come to his teammates' aid, Lam Vu Tu began to feel fear. She barely dared to move or glance back at his terrifying figure, thinking, "Right now we don't have breakthrough martial arts. Only at the disciple level, our bodies sealed by a barrier. Even though the new Huada University has higher limits, it still can't break through, but this guy's physique is definitely not at the new student level. Damn, I was so focused on the fist and kick, I forgot about the ice user." Just as she thought this, she looked down and saw Su Zhou's solid ice spreading beneath her feet. She couldn't move at all, her mind in chaos. Even with Tran Tan and me combined, we couldn't defeat him. He's a monster. Now her feet were trapped, no chance to run. Meanwhile, Lin Huo was slowly stepping toward her, ready to finish her off. She was like a chicken headed for the chopping block. Lin Huo approached with a terrifying demonic aura, the atmosphere around suffocatingly dark. Knowing she couldn't fight back, she waved her fan hard and calculated in her mind that continuing to fight meant no chance of winning. Immediately, Lam Vutu's fan move took effect, breaking the ice binding her feet. She quickly jumped up to escape the trap. After breaking free, her mind was filled with one thought: run, don't let them catch me again. She hurriedly lunged forward, trying to hide and vanish in midair, but before she could do anything, Lin Huo's hand grabbed her leg. Lam Vutu angrily looked down and cursed, "Damn it." Fear showed clearly on her beautiful face. Lin Huo showed no mercy. He grabbed her leg and slammed her straight into the ground. Her whole body hit the earth, creating a large round hole. The impact was terrifying. Lin Huo said, "Get down here now." Using the Xuan Huang martial technique, he concentrated energy into his fist, then raised it to deliver a critical blow to this insolent fool. Lin Huo's gaze was unwavering. At this moment, many of her clones began dispersing everywhere to distract Lin Huo, and very quickly, she was finally able to slip her foot out of Lin Hua's grasp. Her clones scattered everywhere following the flow of her aura. Lin Hua calmly watched. He simply grew more excited, seeing his opponent was a bit stronger. Lin Hua smirked near his ear and then shouted boldly, "Ha ha! Trying to run?" From behind him, Lin Hua unleashed a powerful surge of demonic energy. Instantly, behind him appeared a horde of 100 demons, dark and sinister evil energy so terrifying. Now he looked like a fierce demon no one dared to touch. The demonic power radiating from Lin Hua flew out to seize each of Lin Yuan's clones. Even with 10 legs, Lin Yuan couldn't escape Lin Hua. Just moments ago, Lin Yuan had been cocky and laughing loudly, but now she was bound tightly by Lin Hua's hands, crying out continuously, like a helpless puppy. Each of her clones was surrounded and slaughtered by these dark energies. Lin Yuan's main body was heavily suppressed. She was panicking, screaming non-stop. "Ah! My body won't move! Ah! What kind of demons are these? I can't fight them." Lin Hua on this side grinned his trademark smile. He opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly toward the fleeing girl in the distance. "Ha ha ha! You can't run away. Just accept your fate." His eyes gleamed with excitement because another rat was about to be caught. Before long, Lin Yuan's desperate screams begging for mercy were heard. I surrender! I surrender! I'll hand over all the chains to you." Lin Hua shook the 2 necklaces on his hand back and forth. He turned his head to look at them for a long moment, clearly showing delight on his face. Lin Hua then said to Lin Yuan, "It's over this early? Quickly confess all the information you know." Lin Yuan put on a submissive look. She knelt neatly near Lin Hua and said, "To win this trial, you have to collect all 12 chains. Now it's the final stage. If you don't go steal from others, they'll come steal from you." O Duong Trach and Diem Chin Hung from Ta Do are the best newcomers. They've probably stolen quite a few chains already. At this point, Lin Yuan's face clearly showed a sly expression. She smiled slyly, her grin stretching to her ears as she pointed, hinting at a suggestion for him. "Why don't I lead you to find them?" At this moment, she was secretly calculating that since she couldn't win anyway, she might as well stir up trouble so the tigers devour each other. Heh. Lin Hoa clearly saw her dark intention. He replied coldly, "No need for your concern." But heh. That smile sent chills down Lin Yuan's spine. She froze like a stone statue, too scared to move. Lin Hua opened his mouth and said, "Your fan is beautiful." Lin Yuan was shocked, right? Scene shifts to another place inside the secret realm. O Duong Trak and Diem Chin Hung were rushing fiercely. Time was running out, so they tried hard to find people with the chains. O Duong Trak guessed that by now Chen Pengfei and Lin Yuan had probably arrived. Diem Chin Hung, focused on running, said, "I don't care who wins. I'll steal the chains back from them. All they can do is temporarily hold them for me. Dang Din Nin is just robbing others." At this moment, Diem Chin Hung was startled by what he saw ahead. Trach, look at that corpse. Only then did the two slowly approach, the body split in half, lying in a pool of dark blood. Diem Chin Hung and O Duong Trach cautiously stepped closer to get a clear look at the victim's face. Both were shocked by what they saw. At this moment, looking clearly at the man lying abandoned in the middle of the road, Lam Chi Hung spoke with trembling voice, unable to hide his fear. It was Chen Pengfei. He died without even closing his eyes. A few minutes earlier, Chen Pengfei had been blasted away by Lin Hua. After recovering in another place, Chen Pengfei got up and wandered down the empty road. Exhausted, he muttered. "That guy is a monster. Lin Yuan must have collapsed too. I seem to have been marked by him. He'll definitely come looking. I need to team up with the two Ta Do guys, O Duong Trak and Diem Chin Hung." Walking alone on the road, suddenly, Chen Pengfei sensed a strange noise around him. He turned around and shouted fiercely, "Who's there?" When he turned to see clearly, there was a long-haired figure holding a sword in the dark. The person stepped closer with heavy footsteps toward the weak Chen Pengfei. This figure looked fierce and full of murderous intent, very terrifying. At this moment, Chen Pengfei was sweating profusely. He knew trouble was coming. He looked closely at the shadow before him. Its eyes had two pupils and were staring straight at him, like prey about to be destroyed. Seeing this, Chen Pengfei trembled like a frightened mouse caught in the rain. At this moment, he could no longer keep calm. His voice trembling, he exclaimed, "It's a dragon!" Above, the street lamp, broken for a long time, suddenly flickered strangely, sparks crackling. It was as if someone powered it up, and the street lamp lit up, working normally in the dark night. Thanks to this light, Chen Pengfei's shadow was clearly cast on the road. He was hit by a slash from the dragon-headed figure in front. Red syrup-like drops fell like rain, and Chen Pengfei's screams were filled with contempt. The terrifying attacker was the dragon-headed man, who struck without mercy, completely annihilating Chen Pengfei like a mosquito. This man held two necklaces in his hand and casually passed through Chen Pengfei's life as he writhed, his body split in two. Back in reality, Lam Chi-hung sat before Chen Pengfei's corpse. He examined it for a while, then wondered aloud, why did Chen Pengfei die here? This slash is incredibly sharp. Lin Yuan is different. He only needs a quick glance to guess who did it. He said the dragon slash was a critical hit, proving complete dominance. Only the dragon mask from the 12 Zodiac masks could do something like that. Lin Jihong continued to wonder and asked, but isn't the dragon mask only active in the underground parking lot? Lin Yuan calmly recounted, at that time, I led over 20 reinforcements to the underground parking lot to search for someone. The result was that when we encountered that dragon, only the two of us survived and escaped. Seeing his classmate's hand, split in two and covered in blood on the ground, Yan Zhenghong couldn't help but feel terrified. He couldn't believe he actually killed someone. Wasn't this supposed to be a training exercise? That hot blood couldn't be fake? Lin Yuan seemed to have lost his composure at this moment. His face turned pale and then he trembled like a leaf, letting out a choking sound. Yan Zhenghong started to feel a bit scared of this scene. He straightened up and turned to Lin Yuan, nervously asking, "What do we do now?" The mask on Xin Chen was taken too. Lin Yuan sadly bowed his head and nodded without even looking at Yan Zhenghong. He explained clearly that the dragon left the parking lot probably because we met some condition. For example, all the masks were destroyed. He is the final boss. Now he can move freely like the Zodiac masks chasing new students. The dragon will actively hunt down whoever holds the mask. At this moment, a powerful energy burst from Lin Yuan's entire body, shining fiercely in his determined eyes. Lin Yuan was resolute now. He said they couldn't confront the dragon directly and had to quickly snatch the mask from others, not letting it fall into his hands. Then, Lin Yuan unleashed his power, took a running start, and flapped his large wings strongly in the air. Behind Lin Yuan, he had a pair of long, glowing wings moving smoothly. Lin Yuan had awakened his profession and shouted, "Bloodline awakening, golden-winged dragon." At this moment, Lin Yuan was full of vigor. He spread his wings and leaned forward, shouting down to Yan Zhenghong, "What we need to do now is actively send signals to attract other mask holders here and fight a life-or-death battle." Lin Yuan spread his wings wide and flew higher, releasing a strong wave from a certain height that spread out. His intention was to find other fighters and cunningly seize the masks to become the winner. Elsewhere in the dead city, Liu Qingzhu was barely conscious, leaning against a wall and murmuring sadly to herself. She never expected that taking the train to Huada University would get her caught up in this strange, dead city. Many new students were killed by those wearing dragon masks. Liu Qingzhu sadly bowed her head, sitting there alone. She and one survivor met a teacher who said he could get one person out, but she couldn't leave in such danger. In this difficult and depressing situation, the only thing she could do to comfort herself was look at photos of herself and Yi Huo on her phone. She kept muttering she had to warn Yi Huo not to get caught up in this idiot. Qingzhu tiredly rested her head on her hand, now worried about Yi Huo. She wondered if the person who escaped had met Yi Huo yet. Unfortunately, she didn't have the strength to look for him now. With that reckless strength, as long as he didn't face the dragon mask, he should be fine. Suddenly sensing a strange noise, Liu Qingzhu looked back cautiously, a wave of unease flooding over her. She opened her eyes wide, staring into the distance, thinking, "Have I been discovered?" Worried for herself, she told herself she couldn't run now. The opponent had locked onto her energy and would definitely come to steal the mask. Though she didn't value it much, she had a hunch Yi Hua would need it. She couldn't confront them now and could only lure them there. It turned out to be Lin Yuan, who used his profession to quickly hunt down weaker fighters. He flew high with his large wings far from Liu Qingzhu, then spoke excitedly. "Ha ha ha! Liu Qingzhu! During the college entrance exam, I heard someone in the Liu family awakened the bloodline of the Dark Phoenix." Lin Yuan focused more, noticing the girl also had a mask and realized, since we share the divine bird bloodline, I specifically checked her info. She holds the pearl mask. What a pleasant surprise. From his high vantage point, using his bird's eye, Lin Yuan could track Liu Qingzhu's movements. She was heading somewhere, trying to lure me to the dragon's parking lot. Ha ha, how naive and adorable. The dragon has already left, and the parking lot is empty. Lin Yuan flew higher with his large wings, leaning forward and pushing his energy hard. Confidently, he shouted, Yan Zhenghong, wait here, I'm going to catch someone. At the building where Liu Qingzhu once lived, Lin Yuan unleashed attacks from the top floor down to the lowest, pressing pressure on every floor, aiming to eliminate Liu Qingzhu at all costs. After destroying the building, Lin Yuan spread his two large, glowing wings and flew closer, radiating fierce energy. Now awakened, Lin Yuan flapped his wings and loudly declared, Liu Qingzhu, you can't escape. While arrogantly hunting her down, Lin Yuan suddenly became frightened when strange buzzing sounds rang in his ears. His eyes widened in fear as he whispered to himself, Girl. The moment he turned back, he saw a black shadow in the dark, deep red night. The head of this creature was deformed with many tentacle-like protrusions. Lin Yuan immediately recognized the terrifying, murderous aura approaching him. Oh my god, is that the dragon god? How could it be? He should have gone out to hunt down the person who stole the pendant, right? Why is he here? This guy started losing his composure because he knew for sure that facing this guy meant certain death. His body trembled uncontrollably in waves. He muttered to himself, if the dragon head's target was those holding the pendants, he continued reasoning. He had 4 pendants on him, so the dragon head would surely prioritize the place with the most pendants. That was way too arrogant, basically pushing himself into danger. At this moment, Lin Yuan finally understood why. In the eyes of the dragon head, his 2 pupils glowed fiercely, looking terrifying, as if everything was concentrated on Lin Yuan in a deadly way. There was no escape. Lin Yuan was facing the strongest among the 12 zodiac beasts. He grimaced and tried to think, but his mind was completely blank. The dragon head moved closer to Lin Yuan, accompanied by shadows that suddenly surrounded him. The faint light allowed him to see the dragon head more clearly. Lin Yuan stiffened. He was overwhelmed by the power and heavy pressure, unable to respond to the dragon head. At first glance, the dragon head still looked normal. After receiving a preliminary attack that made Lin Yuan horrified, he stared blankly and said aloud, Is this a domain? I didn't expect the divine dragon to be able to use such a transfer technique. On this side, all activity stopped. He stood still, staring at the dragon head. Then his expression changed noticeably. His teeth clenched tightly as he struggled to think. Just looking into the caster's eyes would pull you into this special domain, and only by defeating the caster could you escape. He never thought he'd be cornered like this. Just after he spoke, the dragon head's figure suddenly moved like a slash. He was only about 100 steps away, but suddenly charged forward at full speed. The black dragon head with glowing red eyes flew like a nightmare. Lin Yuan sensed it coming. He dared not resist, immediately folding his wings and tucking his head in to defend. The dragon head flew wildly around Lin Yuan, slashing continuously at him. Lin Yuan could only bow his head and chant prayers. The dragon head grew even more furious. He opened his huge mouth and screamed terribly, holding a glowing sword, then leapt at Lin Yuan. The dragon head's eyes were wide open and shining, like a ravenous demon, truly terrifying. The scene shifted to another place, where Lin Yuan's comrade, Diem Chin Hung, was being attacked and struggling to defend himself. This guy was also having a hard time. It was none other than our own Deity. He had just launched a light strike, his palm still smoking. Deity looked at Diem Chin Hung's annoyed glare, shook his head, and said, Damn it, did you turn up the system-wide volume to provoke me? Right behind Deity, Suzhou held a still-hot sword. He nodded a few times, then looked up and said, Deity, leave this guy to me. I want to test my own strength a bit. Deity was surprised but nodded. However, Diem Chin Hung wasn't about to give up easily. He unleashed his profession's power, gripping his huge sword and leapt high. He opened his mouth wide. Behind him, a large tiger roared. All that power was directed at Suzhou and Deity. He shouted loudly, You think you've caught me? That's way too cocky. This brat's nothing. Suzhou calmly raised his smoking sword in front of him, his bright eyes fixed on Diem Chin Hung as he softly said 2 words, Ice Vein. Immediately, his sword strike came down close to Diem Chin Hung. Unexpectedly, Diem Chin Hung shattered the ice layer Suzhou had formed. This guy was pretty tough, putting all his strength into it. Then Diem Chin Hung laughed when he thought he had easily countered Suzhou's strike. He bared his teeth and grinned at Suzhou, saying, Where do you think you're running? Diem Chin Hung charged like a mad bull, swinging his sword hard against Suzhou's smaller blade. Suzhou stepped back, using his ice sword to block. His movements were light and decisive. Then suddenly, Suzhou was startled by what he saw ahead. Diem Chin Hung unleashed another powerful strike with his giant blade. Suzhou quickly used both hands to block the slash aimed at his back. The friction between the two weapons sparked and flared. Suzhou held on steadily. DM Qin Hung was getting annoyed. He shouted his sword technique, soul-piercing strike. Suzhou was a bit impressed when he saw the move. Grimacing, he said, "Man and sword united? If you dare play with Suzhou, then I'll play back." At this moment, Suzhou awakened his own profession. He unleashed the image of a giant dragon blade, roaring with his mouth emitting cold, icy breath. The dragon opened its mouth wide, filled with sharp teeth, its body covered in sharp scales, radiating a chilling coldness. Now, DM Qin Hung's fighting spirit grew even stronger. The tiger behind him roared fiercely as it saw the ice dragon emerge. The tiger's eyes glowed brightly, glaring fiercely at its opponent. Lin Yuan then swung his massive blade hard into Suzhou right in front of him. A dragon and a tiger clashed. Suzhou was the ice dragon, while Lin Yuan was the powerful tiger. Neither side gave an inch, fiercely battling each other to pieces. Suzhou continuously launched icy strikes straight at the big tiger, while Lin Yuan slashed strongly at the ice dragon with his blade. The overwhelming pressure was terrifying, so intense that even off-screen, you could feel the burning pain in every muscle. While those two fought, Deity Hua sat watching. He grabbed a random rock by the roadside and sat down, propping his legs and arms, almost dozing off. Those two kept hitting and cracking right beside his ear. Deity Hua didn't even bother to intervene. He was about to take a nap. Suddenly, while Lin Yuan was fighting, he detected a signal from his comrade, the presence of Zhe. Was he calling for help? Abruptly, Lin Yuan jumped back to dodge. In an instant, he lost his defense. Lin Yuan was no longer as focused as before, while Suzhou kept pressing hard and charging forward. Lin Yuan angrily spun around, glaring fiercely, then shouted loudly, "Humph, if I weren't in a hurry this time, I'd have shattered at least 8 of your bones by now." But since Deity Hua had stepped in, it wasn't that easy. Deity Hua intervened, gathering momentum and charging a massive amount of energy, aiming straight at Lin Yuan. His eyes flashed with irritation as he said, "So, you want to leave now? Did I give you permission to leave?" Lin Yuan turned around, confused by this oppressive aura. What the hell? Clenching his fist, Deity Hua's punch struck hard at Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan quickly used his massive blade to block it. The powerful punch caused a bright explosion, dust flying everywhere. Even though Lin Yuan blocked with his sword, Deity Hua's strike was so strong it sent him flying over 10 yards. He tumbled like a bouncing ball, flipping and crashing wildly. He was playing in midair. After the effect wore off, Lin Yuan crashed to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of dark blood. Exhausted but struggling to get up, he exclaimed, "What was that? Did some beast just knock me away?" Meanwhile, Deity Hua smirked. "That was me knocking you away. Your screams were way too annoying. I just hit a little harder." Lin Yuan asked with difficulty, "You attacked me sneakily?" Deity Hua laughed arrogantly and said, "I don't call that sneaky. It's just that your brain was too slow to react to my punch." This made Lin Yuan furious. He shouted loudly, blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth, "Arrogant fool, I want to take your life." Yet 3 minutes later, his arrogant mouth had to shut, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. Lin Yuan could no longer move. Deity Hua said with a comforting tone, "Don't be too proud. Lasting 3 minutes against me is already impressive. That Chen Tan got knocked out with just 1 hit from me." Deity Hua grabbed the huge blade, shook it a bit, then looked it over. "Your weapon is pretty heavy. I want to try it out. You don't mind, right?" Lin Yuan now trembled, lying close to the ground at Deity Hua's feet. He neither wanted nor dared to speak. Deity Hua then infused his Godzilla energy into the massive blade. He said, "Now it's better, but it still needs a bit more power." Instantly, Lin Yuan's massive blade was upgraded with Godzilla-style enhancements. Multiple layers of Godzilla scales sprouted all over the big blade. It became stronger and way cooler. Deity Hua looked at his newly forged weapon, extremely satisfied. He smiled broadly, fully pleased. At that moment, Suzhou took a pendant and approached Deity Hua. Deity Hua? In his space, he hadn't found the pendant but found this instead. Hearing this, Deity Hua leaned over to look at the pendant in Suzhou's hand, which was different from other pendants. Suzhou said, "This pendant keeps blinking constantly. It seems to be sending some kind of signal." The scene shifted to the Dragon God's domain, where Ouyang-zhe was getting his ass kicked. A pile of wreckage lay around. The place was desolate and bleak. The Dragonhead's domain enclosed the enemy to prevent others from detecting them. Ouyang-zhe had lost one arm, and the other was severed, dangling loosely. His wings had fallen off, with a few feathers drifting in the wind. Ouyang-zhe stood on 2 legs, covered in blood. He was barely breathing, pitifully weak, with blood streaming down his head. He gasped out a few words. "I never thought it would come to this." Looking at the Dragonhead monster in front of him, Hovering with a blood-stained weapon in hand, the monster stared fiercely at Ouyang-je and said in a trembling voice, "I used the spike I brought back from the secret ruins. If it hits his heart, it can seal his weapon and energy." There really was a spike embedded in the dragon-headed monster's chest. Ouyang-je lamented, "Unfortunately, I sacrificed an arm but still couldn't drive the spike into the dragon god's heart. I missed by 3 fingers. Now I have no strength left to resist." Ouyang-je bowed his head, resigned. The dragon-headed monster's huge mouth opened wide, closing in to bite him. Ouyang-je sadly thought, "I've lost my only chance to defeat this dragon god monster." Right after finishing off Ouyang-je, the dragon-head's domain dissipated, and the monster left to find a new target. Ouyang-je's whole body pressed against the wall. Right after defeating Ao Duong Trak, the dragon-head's domain dissipated, and he left to find a new target. Ao Duong Trak's entire body was pressed tightly against the wall. There was a sword pinned to his chest. He died without even closing his eyes, his mouth unconsciously wide open from the pain, blood pouring like a stream. So, Lin Yuan couldn't make it back to see Hong Ti after all. Elsewhere, Liu Qingju's slender footsteps echoed. She was desperately running up the stairs, constantly urging herself on. Keep going, almost at the rooftop. After dodging Lin Yuan, Liu Qingzu pushed herself up the stairs to the top floor. She was panting heavily, exhausted and fearful because of the dragon. The divine dragon was terrifyingly powerful. It was incomparable to Su Niu. Liu Qingju's face turned pale purple, her fear sharpening her resolve. Lin Yuan couldn't hold out much longer, and the dragon's next target was definitely her, no one else. To survive, her only option was to signal Deity Huo to come and take her away. Thinking this through, Liu Qingju looked up while running and began to observe. This was the highest building, and Deity Huo's signal had already guided her. She would send a flare back to him. Qingzu gathered energy outside her body, opened her small, beautiful mouth wide, and shouted, "Awaken the bloodline, Umbral Phoenix." Immediately, Liu Qingzu became the center. She spread her bird-like wings wide, unleashing a powerful shockwave that rippled out like crashing waves everywhere. She hoped the alarm would reach Deity Huo so he could find her. Exhausted, Liu Qingzu forced herself to use her strength to send the signal, but she was too drained and collapsed onto the floor. Qingzu struggled to push herself up, whispering, "Vuh, it hurts so much. I hope Deity Huo gets this." Suddenly, terrifying sounds surrounded Liu Qingju, footsteps very close, growing louder, as if someone was approaching her. Her eyes widened as she sensed something unclean drawing near. She tried to prop herself up with her hands and forced herself to stand. Liu Qingzu muttered, guessing, "This sound can't be real." Then she leaned forward to see what was coming toward her. From a high vantage point, Liu Qingzu peeked down. She saw the dragon-headed man climbing the sheer wall step by step, defying all laws of physics, wielding a sword and radiating overwhelming momentum as he approached the poor girl. Qingju's face turned completely pale purple, her whole body trembling. She despairingly thought, "He found me so fast? This is bad. I have to send the signal now and warn Deity Huo to stay away from that murderous gaze." The dragon-headed man's eyes flared wide and glowing, pinpointing his next prey at the highest point of the building. The dragon-headed bastard used his old trick again, creating a domain field around Liu Qingzu so no one could enter. He arrogantly stepped inside the field he created, with no resistance or interruption. Facing this fierce monster, Liu Qingzu desperately tried to retreat, but in vain. The dragon-headed man's eyes gleamed, and he seemed to look up with a satisfied smile, seeing a fresh, tender prey. He raised his sword high and prepared to strike her down. In Liu Qingju's sight, she saw the glowing sword of the dragon-headed man. It was huge, and poised right in front of her. She cried in fear, whispering hopelessly, "Damn it, it's too late." Suddenly, a burst of water exploded in that space, growing stronger. "It's Deity Huo, he's here." Deity Huo shattered the domain field created by the dragon-headed man. Holding the large sword he borrowed from Yan Zhengsheng with both hands, Deity Huo kicked straight into the dragon-headed man's face. The man looked up, surprised. Deity Huo shouted, "I promised your parents I'd protect her. My word is gold, I won't break it." In the direst moment, Liu Qingzu saw Deity Huo, and tears welled up, her face flushing pink. Liu Qingzu found new hope. She gasped and called out in surprise, "Deity Huo?" The dragon-headed man noticed Deity Huo and glared, growling irritably before moving to another side. His expression toward Deity Huo was different, more cautious. Deity Huo charged in full force. He lunged forward, baring his teeth and shouting curses first. "And what about you? Dragon-headed bastard, what the hell are you?" Without hesitation, Deity Huo unleashed his Godzilla-integrated sword strike on the dragon-headed man. The terrifying, overwhelming power slammed down on him. Yet the man only blocked Deity Huo's slash with his thin sword, showing no fear at all. Dichi Huo's sword strike split the entire building where the three were standing. He struck fiercely, breaking the domain field down to the first floor. Now he urgently turned back to Liu Qingzhu. Qingzhu, Suzhou, and my new little brother are in the eastern alley. You go there first. Liu Qingzhu nodded obediently but was still very confused and reluctant. And you? Dichi Huo stood atop his powerful Godzilla black smoke, turning to her and speaking clearly to reassure her. I'll take on that dragon-faced guy. Saying that, Dichi Huo used his power to dash forward, jumping straight down from the high floor to where the dragon-headed man had just been struck. Dust filled the air, obscuring his figure. The tall building where Liu Qingzhu stood was split in two, smoke billowing in the middle. If the dragon-headed man could withstand this strike, he wasn't someone to underestimate. Now Dichi Huo was on the ground, planting his large sword firmly and looking around. It's that strange sound of footsteps again. The dragon-headed guy is still here, walking while dragging his shining sword. Lin Yuan firmly planted the blade near him, stretching his arms and legs to get ready first. Lin Yuan smiled with satisfaction, looking toward the dragon and said, "It's that domain again." As soon as I received Liu Qingzhu's distress signal, I noticed something was wrong with this cursed place. Could it be that you only dare to hide inside the battle domain? But then Lin Yuan happened to notice the nail pinned on the guy's chest. It was only stuck in the very tip, yet this guy couldn't remove it. He thought to himself, that nail. Then Lin Yuan began to piece together what he had heard. Could this be the plan to deal with the Dragon Lord that Feng mentioned? After Lin Yuan's strike, the dragon-headed guy's outer layer disappeared, leaving only the upper body with layers of twitching muscles exposed. The dragon-headed guy lunged at Lin Yuan, exuding a suffocating, dark, and oppressive aura. This guy seemed to have gone berserk, charging straight at him. The stronger the opponent, the more excited Lin Yuan became. He swung his arm back and pulled his large blade fiercely. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes at the guy in front of him, a spark flashing. "Godzilla," he said. "Too fast." Lin Yuan's large blade lifted off the ground, surrounded by the dark domain energy radiating from the dragon-headed guy. The guy unleashed a powerful sword strike at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan also wielded his massive blade to counterattack the dragon-headed guy. Their energies clashed violently, and the guy refused to yield, pressing down harder to suppress Lin Yuan. At this moment, the dragon-headed guy was the terror of all the students in the secret realm. Lin Yuan shouted, "Who's judging who? Here. I'm looking forward to this." The nearby building shook violently, seemingly bearing an enormous force. Instantly, the Suwana building split into 3 pieces mid-air, with 2 beams of blue and pink light streaking up and down in the blink of an eye. By natural law, the building collapsed into rubble, while the 2 beams from Lin Yuan and the dragon-headed guy soared above. Both charged headlong at each other, while below them lay a pile of debris. Right where they were fighting fiercely, every move Lin Yuan threw was met with an equal counter from the dragon-headed guy. Neither gave ground, their auras spreading intensely. Nearby, the sounds of clashing blades rang out terrifyingly loud. At this moment, the dragon-headed guy went insane, opening his mouth wide and sticking out a long tongue as if he had reached the peak of madness. He unleashed a powerful strike and charged recklessly. The dragon-headed guy's glowing sword, charged with energy, slashed toward Lin Yuan, who quickly used his blade to block it. Truly, this guy's power was no joke. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the overwhelming force. Unexpectedly, the dragon-headed guy pressed even harder, slashing Lin Yuan's upper body and smashing him down to the ground with a heavy blow. Below, a terrifying explosion seemed to occur, with a blinding light at the center and rocks and dust flying everywhere. From that cloud of smoke and dust, blue nuclear smoke began to slowly emerge from Lin Yuan. It seeped out and spread beyond. The dragon-headed guy saw the energy burst below and was immediately shocked. His eyes widened in astonishment as he realized the danger approaching. To announce his powerful arrival, Godzilla Lin Yuan opened his mouth wide and blasted a column of nuclear energy, pushing the dragon-headed guy through nearby buildings. The buildings were quickly destroyed as if Lin Yuan casually smashed a rock. After everything settled, the dust gradually cleared. Walking through the thick smoke was Lin Yuan, transformed into Godzilla form. He strolled forward casually, wiping his mouth after releasing the nuclear energy, and said, "Strong. Finally met a worthy opponent in this world." Lin Yuan glared at the opponent before him, feeling both excited and thrilled to face a formidable rival, silently thinking, "So you won't be easily defeated, huh?" Beneath the ruined building Lin Yuan had just crushed on the dragon-headed guy, the guy's arm struggled to grip a broken wall fragment. Despite being pinned, he was unharmed and stood proudly amid the rubble. Moreover, this seemed to strengthen his aura. He appeared to have gone mad, eager to kill Lin Yuan on the spot. His 4 pupils stared at Lin Yuan with murderous and ferocious intent. Opposite his seriousness and rage, Lin Yuan smiled provocatively. "That's right, unbeatable. If the Dragon Lord boss falls this easily, where's the fun? No sooner had he finished speaking, the dragon-headed guy flew forward in a furious attack against Lin Yuan. For a moment, only his dangerously glowing eyes could be seen. He charged wildly with his sword, part of his dragon head destroyed, revealing a human face beneath. At this moment, Lin Yuan stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked and unable to process it. Just a few breaths in, and that dragon-headed guy's speed was terrifying. He swung his sword rapidly, with a twisting beam of light flying toward Lin Yuan. Quickly, Lin Yuan was pushed back a long distance while still holding his blade, blocking the continuous flurry of strikes. Lin Yuan was still using all his strength to hold back this powerful opponent. He gritted his teeth and looked at the situation ahead, thinking, too fast. After the mask shattered, not only did the speed increase, but the strength did as well. Now, Lin Yuan could only see the terrified eyes of the Dragon Squad leader. Those eyes were wide open, with 4 glowing pupils glaring as if ready to devour him alive. It was something Lin Yuan could resist. However, Lin Yuan's large saber, forged by Yan Zhengsheng, had been broken in 2. The Dragon Squad leader's powerful downward slash destroyed the weapon in his hand. In an instant, Lin Yuan glanced over, surprised to find his weapon ruined. The saber, is it broken? After destroying his opponent's weapon, the Dragon Squad leader firmly gripped his sword and kept a certain distance from Lin Yuan, preparing for the next strike. Lin Yuan quickly turned, startled by the urgency, and swung the broken saber fiercely. He had lost his weapon, but he still had something else. Lin Yuan wasn't afraid. He used his mouth to leap up and bite the Dragon Squad leader's sword intentionally. He used his jaws, enhanced by his Godzilla power, all in one move. The Dragon Squad leader didn't expect this technique and stared wide-eyed at him for a moment. Holding the sword in his mouth, Lin Yuan gleefully glanced at his opponent with a triumphant and teasing expression. He taunted, "Finally caught you." Then he clenched his black, spiked Godzilla fist tightly. It cracked loudly. The Dragon Squad leader probably realized Lin Yuan's next move. His eyes widened as if sensing it, but unable to react in time. That loving fist was then driven straight into the Dragon Squad leader's chin. He fully absorbed Lin Yuan's nuclear-powered knockout blow. Blue energy radiated across the Dragon Squad leader's face while he still held the sword, swinging wildly but missing Lin Yuan. At that moment, Lin Yuan firmly grasped victory within reach, straightened his posture, pursed his lips, and gathered all his strength. At this point, the Dragon Squad leader's face was finally revealed. He fell backward, his gaze vacant as before, his dragon mask shattered to pieces. Lin Yuan then grabbed the Dragon Squad leader's arm forcefully. He said, "It's not over yet, honored guest." Annoyed, Lin Yuan clenched his fist tighter, tensed his body, raised his arm high, and charged forward, shouting loudly, "Technician number 23, at your service." Thus, the continuous kick from Lin Yuan's nuclear-powered punch repeatedly struck the Dragon Squad leader's face. He passively endured that earth-shattering strength. Now, he was like a lump of dough for Lin Yuan to mold and beat as he pleased. Facing his opponent, Lin Yuan was excited and proud. He smiled, baring his fangs, and thought to himself, "The solar plexus, the Adam's apple, heart, spleen, kidneys, and lower abdomen are all vital human acupoints. Moreover, the Dragon Squad leader had been pierced by a spike, blocking his meridians and disrupting his weapon's flow. These lethal strikes penetrated critical acupoints and meridians, destroying from within. The Dragon Squad leader was now a broken shell, his true face fully exposed, hair disheveled, face gaunt and pitiful, seemingly barely holding on. His hand couldn't even firmly grip his sword anymore. His hands trembled continuously before deciding to throw the sword away. But this throw was deliberate. The Dragon Squad leader was far from defeated. He forcefully hurled the sword in a sweeping arc toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, holding the Dragon Squad leader's hand to restrain him, noticed this and was startled by his sharp reflexes, scoring a perfect 10. He quickly summoned into his palm the fan buried by Lam Wuzi. Lin Yuan's expression darkened. With decisive action, he opened the fan to block the Dragon Squad leader's sword slash. Thanks to this weapon, Lin Yuan avoided a critical hit. He said knowingly, "I know you haven't given up. Your only chance to kill me was when I first arrived, using the element of surprise." Then, Lin Yuan forcefully tilted the open fan and flicked the Dragon Squad leader's sword far away. Lin Yuan stood firm. "I'm finishing this. Only then will there be a 30% chance left." Saying that, Lin Yuan tensed his body, waved his arm vigorously, and shouted as he took flight. In a very short time, a powerful wind surged from the fan, gathering into a massive tornado column. It emitted a mighty energy, spinning like a superstorm making landfall, darkening the sky. The tornado Lin Yuan created grew stronger and taller by the second, reaching hundreds of feet high. The demonic energy gathered, pulling in surrounding magnetic fields, making it larger and more formidable. The dragon squad leader was involuntarily drawn into the center of the tornado. Suspended inside, he was torn apart piece by the attacking energy. Black blood sprayed out, swirling like a pitiful meat grinder replacing the dragon squad leader. Now forced to endure being shredded without any ability to resist. Lin Yuan's voice echoed, empowered by the Bao Pian family's aura, intensifying his killing intent beyond what it was with Lam Wuzi. Then he charged forward, his body glowing with Godzilla energy, like a walking nuclear bomb. He shone all over as he flew up, shouting joyfully, "Not done yet, headless fool." The Dragon Squad leader couldn't react at all. He seemed to be waiting for his death to be within Lin Yuan's grasp. Atomic fury punched forward. Lin Yuan clenched his fist tightly, furious like a wild beast, and unleashed a punch at the dragon-headed man. He roared with the first punch. Boom! A strike hit the dragon-headed man, exploding like a massive bomb, dust flying everywhere. Smoke from nuclear energy filled the air, glowing brilliantly alongside a raging whirlwind. After taking the hit, the dragon-headed man staggered, flying through the air like a tattered rag. Yet he still managed to hold his sword. Just when it seemed he was done for, Lin Yuan refused to let go. While the dragon-headed man was falling freely through the air, Lin Yuan charged forward at a terrifying speed. Dust and smoke trailed from his body. Lin Yuan roared again. The second punch came as he struck the dragon-headed man with the Black Mark Land Mountain Fist. Though his body was severely weakened, the dragon-headed man still managed to block Lin Yuan's attack. He pushed his sword forward with all his remaining strength to parry, his long hair spinning wildly, proving Lin Yuan's strike was truly fierce. Even though the dragon-headed man blocked it, he was slammed from one building to another. He dashed wildly from place to place in a zigzag pattern, showing just how powerful Lin Yuan's blows were. Finally, after taking 2 solid punches, the dragon-headed man was slammed hard against a wall. His body was shattered, blood dripping from every part of him, yet his entire body was stuck fast to the wall, still clutching the glowing sword in his hand. In pain, he unconsciously groaned. Lin Yuan flew closer, hovering with his power, facing him. The dragon-headed man was barely breathing, looking pitiful, with a huge hole in the wall where his body pressed. Lin Yuan spoke. "Dragon, huh? Thought you were strong, but turns out you're just a worm." After stripping off the dragon head, the man had no nose or mouth, only glowing eyes full of hatred. He refused to surrender, growling fiercely while clutching the glowing sword. "Kill! Kill!" In an instant, the sword the dragon-headed man had been desperately holding was pressed against his own neck. His 4-pupiled eyes widened in shock. Lin Yuan quickly flew over and pressed the sword firmly to the dragon-headed man's throat. Lin Yuan, clad in battle armor, looked incredibly cool and powerful. He could handle this dragon-headed man with just one hand. Moments later, the head fell, dropping freely, his long hair flowing with gravity. Lin Yuan had now obtained the dragon's talisman. Holding it up proudly, he said, "The dragon talisman is secured. Time to end this game." After dealing with the dragon-headed man, Lin Yuan returned to his group. DM Qin Heng had now surrendered to Lin Yuan, bowing his head silently. He knelt before Lin Yuan, who strolled past with his hands in his pockets, not saying a word. Lin Yuan approached Liu Qingzu, who had been promptly rescued by Su Zhou. Liu Qingzu's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Yuan. Startled and blushing, she warned him, "You shouldn't face the dragon mask alone." But Su Zhou glanced coldly at Liu Qingzhu and said, "Besides Lin Yuan, we're just more trouble." Hearing this, Liu Qingzhu nodded silently, too embarrassed to meet anyone's gaze, her face full of sadness. Su Zhou was right. She was too injured to use her martial skills, and trying to help Lin Yuan would only distract him. If only she were stronger, she wouldn't be such a burden. Seeing the beauty's troubled expression, Lin Yuan immediately made a teasing face and ran over to poke fun. "What are you thinking about?" Liu Qingzhu was startled by Lin Yuan's calm demeanor. Huh? She quickly turned away, blushing. Lin Yuan then asked about the fight with the buffalo. He held out his hand to Liu Qingzhu and said, "Where's the talisman? Are you making me steal it?" Liu Qingzhu turned her face away and reached into her pocket. "Ah, yeah, here it is." Finally, Lin Yuan had collected all 12 talismans corresponding to the 12 zodiac animals. He looked at them thoughtfully, then said loudly, "Let's try arranging them in the zodiac order from rat to pig." Nothing's coming up. Su Zhou crossed her arms and called out, "Nothing's happening. Maybe the order's wrong?" Lin Yuan was getting a headache. He stroked his chin, staring at the 2 talismans he'd collected, unable to deduce anything. Suddenly, DM Qin Heng approached the talismans and spoke up. "This special dragon talisman isn't designed to be hunted like the others. It's a hunter's tool to track the talisman bearer, so normally it doesn't need to be collected." Then, Diem Chin Hung picked up the dragon talisman. Immediately, a strange tremor shook the place. Everyone looked around in panic. Was it successful? What mechanism was triggered? Suddenly, a thick layer of clouds appeared near Lin Yuan and the martial artists. In the center, it glowed brightly with a bolt of golden lightning striking down. Nearby, tall buildings were illuminated, a supernatural phenomenon none of them had ever seen. Lin Yuan was the first to notice. He shouted in amazement, "Look! What's that in the sky?" From the glowing spot in the sky emerged a giant eye. The eye grew larger and larger, surrounded by thickening mist, drawing closer. It seemed the energy radiating from it affected Lin Yuan. He sensed something was wrong with himself, his eyes widening in confusion, not understanding what the hell was happening. That eye increasingly absorbed Lin Yuan, drawing him closer. He was involuntarily suppressed by this force, his body pulled toward that strange and terrifying thing. Suddenly, Lin Yuan fell into a void of nothingness. He flailed helplessly with no support to hold on to. Lin Yuan screamed loudly in sheer panic. Lin Yuan wailed pitifully in the void, unsure if anyone could hear his cries. Then his eyes suddenly snapped open, his dazed face staring straight ahead. At the same time, all the students in the train cars woke up simultaneously. Everyone was shocked and confused about what was happening. Is this the Magnolia train? Am I back? Ah, I'm still alive. I remember being killed by the dog-faced man. I was just in that strange city. How did I get back here? That's right. I remember many people were killed by that dragon. Was it really just a dream? How can so many people share the same dream? At Lin Yuan and Suzhou's location, both remained silent. The train's loudspeaker announced, "Ding dong. All students please remain calm. You were just pulled into an illusion created by the Divine Eye artifact. This is the Imperial University's freshman test. Please relax." Lin Yuan guessed it was just a skill assessment from Huada University, so he showed no expression. The speaker continued with a special announcement. In this test, the team of Lin Yuan, Suzhou, and Liu Qingju from An City collected all the Zodiac tokens, securing first place. Especially Lin Yuan's outstanding performance earned a special reward after enrollment. This announcement was broadcast to all students. Upon hearing this, students from other provinces were curious and chatted excitedly. Who is Lin Yuan? I died too early. Don't know if Duang Trak lost later. Where is An City? How did a freshman from a small town beat the big city students? Collect all the tokens? I couldn't even beat one mask. Must be some hidden martial clan's illegitimate son. Need to get close to Lin Yuan. At that moment, a beam of blue light shone directly onto Lin Yuan's face. His eyes widened with anticipation as he whispered, "Finally, it's here." It turned out that meeting special conditions granted a one-time lottery draw. The system interface appeared before Lin Yuan, clearly congratulating the owner for dominating the Imperial University test and granting a single draw for all freshmen. Lin Yuan finished reading, sweating profusely, heart pounding wildly. He quickly called his close friend for support. "Suzhou, give me a wet towel. I need to wipe my hands carefully." This time, no bad luck. A card appeared right before Lin Yuan. This was the moment to pray to the ancestors. Whether luck was good or bad depended entirely on this. Dark energy surged powerfully as the card flipped. Before Lin Yuan stood a vampire. The vampire was tall and muscular, with horns on his head, surrounded by a terrifying aura of demonic power. Upon appearing, he let out a long laugh. The system announced the sample form, third-tier sample form, the 10-mouthed vampire Rakudo. Ability, Bloodline Corporealization, Control over Blood, Immortal Body with 1% compatibility for evolutionary form. Rakudo Jormungandr. So, the train to Huada still had obstacles on its path. Perhaps there would be no more challenges this time. Lin Yuan just received a worthy vampire. He sat alone, laughing like a madman, muttering something happily under his breath. Lin Yuan thought. The vampire silently rejoiced inside. Hid an SR card, and a gold card at that. Though the bloodline wasn't valuable, this sample's upgraded form had the ability to stop time. At that moment, a man approached Lin Yuan and asked, "Are you Lin Yuan?" Duang Trash looked somewhat powerful. Hearing that Lin Yuan was praised, he approached with a superior attitude and asked, "Did you win?" The Dragon Lord nearby, along with Yan Zheng Hung, felt a bit impatient with Duang Trak's arrogant tone, not yet knowing Lin Yuan's strength. They only dared to think silently. "Calm down, a track. If you clash with Lin Yuan, there's no hospital on this train." Lin Yuan was already irritated by that tone. He glanced up without even looking at Duang Trak and said in a low voice, correcting him, "Not won, but slaughtered him." Duang Trak started spinning in confusion. He sweat awkwardly and muttered, "Slaughtered? There are so many martial artists right here." Duang Trak acted like the strongest here, but openly invited Lin Yuan to join his faction on the train. "Lin Yuan, I plan to form a new society separate from the student union at Huada. I want you to join and will make you the president." For years, Huada students have monopolized the top freshman and student union president positions. This move quickly attracted the attention of many martial artists. Soon after, O Duong Trak changed his attitude to be more friendly and sincere, smiling as he extended his hand. Lin Yuan, your strength shows great potential to break this tradition. Join my society. This caused an uproar in the train car. The cameras buzzed, spreading the news. That arrogant O Duong Trak actively inviting Lin Yuan, even offering the president position. This was the start of a new legend at Huadu, a historic moment. The students of Huado always dominate the position of outstanding freshman and the student council president. This move quickly attracted the attention of the martial arts factions. Soon after, this guy Ao Duong Trak quickly changed his attitude to be more amicable and receptive. Smiling happily, he extended his hand and continued, Dich Hoa, your strength shows me a high chance to break this tradition. Join our association. This caused a stir throughout the entire train car. The cameras, fueled by gossip, buzzed among themselves. That arrogant Ao Duong Trak actually took the initiative to invite Dich Hoa, even giving up the position of president. This was the beginning of a new legend at Huadai, a historic moment. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan bluntly refused this so-called historic invitation. Sorry, I'm not interested in power struggles or forming alliances. I prefer to be alone. Everyone immediately buzzed with chatter. Lin Yuan refused. Oh my god, a shocking refusal. Who exactly is this Lin Yuan? Does he really dare to refuse Ouyangze? What a pity. Yet, Ouyangze remained calm. He handed Lin Yuan a card and said, No worries, this is my business card. Looking forward to cooperating with you. Lin Yuan. Soon, night fell, and it was time for the train to arrive at Huada University station. Right beside Lin Yuan, Suzhou glanced out the window and said, We're here. Lin Yuan was startled and looked over. Didn't expect it to be this quick? Already here? As he saw the city ahead, Lin Yuan's eyes widened, his mouth opening like a claw. Then he exclaimed loudly in awe. Wow! Right before Lin Yuan was a dazzling Huadu, bustling far more than his hometown Ancheng. Lin Yuan couldn't help but blurt out, Wow! This is Huadu, truly a metropolis. The train doors opened, and the martial artists quickly disembarked. After stepping outside, a train attendant was assigned to guide the newly enrolled martial artists. New Huadu students, please follow this path to the school, keep your order, and check your seat number according to the Huada train seating. So Lin Yuan, along with new friends and Suzhou, walked with the crowd. Suddenly, the group had to stop. Everyone's faces showed panic as they looked ahead. In front of the top new martial artists stood a super transport aircraft. It was as futuristic as planes from sci-fi movies, with a loudspeaker announcing boarding by order. The new students lined up neatly to board the plane. Lin Yuan, at the back, spotted the beautiful figure of Liu Qingzhu walking ahead and decided to approach. He ran up, poked Qingzhu, and teasingly called out her name. Qingzhu, startled and trembling, screamed like a demon scared away. She recalled her mother's strict warning before enrollment. Qingzhu, remember, even though you two are engaged, you're not married yet. Don't get too close in public. Don't let him take advantage. Protect yourself. Got it? Qingzhu immediately reacted sharply. What are you doing? We're in public. Lin Yuan responded calmly. Public? Are you asleep? Why do we have to fly? Hearing his silly questions, she stopped being angry and shifted to regret, sighing deeply before whispering, Why did Mom get me engaged to a country bumpkin like you? Then Qingzhu pointed upward and briefly explained that Huada was in the sky. Lin Yuan looked up and asked, In the sky? Qingzhu confidently said, A city in the clouds. The city she mentioned was a metropolis floating among the cloud layers, a technology hub far beyond imagination. Perhaps humanity evolved due to the harsh conditions caused by otherworldly monsters. The plane carrying the martial artists entered the university's safe zone, carrying the pride and hope of a new generation protecting Lam Tin. Lin Yuan sat on the flight, looking out the window, noticing something. Huada's electromagnetic grid, was it to block monster invasions? Once inside, even the life detection range was narrowed. This was truly Huada. After a while, the plane landed, and Lin Yuan and Suzhou disembarked. The attendant reminded the typical country bumpkins like Lin Yuan to keep their cards. The student card clearly showed Lin Yuan's name, male gender, and class 1. The loudspeaker announced, the train station from the school to the dormitory. This train station featured a reverse architectural design but was incredibly fast. Skyscrapers towered, elevators stretched endlessly. Everything underground was different. It was like a version of Chongqing. Like a naive guy, Lin Yuan didn't think much, standing in the crowd, pointing and shouting, We've arrived at the world's tallest city, guys. If you don't mind, others will mind for you. People around whispered, "What is he saying? Where did this idiot come from? Seems like he has mental issues." Quickly, Lin Yuan and Suzhou took the elevator up the tall building. Excited, he asked, "My room is on the 42nd floor, room A." "Suzhou, where are you?" Suzhou replied, "I'm on the 45th floor, room B7. Lin Yuan said, "Higher than me. I'll go down first." Entering the room assigned by the school, Lin Yuan experienced this level of luxury for the first time. Before even stepping inside, he complained loudly outside. The single room with 100 perks for Huada students was truly top-notch. Then he ran straight to the prepped PC and VIP ergonomic chair. Lin Yuan was ecstatic, running and raising his hands joyfully the newest computer, fully equipped and super fancy. Best of all, the bathroom didn't disappoint. Lin Yuan shook his head at what he saw. There was even a massaging bathtub. No one could refuse a massaging bathtub. Then he quickly jumped onto the soft bed, the highest quality memory foam mattress in Huadu. He relaxed and happily exclaimed, "Feels like a 5-star hotel." Just as he was about to nap, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered. He squinted and told himself, "But I have to handle business first." Immediately, he sat up and pulled out his phone. He planned to upgrade the vampire sample Rakudo's spray. On the train earlier, he learned how to scan the barcode on his card with his phone to log into the Huada Connect app. Inside was the Commerce Academy, which only used Huada's electronic currency learning points. He exchanged 30 million Lower Kingdom currency for learning points. Shortly after, his phone suddenly notified him. Huada Connect credited 322.43 learning points. Reading this, Lin Yuan sighed with a pale face. 100,000 currency for 1 point. Too expensive. But the goods in the commerce city were truly premium. Many things unavailable on the market were openly sold here with Huada student privileges. Lin Yuan then playfully interacted with his phone non-stop, buying all the magic cores for the blood attribute system, which should be enough to upgrade the spray sample. Previously, the super mutant sample investment was under 10 million, but already had over 90% compatibility. Later, the system notified, "Student Lin Yuan, thank you for your purchase. Wishing you smooth training. Remember to give a 5-star rating. Just tap to automatically receive the pre-packed black package." Lin Yuan got excited. Delivery by drone was so fast. After opening it, a pile of spirit stones appeared inside the box. Lin Yuan looked at the pile, licking his lips repeatedly, then said, "All right, swallow it all." Immediately, a transformation occurred. Lin Yuan's hands became more jagged. His nails grew long and sharp like a monster's. He strained to say, "Ugh, ate too much, feeling a bit tired." System notification, Rakudo vampire form, compatibility 100%. Hint, Rakudo Suaruro unlocked, infinite monster form, subject Lin Yuan, composite physique at 29. Running to the bathroom, Lin Yuan looked at himself in the mirror, his face pale with black veins crisscrossing his eyes, feeling the effects inside his body, which were very obvious. He lifted his lips to reveal his teeth, saying his fangs were noticeably sharper. Looking closely inside a bit, Lin Yuan noticed blood grooves on the edges of his teeth. Biting into enemy flesh was like drinking milk tea. Looking back at his 5-fingered hand, Lin Yuan barely recognized it and said, "My nails are sharp now too." But for some reason, he unconsciously fixed his gaze on those sharp nails and muttered, "Right now, I have a bold idea." Suddenly, Lin Yuan stabbed his own hand deep into his throat. Blood erupted from him like a volcanic eruption from right behind his back. Lin Yuan braced himself against the toilet, his whole body trembling and letting out labored breaths. Black blood flowed heavily down his back. The red syrup at his throat and mouth poured out like a waterfall. He was really reckless to test his new power. Something strange happened at the stab wound on Lin Yuan's neck. The wound closed up, and the blood gradually sucked back inside. His complexion looked noticeably fresher now. The wound finally sealed completely, leaving only a tiny scar. Seeing the recovery progress, Lin Yuan pursed his lips in satisfaction and said, "Faster than before, by a bit." He looked at his hand and nodded with a sly smile, saying, "So the vampire's self-healing ability is visible, huh?" But the body changes were secondary. The most important thing was my new power. Then Lin Yuan went into the private training room arranged in his apartment. He stepped inside, looked around, and said, "This really is a martial world. Even the university dorm has a gym." Then, brushing away all external distractions, Lin Yuan focused his mind and spirit. He quickly reached a heightened state, his whole body bursting with power. He squeezed his eyes shut, muscles taut. At this moment, Lin Yuan deliberately opened his eyes wide, his glowing gaze fixed straight ahead, then exhaled sharply to gather momentum. Right in front of him appeared the vampire he had just acquired yesterday. It looked extremely arrogant and cool, with legendary black wings. Lin Yuan looked up at that figure. His eyes were serious as he commanded, "Come here, punch me once." The vampire immediately surged with fury. It arched its body and nodded, energy swirling around the room like a whirlwind. Then its large wings folded over its body, dark aura enveloping it like a cocoon. Moments later, a figure appeared behind the vampire, a powerful, fierce form with a rose on its head and covered in sharp thorns. Its eyes glowed red, arms crossed as it stared at Lin Yuan, then clenched its fist and charged forward. The figure, summoned by the vampire, tightened its steel-like, thorny fist and lunged. Lin Yuan quickly raised both hands to shield himself. He tried to push his eyes open wider to see the figure's expression. The rose-headed figure's punch struck Lin Yuan's chest. He was trying to endure it to train his resistance. The punch was so strong it pierced through Lin Yuan, staggering him briefly. But looking at his hands, all the joints were shattered. It seemed that entity was extremely powerful. After absorbing that steel punch, Lin Yuan slid across the floor and crashed into the rubber-padded wall. But was that enough? Lin Yuan pushed off the ground to stand, his shattered arms rapidly healing. He looked up, smirked to one side, and said, "Good, very strong. Next, let's test the time suspension skill." As soon as he finished speaking, the Rakudo vampire form immediately complied. From his body as the center, a grayish void radiated outward. Everything within the control zone instantly froze. Time began to count down. The field expanded by 1 second, then 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds. It shook violently, cracks appearing on the surface like an egg about to hatch. Lin Yuan didn't want that. He suppressed the field to prevent it from breaking. His gaze was stern and annoyed as he silently said, "No. Time must keep stopping." The field's pressure pressed heavily on Lin Yuan. He struggled to push his limits. At 5.1 seconds, every pain felt like 1,000 ribs breaking simultaneously. At 5.3 seconds, the pain spread throughout his body, blood flowing from everywhere. His blood vessels in his eyes burst like waterfalls, eyes wide open as if about to explode. The space behind blurred, then gradually cleared. The rose-headed figure looked like an unstable semiconductor state, but was still quite resilient. Yet, in an instant, the entire space seemed to shake violently. At 5.9 seconds, all the layers of the field collapsed, the space shattered like broken glass, and time officially resumed its normal flow. At this moment, Lin Yuan bowed his head, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with one hand while smiling quietly. Sure enough, 5 seconds is your limit, but not mine. The next morning, Lin Yuan met Su Zhou as they wandered the streets. However, after assimilating the power of the Rakudo vampire, he felt uncomfortable in the morning sunlight and instinctively shielded his eyes, saying, "The sun is a bit glaring today, huh?" But Su Zhou doesn't seem bothered at all. "Is it bothering you?" Lin Yuan stammered. "A little," he thought to himself. After merging with the Rakudo vampire pattern, I naturally started to hate sunlight, although I won't die instantly like a real vampire when exposed to it. Su Zhou didn't pay much attention to this and turned to ask, "Have you checked out the study reform at Huada University this year?" Shielding his eyes, Lin Yuan asked back, "Not yet. What's going on?" Lin Yuan thought vaguely. "I was wrestling with Rakudo all night, didn't pay attention to anything else." Su Zhou quickly filled Lin Yuan in. This year, Huada University changed its traditional class-based study model to a group advisory system. Basically, each academic year, students follow a head professor as their advisor, but they can also consult with assistant professors during that time. "Wait," Lin Yuan asked curiously. "So do we have to go find an advisor?" Su Zhou pulled out his phone and showed it to Lin Yuan, saying straightforwardly, "Not us. It's me who needs to find an advisor, not you." Lin Yuan was still a bit dazed and didn't catch on immediately. "What do you mean?" Su Zhou showed the phone more clearly to Lin Yuan. "Check the freshman group announcement from last night. It says, since freshman Lin Yuan has collected all 12 Zodiac Pendants, the school specially grants him the right to directly choose any advisor he wants. Advisors cannot refuse." After reading this, Lin Yuan's expression twisted. He even deliberately posted it in the group. Wasn't that a bit too showy? Scene shifts to Stadium Area A. Many students gathered here, lining up in long rows, surrounded by murmurs and chatter. There were so many people. It seemed like groups of 3 would enter the testing room, then the advisor would turn on the light to select people. Lin Yuan stood outside the door, waving his hand and calling out, "Su Zhou, you go in first. I'll wander around elsewhere. Since I can choose my advisor at will, it doesn't matter when I go in." Lin Yuan wandered outside, muttering to himself as he walked. Choose an advisor? Boring. Suddenly, while walking peacefully, a scent like candy mixed with a metallic tang wafted past Lin Yuan's nose. He sniffed carefully and immediately recognized the smell of blood. So he quickly ran after the faint scent he had just caught. Running, he thought silently. If it were just ordinary blood scent, nothing strange. But this blood scent carried hidden killing intent and guilt, fierce like an undercurrent beneath the sea. Even stirring the killing intent within me, I must find its source. Following the scent for a while, Lin Yuan was shocked by what he saw ahead. He saw a girl dressed in modern clothes sitting quietly by the roadside, eating roasted sweet potatoes. Strangely, the scent that had drawn Lin Yuan came from this little girl. Watching the girl open her mouth wide to take a bite of the sweet potato, Lin Yuan was at a loss for words. He still couldn't quite believe it. He looked around to see if anyone else was there, but there was no one. Looking at the white-haired girl in front of him, Lin Yuan grimaced. Such a cute kid could be the source of that fierce aura? Surely I must be mistaken. Suddenly, the girl glanced sideways and noticed him, holding half a sweet potato. She mischievously turned and asked Lin Yuan with a surprised look and an unusually formal tone, "Kid, you've practiced the flesh prison technique." Unexpectedly, this little girl sensed it. Lin Yuan stepped closer and asked, "How do you know?" He looked her up and down, thinking, clearly a child, yet acting so mature, and calling me kid. The little girl, still eyeing the sweet potato in her hand, replied bluntly, "Well, because I helped little Tiger perfect this martial skill." Hearing this, Lin Yuan remembered that name. He narrowed his eyes, showing his attitude as he thought, "Little Tiger? You don't mean..." The girl stood with legs apart and hands on hips, interestedly continuing, "Liu Chenghu, he was my disciple over 90 years ago." Lin Yuan immediately retorted, "Are you kidding me? Martial artists can live beyond normal human limits. Grandmasters at 89 can still be in peak condition. But what about this little milk-mouthed kid?" Lin Yuan looked at the girl and guessed that for martial artists practicing special skills, adjusting their bone structure to a child's size isn't impossible. But this silver-haired girl looked innocent, to put it mildly naive, downright clueless, not the kind of acting that could win an Oscar. The little girl made a serious face and looked straight at Lin Yuan with an indescribable confidence. "What's wrong? Don't believe me?" After saying this, Lin Yuan showed disdain clearly. He grinned and replied casually, "If I believe you, then I'm Qin Shi Huang. Transfer me $50, then I'll believe you." Suddenly, Lin Yuan was pulled into a strange illusion. Everywhere was blood red. He was forced to put his head into a guillotine. Lin Yuan's eyes widened, wondering why this was happening. He was clearly on the street, yet the other person really pressed the guillotine down. Lin Yuan felt the pain of severance clearly. His head flew off like a ball. It rolled close to the silver-haired girl's feet. Lin Yuan struggled but managed to utter a few incoherent sounds, sobbing softly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan immediately returned to normal. He stared wide-eyed, returning to normal. He stared wide-eyed in horror at what he had just experienced. Was it a hallucination? Such pure, murderous intent that made me hallucinate my head being chopped off? Too shocking. Too traumatic. Lin Yuan immediately opened his mouth wide and blurted out 3 words in surprise. While dazed, curious, and excited, suddenly this little girl shoved a lollipop straight into Lin Yuan's mouth. He instinctively closed his mouth and his eyes went wide. The girl said, "Strawberry-flavored soft candy, my favorite, for this person." Then right in front of Lin Yuan, she casually drank some water, acted cute and playful, and continued, "Sorry, kid, I think I went a bit too far. You absolutely must not report me to the school. Now I can only go outside to get some fresh air for an hour or 2 a week. It's really pitiful." He had a big lollipop stuffed in his mouth and asked, "Who are you?" The little girl struck a charming pose in front of Lin Yuan and immediately replied, "My name is Kung Ka. I'm a very powerful grandmaster. Let me tell you quietly. The principal of Huada University, that guy named Shi Jingwen. I used to beat him until he cried when we were kids, and then I even gave him a wink as a bonus." Lin Yuan was stunned by the introduction. His limbs went weak, and he directly dropped to his knees. He screamed inside his heart, "Kung Ka is a master who has perfected the mysterious martial arts technique, so she can definitely help me break through this bottleneck. She's a grandmaster specializing in assassination techniques, very compatible with me, an investment that won't lose." Immediately, he knelt before the little girl, clasped his hands, and straightened his face as seriously as possible, ready to apprentice. Lin Yuan, wandering half his life without meeting a true leader, now vows to apprentice under Master Kung Ka, hoping she will accept him. His ridiculous posture looked no different from when his father apprenticed. Kung Ka glanced at his dizzy attitude and was confused, barely able to utter a few words. Huh? Scene shifts back to Area A of Huada University. The most powerful senior professors of Huada University sat long on the proctor chairs, surrounded by murmurs. Unexpectedly, the deans of the 5 largest colleges at Huada University are the advisors for the new students this time. If any dean chooses someone as a disciple, then their life is set. What are you thinking? Those are the 5 deans. How could they possibly pay attention to us new students? So why are they here? Wasting their time? Of course not. Haven't you heard? That new student named Lin Yuan already completed the 12 Zodiac Challenge. These deans must have come because of Lin Yuan. The The new students don't know that the entire 12 Zodiac competition was broadcast live. The audience was all the teachers of Huada University. From the start, from the announcement on the subway, the teachers began paying attention to each student's ability to handle sudden crises. Using AI and big data to capture facial expressions, they scored each person's crisis responsibility. Those who thought it was just a challenge without any preparation or recklessly rushed into the 12 Zodiac City would get low scores. Then, each person entering the 12 Zodiac City to fight the masked Zodiac warriors, their combat intelligence, real battle ability, and organizational skills were all important scoring criteria. Even if a new student failed to hunt down the masked Zodiac warriors, as long as they excelled in any of those aspects, they could still get high scores. And Lin Yuan was the only new student who consistently received the highest evaluations from start to finish, but that alone wasn't enough to shock the 5 deans. What truly amazed them was that he killed the Dragon God boss, a target not even part of the challenge, and anyone who encountered it would surely die. Down below, a bearded old teacher looked out at the line of new martial artists and said to the female senior professor beside him, "Maybe Lin Yuan himself doesn't even know which deity the dragon god he killed represents. It's a model trained by the supercomputer Nuwa of the Xia Kingdom, based on data left by the national-level martial artist Vice Hong Sheng when he enrolled at Huada University that year. Although even the supercomputer couldn't fully replicate the power of those divine bronze gauntlets in the Dream Sea illusion. But Vice Hong Sheng was the strongest martial artist in Xia Kingdom's history, even the world's, and his record at Huada University has stood unbroken for 100 years. Lin Yuan being able to kill a model trained by such a divine figure, even if it didn't fully recreate the original owner's full power, was enough to prove his terrifying talent. As long as nothing happens on his path to growth, he can at least become a lifetime grandmaster, or even break into the realm of a great grandmaster. Now what we need to do is control our emotions and continue waiting for Lin Yuan to apprentice. At this point, someone rushed in and announced loudly, "Bad news, Dean," the man urgently reported. Lin Yuan has already apprenticed under former Professor Deity, now a special grade staff member, Kung Ka. Hearing this, the senior professors who came early sat stunned, waiting for Lin Yuan to apprentice, suddenly jumped up in shock. What? Back to Lin Yuan and Kung Ka. He was now hugging her tightly, and even though Kung Ka struggled, he refused to let go. "You want to apprentice under me? That's right. I've already sized you up," Master Lin Yuan whispered. "This girl seems to be over 100 years old. Otherwise, if I knelt before her in broad daylight, I'd definitely get at least 3 years in prison." Kung Ka pushed Lin Yuan away and said loudly, "But it seems I've already been expelled by Deity." Lin Yuan remained determined, his eyes tough and shining, defiantly saying, "Master, you said you can only go outside to get fresh air for an hour or two a week. If you accept me as your disciple, I have a way to help you regain your freedom within 2 years." The sweet talk worked perfectly. When Lin Yuan heard this, his eyes shone even brighter than Dich Hoa's. "Really? Fine, I agree." He smiled slyly to himself, successfully luring him in. Everything was going smoothly, when suddenly a sound erupted. Wait! It was like a thunderclap shaking the heavens. Upon hearing that Dich Hua had chosen Lin Yuan as his master, the senior teachers who arrived early but weren't chosen immediately rushed over to the two of them. At the same time, this group approached, and Lin Yuan spoke up, "Ugh, here comes a bunch of busybodies." The senior teacher, whose body looked like a solid iron statue from head to toe, showed no clear intention to stop them. "Senior Lin Yuan, didn't you say you wouldn't interact with students while you were out getting some fresh air?" The senior teacher who spoke earlier also chimed in, adding that with Lin Yuan's current mental state, he wasn't fit to teach students. "That's right, Senior Lin Yuan, you should go home." Lin Yuan calmly crossed his arms against the group, blocking them, and turned to Dich Hoa asking, "Go home?" "Humph, fine, what's your name?" Dich Hua bowed respectfully and obediently. "Master, my name is Dich Hua." She boldly took a 3-meter-long step, breaking it in half as she walked leisurely, then spoke firmly. "All right, Dich Hua, come home with me." Dich Hua followed behind, raising his face arrogantly, completely proud and cocky in front of them. The scene shifted to the Huada Research Institute, a tall and vast place with extremely unusual architecture. Dich Hoa followed Lin Yuan all the way here, looking around curiously, while the old lady Lin Yuan strolled along carefree. Just like that, he followed Lin Yuan's footsteps to the main hall and all the way to the elevator. Once inside, Dich Hoa tilted his head and asked, "Master, do you live in such a remote place?" Lin Yuan replied calmly, "Yes, mainly because a few decades ago I had a bit of a breakdown and often harmed others. After that, Huada placed me here in the Research Institute. Fortunately, in recent years I've been able to control myself and finally got the chance to go outside and get some fresh air." Dich Hoa, still a bit dazed, asked again, "In other words, I'm the first student you've accepted in decades, right?" Hearing this, Lin Yuan frowned and asked back, "You really have a strange mindset. Aren't you supposed to be scared?" Seeing the old lady's attitude, Dichoa broke out in a sweat, drenched as if he'd just taken a shower. "Afraid the master would chop me up? Count me out." After a while, the elevator reached floor negative 666. The doors opened, revealing a long corridor ahead, with high walls on both sides and a narrow, somewhat suffocating path. He blurted out, "Why is the hallway so narrow in such a huge research institute?" Lin Yuan explained, "Because this is a place only I can access." Noticing a series of numbers ahead, Dichoa continued to wonder, "Does that door have a countdown too?" Before he could get an answer, Lin Yuan suddenly dashed forward like an arrow shot from a bow. The three of them ran at full speed, shouting loudly, "Damn it! No time left! Hurry and get inside!" Under the intense pressure, Dichua couldn't adapt fast enough. Leaning against the elevator behind him, he stubbornly asked again, "What's that countdown for?" The master was in a hurry and had to deal with this annoying guy, so Lin Yuan ran fast while turning back to explain, "Every time I go out, the electronic clock starts counting down. If I don't return within the set time, an alarm will sound at the Huada principal's office. Then I'll have to face a manhunt by Huada." Hearing this, the principal was speechless. "That's harsh, right?" The clock showed exactly 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Luckily, Lin Yuan and Dichua made it in time. Passing through that narrow corridor, although Dichua was behind, with his abilities, a few seconds behind was nothing. The moment he stepped inside, the door slammed shut immediately. Moreover, outside the door, a protective electric grid automatically activated, preventing anyone from getting out or in. Lin Yuan, having made it inside, breathed a sigh of relief. Almost too late. Dichoa turned around, sensing something about himself and thinking that there seemed to be a special magnetic field here. His martial weapon was very difficult to gather outside his body. In other words, the martial arts techniques here would be greatly weakened. Hearing Dichua's thoughts, Lin Yuan naturally responded, "Of course, because this is my prison cell." She then gave a detailed introduction about her room. "To keep me from escaping, those little brats from the scripture testing made me a 3-story mansion, fully equipped for entertainment and martial arts training, but at the same time installed a high-powered electromagnetic field to suppress the weapons of martial artists." Then Lin Yuan leaned back on the sofa. Though her hair was pure white, she looked like a teenage girl, hands behind her head, exhaling deeply before saying, "To prevent me from getting bored and breaking out." Seeing this, Dichua pressed his lips tightly, only daring to mutter silently, saying it's a prison cell. But this was basically a luxurious apartment, with all daily needs met, feeling like he was serving Master Lin Yuan here. The scene shifted to Huada University, where an older man sat holding a phone. This was Principal Thin Vun of Huada University. On the phone, a very urgent voice spoke, "Principal, it's not good. Dichua has already sworn Lin Yuan as his master." But the principal replied carefully and without much concern, "No need to manage him." Then the principal's expression turned serious, and his tone deepened as he spoke clearly and in detail. "Remember the current reform goal of Huadai. We don't need to cultivate a group of pillars. We need to cultivate one, a top-tier powerhouse who can carry the lower kingdom and humanity, based on providing sufficient resources for geniuses. Let the geniuses develop freely. Let Dichua study under Lin Yuan first. A top-tier powerhouse can carry the lower kingdom and humanity by providing enough resources for geniuses. Let the geniuses develop freely. Just let Lin Yuan study under Gong Ka first. The new students of Hoa University and Hoa City are about to finish their summer camp training. When that time comes, let this whetstone be used to sharpen those still immature blades on the other end of the line, even if it means swallowing some bitterness." "I understand, Principal." At that moment, the principal turned to look at the information display of Lin Yuan on the computer. The person on the phone reported, "Principal, the new student Lin Yuan has followed Lin Qi into the private room. Everything is currently fine." The person continued, "But according to big data calculations, Lin Qi's special grade combat power has about a 5% chance of losing control when staying in the same room with others for a long time." On Lin Qi's information display, it clearly showed anger, 5 dangerous intentions, special grade combat power aura, a 5 to 14% chance of losing control, and a 95% safety rate when sharing a room. The common target is Lin Yuan, with a 38% chance of injury, a 10.3% rescue rate, and a safe rescue time of 1 to 3 minutes. The person also added that Lin Yuan has an 89.7% chance of not surviving until the Great Rescue. After the rescue, there is a 95.3% chance of not being saved. Hearing this, the principal stood up and slowly walked toward the large door, looking outside and saying again, "This so-called special grade combat power. They are either powerful martial prisoners whose death sentences have been postponed, or strong martial artists who cannot control their personal power for various reasons. He looked into the distance as if he had combed through and understood everything he said. Usually, the nation will restrict their freedom when the lower kingdom faces a severe crisis, sending all of them to the frontline battlefield as combat power to protect the country and confront this terrifying existence. I think Lin Yuan is ready. Without preparation to kill, how can one go far on the path of slaughter? The time for the lower kingdom is running out. The fools from the Northern Federation in Bakdan, along with the fanatical cult worshipping the secret civilization in the divine descending heavenly kingdom, are all stirring, carrying many worries and the heavy responsibilities of a predecessor. The principal looked far away with a heavy heart and whispered, "Young generation, grow up quickly." The scene shifts back to Lin Yuan and Lin Qi in the third-floor underground prison, training ground. The two arrived here immediately after returning home. Lin Qi said while walking, "Well, I haven't taught in decades. Let's have a match first, to see how strong you really are," Lin Yuan asked curiously. "Master, will you suppress your martial cultivation down to the martial path stage to fight me?" Lin Qi shrugged, nodded, then glanced at Lin Yuan and replied, "Ah, you didn't remind me. I almost forgot. I have to suppress my cultivation." Hehe. Then both of them started warming up. Lin Yuan spun his hands and said, "Master Lin Qi, I'm ready." Old Lin Qi was still warming up all over, making continuous sounds, hey-oh-hoo, hey-oh-hoo. It seemed Lin Qi was very happy to have someone to train with today. Lin Yuan quickly took a defensive stance, eyes focused on his master, silently telling himself within 30 minutes, "I don't want to recall the scene of getting beheaded just now." As he was about to say something in his mind, unexpectedly, Lin Qi charged like a silver bullet. Small in size but with great stamina, Lin Qi's speed was like a demon. Within just a few seconds, Lin Qi's small hand with sharp nails had already reached Lin Yuan's throat. Lin Yuan hadn't reacted yet and froze, realizing that what was under his chin was heading straight for a vital spot. They said it was just a friendly spar. In Lin Yuan's wide-open eyes, he could see Lin Qi's fierce face flying closer and closer, her gaze turning dangerously terrifying. Lin Yuan thought, "I've simulated movement trends, dodging at least 5 directions, but every time Lin Qi's blade hand is predictable. I can only brace myself." Deciding on that, Lin Yuan immediately unleashed his Godzilla energy, with no time to dodge. Standing there to avoid damage from Lin Qi, he played his trump card, his whole body blazing with fire, and Lin Qi was thrown back. First, he pushed the dangerous threat away. Lin Yuan immediately took a defensive stance to prevent her from approaching his weak points again. Seeing this attitude, Lin Qi became even more excited. She grinned widely, baring her white teeth despite her age, loudly saying, "You want to speed up your defense by awakening your blood vessels and counterattack me? Kid, too bad I'm faster than you." Saying that, Lin Qi flew up. She quickly reached above Lin Yuan's head and had the ability to manipulate her body shape. Her arms twisted like ropes, wrapping around Lin Yuan's body and biceps. He looked bewildered at his own suppressed state. Very quickly, Lin Qi successfully grabbed both of Lin Yuan's hands, making it impossible for him to reach out, then used her small foot to stomp on his nape. Lin Qi applied strong force. The cracking sounds of bones echoed continuously, and the painful feeling of nearly dying hit again. Lin Yuan's neck bones were damaged. He tilted his head back and screamed in despair, this time even worse than before. The sensation was so real in every cell, his painful scream echoed throughout the room. After a moment of fighting, Lin Yuan struggled to stand up. Lin Qi also jumped back. At this point, his face was bruised and battered. From head to toe, Lin Yuan was bleeding everywhere, his whole body trembling. He looked at his master and laughed, saying, "You really don't hold back at all. Master, the awakened blood vessels have also reverted to their original state." But regardless of Lin Yuan's words, Lin Qi became even more delighted seeing the bloodied state on his body. She licked her lips. Heh, it's been a while since I've tasted blood. That familiar action again. Lin Yuan raised his finger to the torn corner of his eye, smiled dangerously, and said, "Master, in terms of martial arts, I am no match for you. Next, I will unleash some forbidden techniques. Please instruct me." After saying this, right behind Lin Yuan appeared the blazing image of a huge head, its 2 eyes blazing brightly, and its wide mouth unconsciously releasing a long trail of smoke. The figure burst out powerfully. Lin Yuan's eyes glowed as he looked forward, and in his pupils, a flash of determination could be seen. Lin Yuan thought, "Luckily I farmed superhuman transformation last night." Seeing the power Lin Yuan unleashed, Liu Qingzu whispered an evaluation. "Is this really a disciple's technique with such power? I think I've taken on a terrifying monster as my disciple." Just as she saw the kid in front of her continue to unleash new moves, and on top of that, he wasn't afraid to reveal his abilities. This 100-year-old woman happily danced a few punches and sneered, "If that's the case, as your master, I must give it my all." With that, Liu Qingzhu swung her hand down. A terrifying energy surged out like a blade of air. It was incredibly fast and powerful, rushing toward Lin Yuan. Even a light strike showed an overwhelmingly dominant power. The attack flew toward that huge face, splitting the two faces Lin Yuan had created with just a simple move. Immediately after, an explosion erupted with nuclear energy, thick black smoke and dust obscuring the view. From within the blast, Lin Yuan's transformed figure leapt out. As he charged forward, he took a defensive stance and shouted, shifting into the original human transformation split form, the mechanical bone human form. He carefully used his Godzilla armor to cover his entire body. Seeing this, Liu Qingzhu remained calm. As Lin Yuan's punch neared, Liu Qingzhu only widened her pupils in slight surprise, then smoothly twisted her body to the side. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, with his transformed form, charged forward. Not only was his body larger, but his spiky appearance gave him an advantage. The closer he got, the tighter he clenched his fist to deliver a devastating blow. Liu Qingzhu's reaction was merely to purse her lips and take a small breath. In less than half a second, she thrust her slender arm straight at Lin Yuan. Her eyes shone like a killing machine. Around her small, pale arm, a faint but undeniable power radiated. Lin Yuan's transformed form was massive and powerful, but when it touched Liu Qingzhu, he couldn't resist. The armor cracked. In pain, he whispered. The flesh and bone armor based on Godzilla's exterior has a defense at least dozens of times stronger than the superhuman transformation. Inside that armor, he was confident in his strength. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain from Liu Qingzhu's attack. He didn't understand why she could tear through him so easily. One of his eyes widened, unable to bear it, and when he looked ahead, he was even more shocked. He had only been a few meters away, but in a moment of distraction, Liu Qingzhu had jumped right up close to his face. She was clearly delighted, her expression just like a child's. Lin Yuan, are you hiding inside this armor's mouth? At this moment, he began to fear. Such perception was terrifying. He had clearly stopped all life activities of his original body. This 100-year-old girl smiled excitedly and struck a playful pose in front of Lin Yuan. Playful in a murderous way. Liu Qingzhu said, "Come out quickly, disciple." Immediately, a long slash cut across his body. Lin Yuan continued to transform, creating numerous sharp bones on his face to defend against Liu Qingzhu's attack. At the same time, he loudly activated the next form, the Comet Superhuman Split form. If he jumped in now, it would be disastrous. This master, Liu Qingzhu, no matter how crazy, was still very rational. She immediately jumped back and kept her distance from Lin Yuan, her small hand pressing on the floor, sparking flames. On the head of Lin Yuan's superhuman armor, a massive energy surged, engulfing the head completely, the Godzilla nuclear energy he used. Lin Yuan aimed to strike Liu Qingzhu and shouted challengingly, "Master, with such a powerful slash from you, I wonder if you can cut these in half." Inside the armor, Liu Qingzhu stepped back, which intrigued him even more. Lin Yuan smiled lightly and continued, "Master, of course, you won't easily melt from my nuclear breath, but how will you defend against this?" Suddenly, a chain appeared in the air, sturdy and stained with rust and blood. Looking back, Lin Yuan realized the chain had tightly bound him. He had clearly been in an advantageous position, but now he was suppressed. 7 chains wrapped tightly, squeezing him from multiple directions. Once again, Lin Yuan looked up and saw the guillotine, which gave him a feeling of death and rebirth. It clicked rhythmically. His face twisted as he looked up and said, I still can't escape the execution block." Just as he finished, above his head, the sharp blade descended at a terrifying speed. The person lying beneath the guillotine was Lin Yuan, terrified. He thrashed about, unsure what to do, drenched in sweat. He tried to muster all his strength and shouted out loud, "Jormungandr." Hearing him call Jormungandr, it immediately appeared, charging forward with an extremely dark and dangerous expression. This time, Lin Yuan even summoned the rose-headed guy. To counter the illusion created by Suzhou, Jormungandr froze time so the blade wouldn't strike Lin Yuan. At this moment, he kept reminding himself, "Master has been cornered and dragged me into her murderous intent trap. This isn't real space but a mental illusion created from killing intent. To break free from the illusion, one must use spiritual power to resist." As soon as time stopped, Jormungandr unleashed 100,000 punches against the blade. Under the continuous and powerful pressure from Jormungandr, the punches caused the illusion Lin Yuan saw to start cracking. A hopeful sign. Jormungandr kept throwing rapid punches. Soon, the illusion shattered completely, breaking apart like Lin Yuan had just shattered a glass pane, with fragments falling through the air. Breaking free, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes as a cool, gentle breeze brushed across his eyelids. Waking up, he realized the armor around him was completely destroyed. Standing right beside him was Suzhou, casually sucking on a lollipop. She ate it delightfully and said, "Oh, you're awake? That turtle shell next to you is really tough. Lin Yuan was still unaccustomed to her dangerously fast moves. Startled, as if his soul hadn't fully returned, he managed to say 2 words, Master. Around him, his armor was shattered. Exhausted, he propped himself up, thinking that it seemed like his master had violently dragged him out from the giant's mouth, and the hardened crystal body armor he condensed to protect himself was also brutally smashed. But this was absolutely beyond what a martial disciple stage could do. Seeing Lin Yuan was okay, Suzhou turned away. Suspicious, Lin Yuan squinted and smirked, asking Suzhou directly, Master, you cheated, didn't you? With a lollipop still in her mouth, Suzhou raised her small face and turned to question him back. Cheated? I beat you fairly and squarely. Where's the cheating? Lin Yuan wanted confirmation, so he asked again, Really? Suzhou didn't bother and replied while popping the candy into her mouth rhythmically. Well, I just used a little extra strength. You know, the master is very strong. Surely, in 1 or 2 attacks, the force wasn't well controlled. There was really nothing more to say about that. Although Lin Yuan looked unwilling, he pressed his lips shut and said nothing more, as if he saw through her act. Suzhou's face showed a hint of embarrassment, but as a master who had lived 100 years, she noticed Lin Yuan's clear doubt that he wasn't ready to give up, so she muttered softly, Yeah. Right after, Suzhou suddenly jumped and placed her small hands on Lin Yuan's shoulders, whining with teary eyes streaming down. All right, next time Master won't play dirty. Don't be mad, okay? Please don't leave. I haven't played with anyone for decades. This scene was no different than a little sister apologizing to her older brother. Lin Yuan puffed up his chest and enjoyed it. In Suzhou's 100-year-old training room, after competing with the disciple who just joined, Suzhou acted like a child whining beside Lin Yuan. He was very confused by this situation. Young girls are one thing, but this was a 100-year-old lady. He quickly waved his hand humbly. Hey, don't cry. Suzhou is still whining. Boo-hoo. Then she turned her face with sparkling eyes and asked, You're not leaving anymore? Lin Yuan widened his eyes, nodded, and replied, It was so hard to become your disciple. Where else would I go? Hearing this, Suzhou put her hands on her hips, tilted her face up, and replied, Ahem, I wasn't crying just now. Lin Yuan suddenly startled looking at Suzhou and softly said, Come here. Suzhou ran to her big fridge, reaching in while saying, Ah, now I basically understand your strength. Although you're much weaker compared to me back then, you're still considered a rare talent compared to others. Then Suzhou asked bluntly, We can start lessons now. What do you want to learn? At this moment, Lin Yuan recalled the scene of his punches being shattered the day before. He spoke about the martial arts progression of the martial disciple stage and how the giant's arm was sliced through by a lightning strike. Hearing this, Suzhou calmly opened a can of Coke and replied, Slicing? That's hard to teach. After slicing many things, you just get a feeling for it. Lin Yuan still didn't understand what feeling she meant. Suddenly, Suzhou's eyes lit up. She looked wide-eyed and explained clearly. Whether it's a human body, a demon beast, or other objects, there's an optimal cutting point and a line that can be easily sliced. You can call that the killing slash. Hearing this, even Lin Yuan's hair stood on end. He pressed his lips tightly, uneasy inside. Lin Yuan thought, the killing slash. It seemed his master was as skilled at slicing as the divine dragon. If the divine dragon's slicing pursued ultimate power and absolute sharpness, then his master's was precise technique like the precious ding of Jiaozhou. At this time, Lin Yuan sat resting beside his master on a bench. Suzhou sipped her long cola happily and sincerely advised Lin Yuan, learning this is troublesome. I advise you to break through to the martial disciple stage first. Your martial cultivation can't rise much, and you don't have the conditions to learn my martial skills. Seeing his unstable attitude and expression, Suzhou continued. Do you know the difference between a martial disciple and a martial apprentice? Lin Yuan asked back. What is it? Suzhou explained. It's not physical progress, but spiritual. Compared to a martial apprentice, a martial disciple gains an important ability, internal organs. After obtaining internal organs, a martial artist can shift from macro-level martial cultivation to micro-level martial cultivation. Through internal organs, the martial artist can see their meridians, acupoints, and internal organs, and use martial weapons to reinforce them, expanding the limits of their physical body. In other words, a strong spirit comes first, followed by a strong body. That's basically understood. Lin Yuan smiled wryly, surprised that Master Gongka's teaching level was so high, truly worthy of being a professor at the Imperial University. Even when acting foolish, his existing knowledge level did not diminish at all. But speaking of spiritual strength, after merging with the vampire template and awakening the power of Warudo, his spiritual attribute had greatly improved. This could provide tremendous support during the martial artist stage. After thinking about the 3 kingdoms for a long time, he asked further, So what's different about the cultivation method when upgrading to martial artist? Gongka's eyes grew serious, and at this moment, the Iron Spirit explained clearly and directly to him. The levels of breakthrough cultivation methods and martial techniques are divided into 4 tiers: Heavenly Steel, Earth Killing, Mysterious Emperor, and No Grade. Usually, martial students from lower-tier colleges or universities who want to upgrade to martial artist can only be provided with no-grade breakthrough cultivation methods, and students are no-grade. This type of breakthrough method has the advantage of rapid breakthrough with almost no barriers. You just need to accumulate enough chi and blood and martial weapons. Over 80% of martial artists upgrade through no-grade breakthrough cultivation methods. As for us at Huada University, breakthrough cultivation methods all start from the Mysterious Emperor level. Listening carefully and pondering, Lin Yuan stroked his chin and asked further, "What about the Heavenly Steel and Earth-Killing levels? You're the one who knows this best." Gong Ka explained immediately that Heavenly Steel level breakthrough cultivation methods and martial techniques are almost all originals taken from secret ruins. Whether there are even 10 copies worldwide is uncertain. After finishing this sentence, Gong Ka nodded gently, his expression also turning solemn. Although our Imperial University has 1 copy, with your current ability and authority, you definitely cannot access it. Lin Yuan turned to pay attention. His expression also darkened. Suddenly, Gong Ka burst into hearty laughter. "But you can learn the earth-killing level breakthrough cultivation method." Lin Yuan was shocked to his core, startled. Gong Ka clarified further. "The Bodhi Heart Sutra, the earth-killing breakthrough cultivation method I possess, and the flesh-body demon prison of Little Tiger were created inspired by this method of mine. These things are truly sweet nectar for the sharp-tailed bee." Lin Yuan here. He gaped his mouth wide and exclaimed loudly, "I want to learn." Lin Yuan's spirit like this did not disappoint, master. Gong Ka threw the empty Coca-Cola can straight into the trash. "All right, let's start now. Feel the police-like aura I created for you." At this moment, the aura, accompanied by the mysterious scene, surged toward Lin Yuan. He froze. Not again, right? Looking down at himself, he was once again drawn into the illusion created by Gong Ka. The 100-year-old old woman pursed her lips and smiled cunningly, saying, "Heh heh, I like fresh blood the most." The scene shifted back to Huada Academy in the sky. Night had fallen. School was dismissed, and people bustled outside. Suzhou walked alone leisurely. He suddenly noticed Lin Yuan right ahead of him. At this moment, he immediately spoke. "Hey, Lin Yuan, how was the first day of school? I heard you already took your oath." Just intending a brief friendly greeting. Unexpectedly, a long, sharp sword flew toward Suzhou, nearly slicing him in half. Quickly, Suzhou noticed the sword right behind him, immediately summoned his ice energy and stepped back. Suzhou's eyes lit up. He gripped the sword tightly, charging it with energy as he looked at Lin Yuan in front of him. Looking closer at this face and silhouette, it was unusually dangerous. Moreover, it radiated a sinister aura unlike Lin Yuan at all. A few seconds later, Lin Yuan turned around to see Suzhou on high alert behind him, then casually said, "Ah, sorry, Suzhou, I was a bit tense." Suzhou was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat, as if just sprayed with water. He stammered awkwardly, "Lin Yuan." In Suzhou's sight, he saw Lin Yuan's extremely terrifying and chilling appearance. At Lin Yuan's feet were countless murderous hands and feet clawing outward, the air filled with a heavy stench and evil aura. Suzhou's voice trembled. What on earth happened today? The scene rewound to more than 10 hours earlier. Inside the illusion, many gaunt, frightening monsters swarmed aggressively. Somewhere, a voice transmitted telepathically, forbidding you from using any martial techniques or abilities, only allowing you to use the sword in your hand to deal with the zombies. Lin Yuan was currently undergoing Master Gong Ka's trial. He was a tasty morsel for the ravenous zombies. They appeared from nowhere and grew more numerous. He was so suppressed he could barely breathe. So many of them, and only this tattered sword? Gong Ka's voice echoed again in his subconscious. Using the sword is to get you used to the feeling of the blade cutting through flesh and bone, training your muscle memory so you instinctively find the right path to slash and kill, striking the target's weak points fastest. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed tightly. He stared straight ahead and said, "So that's how it is. Then I'll start now." At that moment, Lin Yuan crouched down. He unleashed a powerful sword strike, slicing through the zombies clinging to him. Their bodies were torn into pieces, floating in midair. Before Lin Yuan's eyes, Gong Ka appeared towering. She opened her sparkling eyes wide and then pressed down firmly on the voice of this Lin Yuan kid. She thought to herself as she saw Lin Yuan's expression, "Training my earth-slaying cultivation method in this illusion is actually very dangerous. Ordinary martial artists basically don't have the qualifications to cultivate it. If Lin Yuan's spirit wasn't far beyond that of a normal person, he would probably have been possessed by murderous energy or gone mad from internal fire." Then suddenly, his iron aura and face blazed like fire, darkened and flashed brightly. Even Kung Ka was certain and silently affirmed it. Lin Yuan really is the star of hope for Thi Kin Vun and all of Huada University. We eagerly look forward to your future. Back to the present. After finishing the exchange with Su Zhou, he returned to his dormitory. Now, Lin Yuan is relaxing in a high-end mage bathtub. Lin Yuan whistled cheerfully while mumbling under his breath. Phew, already exhausted on the very first day. The #1 university in Ha country really lives up to its reputation. His phone rang, and he got excited when he saw the name on the screen. Oh, a distinguished guest, Liu Qingzhu, transferred to Liu Qingzhu's dormitory. She was very excited in her small room. Lin Yuan answered on the other end. Qingzhu, is there something you need? Liu Qingzhu stretched out and replied immediately. My mother has already sent the things you needed, and now they're in my hands. She flipped over the soft bedding. Liu Qingzhu's tone became much clearer as she said, My mother also asked me to thank you for helping me achieve the top rank in the freshman challenge group. At this point, Lin Yuan said enthusiastically, Really? I'll come to your dorm to pick it up later. Qingzhu blushed all over and stammered, Ah, no need. You don't have to come. I'll send it to you by drone. Lin Yuan on the other end agreed easily. All right then, you must have found your advisor today, right? Who's your advisor? Qingzhu sat up and shyly replied, It's Dean Bai. She said I have great talent and accepted me as her disciple. That's even better, Lin Yuan exclaimed. Really? That's great. Qingzhu still felt uneasy and asked, What about you, Lin Yuan? Have you sworn allegiance to any dean? At this point, our lamp god lowered his face into the water, thinking, It's still better not to tell Liu Qingzhu about rejecting 5 deans, or someone will lose sleep tonight. Right now, he answered vaguely. I've sworn allegiance to Liu Qingzhu, but I'm a bit tired. She asked again. Hello, Lin Yuan, what did you say? Lin Yuan rambled on to change the subject. Gu lu 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 lu. Half a year passed, and the first semester of freshman year was almost over. For Huada University freshmen, countless interesting things happened this semester. For example, at the start of the semester, Ouyangzhe united outstanding talents from many provinces to form the Long Blood Society, which had a strong voice among freshmen. As expected, after the Hua Capital freshmen finished their summer training camp and returned to Huada University, they clashed with the Long Blood Society. During the escalating conflict, members of the Long Blood Society and local Hua Capital students began fighting in the arena. The result was, of course, more losses than wins, and the Long Blood Society's influence started to decline. Currently, among freshmen, the most famous student is Hang Jianhui. Maybe calling him the most famous freshman at Huada University isn't accurate. He probably has nationwide appeal because he was the top scorer in the Hua Capital University entrance exam. During the live broadcast of the Hua Capital University exam, netizens were deeply convinced by his strong ability. There were even rumors that Vice Hongsheng highly praised him, calling him the next national-level martial artist. As for Lin Yuan, who was once famous at the start of the semester, no one remembers him anymore. After all, he has been out of the public eye for over 3 months. Scene shifts underground to Huada University's Research Institute training room where Kung Ka is. Lin Yuan lies close to the ground, while Kung Ka forcefully kicks his tiny leg into Lin Yuan's shoulder. She shouted, Faster! Even faster! Every kick transmits the spiritual martial weapon energy I condensed into your body. Kung Ka stood fully on Lin Yuan's body, waving her lambada on his back, enjoying herself as she looked down and said, My martial weapon also contains my insight into the Bodhi Heart internal scripture, which will help you consolidate the breakthrough in your martial artist realm, and you can also feel my jade foot. This is a real bargain for you, kid. At that moment, Lin Yuan's whole body was flushed red, bruised, and bleeding all over, yet he still forced himself to do push-ups and endured it while cursing silently. What the hell? You sealed my martial weapon. Doing push-ups like this feels like carrying a mountain. The master's martial weapons flowing inside me make me itch all over. Kung Ka above smirked lightly and said, Rojo, do you weakling? You can't even do this much, and you haven't even reached 1,000 kicks yet. Lin Yuan, suppressing extreme pain, clenched his teeth so hard they nearly mixed, growling from his throat. Who's a weakling? Watch me speed up now. As he spoke, his aura was like a wild beast gone mad. Kung Ka got scared and kicked dozens more times. She said, All right, come on, faster, use your strength. At this moment, Lin Yuan was enduring hundreds of torturous kicks. He tensed up in a fierce outburst. Lin Yuan roared loudly like a bull, echoing through the training room. Then a bomb-like explosion erupted. Kung Ka flew away immediately after the explosion. Red smoke scattered everywhere. At the same time, as she stopped, Lin Yuan's muscles tensed and even expanded. All those bulging muscles on his body. This feeling was like fresh blood, splattering, tearing apart the old muscle fibers. He looked at himself after the explosion. Not only was he more solid, but his physique was also more impressive. he said, transforming into completely new muscle fibers that have been converted into weapons. Seizing the moment, the brat proudly showed off his big durian abs, and Lin Yuan's eyes lit up brightly. She loudly scolded the soul of the young girl. Your clothes are torn, you pervert. Liu Qingzhu blushed deeply and looked straight ahead. When covering your eyes, close your fingers tightly. Don't peek. Then he turned around. It was time to leave the quarantine. Lin Yuan pouted sadly and said again, Are you leaving? Yes, I've been locked up here with you for 3 months. I should go outside and see the sunlight. She then acted coquettishly and continued, So, will you come back? He turned away with the shadow of Wang Dongdong, but deliberately glanced at Lin Yuan and flatly said, Of course, you're too bad at gaming. Before I return next time, you should practice more. Lin Yuan stuck out his tongue teasingly. Nya, 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 who needs you to play games with? The scene shifted outside the apartment where Lin Yuan was locked up. Liu Qingzhu stood in front of the large building speaking to himself. Ba Thang, not seeing the sun is indeed a bit nostalgic, although now I don't really like sunlight. Liu Qingzhu wandered alone, hesitating and thinking about many things. It had been a long time since going outside, like a whole generation had passed. But this time, leaving quarantine wasn't just for a stroll. There was something important to do. Suddenly, Liu Qingzhu's eyes caught something. He whispered. At Huada University, students' semester achievements include a very important part, extracurricular missions. The main content of these missions is to hunt down illegally wanted martial artists or investigate secret areas and assist in fighting against title monsters. It can also involve suppressing illegal organizations or even foreign forces, coming to the activity center first to receive missions, and conveniently meet up with close friends. Arriving at the entrance of Huada University's activity center, Liu Qingzhu immediately called out, Hey, Suzhou, long time no see. Suzhou happily looked at him and said, Finally, you're out of quarantine. You kept me waiting too long. Liu Qingzhu and Suzhou talked after days without meeting, and Liu Qingzhu immediately asked about Suzhou's study abilities and all that ostrich stuff. How much has your strength increased? Suzhou answered right away, I broke through to martial artist rank 2 months ago. But this meeting made Suzhou feel scared. He squinted, thinking to himself, the first time meeting Liu Qingzhu after 3 months. Liu Qingzhu seemed to have no obvious change in aura or physique, but this was the scariest change. How much has his strength really increased? Could he fight? Speaking of which, Suzhou recalled the school boss's story and thought further. 3 days ago, I was invited to watch a private duel between Hang Ji-hui, the representative of Huada University's new students, and Ouyang Zhe, vice president of the Dragon Blood Society. The result was no surprise. Ouyang Zhe lost after only 10 minutes of fighting Hang Ji-hui. Facing this result, I could feel Hang Ji-hui didn't use his full strength. Ultimately, I still worry about Liu Qingzhu's ability and don't know how strong my friend is compared to the school boss. Could Liu Qingzhu fight Hang Ji-hui? No. Maybe Hang Ji-hui isn't Liu Qingzhu's opponent now either. Suddenly, someone appeared. It was Liu Qingzhu's close friend, Liu Qingzhu. She arrived and immediately said, Sorry. In a hurried state, Liu Qingzhu wore shorts and a very cool shirt, running quickly and excitedly. I'm late. But when Liu Qingzhu saw her, Liu Qingzhu crossed his arms and smiled oddly, asking, Is there more, classmate Liu Qingzhu? Liu Qingzhu was startled and asked back, More? What do you mean? Suddenly, Liu Qingzhu blushed deeply. Her face was so red it looked like it was burning, and she suddenly remembered her mother's advice. Liu Qingzhu. Remember, you and Liu Qingzhu are now a couple, so you have to show some things couples usually do at school, like A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z. She often asked him and suspected Liu Qingzhu was reminding her to do those things a girlfriend should do. What should I do now? Liu Qingzhu didn't know anything and acted clueless as usual. Meanwhile, Liu Qingzhu suddenly puckered her lips and nervously pushed her body closer to him. Liu Qingzhu asked awkwardly, What are you doing? 3 months without seeing each other? Not even a hello? This sentence was like pouring a bucket of cold water over Liu Qingzhu's head. She angrily turned away, steaming mad, wanting to beat Liu Qingzhu, who didn't pay attention. Liu Qingzhu sulked and said, I hate you the most. So the 3 of them went together to the place to receive their missions. The 3 new students stood in front of the school's big bulletin board. Suzhou read through and said the information on the big screen was all about recent hot missions and students who completed them excellently. Then he turned to look at Liu Qingzhu and continued, Liu Qingzhu and I have completed 3 missions, so that counts as exceeding expectations. This time, we just wanted to form a team with friends. Liu Qingzhu looked at the missions on the iPad, scrolling through as if she had already made a choice. These 3 missions are very suitable for us right now. The serial killer in Hoenn City, investigating the tidal monster anomaly in the intercity area, and the abnormality in Lin Tuai County. Seeing this, Liu Qingzhu revealed, Originally, these 3 missions were all level 2, but Lin Tui County has been upgraded to level 3. Huada University's extracurricular missions are divided into 5 levels. The higher the level, the harder the difficulty. The most common male students can only take level 1 missions. The only secondary mission that Suzhou and I ever participated in was a 10-person team mission. For a 3-person freshman team taking on a mission, usually getting a secondary mission is very difficult. Hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately pulled out a red card. He held it between 2 fingers, flicking it coolly. No problem, I have a privilege card. In my mind, I recalled Liu Qingju's advice, little Huo, you can carry the burden on your own now. In freshman and sophomore years, not many can compete with you. What you need now is to find some high-difficulty missions to train your skills. With this card, you can accept any mission level at your school at will. But don't randomly take level 4 or 5 missions. Those missions have too many variables. Even a Xuanwu martial artist risks losing their life. This made Lin Yuan's 2 friends curious. Liu Qingzu asked, where did you get that privilege card? Generally, it's hard to explain. Lin Yuan hummed for a moment, but Suzhou changed the subject. Lin Yuan, what do you think about these 3 missions? Lin Yuan immediately answered Suzhou's question. Benefits and risks coexist. He tried to avoid Liu Qingzu's curiosity, feeling relieved inside that Suzhou had changed the topic. That's all. To be more specific, the first mission is purely a capture operation. Personally, I think the efficiency of this mission will be very low. After all, it's a notorious rat that the criminal investigation team couldn't catch after months of pursuit. The difficulty lies in tracking, not killing. The second mission is investigative support. I think it will be hard for us to grow from that. With the Great Azure Dragon there, we will definitely only handle very simple tasks. Whether it's combat or main reconnaissance, it won't be our turn to act. The third mission is fully controlled by the 3 of us. Although having no backup support leads to many variables, the greater the risk, the higher the reward. If you worry about danger and keep growing in a greenhouse, then why become a martial artist? I lean toward the third mission. To sum up, it's finally settled. Clearly, this made Lin Yuan's 2 friends very excited. Liu Qingju and Suzhou had no more concerns. I agree with Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan cheerfully concluded. All right, then let's head out today. But as soon as they met the advisor in the support room, they were scolded. Is this a joke? Haven't you heard a level 5 team already failed in Linshui County? You 3 freshmen dare to take on a level 3 mission? You're overestimating yourselves. They were scolded so harshly they couldn't even respond. After she finished, Lin Yuan raised his card. Miss, I have a privilege card. But the person in charge still didn't believe it and became even more suspicious and annoyed. Learn to lie, huh? I'll call the supervisor now to expose you, determined to get to the bottom of it. But as it turned out, the supervisor's call made the woman in charge shrink back. Yes, supervisor, yes. Then she completely changed her attitude, smiling politely. Wishing you smooth martial operations. Seeing this, Lin Yuan teased. I actually preferred your wild arrogance just now. So they successfully accepted the mission. The 3 of them stepped outside. Lin Yuan went ahead, raising his hand to salute Suzhou and Liu Qingzu, saying loudly, you guys go prepare first. I'm going to get something. Scene shifts to the Mechanical and Demon Academy's forge. Lin Yuan arrived there. The system scanned him once and confirmed his identity successfully. Inside was a man wearing a blue and white coat, with very advanced equipment beside him. Lin Yuan spoke up. Director, I'm here to collect the weapon reward for the leader of the Zodiac face battle. The director turned and replied, Lin Yuan, you didn't choose the martial skill Earth Assassin but went for a weapon instead. You really have an eye for things. The director chatted a bit more before handing Lin Yuan a weapon he had crafted. If Senior Liu Qingju hadn't been faster, well, no more talk. Let me forge this for you. Although it has no special attributes, the weapon's conduction rate is an impressive 95%, forged from a top-grade refined star metal alloy known for its toughness. A supreme divine weapon. This sharp cleaver is about 1.2 meters long, wide and flat, with a blade color that's dark but sparkles like a starry sky. This is the hallmark of refined star metal. Lin Yuan immediately swung it once to test the weight and balance. The blade's perfection was undeniable. The director added, the blade is covered with dense serrated patterns that increase its weight and impact force, making every swing terrifyingly powerful. It seemed this blade was very suitable for Lin Yuan. He lightly swept it through the air. Moreover, when Lin Yuan raised the hilt before his face, the director continued explaining. The hilt is wrapped in a special black anti-slip leather, with refined star metal fibers woven inside to facilitate martial artists' conduction of weapons. Talk is cheap, actions speak. Lin Yuan tried a few light swings, using only a little strength, yet the skirts of the 2 nearby assistants fluttered wildly. The director was very pleased and spoke about the weapon. Every swing comes with a whistling wind and dazzling light, making it feel just right in your hand, with proper weight never too light. It was customized based on your body data measured 3 months ago. Surprisingly, it still suits your strength even after your breakthrough to martial artist. After a while, Lin Yuan turned away, leaving only a brief compliment. It must be said, worthy of being the Empire's blacksmith, truly top-notch. The master called out, "That's only natural. I dare say, even if a senior blacksmith came, when it comes to forging, they'd have to call me Dad." But Dichua firmly interrupted. The director was immediately flustered. "Ahem, Dichua, when we get back, absolutely don't tell the senior blacksmith about this." Scene shifts to Linshui County, so the 3 new students have made it inside. Dichua and Suzhou went ahead, while Liu Qingzhu trailed behind. Suzhou said, "Due to the mission's confidentiality, this time we'll be practicing here under the identity of ordinary college students." Immediately, Dichua used his ability to scan around once, thinking to first use the life magnetic field to sense a bit. Besides, this semester I've pushed the Godzilla model up to 71%. The life magnetic field is enough to cover the entire county. I'm afraid our appearance will awaken some old rats in the sewers. If those rats escape, it'll be a big headache. After all, exterminating rats is never about killing, but about finding them. Right beside, Suzhou nodded and seriously said, "Let's go. The 3 of us will head to the house the Empire arranged earlier." Coincidentally, at that moment, a man driving a 3-wheeled cart passed by. Seeing the 3 young people standing by the roadside, he called out, "Hey, where are you guys headed? Want to ride on my 3-wheeler?" Seizing the opportunity, Dichua gave a crooked smile. Mission start. Riding on the old man's 3-wheeler as they sped along, he enthusiastically helped the 3 martial artists and asked, "Hey, you look like scholars. Which school do you go to?" "On summer break for a trip?" Dichua replied. "I'm from Linshui County. This time I'm bringing 2 classmates to visit. We're currently studying at university in Yun City." Hearing this, the man was very surprised and immediately turned his head to ask again, "From Linshui County? Who's in your family?" "I don't recall anyone by that name." Dichua calmly answered. "My grandfather's name was Dichthu Vin. He passed away a few years ago. After that, I moved here." The man understood and focused back on driving. Turns out he was a descendant of the old Ditch family. At this point, Dichua thought, "Luckily I learned a bit of the local Lin Shui dialect on the plane. The identity information provided by the Empire is true." After hearing Dichua's words, the man gradually became more cheerful and warm up front. He laughed heartily and said, "Good, good. Hey kid, it's good you still remember Lin Shui County. Never forget your roots. That's a blessing." Soon they arrived at the place. The mission base of the Empire was the old house of Dich Thu Vin, so the 3 of them got off right at the front door. Dichua stood on the cart, silently staring inside for a long time. At that moment, the man leaned over and pointed inside. "Little Ditch, in 2 days it'll be the grand festival held once every 3 years in Lin Shui County. You must come join. If you're shy and don't want to go out, I'll personally come get you." Dichua naturally replied smoothly in the local dialect, "I know, thank you, sir." After the man helped the 3 and left, the 3 began to enter. Suzhou carried his backpack ahead. He looked around and declared, "This house hasn't been lived in for over 10 years. It's dilapidated, full of weeds and mosquitoes. Looks like we have some cleaning to do." Then our master Dichua lifted his leg high, grinned a crooked, dangerous smile, and said, "Cleaning? I'm really good at that." Immediately, Dichua stomped hard on the ground. A strong nuclear energy aura spread from his small foot all over the yard. It quickly cleared the place in an instant. The stubborn weeds growing stubbornly on the stones were all scorched by nuclear energy. Liu Qingzhu saw this and exclaimed, "That's not cleaning, that's massacre." Suzhou happily said, "Well, convenient and fast." With the yard cleaned up, Dichua and Liu Qingzhu stepped into the small house first. Suzhou sneaked in, touched the door for a while and said, "Put down your luggage. I'll install tiny cameras around the house for easy surveillance." Liu Qingzhu was also quick-witted. She leaned into another room. "I'll check the situation inside." Just a glance, and Qingzhu called Dichua. "Come see this quickly." Dichua was startled, turned around and slowly approached her, still very natural, and asked, "What did you find?" What caught Liu Qingzhu's attention was a statue hidden in the room, a Buddha statue but with a hooded cloth, and it had a terrifyingly sinister aura. She said from her perspective, "There's a god inlay here, not sure what it's worshipping." Dichua guessed this was placed here later. Qingzhu wondered, "What do you mean, placed later?" So the 2 went inside, standing close to the strange Buddha statue. Dichua analyzed the material of the inlay was wood. If it had always been in this old house, it would have rotted long ago. This inlay, though covered in dust, when wiped clean, still looked very new. At this moment, Suzhou also came in, but his aura was strange, clearly uncomfortable. He drew his sword, ready to act, saying, in other words, someone else placed this in the old house? I find this statue very unsettling. Better to cut it down first and ask questions later. But Liu Qingzhu quickly stopped him. Wait, Suzhou, don't be rash. What if this is an important clue? We should check carefully first. Suzhou was already acting up, but unexpectedly, when he looked over, Dichua's hands were already radiating nuclear energy as he growled. I agree. Liu Qingzhu heard that and immediately screamed like a wild beast. Agree with who? You're the killer. She's also getting a headache with these two gods. Liu Qingzhu held her head and sighed, saying, at least before you chop, take a look under the mask of this clay statue. Just then, Qingzhu took the initiative to lift the cloth covering the Buddha statue's head. The strange thing was that the dark Buddha statue revealed extremely terrifying gleaming eyes. It seemed Lin Yuan noticed something was off as his cautious gaze fixed on the statue. Very quickly, Lin Yuan stepped closer to Qingzhu and pulled her shoulder toward him, his sharp eyes narrowing as he whispered in her ear. This isn't good. Immediately, Lin Yuan told his close friend, it's definitely something dirty. Suzhou, cut it down. Suzhou quickly activated his power on the glowing sword. He coiled his body and charged like a whirlwind. One slash split the statue in two. The Buddha statue in front of Suzhou was damaged, but still mostly intact, and he swung a decisive, powerful strike. But what happened next shocked all three of them. What? The Buddha statue they had just cut in half started showing strange signs. It oozed out a lot of strange liquid with a squelching sound, bubbling like warts. The blobs kept increasing, and everyone wondered why the statue was bleeding. What was this black liquid? At this moment, Lin Yuan's expression changed drastically. He knew for sure this thing was about to cause trouble. He stared wide-eyed and thought silently, better run. Instantly, in his subconscious, Lin Yuan summoned Jormungandr, standing there with arms crossed. The rose-crowned figure appeared with an overwhelming battle aura. The rose-crowned one used his glowing golden hand to squeeze the strange liquid tightly. It kept boiling and bubbling in his palm. Then it expanded monstrously. This slimy filth revealed many bright white teeth. They were trapped by Jormungandr's crushing grip as the teeth snapped loudly. Lin Yuan observed from behind and gently ordered Suzhou, who was holding the energy-charged sword. Suzhou sealed it. Immediately, Suzhou unleashed his energy into the liquid mass, surrounding it with icy air that glowed fiercely. Liu Qingzhu was so terrified her face turned pale blue, her teeth chattering loudly, and Dung Dung couldn't believe what she was seeing. What the hell is this? Just as she was scared, suddenly a fiery hand placed itself on her shoulder from behind. Qingzhu was so frightened she froze like a stone, unable to move. It was Lin Yuan's voice, sounding terrifying. Qingzhu. Then Lin Yuan carefully asked, are you okay? He thought to himself that Qingzhu had been infected by the spiritual energy of that thing and needed to be given some pure energy weapon power. Qingzhu suddenly startled and then breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, I'm fine. Qingzhu found it strange that the fear had suddenly vanished, and she even felt warm inside. The three of them looked at the damned liquid, now frozen solid by Suzhou's ice on the floor. Lin Yuan smirked at the frozen mess and growled, looks like the anomaly in Linshui County is connected to this strange clay statue. Our investigation has reached an important stage. You guys keep an eye on this thing here in case it changes. I'm going to do something, he thought to himself. Having left nuclear radiation traces on the old man riding the three-wheeled cart, it's time to set the trap. Then Lin Yuan said firmly to both, old man, you don't need to come find me. Damn it, I'll come to you myself. Scene shifts to Linshui County, Kimsun Buddha Temple. Outside the door was the familiar three-wheeled cart with two men talking. Inside was a monk, and outside was the man who had helped Lin Yuan, Suzhou, and Liu Qingzhu. The monk inside had a very refined and calm demeanor. Sir, the abbot is waiting for you inside. The old man nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. All right, he said, following the monk inside. They walked down a deep, long tunnel. The monk led the old man to a large secret chamber. The gate was tall and wide, covered with many golden talismans outside. The two paths were lined with huge Buddha statues with fierce shapes. The monk's face remained elegant, and his calm aura was terrifying. The monk squinted and said softly to the abbot inside the door, Abbot, the guest Liu Zhensheng who meets the blessing band standard has arrived. He also said he has something to report. The old man's expression was a bit anxious and worried. Standing before the gate behind him was a man from the village. The monk calmly said, Abbot, the guest Liu Zhensheng who meets the blessing band standard has arrived, and he said he has something to report. As the monk finished speaking, a clear bell rang at the gate, followed by a mysterious voice echoing endlessly, as if coming from all directions. Guest, what are your intentions? Why did you suddenly come here? As the voice sounded, the two tall statues in front of the gate turned down to look at the old man. At this moment, the monk's face suddenly changed violently, as if possessed by some force. His eyes exploded wide like a monster's, then he glanced sideways and spoke with a demonic tone. Is there someone else? In an instant, the once elegant monk transformed into a lizard spirit, his body covered in tough black scales. His mouth full of sharp teeth and a terrifyingly pointed tongue made the old man jump in fright, scared stiff. He clasped his hands, dropped to his knees, then quickly kowtowed repeatedly, rubbing his hands nervously and choking out, "A deity on earth, a deity on earth." Suddenly, a familiar pitch-black footprint rushed in. Clearly, this footprint was very familiar, moving at a speed that sliced through the wind. It was Lin Yuan, no one else. He suddenly charged forward and kicked the recently transformed monk right in the head. The monk had just turned around to make some strange gestures, but was immediately struck by Lin Yuan's kick. This left him motionless. Just one kick, and the guy's head was smashed to pieces like a broken sugarcane juice bag, thanks to Lin Yuan using the power backed by Udo. He stood upright in front of the body and spoke loudly. "That's really disgusting." Luckily, Udo isolated that stuff from his clothes, otherwise it would be hard to wash off. Behind Lin Yuan, the old man still seemed unaware that he was about to be threatened. He looked up at Lin Yuan with a mix of discomfort and shock, asking, "Are you, a descendant of the old Lin family?" But Lin Yuan didn't bother responding, and instead turned his head to look around first. Having just finished off the monk, the statues around began showing strange signs. They trembled violently, their eyes glowing bright red. Oddly, these statues, which were thought to be immobile, suddenly grew larger and started moving. They planted their hands and feet firmly on the floor, their faces expressing indescribable rage as they pressed forward. Lin Yuan looked up calmly, his tone casual and indifferent. "Buddha statues can move?" Very quickly, the statues activated their mechanisms, unfolding two shining golden weapons, one a sword, the other a drill. All were ready for battle. Jormungandr now appeared clearly behind, raising his two muscular, rough hands, one on each side, blocking two powerful attacks with tremendous force. Despite the weight of tens of tons, Lin Yuan maintained his dignified aura. He casually touched the back of his head, feeling an itch to make a move. This only made the strange-shaped statues angrier and more irritated. Their eyes burned with fiery red rage, mouths open revealing long, sharp fangs. Their heads shook continuously. They moved their limbs in a crisscross pattern, but strangely, they missed their target and only caused confusion. Then, the Buddha statues launched bare-handed attacks directly at Lin Yuan's body. He stood there with arms crossed, waiting for the strikes to come. Despite the rapid onslaught, Lin Yuan's will was truly ironclad. At this moment, he slowly pulled out a shining ring from his middle finger. He said, "The space ring is in stealth mode to avoid enemy detection." Immediately, he drew out a long blade, holding it in one hand and powerfully swinging the sword that the old master at school had just crafted for him. Raising it high, Lin Yuan shouted, "Celestial Horse Slayer Blade." Without hesitation, he forcefully drew the sword. It was the first time it had been used in battle, looking very smooth and agile. He stood there, slashing long arcs all around, scattering the Buddha statue's arms into chaotic fragments flying everywhere. Lin Yuan's expression was cold, his gaze filled with chilling, killing intent. In an instant, all the Buddha statue arms fell, rolling on the floor. He still held firmly the long, dangerous weapon in his hand. The two statues weren't done yet. Their eyes glowed red, shooting laser-like beams straight down. Lin Yuan shouted in amazement, "They can shoot lasers from their eyes? Are you really Buddha statues?" The laser beams targeted Lin Yuan, but he showed no fear and swiftly dodged all attacks. As he dashed forward, he muttered, "Too bad these lasers are too slow." Using momentum, he leapt high, kicking and bending his body. He twisted his shoulders to gather strength and brought down the Celestial Horse Slayer blade in his hand, like Sun Wukong's Ru Yi Jingu Bang. Still slashing, he sang, "Let me see if you're just dry grass or something else inside." This time, he didn't target limbs, but the entire large Buddha statue. Lin Yuan passed between two statues, successfully slicing one in half. Inside wasn't earth or stone, but solid steel, like a weapon crafted by humans. The nearby old man was so terrified he couldn't speak, his eyes and mouth wide open, making incoherent sounds. The two heads of the wrathful bodhisattva statues flew up, shooting dark red lasers drifting uncontrollably in the air. Liu Qingju hadn't even reacted when one laser sliced him in half at the back. The scene was chaotic. Both statues and people were split in two. Everything collapsed, and Lin Yuan was the one who finished off these things. After finishing, he sheathed his long sword and muttered, "Ah, Buddha, definitely not living beings. From the start, my life field didn't sense any breath from these two bodhisattva statues." Lin Yuan's face showed seriousness and suspicion as he gritted his teeth. But how could a backward city like Lin Shui County have such advanced technological creations? Now, he was alone standing before a large door plastered with many talismans. Unable to hide his curiosity after witnessing everything, Lin Yuan asked himself aloud, "Is the answer behind this door?" Then he pointed at Jormungandr. "After all, we're university students. At least we should knock properly." Just summoned, Jormungandr dashed inside like lightning, clenching his right fist as he flew toward the talisman-covered gate. His fist glowed brightly as he repeatedly punched the door. With a determined tone, he shouted, "Is anyone inside?" After the furious series of attacks, the wall crumbled into pieces. It had been completely destroyed by Dojo. Simply without needing to intervene, Lin Yuan slipped both hands into his pockets and casually strolled inside. Suddenly, he noticed something ahead, looked up, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. It was truly a rare celestial phenomenon. Just inside, what struck Lin Yuan was a gilded Buddha statue, 70 to 80 meters tall, deep within the underground chamber. Such a colossal object naturally inspired awe and fear, deterring any disrespect. But Lin Yuan was not among those intimidated. He was as small as an ant before it. He looked up and called out, "This underground chamber is this big, and it even houses a giant Buddha statue." Around him hung countless lotus lanterns, illuminating the entire chamber. Lin Yuan spoke, "Hey, a guest has arrived. Little Chut, why are you still hiding and refusing to come out?" Just as he said this, footsteps appeared. The moment someone arrived, they shouted loudly. Oh, surprisingly, this newcomer was the monk whose head Lin Yuan had just smashed earlier. He appeared with that strange, calm demeanor and politely questioned Lin Yuan. "The temple and the patron have no grudge or enmity. Why would you dare to disrespect the temple?" Standing before the enormous golden Buddha statue, the monk stepped behind it and, upon seeing Lin Yuan, nodded repeatedly, saying, "Oh, the temple and the patron have no grudge or enmity." Lin Yuan continued rubbing the ring on his finger, preparing to draw his refined Han Trom blade. Once again, he raised the sword before him, the blade's path reflecting the eager gleam in his eyes. He grinned challengingly and sneered, "Trash, you're a robot, playing the part of a fake human and even addicted, huh?" With a gentle slash, Lin Yuan pushed upward with force, successfully striking the monk's shadow. In an instant, the sword's aura pierced fiercely and swiftly through the gaze. Suddenly, the monk reappeared right behind Lin Yuan. He moved like a machine, eerily calm, clasped his hands, and softly said, "Patron, your killing karma is deep. This is a bit troublesome." Lin Yuan turned around, opened his mouth wide, and shouted, "Enough with the nonsense." He crouched low, bent one knee, gripping his long sword tightly. Lin Yuan noticed something near where he stood. The floor suddenly trembled and formed a hole. Lin Yuan fell into a vast void. He was free-falling at high speed but still held tightly to his precious sword. After falling in such a non-physical manner, Lin Yuan slammed his hand down hard on the ground and landed safely. This place led him to a strange area with many passages, resembling caves. He glanced around and guessed. This looked like a sewer with 18 doors drainage gates. Perhaps? Suddenly, from those openings, many glowing blue eyes appeared, shining from the dark void. Lin Yuan was certain he was surrounded. He remained relatively calm, slowly tilting his head, arrogantly resting the sword on his shoulder, and said, "Lizard monsters again. This time there are a lot of them, each carrying martial energy vibrations ranging from level 1 to level 2. At this point, Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement for the fight. He stared straight ahead at the crowd of monsters without fear and boldly continued. Moreover, the life energy vibrations of these humanoid monsters are very similar, as if mass-produced. So they're biorobots, trying to overwhelm me by sheer numbers? Those who tried that before, the grass on their graves is already a meter tall." With that, Lin Yuan pushed forward and slashed his sword hard into the ground. That was it, but it unleashed a storm of power. Lin Yuan loudly recited the move, the Radiant Blade technique. His entire body radiated intense killing intent. The area around him was bathed in deep red as all the killing energy poured into his refined sword. Lin Yuan crouched, gripping the sword tightly, and shouted the technique. Radiant Blade technique, Devil's Triple Slash. The first slash kills across 1,000 miles. The killing aura surged, condensing on the refined blade, extending its length to 30 meters. Then he swung hard, cutting through the monsters ahead while loudly declaring, 30-meter Great Blade. Yes, the full moon slash. The move instantly created a massive glowing blood moon arc, slicing through countless monsters standing before him, all accompanied by their terrifying screams. With just one simple slash from Lin Yuan, many monsters were severely injured. This made those behind them terrified and unwilling to advance further. Looking at this annoying mob, Lin Yuan curled his lips in a disdainful sneer. Whose damn lair is this that breeds so many ugly monsters underground? Hearing this, the monsters seemed pushed to their limit. They howled furiously, mouths wide open, growling as if ready to swallow the world. 18 large holes continuously spewed out similar monsters, but facing Lin Yuan's mowing skills, no matter how many came out, it was utterly meaningless. 10 minutes later, not a single drop of blood stained his body. Lin Yuan stood atop a mountain of slain monsters, casually holding his refined sword in one hand and the head of the monk in the other, about to drop it on the pile several meters high. Holding the grotesque head in his palm, its eyes and mouth still wide open as if unable to accept its fate, yet it kept babbling repeatedly like a broken record. Patron, your killing karma is deep. Patron, your killing karma is deep. Just hearing that was enough to make him hate it. Those words truly grated on his ears. Hoa chopped off the black hand, his face darkening as he glanced at the head, decisively recognizing the foolish biochemist. Even though the head was severed, it still repeated the recorded lines. What about the manipulator behind all this? Would they still refuse to come out? After those words, suddenly a mysterious voice echoed all around. Wow, it seems this time we've provoked a formidable enemy, but that's all there is to it. After that, the entire space trembled violently. He stood silently, observing first. The cause of the shaking was the statue. The buzzing sound behind Hoa kept ringing non-stop, the sound of gears turning inside the great Buddha, heat rising from the scarred marks on the Buddha's head. The colossal great Buddha statue had truly begun to move. Its face was no longer normal, smoke billowing from its mouth, eyes wide open with weapon system lights glowing. 108 prayer beads symbolizing the 108 worldly afflictions on the Buddha's neck all fell simultaneously, hovering in midair. Judging by the red light at the center of the beads, they were all electronic ephemeral bombs. No one knew who engineered this, but such a massive Buddha statue was actually a killing machine. The Buddha's shoulders opened, revealing rocket engines inside with blue flames blazing. The Buddha rose from the lotus pedestal. Very quickly, it transformed successfully into a version not to be trifled with. The Buddha stood upright like a combat machine, fully armored with hard plating and cannon barrels at many critical points. It then spoke in a pre-recorded voice. Master, you can no longer be saved. Hoa watched from below from start to finish, quite impressed by this. Tudo, it can transform too? The robot human didn't hesitate. It slammed its giant hand down toward Hoa, all targeting his tiny head as it shouted loudly. Reincarnate now. On the Buddha's arm, the internal accelerator was revealed, fully activated, pressing that giant hand firmly down on Hoa's position. Piercing through the floor as it prepared to crush him, Hoa still stood atop the monster mountain, looking up. He quickly activated his giant warhammer form, his pupils glowing brightly. The power flared so intensely it smoked in a long streak. He simply said 2 words, "Come here." The giant mechanical hand pressed down on the floor, aiming to annihilate Hoa in the underground chamber. Dust and debris flew everywhere, spreading thickly until nothing was visible. It was like aiming a spear. Suddenly, a strange light flashed at the Buddha statue's fingertip. But this light seemed oddly familiar. The Buddha's entire mechanism announced loudly, "Warning, warning, detected energy explosion exceeding limits, right arm overheating." Then the alerts kept coming. Error, error, energy continuing to rise. The Buddha tilted its head to look at its own hand, puzzled about what was happening. What is this? But that nuclear light grew clearer and suddenly emerged from the wreckage before the Buddha. It was Hoa in his giant Godzilla warhammer form. Now he could stand on equal footing with the Buddha statue. His entire body rapidly transformed, becoming spiky and tough, clenching his palm tightly, ready to strike. His long, tooth-filled mouth emitted a deep, suffocating sound as he loudly chanted, "Namo Amitabha Buddha." At the same time, his fist was charged with nuclear energy. He just needed one spectacular punch. He had been holding back for a long time. Hoa unleashed a terrifying straight punch at the Buddha statue. The statue had to pay for its arrogance before him. The Buddha was blasted away. Hoa's hand opened wide, as large as the Buddha's hand, but glowing blue and saturated with nuclear energy. His knuckles were covered in Godzilla-like spikes. He charged forward straightforwardly, crushing the Buddha's face, pulling his hand upward, nearly severing the statue's neck. This only thrilled Hoa more. His eyes shone brightly with a wide grin. He wasn't done yet. One hand wasn't enough. He bent his body, using his head as leverage, then thrust his knee powerfully for another strike. The impact point glowed fiercely, showing the terrifying damage level. He arrogantly shouted while attacking, "Taste my black and hard knee!" Now, the Buddha's face was battered, hidden behind a mask made entirely of steel and processors, its eyes and nose protruding. It issued an urgent warning, critical alert, multiple head damages detected. After absorbing Hoa's shockwave, the great Buddha's chest caved in, staggering backward. 108 ephemeral prayer beads around it fired straight down like pillars, creating a laser rain to block Dich Hoa's further attacks. Autonomous prayer bead cannons. The lasers converged on one point, Dich Hoa, triggering a powerful and resounding explosion. The Buddha's combat system activated, firing all ammunition as it stood tall like a mountain, continuously emitting massive shockwaves from its head. The Buddha opened its chest, revealing powerful weapon barrels, then fired directly at Dich Hoa. Dust flew thickly, and Dich Hoa was scorched, glowing red and obscured from view. Now, the Buddha's peeling face revealed two metallic eyes. It scanned back and forth, then spoke as if remotely controlled. Chich, what kind of monster is this that requires so many weapons to eliminate? Suddenly, the Buddha's artificial eyes, it suddenly stopped at a point ahead, then panicked and squinted to get a clear look. Surprisingly, the supergiant transformed figure of Lin Hoa wasn't damaged, only slightly scorched on the outside. He stood up, towering in the dust cloud, arrogantly saying, "All those toys of yours are basically thermal weapons, useless against a martial artist." Witnessing this only made the person controlling the Buddha statue even more furious. He immediately reloaded and continued the fight against Lin Hoa. Through the speaker, he shouted with hatred, "Restless spirits, let me deliver you to salvation." The Buddha statue then began to emit increasingly powerful shockwaves, adding new moves, but several hard bones pierced up from the ground. The power of the giant war mace, the aerial Buddha spear. Lin Hua shouted the name of the human transformation move. He then opened his Godzilla-like mouth as wide as possible. A stream of blue light burst out from his throat. It unleashed ferociously, all converging toward the giant Buddha statue. Lin Hoa shouted angrily, "Old monk, it's time for you to die." Then he bent down, gathering all his strength into this strike. From that wide-open mouth, a nuclear power blast shot out violently. Everything was focused on the hated target in front of him, using all his power to the fullest. Lin Hua sneered, "Destroying your robotic model. Sorry about that." After a moment, he exhaled a hot breath, and everything gradually settled back to its original state. Looking around in front of him, he muttered, "Digging such a large cave inside the mountain, filled with lizard people or giant movable Buddhas inside. It seems the mastermind behind this is likely a mad scientist obsessed with research." Saying that, Lin Hoa returned to his original form and lightly landed. Now, the huge Buddha statue's body was shattered by Lin Hoa, looking like a pile of scattered toys. He wandered over the body and went down to the platform where the Buddha statue sat. Sure enough, there was a path leading down below. Let's see what's under this lotus platform. Half an hour earlier, in a modern and very tidy laboratory, two men stood watching a large screen. One was a young doctor, quite handsome. He said to the doctor beside him, "Doctor, that man has already dealt with the Bodhisattva machine at the gate, but don't worry, the door is made with the latest materials and structure. He absolutely cannot get in." Yet soon, Lin Hua appeared on the large screen the two were watching. Both immediately crouched down, trembling. "It's okay, doctor. We still have the biochemical soldiers. Tens of thousands of biochemical soldiers can exhaust even a grand martial artist to death, and they can help us clear out the biochemical soldiers' base." Here, the image of Lin Hoa standing on a mountain of defeated monsters appeared on the large screen. He held a 30-meter great sword, like harvesting rice. Both were terrified by his power. Neither dared to say a word. The young doctor, still looking like a handsome intellectual, puffed his cheeks and shouted, seemingly losing his composure, "Doctor, we still have an ace up our sleeve. Trust our design. The combat ability of this great Buddha armor machine is specifically designed to deal with high-level demon beasts. Facing a minor martial artist is as easy as flipping your hand." Just as he said this, the screen showed Lin Hua smashing the very thing he was confident in. Lin Hua shattered the great Buddha armor. The room was so silent you could hear swallowing. The two doctors leaned on each other. There was still a glimmer of hope. The young doctor continued his usual line, "It's okay, doctor. We still have..." But the older doctor couldn't take it anymore. He roared and turned around. "Shut your mouth." The old doctor's face was wrinkled, one eye injured and replaced with electronics, his expression furious as he thought, "What a sharp-tongued, rebellious brat. The enemy has already leveled the front gate, and you're still talking. It's okay. The guards upstairs can buy us a few minutes." Then he rubbed his aged hand over his stubbled chin, muttering, "Retreat quickly. And once outside, activate the self-destruct program for this research base. We can't let any information leak." This man was Dr. Feng, former researcher at the Prometheus Level 3 Institute, later recruited by the secret laser organization. To understand the current situation, we have to go back 10 years. The Lazarbead organization had its eyes on Lin Shui County, a small, ordinary town. After secretly replacing all the monks at Kim Sun Temple, Lazarbead exploited the townspeople's faith in Kim Sun Temple to brainwash and control the entire population. Under the guise of blessing, They lured the people of Lin County to accept body modification, turning them into free experimental subjects for Laserbed, providing large amounts of materials and clinical data for Laserbed's bioengineering technology. Unfortunately, this base now had to be abandoned, just as two researchers, Gu Gan, were about to reach the secret exit. Suddenly, a beam of blue light cut through the ceiling, and then the laboratory door exploded. This startled the two scientists so much they nearly lost control. Lin Hoa appeared right in front of them, descending with arms crossed. His appearance was like a demon king. No one dared to approach. Once again, that familiar face appeared, Lin Hoa's cocky, slightly twisted smile. He sneered contemptuously at the two men who had been controlling the monster fighting him all this time. "Abbott, where do you think you're running off to?" Immediately, the young doctor pulled Dr. Feng and ran toward a distant spot. He ordered the bodyguards to rush forward to cover the doctor's escape, while he and the old doctor planned their own getaway. But how could they get past Lin Yuan? Since he had come all this way, he couldn't just let them slip away so easily. His figure darted like the wind, not even bothering to deal with the two small fry in front of him. Lin Yuan flew past these two kids, then shot straight toward the two doctors from before. Old Dr. Feng, small in stature, stepped up to face Lin Yuan and asked, "What do you want? We can talk this through." The old man was trying to buy time. Secretly, he pulled something from his pocket. He was planning to press a button on his watch to activate the self-destruct program. The Laserb organization had implanted tiny bombs inside every researcher or key personnel. Our families and friends were also under Laserb's surveillance to ensure absolute obedience from employees, preventing any company secrets from leaking. Lin Yuan noticed all of the old man's movements and stopped him from pressing the button. He grabbed that wrinkled hand before he could react. The old man groaned in pain, twisting his body in agony before him. Lin Yuan didn't need to say much. His actions spoke for themselves. He pushed hard with his hand and clamped down on the old man's wide-open mouth. The man suddenly went speechless. At Lin Yuan's feet, the small foot of the doctor was lifted high, accompanied by the old man's steady groans. Squeezed so tightly he could barely breathe, the wrinkled face now flushed red on his bald head. One eye bulged as he stared helplessly at Lin Yuan, unable to do anything. Apart from moaning, it seemed like he was about to meet his ancestors. Just as he was about to pass out, Lin Yuan released his grip, and the old man collapsed onto the floor. Dr. Feng fell, gasping for breath. Lin Yuan glared and spoke in a sharp tone. "Next, I need to understand everything you've done in Lin County." Judging by his expression and aura, old Dr. Feng couldn't utter a word. His mouth hung open, staring blankly at Lin Yuan, as if gripped by nameless terror. He sat down, breathing heavily, leaning miserably against the corner. Lin Yuan stood there, hands in his pockets, casually asking, "Tell me, are you the one who killed those 3 young martial artists earlier? What the hell are you all doing here?" The crazy old man seemed tough, daring to retort with his mouth wide open in front of Lin Yuan. "Haha, I can't tell you about the experiments here. There's a bug in my brain. If I say any company secrets, the bomb inside me will explode." Lin Yuan noticed a hole in one of the old man's inner molars, with something inside it. It emitted a faint blue smoke. The old man coldly added, "Since I'm going to die anyway, I choose to die with some satisfaction." Actually, he intended to poison himself to avoid leaking information. At this point, poison began to spill from his mouth. The old man clenched his mouth, trying to suppress the shock, his face contorted, his whole body trembling like he was having a seizure. This strange behavior piqued Lin Yuan's curiosity. He sat down to observe the man with a grim expression, smirking slightly as he said, "Poison hidden in the mouth cavity? Tisk, tisk, tisk. The Laserb organization really is a bunch of reckless maniacs." Suddenly, the red lights in the room flared intensely, as if a heavy alarm was sounding. Lin Yuan tilted his head, clicked his tongue, and muttered, "His heart has stopped. So the self-destruct program has activated automatically." Immediately, he summoned a vampire model, his expression dangerous as he spoke to himself. But unfortunately, even death is a luxury you can't afford. In the blink of an eye, the vampire carried out Lin Yuan's orders. It swung its sharp, root-like hand straight into old Dr. Feng's throat. Vampires can turn humans or corpses into zombies. But unfortunately, after transformation, except for a few gifted individuals, most become nothing more than zombies unable to heal, with low intelligence and bodies that rot. But I have superhuman powers, combined with vampire strength. Suddenly, Dr. Feng's body reacted strangely, emitting an abnormal red energy. The few strands of hair on his head stood on end, and his face gradually grew younger. The mechanical eye fell out as his real eye recovered. With a burst, the once feeble old man immediately sat upright, bowed respectfully to Lin Yuan, and clearly said, "Master, the old doctor has been revived by vampire blood, and his age has returned to its prime." Lin Yuan continued, What I meant earlier is that I can create perfect bloodline. Beings who retain their memories and talents from life, are not afraid of sunlight, and have strong self-healing abilities, both mentally and physically, absolutely obedient to me. Lin Yuan's satisfied gaze looked down as he smiled and said, "You can't die anymore, so the self-destruct program must stop. From now on, I'll call you Crazy Doctor. Your past no longer matters. The only thing you have to do from now on is serve me." At this, the vampire inside the doctor responded immediately. "It is an honor to serve my master." Lin Yuan immediately nodded and continued. "Because you have absorbed the power of the primordial ancestor, a spiritual link has formed between us. Those trackers no longer work." Then he opened his eyes wide, and in his pupils, a fierce magical light blazed. "Now, speak loudly your main objective. I want to see when this city was infiltrated." The energy radiating from Lin Yuan's eyes, combined with the energy from Dr. Feng's eyes, interacted and began to react. This meant Lin Yuan could penetrate Dr. Feng's brain and see his memories. Back then, the image of a young doctor trembling violently while following his assistant appeared, unsure of what he was facing. He turned his face with a crazed expression, his eyes glowing red, holding a human arm in both hands, his mouth covered in a lot of sauce from the temple. Dr. Feng's voice rose. "Xiao Liu, it's not even lunch break yet and you sneaked out to eat. Have you finished cross-checking the data I assigned you?" The young man awkwardly replied, "I'm sorry, Professor Feng, I was just too hungry, really hungry." He looked at his plate of food on the table and said disappointedly, "Is today's dish still raw meat? My teeth aren't good. Eating this is really tough." The young doctor added, "Dr. Feng, these were offerings brought by people from the county, supposedly newcomers from another province. 3 young people, very delicious." Tracking the memories to this point, Lin Yuan suddenly realized the problem and shouted loudly in his mind, "No way?" But then abruptly, the memory shifted to an old woman slumped inside the temple. Dr. Feng's voice echoed again in this memory, sleeping again, this time right in the Buddha hall. Some even doze off while praying. At this point, the faint voice of the young doctor could still be heard. "Isn't this great? The doctor directly brought these villagers to the lab for storage. Saves time and effort." He wondered why they suddenly came to worship Buddha, but then all suddenly fell asleep. The young doctor said casually, "Doctor, what's wrong? Isn't sleep a basic human need?" At this point, Lin Yuan continued, realizing something's wrong. The images Lin Yuan could see began to shift again, showing the doctor praying before a Buddha statue, mumbling constantly, "Heaven's kingdom descends. Heaven's kingdom descends!" He lifted the sleeve of his right arm, revealing a strange sequence of symbols. 7675 53421. It was carved directly into his skin. He wondered what it was. Why was it different on my arm? It seemed like a mathematical puzzle. Then he used pen and paper to note these down for research or analysis. In his mind, the answer was a string of document codes, an internal company document format. Then Dr. Feng entered the document code 0A4025512 into the computer screen filled with data. This was Lin Yuan's whispered thought after witnessing everything echoing in his head. Not good, not good. Memories and awareness had been altered. The doctor sank deep into chaotic thoughts alongside the memories he saw as he input the code into the computer. Who dares treat me as experimental material, as a lab rat? Only after seeing the documents on the computer did he awaken. The string of mathematical puzzles was left by him before being infiltrated. Dr. Feng believed that even if his consciousness was altered, upon seeing the puzzle on his body, he would still be curious to solve it and would definitely believe in this. The purpose was to inform Dr. Feng that cannibalism, the sleeping eggs, and even that strange clay statue were all orchestrated by the mastermind behind the scenes. That was Heaven's Kingdom Descends. Back in reality, Lin Yuan was still using his power, scanning the old doctor's memories. After reviewing a series of them, he finally realized that what was called eating raw meat was actually cannibalism, and that so-called Heaven's Kingdom Descends sounded like a heresy. Now before Lin Yuan, the dragon demon inside Dr. Feng's body reported more important information to him. This place was originally chosen by Laser Bow as a secret experimental base, but was silently infiltrated and controlled by this heretical organization, just like the local people here, whose consciousness was altered, making them obedient. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes grew angry and irritated. He furrowed his brows tightly and looked at the old man with disgust, saying, "The 3 martial artists from Huada were also eaten by you. Looks like Su Zhou, Liu Qingzhu, and I are also considered premium ingredients in your eyes." Returning to the old doctor's memory, he sat before the computer screen. It was the 8th year since taking over Lin Shui County. The Kim Sun Temple base had been completed, and the biochemical human modification technology was basically mastered, ready for mass production. He was about to usher in a new era, where in the future, Martial artists would be replaced by biochemical humans and mechanical creations with higher efficiency and strength. Prometheus's path was the right one. After discovering abnormalities, investigations showed the outbreak of abnormalities in Lin Shui County occurred in February last year. In March last year, the abnormality was first detected, and staff were organized to conduct experimental investigations. But every day, the doctor's consciousness was silently altered until he was completely assimilated. Although during this time, Dr. Feng repeatedly used his scientific intellect to detect logical flaws and successfully restored his awareness, he ultimately could not escape the fate of assimilation. Because the Kim Sun Temple research base had been assimilated too deeply, it's hard to escape or resist that will. The abnormalities in Lin Shui County are divided into 4 stages: cannibalism, deep sleep, worshipping clay statues. Collective sleepwalking cannibalism is the body's abnormal transformation after the spirit is first influenced by that will. Deep sleep means the spirit is further corrupted, and worshipping the clay statues represents the body and mind being severely polluted, basically incurable. Collective sleepwalking means one has become food for that will. At this moment, the screen displays red letters: "The Heavenly Kingdom descends." Dr. Feng looks at it with trembling eyes. His own narration echoes in his head with those memories. Haha, I originally thought our illegal human experiments were cruel enough, but compared to this cult, we're still far behind. They want to offer an entire city's population as food for that will. Then I finally investigated what they use to corrupt the spirits of Lin Shui County's people and consume their life energy. It's probably the demon embryo taken from the secret ruins. Here, Di Hua's whispers piece together with the old doctor's observed data. According to calculations, the demon embryo matures the moment Di Hua's eyes return to normal. He continues, on the night 2 days later, he recalls a memory where the old man with the tricycle came back to remind him, "Little Di, in 2 days, it's the grand festival that only happens once every 3 years in Lin Shui County. You must attend." So the story's thread becomes clear. Di Hua turns with a knowing expression, smiling broadly with satisfaction as he looks into the distance. That old tricycle man really gave me a crucial piece of information in that lab room. Di Hua's gaze tightens. He looks out the door and speaks bluntly. The useful information from the memories has been fully extracted. Right now, I'm standing before the doctor in the merged state of the vampire. He lowers his head and says, "This base actually belongs to the Laser-B organization, and also to the Heavenly Kingdom Descends, the demon embryo, and the whereabouts of the 3 Huada University fighters." Seeing the doctor's dull expression now, he quietly says, "Thanks to you, I've learned some secrets of Laser-B, including the insane experiments you conducted." Then he smiles lightly to himself. "Right now, I don't have the energy to deal with Laser-B. When the time comes, just leave it to Huada University to handle." There's also an interesting surprise. When you were alive, you participated in researching and developing Golden Gen, so you understand how to use it and its effects. That will be discussed after we finish dealing with the Lin Shui County abnormalities. Thinking about the school's mission completion seal, conflicting thoughts arise in Di Hua's heart. Although according to Huada University's request, after clarifying the truth, the mission can be ended, what I want now isn't the mission reward from Huada University. It seems I have bigger ambitions now. With a clearly satisfied face, I open my mouth and say loudly to myself, I want to seize the victory of Heavenly Kingdom, descends even more. After a while, with thoughts wandering everywhere, Di Hua straightforwardly gives orders to his new senior subordinate. "Next, you will hide in Lin Shui County. I will provide you with my blood. You must find an opportunity to release it into Lin Shui County's water supply system." He even specifically emphasizes, in short, ensure maximum infection spread. Hearing this from Di Hua, the doctor laughs loudly. "Crazy, truly crazy. I understand now, Master. You want to compete for followers with the demon embryo of Heavenly Kingdom Descends." Before his subordinate's eager excitement makes him lose control, Di Hua calmly explains so he hears clearly. "Right now, all the people of Lin Shui County have entered the 4th stage of pollution and can no longer return to normal. My transformation of them is indeed selfish, but after this storm ends, I will do my best to restore their old lives. At least under my control, they won't harm society." The scene shifts back to the old house, where Di Hua's 2 friends are waiting for him. After clearing the enemy base, Di Hua returns calmly. He waves and steps inside. "I'm back. You guys eat this because the food in Lin Shui County is just right." Liu Qingju and Suzhou were just thinking of grabbing a snack, but seeing Liu Qingju's gloomy face and her constantly calling for Ji Hui, Di Hua understands immediately. It seems they also know what the food in Lin Shui County really is. Suzhou's face darkens noticeably now. He looks at the food on the table, still disgusted, and shares the information he learned with Di Hua. "Just now, Qingju and I went out to investigate a bit and discovered the people of Lin Shui County are suspected of cannibalism. You've known this for a long time, right, Hua? In short, the entire city is enslaved by some distorted perception or something else. Our Hua squints and silently judges but doesn't dare say it out loud. This killer guessed 8 or 9 parts correctly, so he decides to tell everyone. After understanding the whole story, he tells it. Liu Qingzhu stands up straight and slams her hand on the table. An illegal experimental base has infiltrated Linshui County for years. Why is Linshui County in such chaos? Suzhou crosses his arms and shakes his head in frustration. So, a powerful biotech organization has also fallen to the Linshui County abnormalities? Facing these questions, Di Hua doesn't answer immediately. Liu Qingzhu can't wait and starts frowning, urging him. This has already surpassed level 3 difficulty, right? Should we call Huada University for support? Hearing this, Lin Yuan wiped the sweat off his face, sweat pouring down his body as if he were taking a shower. He muttered under his breath, "Are you kidding? You called Huada here. How am I supposed to steal the results now?" Then he switched to his top-notch actor mode. Lin Yuan's eyes blazed with iron will and an unstoppable drive. He clenched his fists in front of his 2 close friends and spoke clearly and decisively. "Don't worry, this mission is only difficult because of the weird stuff. It won't threaten our safety. Stop scaring yourselves. If danger comes, just think about retreating and calling for backup. What else can we do then?" Successfully manipulating Suzhou and Liu Qingzhu's psychology, Lin Yuan took advantage of the momentum and stepped closer, placing both hands firmly on their shoulders and continued, "Next, we hold our positions. Wait until night. This abnormal Lin Shui County has already gone through raw meat eating, bowing to clay statues. But there's one last abnormality we haven't experienced yet, collective sleepwalking." Now he tightened his gaze even more, and Lin Yuan's expression grew serious as he clarified his judgment. "Perhaps this severely mutated city will reveal the whole truth at night." Scene shifts to a place called Dark Capital, the Laserb organization headquarters, the board of directors. Here, key figures gathered to discuss. They were talking about the Lin Shui County incident and the Kim Sun temple base destroyed by Lin Yuan. Half an hour ago, the headquarters received news that the self-destruct program at Kim Sun temple base in Lin Shui County had been activated, but it stopped after just a few dozen seconds. Something must have gone wrong. Currently, there's no contact with the Kim Sun temple base. This board meeting is precisely to figure out how to handle this. One director, whose identity the author keeps hidden, looked dangerous through his eyes and said softly, "It's simple. It was a false kill order." The bomb implanted in the hearts of all researchers at the base was to prevent any survivors. Then a special forces team would be dispatched quickly to Lin Shui County to investigate the situation. Scene shifts to the central water plant of Lin Shui County. Suddenly, an explosion occurred, shaking the entire place. It was the heart bomb of the old doctor that the organization triggered to explode. Fortunately, the mad doctor's body was unharmed. He trembled all over, clutching his chest that was still bleeding heavily, struggling to report to Lin Yuan. "Master, Laser B just activated the bomb inside me, but I managed to remove it in time and am now recovering." Given their style, a special forces team from Laserb will arrive in Lin Shui County immediately. Contacting Dr. Feng from afar, Lin Yuan straightforwardly gave his orders. "No problem, continue executing the plan." The doctor's body was exhausted now, but he could still survive thanks to the vampire's power. He responded promptly, "Yes, obeying orders, master." Darkness fell over Lin Shui County Station. The people of Lin Shui County don't do much at night, so from about 8 to 9 o'clock in the evening, there was hardly a soul in sight except for streetlights. Yet at Gate 2 of Lin High Station, a train arrived with lights on inside, meaning there were passengers. At that moment, a passenger stepped off. The first was a tall, buzz-cut man. As soon as he arrived, he loudly declared, "So quiet, no wonder the company chose this place as a secret base." This man was called Catfish. But that wasn't all. Following him was a woman pushing a suitcase. She hadn't even fully stepped off when she said, "The company already investigated. Great Azure Falcon was not involved in the Kim Sun Temple base." The owner of this voice was a woman with a voluptuous figure, holding a baby. This woman was also called Aries. She continued, "Then who did this? The company has many enemies." Then 3 more people arrived but had not yet appeared. First were 2 more people, a moonlit couple. The short-haired girl named Kim Snake stepped off with a gloomy-looking young man named Qing Diao. The person behind them, unseen inside the train, called out, "Let's go see what's going on." This dark figure stepped out, radiating extremely dangerous energy. With a shaved head and glasses, it was clear who he was. This man was a black mage. He clenched his fists and declared to destroy all experimental equipment and documents that could be destroyed. So all 5 of them were sent by the organization to handle the current mess. Wandering the streets, they chatted in the shadows. "Captain, should we eat something first? We've been eating instant noodles the whole way." We should find a place for the baby to nurse first. It's so dark here. Just let her nurse. I'm not looking. Get lost, you pervert, the captain corrected. Do you two have even a shred of professional assassin vibe? The juniors immediately argued back. The captain of Laserbird's third team, once a feared assassin king, isn't he just a regular programmer now? Then, the Laser B team's shaved head captain suddenly became serious, adjusted his glasses lightly, and said sternly, "That guy in the black suit and sleazy glasses looks all style, no professionalism. We are the real professionals. Blend into the environment to avoid detection, then organize the formation. Stop talking nonsense, start assigning tasks. Kim Snake and Ching Diao, investigate the situation in Lin Shui County. A. Catfish and Aries, head to Kim Sun Temple Base to check the situation and actions." All the buildings were pitch black. The place felt like a ghost town. Kim Snake and Ching Diao teamed up and decided to check inside a local's house. Looking into the dark basin, it was filled with human flesh. Flies and bugs were buzzing around erratically. The voice of Kim Za came out in a disgusting tone. This city was very unsettling, always giving off a sense of disharmony. Nonsense. People even ate human flesh. What was left of humanity then? Ignoring the kitchen area, she turned and walked toward the living room, looking around for a long moment before muttering to herself. It seemed this mission wasn't going to be simple. Then her gaze accidentally landed on a nearby statue, identical to the statue in the house where Lin Yuan, Su Zhou, and Liu Qingju stayed. Suddenly, her pupils dilated wide, her eyes seeming to detect something unclean emanating from it, and she exclaimed in fear. This clay statue at the same time, Qingzu was receiving a call from her superior. The voice on the other end was explaining at length that the cause of the accident at the Kim Sun Temple base had been clarified. A powerful martial artist had single-handedly destroyed the entire base. Tens of thousands of biochemical human corpses were scattered throughout the underground area outside the base. Fortress-grade combat machines were violently dismantled piece by piece. No personnel at the base survived, but Dr. Feng, the lead researcher and person in charge, had gone missing. At least his body was not found at Kim Sun Temple base or the surrounding area. Suddenly, the call was cut off. Qingzu didn't understand. Why was the signal jammed? From the edge of the window, he stuck his head out and looked down. At a glance, he was startled. The street below had somehow become packed with people wearing pajamas, and some were even on fire. Each person wore a peaceful expression. All had their eyes closed, slowly moving forward. They were gathering near the house where Qingzu and Kim Za were. He was surprised and exclaimed, "Is this a mass sleepwalking event? And it looks like they're surrounding us." Qingzu realized his position had been exposed. He immediately stepped back, unable to open his mouth, only making muffled sounds. He had been discovered. He lowered his head, then quickly turned and called out, "Qingzu, hurry!" Before he could finish the sentence, he was stabbed deeply in the abdomen. Qingzu had no idea why Kim Jia would do this to him. Standing in front of Qingzu, Kim Sa's appearance was extremely strange. Her eyes were glazed over, her whole body shrouded in a dark, gloomy aura. Qingzu clutched his stomach in pain and cried out, "Kim Za? Are you being controlled by something? I knew it, there's no way a teammate would turn on me like this." Qingzu realized what was controlling Kim Za, driving her into madness. It emitted a dark energy field, identical to the one surrounding Kim Jia. He recognized the statue in the spirit carving. It seemed Qingzu knew something about it. He was shocked and exclaimed that it had been brought out from the secret ruins of the Moon Seal Barros, because during a mission, he had personally seen a carved statue brought out from the secret ruins. These statues were deities worshipped by the civilization and ruins there. The moon over Lin Shui County tonight was exceptionally large. Standing atop a giant bell was a familiar figure, our protagonist. He looked down over the city, then raised his face to the sky, twisting his mouth to one side as he muttered to himself, "The moon's too big. I always feel like my life force field is easily blocked." Then he pulled his phone from his pocket. Deciding to contact his teammates first, he reported the crowd's location to Suzhou and Liu Qingju, southeast in the city. That's where the sleepwalking crowd was gathering. He quickly disappeared from the tower's peak in a flash, still troubled inside. If this mass sleepwalking was the will of that entity consuming, what would the process of consumption look like? But soon, he'd find out. The scene returned to Qingzu's location. He was still alive, his eyes barely opening, lips trembling. When he finally realized, he saw himself tied to a tree, and next to him, Kim Za was also bound tightly. She was no better off, unconscious and unresponsive. Qingzu panicked as he saw the crowd below growing larger and larger. What the hell was this? These people were no different from starving zombies. Their faces were distorted and drooling, looking utterly disgusting. He began to suspect that these people were the county residents from earlier, also controlled. Immediately, Qingzu screamed to call his teammates. "Kim Za, wake up! You useless piece of trash, wake up!" But no matter how hoarse his voice became, Kim Za showed no sign of waking. Strangely, these people were naked, as if drawn by the scent of fresh human flesh. Their glowing eyes focused on one point Qingzhu tied high up in the tree. Now, the young man panicked, shouting, "Are you from the Heavenly Kingdom's descent? Can't we talk this out? The organization backing me is powerful," he added, but none responded, only those twisted, ravenous faces. Qingzhu cursed in frustration. Damn it, there's no way to communicate. His face had turned purple, sweat pouring down. Now, he didn't know what to do. These people had been brainwashed by the Heavenly Kingdom's descent, no longer human. They were pure beasts disguised as humans, maybe even scarier than beasts. At least beasts fear pain and death. What were these cult fanatics afraid of? Nothing at all. In such a desperate situation, Qingzhu suddenly heard a loud bell. He was startled and realized, is that a bell? It sounds like it's announcing the arrival of some massive force. Instinctively, he looked up at the sky and saw dark clouds covering the moon, which was growing larger, almost touching the ground. He couldn't help but shout loudly, "The moon's too big!" The villagers seemed to be basking in the energy as the moon approached. They reacted more intensely. Their mouths stretched into wide smiles, eyes shining brightly. Then those in the back climbed onto the shoulders of those in front. Although these sleepwalkers moved as if in a trance, they didn't miss a step. Strangely, they were even more drawn to the moonlight than Lin Yuan. Moreover, those below formed stable bases to help more people climb up, reaching higher toward the enormous moon. The sleepwalkers seemed almost able to touch the glowing steps of light. They crawled like ants up a tree branch, climbing all the way into the clouds, forming a human ladder connecting heaven and earth. Even the wooden pillar securing the two lasered agents was lifted by this crowd. They were swept up by the ladder, reaching all the way to the moon. More and more people from Lin Shui County gathered here, piling up like the Maya climbing pyramids for sacrifice, stepping on the human ladder, climbing all the way to the moon. The scene then shifted to Kim Sun Buddha Temple, where the remaining 3 team members were. Captain Haksa hadn't heard any updates from the other 2 for a long time and grew worried, trying to reach them. Kim Za and Lin Yuan couldn't be contacted. It was very likely something had happened, possibly the one who destroyed the Kim Sun temple base had struck. So he turned and gave clear orders to the 2 beside him. No matter what, something major might have changed in the city. We must take control. Let's return to the city now. Suddenly, just as they stepped out of Kim Sun temple, all 3 froze at the sight before them, unable to hold back their jaws dropping open. The 3 looked up at the sky, noticing all the clouds over Lin Shui County had vanished. The sky was crystal clear, with a huge, perfectly round moon standing out prominently. It seemed almost within reach, a terrifying sight. Bai Yang, still holding a baby in one arm, pointed forward and loudly signaled to the group, "Look over there, everyone." The next moment, a beam of moonlight visible to the naked eye shone down from the moon toward a certain spot in Lin Shui County like a miracle. They marveled it was a star-like pillar of light, as if the moon itself was pulling it down. At this point, someone muttered nonsense about the beam's direction falling somewhere in the city. Even someone like Haksu, facing such a supernatural event, couldn't stay calm. He suddenly felt that the destruction of the Kim Sun temple base was probably not as simple as the company's senior leaders thought. What the hell was this? But no matter how difficult the mission, they had been assigned by the company and had to carry it out no matter what. Haksu led the charge, sprinting swiftly toward where the moonlight shone. This might be why Kim Za and Lin Yuan lost contact. The 3 ran tirelessly, chasing the beam of light until they reached a dark alley. At the same time, they realized someone else was there. Even though they were running at full speed, they could sense it. Haksu was startled, guessing there was someone nearby. As he dashed forward, he leapt up, then unleashed a massive slash at lightning speed toward where he sensed the presence. But an umbrella quickly opened, blocking the captain's deadly strike. The umbrella spun with great force, knocking the weapon away. It crashed into a wall of a nearby house, leaving a large hole, showing how powerful the blow was. Then Haksu slowly came to a stop. He adjusted his glasses to get a clearer look ahead and guessed, "A witch? Seems like she's no ordinary person." A familiar pale hand adjusted the umbrella, and she calmly appeared before the 3. None other than our beautiful Liu Qingzhu. Whenever she appeared, she demanded center stage and immediately asked, "Who are you? Why attack us?" The captain laughed loudly, confident in front of Liu Qingzhu. "Yo, judging by your clothes, you're not local, huh?" Then bluntly said, "So you're the rotten bugs who destroyed the Kim Sun temple base?" Still in that quiet alley, the leader's voice rang out with an order. 3 seconds crushed these 2 rotten bugs. The Catfish Man and Bai Yang were like killing machines. They both lowered their heads, grinning terrifyingly, then shouted in unison, preparing to attack Suzhou and Liu Qingzhu. Suzhou quickly stepped forward to shield the girl. He drew his shining sword and simultaneously conjured an ice pillar on his hand, directly confronting the 2. The crazy catfish lunged close to Liu Qingzhu. His speed was no joke. Seeing such a pale girl, his mouth opened wide, tongue sticking out in a disgusting way. Damn, such a fine lady. It's a shame to kill her, but I wouldn't mind enjoying the corpse a bit. Ha ha ha. These guys looked crazy, but were really strong. Liu Qingzhu was almost overwhelmed. She clenched her teeth, whispering that their strength was too much. Seeing this, Suzhou pushed harder, sending a solid ice shard flying to strike the fat, rotten guy. The ice wall rose, successfully separating him from Qingzhu. She shouted, "Get lost, pervert!" Suzhou's thick ice wall only held for a few seconds before cracking, with sharp creaking sounds coming from the edges. One strike from the captain shattered the ice wall wide open. Through the gap, his sinister face was visible. This guy's strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Suzhou watched in horror as the technique he created was shattered by that bastard in the blink of an eye. Could the ice wall he formed really be broken so easily? Not wanting to risk his life, Suzhou threw a grenade at them. The explosion echoed loudly, and smoke began to spread. Both of them immediately fled, knowing they couldn't stand against this group. While running, Suzhou said to Liu Qingzhu, "These three are at least high-level martial artists. We shouldn't get tangled up with them. Let's retreat for now." At this moment, she clearly heard his order, but the Black Master could see through the tricks of these two novice martial artists. He moved as fast as light, suddenly appearing right behind Liu Qingzhu and Suzhou, holding two blades to their necks, whispering eerily into their ears. "Just 1 second left," he continued. "There's someone else." But his voice grew quieter because he sensed something close to touching him. Glancing over, his face changed color. Boom! A heavy great blade came crashing down from above, slicing right in front of the Black Master's tea set. He fell backward and narrowly avoided a fatal strike. His reflexes were top-notch, and he gasped loudly, "Whoa, that was close." At this point, keeping enough distance to attack, was Di Huo, who had just appeared. He held a small knife in his hand and turned with a grim expression. "Who are you? On their side?" With Di Huo's demeanor, he only answered one sentence that made you want to scream in anger. "I'm the one who's going to take your life." It was the first time someone had spoken so arrogantly to him. He laughed heartily, clearly enjoying facing someone so bold. "Ha ha, you've got some nerve." The Black Master decisively activated his assassination technique, his body splitting into 12 after images, slashing toward Di Huo, who was caught off guard. The 12 Phantom Assassination Technique. 12 after images meant 24 hands wielding 24 blades rushing at Di Huo, but immediately he summoned a time-freezing illusion. The speed of the 24 blades slowed until they stopped completely. He shouted, "Die, kid." This guy's power even made Di Huo admire him a bit. He gave a grim smile and looked on. A grand martial artist protected by weapons, even a tank's bombardment wouldn't tear him apart, yet he could still be killed. He and Jaguar glided past many frozen after-images. Strangely, Di Huo observed carefully as he passed. He had to admit defeat. The Phantom Assassination clones were truly ingenious. He couldn't tell which was the real body, but with time frozen, there was no need to search. Just attack them all. And in a blink, he found the Black Master's true body. Using the frozen time, he created a blood energy arrow on his hand, focusing everything on the target, the Black Master before him. At the same time, he scanned his identity through the system, but couldn't find his real name. Looking closely at his face, he said, "Black Master, real name unknown, an assassin king with an ordinary appearance?" Di Huo's blood energy arrow shot toward the Black Master, whose smile gradually faded. Thanks to frozen time, this assassin king, once undefeated in many battles, couldn't dodge here. The distance was too close and the speed too fast. Di Huo bent his body and threw the arrow with terrifying force. The magical blood arrow pierced the only unreinforced part of the Black Master's body, not forged with ultra-strong super alloy, and directly shattered and crushed his brain. The life of an assassin king ended abruptly and absurdly. He collapsed hard onto the ground, his weapon falling, still unaware how Di Huo caught his speed. Everything fell silent. No one dared move. Di Huo lifted the Black Master's body with one hand. "The corpse must still be warm. Your blood can help me break through from martial disciple to martial artist." Red blood splattered into the air as he tightly covered the corpse's mouth, beginning to absorb the energy of the powerful warrior to train his martial arts. The Black Master was drained until only a dry husk remained. When all that was left was a blood stain running across the ground, the Black Master in Di Huo's hand was nothing but bones. Di Huo slipped one hand into his pocket, clicking his tongue. Not bad, already reached 8th level martial artist. Catfish and Bai Yang watched this scene in horror. They stammered, unable to speak, their legs frozen. What the hell just happened? The captain was killed by that kid in an instant, and his blood drained dry? What a monster. Di Huo's eyes widened as he turned to them and spoke with a fierce tone. It's not over yet. Next, I'll show you something interesting. From the blood pool on the ground, Di Huo raised his hand and began to chant loudly. Demonic energy spread all over his body locked in place. Bloodthirsty demon clone from beneath the blood pool, a red, bloody hand stabbed upward. Bai Yang hugged her child tightly, her lips trembling, sensing something was wrong, unable to close her mouth. That was a demonic phantom emerging from the ground, dry and skinless. From the face and hair, it was clearly the Black Master. This guy was completely covered by demonic energy and under Di Huo's control. Catfish and Bai Yang could barely stand. The captain? Damn. What kind of monsters are these? Each one scarier than the last? Are they really just martial artists? No more waiting. It's a dead end anyway. Bai Yang pulled the baby from her arms. Let me handle this. She quickly threw the baby into the air, and with the naked eye, you could see the baby starting to swell. It rapidly grew and transformed into a terrifyingly strange black shadow. This thing is not human, she shouted orders. Treasure, stop them. I successfully summoned a 3-meter-tall muscular monster in front of Lin Yuan, and now it's confronting him along with the dark sorcerer. The catfish and the Aries woman knew they were no match for Lin Yuan, so they threw this baby as a barrier to escape. The catfish fled first, hurriedly calling out, "Take advantage of this moment and retreat quickly." Lin Yuan understood their plan immediately and quickly ordered his teammates to swiftly deal with the blocking stone. Su Zhou, Liu Qingzhu, coordinate with my phantom demon to handle this biochemical human. His main target now was the two cowardly rats. Lin Yuan grinned widely with delight. He said, I'm going to hunt down those two martial artists. After saying that, he left the battlefield immediately. Meanwhile, Su Zhou was now enraged, blood veins crackling with ice demon energy. On his cold sword, the frost condensed into a flying dragon shadow. The monster in front of him roared fiercely in response. It was preparing to fight with all its might. Its muscular layers bulged, its multi-layered mouth filled with sharp teeth, emitting piercing sounds. Su Zhou gathered all his strength and charged forward with a slash. He rushed with terrifying power while the monster also exploded with strength, lunging to grab him. Still in that quiet alley, but this time it was louder. Su Zhou was fighting the monster in front of him, slashing forward with a strike. The frost stream transformed into a grotesque dragon head, charging at a terrifying speed as if to swallow the muscular biochemical human whole. The black muscles on the biochemical human's body began glowing bright red. It frantically charged forward to resist, trying to hold off so its teammates could escape. Its bizarre mouth, with a unique structure, emitted deafening sounds. The feverish body heat clashed with the frost energy, creating a thick mist of steam. Fire and ice collided with the force of a thunderstrike. Su Zhou resolutely slashed at the biochemical human's face. He shouted as he leapt forward, "Take this!" The muscular biochemical human couldn't counterattack in time, so it turned to dodge. But half of its face was still cut by Su Zhou's blade. Looking at it, he realized how fast such a huge body could react. Was that wound really from a biochemical human? Now seeing where Su Zhou's slash hit the biochemical human's head, it revealed an alloy skull inside with microprocessor blood vessels, a human-made creation. Su Zhou was terrified as it charged at him with incredible speed. He immediately gripped his sword tightly and shifted backward to dodge its hand. The monster's plan failed. The blood demon phantom, long waiting, quickly surged into the air, splitting into 12 blood shadows. Blood blades in hand formed a dense net, slashing thickly and densely across the muscular biochemical human's face. In an instant, the biochemical human was torn apart by the blood blades. Its self-healing ability was high, but this fatal blow was truly overwhelming. At that moment, Liu Qingzhu spread her large wings. She had gathered enough power to fly with her giant wings, resembling a goddess. Purple light flooded everywhere, dazzling brightly. She struck powerfully, releasing a storm-like energy and shouted loudly, gathering power for her spell. A cluster of dark purple feathers gathered in her palm, then ignited into dark dust. When the energy sphere expanded to a radius of 5 meters, it exploded instantly, turning into a blazing purple sun. Qingzhu shouted, "No chance to run, monster." The muscular biochemical human's legs were frozen solid by the ice, and the blood demon phantom held it tightly, preventing escape. Meanwhile, Liu Qingzhu descended from above, the blazing purple sun in her hand spinning wildly like a solar storm, aimed at the trembling biochemical human. Boom! A giant pillar of fire erupted in the city center, the heat so intense it obscured the cold moon. The muscular biochemical human was engulfed in the purple flames, screaming in agony. The flames, like parasitic worms, seeped deeply through countless wounds. Under the fierce flames burning from outside and inside, The muscular monster's body was finally completely incinerated without a trace. Scene shifts to another place near a large sewer. The catfish followed the water flow running under the sewer, his face pale with panic as he tried to breathe heavily and run at full speed, muttering, "Damn it, last time I ran like crazy was on the battlefield of the drug warlords in the Black Triangle." Suddenly, something ahead surprised him, his eyes wide in disbelief that this was happening to him. A dazzling blue light shone straight in front of the catfish, making him freeze in place. This familiar light brightened the entire area. A familiar voice echoed. Lin Yuan even made a mocking bird-chirping expression. Sure enough, he likes to hide in the sewers. The catfish broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this, eyes wide as if he couldn't stand anymore. These two were smart, each running in opposite directions. In the opposite direction, Ares was trying to weave through alleys to avoid Lin Yuan's pursuit. She ran blindly as if she had never run before. Then suddenly, she turned her head to look back. That blue light shone down in front of her, just like lightning striking from the sky. She began to feel uneasy and muttered under her breath, "That way is the catfish." Now remembering her two remaining teammates, she could only rely on them with a panicked mind, unsure of what to do. The golden snake bluebird lost contact, the captain was killed, and even the catfish was left alone. Who exactly are those three kids? At this point, Lin Yuan stood alone in the deserted alley, trembling as she tried to find a way to save herself in this moment. No, I can't die. I have to live. Where should I run now? When cornered, the brain has to work at full capacity. Finally, she found an escape route. That's right. Then she glanced at the human ladder that the Lin Shui County people had raised to the moon earlier. Not sure what plan she was thinking, but her eyes kept fixed on that spot. That human ladder to the moon was probably a masterpiece of the Heavenly Kingdom's descent. Her expression gradually became stronger and more calculating. She bit her nails, staring fiercely in that direction, filled with determination. I have to survive, even if it means giving my soul to the devil. I have to live. Just as the thought of survival flickered for a few seconds, Lin Yuan arrived at the spot. A dazzling light shone before her, surprising her. Damn, this thing gives me goosebumps. When she actually stepped in front of the human ladder to the moon, Lin Yuan couldn't help but tremble. A pile of naked bodies stacked on top of each other formed a bridge connecting earth and sky. On each face was a bizarrely peaceful smile. At the same time, Lin Yuan was horrified to realize they were all mummified, their skin cracked like tree bark, full of wrinkles, as if in that moment becoming the celestial bridge. Their life force had been drained by the moonlight. Just then, Feng also arrived, carrying a huge greatsword in one hand and holding the head of the catfish in the other as he stepped closer. You want to go up there and play? Lin Yuan startled, shrinking back. Her fearful expression was clear. Damn it, he caught up. Now, either way, I'm dead. Panicked, she didn't want to face Feng and bolted toward the human ladder to the moon, no longer caring about anything else, just running. Lin Yuan no longer paid attention to anything. She had to live at all costs. The will to survive drove her relentlessly as she frantically climbed the human ladder. The ladder looked very long, but Lin Yuan felt like she climbed it incredibly fast. Finally, she reached the moon's surface. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Ah, now she had no way back. Unlucky for Lin Yuan, she saw a door with exquisite white jade inlays. It was as huge as a giant's fortress. Another door? The door opened, and light shone straight out. In a daze, Lin Yuan saw her parents standing in the doorway, waving and calling her. Tears welled up as she choked back sobs. Mom, Dad, I miss you so much. The glowing human ladder in the city was the focal point of the silent night. The door opened wider and wider. Lin Yuan had reached the grand hall inside and stepped forward following the light she saw. It shone through thousands of people piled like dry straw. After seeing Lin Yuan climb to the moon, Feng's lips curled into a strange smile. Ha ha ha. The next moment, Feng's figure suddenly dissolved under the huge moonlight. His image turned into black smoke and gradually vanished. He wasn't really Feng, but an illusion forcing Lin Yuan to climb the moon. The moonlight amplified their fears. So the BD laser assassination team lost 3 members. The real Feng stood far away. He watched the glowing human ladder. After a long silence, he muttered, having realized this early. The Heavenly Kingdom's descent really likes you, using her fear to conjure an illusion of me to force her up the moon. Interesting. At this moment, he held his phone, operating it while speaking. Now the Laser B assassination team has lost 2 people, and the remaining 3 are probably barely alive. Suddenly, our Feng's face twisted into a devilish smile. His pupils glowed with atomic blue, feeling excited and expectant. Calculating the time, the Heavenly Kingdom's people should arrive tomorrow, right? And after losing their base and a team, Laser B will likely stay put, so external factors are basically gone. After so much busy work, the great tragedy is about to begin. Nighttime was ending, and with it, the moon disappeared, and the human ladder gradually faded. The sun rose, and the giant moon reluctantly left the earth. The beam of light from the moon vanished, and the Lin Shui County people who formed the ladder returned. They all went home. Some died overnight, others survived normally. Although their bodies had returned to normal vitality, their life force had actually been permanently stolen by the moon. These people always closed their eyes and wore peaceful expressions as they returned home as if nothing had happened. Feng, Su Zhou, and Liu Qingju stood at a distance watching everything. In the strong morning wind and chill, Qingzu crossed her arms and said, "Feng, the horror of this mission has exceeded our imagination. Do you really want to continue?" It seemed he had already calculated all the moves. Feng replied softly with a strange smile, his eyes fixed on the group. "Don't worry. I have a plan. Besides, it's not just the three of us. There's a powerful ally quietly helping, though he doesn't want to reveal himself yet." As for Suzhou now, his gaze turned cautiously toward Lin Yuan, beginning to speculate wildly. An ally? After living together for so long, Lin Yuan absolutely cannot be just an ordinary person from a normal family as the records suggest. In the martial world, there are inherent strengths and weaknesses tied to bloodlines. After all, high-level martial artists at the life tier create a gap between themselves and ordinary people. He is either the illegitimate child of a powerful martial artist or the young master of a strong martial clan training among commoners. If it's the latter, then he definitely has someone protecting him. This could also explain his so-called ally. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's entire body erupted with power. Dark, cursed energy swirled all over Lin Yuan. He was channeling his energy but maintained a calm expression. Standing there, he loudly addressed his two teammates, Suzhou and Liu Qingzu. "Today, there's a very important mission for you two." A stream of demonic energy shot outward, touching the ground, from which countless ghostly images poured densely from his body. They spread over the surrounding rooftops. Lin Yuan stood at a distance, entrusting the important mission to Suzhou and Liu Qingzu. "Soon, you two will take my ghostly images and smash all the clay statues inside every home in the city." Immediately, Suzhou dashed off with the ghostly images. He agreed without hesitation, leading the spirits at a speed as swift as the wind. Meanwhile, Liu Qingju hesitated, not responding right away. She glanced at Lin Yuan, unsure what to say. Seeing this, Lin Yuan called out to her, "Qingju." Startled, she turned around and gasped loudly. He smiled confidently, nodded gently, and looked at Qingzu sincerely, saying, "Qingzu, trust me." Hearing this, she didn't reply, her ears flushing red. For a moment, she seemed to pause. Then Qingzu broke into a cute smile, her eyes squinting in front of Lin Yuan, as if she had no further doubts, replying immediately, "Okay, I trust you." Then she shared her thoughts and reminded him, "Lin Yuan, you should trust your teammates more from now on. Don't carry everything on your own." After assigning the mission to the two friends, Lin Yuan returned alone to the underground chamber of the Golden Mountain Temple base. As soon as he arrived, the mad scientist came out to greet him, bowing respectfully. "Master, you have arrived?" Lin Yuan entered and coldly got straight to the point. "No nonsense. Time is short. We must hurry and prepare for battle." Moving deeper inside, he approached the killing-bred humans pit within the underground chamber, a masterpiece he had personally created. Lin Yuan had cast them into the abyss of death. Now, he would give them a chance to be reborn. The scientist reported, "The artificial humans you defeated earlier are all piled up here." Lin Yuan glanced over and nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. The quantity is sufficient." Boom, boom. Standing in the grand hall, Lin Yuan shouted loudly, "Super giant transformation!" Instantly, his body erupted in a thick black smoke and flames. Behind Lin Yuan, a gigantic skull appeared, growing from the smoke, its large eyes flashing with supernatural energy. Lin Yuan controlled the energy lightning, preventing it from escaping too much to avoid damaging the killing-bred humans. A colossal humanoid body, 50 meters tall, was created with only the upper half formed. The giant raised both hands, tore open its chest, revealing a heart beating fiercely inside. A massive amount of blood poured down like a waterfall, drenching the pile of killing-bred humans in the pit. When the upper layer of the biohumans came into contact with the giant's blood, their soulless eyes suddenly lit up and focused. Their battered bodies curled up, now beginning to self-heal and regenerate. This was part of Lin Yuan's plan. He wanted to create an immortal giant army. The biohumans surged, jostling and howling in the pit, their bodies soaked in the supergiant's blood. Their eyes changed, pupils flaring, as if something was taking over and controlling them. Looking at the product of his creation, they could now stand, each biohuman becoming a warrior, combining vampire traits and supergiant transformation. With this terrifying number, he said he would first use the vampire virus to revive these biohuman corpses, then exploit the supergiant transformation power to grant them giant abilities. When the time comes, they would shed their forms and become an immortal giant army fully obedient to his command. Meanwhile, the scientist controlled nano-mosquitoes through the base's computer, sending them into every house in Lin Shui County. He operated the computer skillfully with one hand, reporting back to Lin Yuan, "Master, all biohumans have been released and are now flying toward the county town." Everything was going according to plan and very smoothly. Lin Yuan responded with satisfaction. "Very good. The biohumans carry vampire blood into every home, bringing warmth from me." He then assigned another task. After the infection, repair the giant Buddha mechanical armor a bit. Although it was disassembled and hard to fix, removing some weapons and remodeling it was still possible, right? The scientist was very willing to accept this proposal. "Of course, master, rest assured." At this point, Lin Yuan put a finger in his ear, struck a proud pose, looked ahead with sharp eyes, and smiled broadly, saying, "Very good. Our side is all set. Next, let's see how that Heavenly Kingdom opponent will act." While Lin Yuan was rushing to prepare for the upcoming battle, another force was also setting foot in Lin Shui County. The convoy sped down the highway straight toward this place. The Heavenly Kingdom descended, the precursor to humanity's inevitable demise, appearing in society as the Secret Realm invasion erupted. A mysterious pope wielding terrifying power from the Secret Realm relic caused this ragtag group to grow at an incredibly alarming rate. The demonic doctrine was extracted from the Secret Realm by absorbing the physical life force and spiritual souls of living beings to mature. It would create a vessel capable of functioning briefly for the deity, guiding the backward human civilization into the true heavenly kingdom. Inside were 53 passengers, each wearing pure white cloaks embroidered with noble golden patterns. They were the believers sent by the divine descendants of the heavenly kingdom to welcome the birth of the demonic embryo. Among them was a bishop radiating the aura of a grand martial master, 2 deputy bishops with the aura of martial experts, and the remaining 50 were all martial artists. He spoke with a chillingly cold face. "This place is the most difficult nation to conquer in the heavenly kingdom." He carried a desire to seize this land, passing through the fertile territory, speaking without hesitation. "It is about to become part of the heavenly kingdom now." Although these heretical fanatics lacked high martial cultivation, they possessed strange and evil methods. Their doctrine was to bring deities from the secret realm into the mortal world. The demonic embryo would grow by devouring the physical life force and souls of living beings, creating a vessel for the deity to operate briefly on Earth. That thing, the demonic embryo, was about to be conceived. The convoy continued rolling toward Lin Shui County as a bishop asked the cult leader. Ahead was Lin Shui County, where the demonic embryo the grand cult leader planted 4 years ago was right there. A believer in a red cloak, red representing the rank of deputy bishop, replied, "Grand cult leader, boo-hoo. He sacrificed so much for the divine cult. In the end, he was assassinated by the ignorant followers of the Azure Dragon. Boo-hoo. He never got to see the demonic embryo he painstakingly planted. What it will look like when it matures? This truly is a terrifying cannibalistic world." The deputy bishop nearby bowed his head and said, "A good man with steadfast faith, kind and compassionate like the grand cult leader, ended so tragically that not a single bone remains." The bishop, hearing these words, looked ahead and growled, "Therefore, we absolutely cannot let the grand cult leader's sacrifice be in vain, nor allow this world to be led by fools into a deeper abyss, or else this place will become the second region of sin." The bishop shouted madly, infecting all the believers on the bus with his emotion. One by one, they widened their eyes with fervor and shouted non-stop, welcoming the descent of the deity. "Children, this is salvation. We are saving humanity." They grew stronger and stronger, like wandering spirits obeying his every word. Together they shouted, "The deity descends to the mortal world, the heavenly kingdom on earth. The deity descends to the mortal world, the heavenly kingdom on earth." Fighting for the deity, the bishop was very pleased with the scene. This continued until the second night, when the moon looked very strange, showing 2 giant volcanic craters hollowed like eye sockets, along with a series of long curved cracks below, creating a bizarre visual impression of a demonic moon smile. Approaching Lin Shui County, the bishop stepped closer and stood at a distance to look up. He muttered, truly stirring. Looking back at the entire history of the divine cult, only 2 demonic embryos have been successfully incubated. He pulled back the hood from behind, revealing a grinning face, losing all coldness and malice. At first, he laughed loudly like a fool with a blank expression, now excitedly shouting, "Now I will be recorded in the history of the divine cult." The first demonic embryo caused global climate anomalies, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and disasters, killing, injuring, and displacing hundreds of millions. And that was just the result of the deity operating for 1 minute. The second, after descending on the Australian continent, caused surrounding seas to fog and currents to shift, completely blocking the entire continent. After that, there was no further contact. The whole continent was blank on satellite reconnaissance. The Allied nations suffered heavy losses, and since then, this dark forest sea was classified as an S-level creature forbidden zone, with no one daring to set foot there anymore. At this point, he lightly spread his dry, cracked hand, then deliberately cut it to let blood drip down. He carefully let a drop fall onto a large demonic stone, immediately triggering a reaction between the two. The demonic stone emitted fierce demonic energy spreading all around. That dense, black demonic energy crawled out in thick streams, gathering into a large circle. The bishop muttered, "Now our cult will welcome the descent of the third deity here." Around him, he and the believers chanted incantations continuously, creating a blazing red magic formation. Then, the bishop stepped onto that human ladder, his eyes fixed on the bright moon, mouth chanting blood demon spells non-stop, soaking the heads of those below as he ascended. He kept walking until he reached the moon gate, unaware that the large stone-embedded gate had closed behind him. The feeling now was exactly like Bai Yang's yesterday. He looked up at the huge gate for a long time, then placed his bloodied hand down at his feet. He placed his hand on the back of a body right beneath him. The blood demon energy seeped out continuously. He spoke in a seductive voice, "Deity above, please accept my blood." Just as that great door opened, the light inside shone upon this man, and from within came a voice crying out, calling him, "Come closer." Following the urging from inside, the bishop stepped straight into that dazzling light, until he found an altar made of moonstone, upon which rested a platinum coffin bearing the symbol of another divine cult. He seemed mesmerized by it, his eyes fixed tightly, continuously staring at it while murmuring vaguely that it was the platinum divine coffin, the divine embryo that the former cult leader had nurtured inside. Now, after absorbing the life essence of all the people in Lin Shui County for 4 years, the divine embryo was nearly mature. The bishop's group worked hard to support him, each of them chanting the incantations faster and faster. Clenching his fists tightly, the bishop deliberately spoke loudly, "Children, let us begin to welcome the deity." The divine power they could bear was limited, but for them, it was enough. The bishop carefully stepped down the human ladder, carrying the platinum coffin on his shoulder. Strangely, it was surprisingly light, though he still showed signs of struggling, yet he continued to walk resolutely. All around were the chants of his subordinates. "Yes, Father Cult Leader." The followers stepped aside, allowing the bishop to enter the formation and place the coffin right at the center. Now standing beside the coffin, he spread his arms wide and shouted, "Oh, great moon, the nightmare deity of the dream realm, your most loyal follower is here to call upon you. Please allow me to speak your name." Dong dong dong. Just then, the clock tower in Lin Shui County rang the midnight bell. The bell sounded like fireworks, signaling the start of the play, accompanied by the energy from the large moon manifesting moon seal, Baros. Throughout all of Lin Shui County, every body of the people released a milky white soul form. Their vitality was drained dry. Now they were nothing more than a bunch of pickled radishes. More and more souls flew out and gathered together. Those on the human ladder crowded and climbed over each other, but none could escape this phenomenon. Hundreds of thousands of soul entities gathered into a white wave flying toward the divine light. At that moment, a roar thundered like lightning suddenly exploded, carrying the aura of imperial authority. Nearly half of these milky white soul entities' faith power turned blue, as if signaling a warning. Suddenly, they all converged and headed toward the bishop. However, these beams of light gradually shifted to blue, then charged straight at him. The bishop shouted, "What's happening?" The originally pure white soul forms turned blue. Was the roar just now contaminating the souls? At this moment, he still didn't understand why what he had worked so hard to create was not as expected. His voice trembled with fear instead of satisfaction. How could this be? How could it be? How could the divine embryo's soul be polluted by an unknown roar? Who was playing tricks? Once the ritual had started, it couldn't be stopped. The followers could only watch helplessly as those unclean soul forms crawled straight into the platinum coffin nurturing the deity. This proved that their faith had been tainted by the moonlight. The soul entities raced into the swirling waves inside. The bishop angrily shouted, "Damn it, the ritual can't be reversed." These polluted blue souls were trying to contaminate the divine embryo. At the same time, right near the bishop, Yuhua appeared. He crouched low and dashed forward with divine speed, a faint smile on his lips. "I've been waiting a long time. Great cult leader." The bishop turned around with a dazed look, his mind now blank, his mouth agape in shock as he said, Who are you?" Yuhua fixed his gaze, a spark of electric killing intent flashing in his eyes, his voice heroic and straightforward as he replied, "In this situation, don't you recognize who I am?" Yihua wielded the Spirit Star Saber like a lightning bolt, colorless but covered with dense lines. These lines formed the contours and internal organs of the human body. On the front of the bishop's throat appeared a glaring red line. Yihua had found the killing strike. He unleashed the La Triple Saber Slash. The deadly Moonlight Massacre, the Spirit Star Saber blazed with crimson light, like a river of blood filled with terrifying souls of the dead. Under the vast moonlight, the time field seemed to collapse. The bishop saw the world spinning. The last image in his memory was a spray of blood bursting into the air. One slash combined with the binding coercion of the time forest, achieving an execution effect in a single strike. Yihua's powerful momentum surged forward, his face colder than a villain's as he said, "I am the demon." The nearby church bell rang loudly, tearing through the cold night air in Lin Shui County. The old pastor now lay sprawled on the ground, his mouth full of fresh blood, suffering indescribably on the brink of life and death, his lips moving as he whispered, "Great One, this guy is still alive, so Yihua wants to finish it now." A large streak of blood flew across, nearly blocking the view of the big moon. Splash! That echo lingered in the ears, yet the old pastor still tried to speak his last words. "Great Moon Seal, Barros." Yihua stood beside the body, splattered with red syrup. He shook his head, carrying the great saber on his shoulder without even looking, and said, "Too weak. Even if you have 3 magic items to save your life, it's useless." Suddenly, a voice cut in from somewhere, a slash so unbelievable. "Kid." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan glanced over. But unfortunately, he had killed the wrong person. The man lying at his feet in a pool of fresh blood was not the leading bishop. Only now did the man slowly reveal himself with an unbelievably dignified appearance, yet he calmly expressed a polite intention to Lin Yuan. "Do you want to join the divine sect?" This man boldly removed his hood, revealing his bald head. Then came a formal self-introduction, and he clearly stated who Lin Yuan had just killed. "Let me introduce myself. I am currently the highest-ranking official of the divine sect in the lower kingdom, Lin Qi. The one you just struck down was my deputy leader." Looking down at the body below, clothes disheveled, he continued, "You surely understand. Being a disciple of the divine sect is a high-risk profession, so it's reasonable for me to have my subordinates pose as higher-ups, right?" Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, biting his lip in irritation. He didn't respond to a single word from him, but a thought circled in his mind. A decoy again? Lin Yuan's gaze radiated anger. "Enough talk. The best way is to end this guy's life and simplify things." Gripping his great sword tightly, he charged forward, aiming straight at the red-robed bishop. The man quickly raised his hand to block, not letting Lin Yuan land the first hit. From that hand emerged strange, heavy, dark energy like water crystals in the atmosphere. The bishop growled, "This is a sacred place to welcome the gods. You can't just come and go as you please." Just as Lin Yuan soared upward, the energy from the bishop's hand transformed into large, sturdy chains. They shot toward Lin Yuan, binding his arms and legs tightly. Lin Yuan's movement was stopped and suppressed on the spot. He struggled, but the tighter he moved, the more the chains constricted. He felt every cell in his body tormented by the bishop's dark sorcery. Lin Yuan clenched his teeth in discomfort, glancing at him with a growl, feeling as if something was grabbing him. Was it spiritual power? At this moment, he called on the support of his loyal coolie. He shouted loudly, summoning Jormungandr, the rose-headed beast, from behind. It helped Lin Yuan tear apart the dark energy from the spiritual hand. His whole body flared up, breaking free from the chains. The bishop looked ahead, his expression only slightly startled, uttering an "oh." His gaze followed Lin Yuan's every move. What caught his attention was Jormungandr behind him, his pupils fixated on the glowing rose head radiating fierce energy. He began to wonder about Lin Yuan, asking, "The figure behind you, could it be that you also practice divine arts?" Lightning began to gather in Lin Yuan's hand. He had reached his limit. Lin Yuan's voice cracked as he cursed, "Damn your rotten divine arts! The only reason I wanted to leave was to avoid fighting near this cursed coffin." Lightning surged powerfully in his palm, striking down like a bolt from the sky. Blue sparks illuminated the entire area. The bishop could only gape in shock. Lin Yuan pushed forward, striking the bishop below with overwhelming force. Large bones like pillars sprouted amid the lightning, steel-like muscles accompanied by countless electric sparks growing along the bones. With a single punch, a roaring, sinewy dragon exploded forth. Lin Yuan screamed wildly, "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Yet the bishop still wasn't fully scared. Perhaps the dragon punch wasn't enough to shake him. He stood there dazed, foolishly saying, "Humph, these evil things won't hurt me." Boldly, he raised his hand to block the giant sharp teeth emerging from Lin Yuan's massive mouth. This man was no ordinary opponent. He struggled to withstand Lin Yuan's power, even as the punch pushed with tremendous force. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and the Bishop Lin Qi was blasted away. dust and smoke billowing. His small figure disappeared from sight, but Lin Yuan's cruel spirit was far from satisfied. He pushed harder, driving the sinewy dragon from his palm into Lin Qi, shoving him forward. Through the chaotic buildings, destruction rivaled that of a ship crashing at full speed. No one knew how far Lin Qi was thrown, yet, despite his weak, untrained body, preferring spiritual games over exercise and proper diet, the bishop still managed to stand after that brutal blow. He coughed several times, blood streaming down his face, obscuring it. He only felt a slight dizziness, quickly regaining his normal composure. Using his power, he mended his torn arm, still able to respond sharply to Lin Yuan. "I told you, you can't hurt me." In just seconds, he recovered his spirit and aura as if untouched, even mocking Lin Yuan with a calm voice. "I am blessed by the gods." Seeing this, Lin Yuan guessed this was the boss of the church faction, hard to defeat. He shook his head, murmuring, "Ch-ch-ch. You can recover that fast? This is going to be troublesome." The bishop began his dark ritual, chanting repeatedly, "God descends to the mortal world, heaven on earth. God descends to the mortal world, heaven on earth." His pale white foot stepped forward, noticing the ground was stained with blood, though he didn't know when it had appeared. At this moment, Lin Yuan was stunned and turned around. His eyes widened. Huh? At this point, Lin Yuan's gigantic arm vanished. Now, the cult members began to gather together, advancing to surround him. After enduring such a shock, none of them showed fear. They believed they were protected by a deity. If they were ordinary people, they would have scattered by now. Lin Yuan stood in the center and shouted loudly, yet he seemed to have forgotten about these people. Suddenly, they all raised their hands simultaneously, each holding a short dagger. The blades glowed with a fiery red light as they screamed together like crazed machines. "We are justice." Immediately after, one cultist fell face first to the ground, spewing a lot of red blood. He had inflicted pain on himself. Looking closely, all these insane cultists surrounding Lin Yuan took the small daggers in their hands and stabbed their own throats, blood flooding everywhere. Did he just witness a mass suicide? These lunatics only had this much skill. The brain pathways of this heretical cult were truly unfathomable. Lin Yuan looked over the cultists who were beyond saving, now drenched in bright red tomato-like blood pouring out of their mouths like a waterfall. Lin Yuan's voice remained calm, as if waiting to see what these madmen would do next. In that moment, he sensed something unclean around him. His eyes narrowed tightly as he exclaimed, "It arrived." He felt a cold, wet spiritual energy. Suddenly, a creaking sound grew louder and clearer. A bloodied hand suddenly tore through the body of one cultist and emerged. What tore through the outer layer was a humanoid, slowly revealing its true form. Now, it discarded its weak shell to reveal something terrifying. Neither fully human nor fully demon. In the darkness, this sight was horrifying. Finally, Lin Yuan clearly saw the grotesque face of this demonic abomination. Its skin was blood red, with long buffalo-like horns growing from its head, fangs protruding from its mouth, no different from a demon from hell. In other words, that's exactly what it was. 50 cultists became 50 bloody gateways, from which demons continuously crawled out. In this situation, Lin Yuan had to smile confidently with a hint of disdain. He chuckled and said, "In the end, it's still alien trash like demons." He raised his hand to cover half his face, grinning with satisfaction as he watched the demons crawl out of the cultists. Even in such a tough situation, Lin Yuan remained composed and said, "These cultists are truly reckless." He glanced over them and continued, using their own bodies as conduits to summon demons. "Tisk, tisk, tisk. Are they berserkers? Now that they've revealed their true forms, each one stands there staring at me with ravenous eyes." The blue lightning flared up again, countless bolts converging and exploding across the city. Just like when Lin Yuan transformed into a giant, his voice rang out sharply. "Unfortunately, now I also have soldiers to unleash violence. I didn't resurrect those divine beings for no reason. They are the vessels for these superhuman giants." Countless giants, 10 or 20 meters tall, suddenly rose from the ground. They spread their arms and roared in response to the king's summons. The demons, seeing Lin Yuan take action, crazily flew up to attack. They opened their mouths full of sharp teeth and screamed with inner power to suppress him. These creatures had hybrid dragon-like bodies, swarming together with Lin Yuan as their target. Quickly, the first wave of sacrificial demons charged forward, but ended up as a bloody mess. They didn't even get a chance to show off before Lin Yuan sent them early to the afterlife. The demons initially appeared so imposing, but their deaths were embarrassingly quick. The sound of squelching echoed, literally crushing flesh. As Lin Yuan's first wave of giant soldiers was crushed, their bodies unrecognizable, countless more giants behind them charged toward the battlefield where Lin Yuan stood. The giants' footsteps combined sounded like an earthquake. Nearby stood a red-robed pastor, the deputy bishop, who still had hair. He was terrified now, shrinking back, standing on the ground but feeling unstable. His lips trembled as he said, "The cult leader was mysteriously killed in an instant, and now so many giants have appeared. Who exactly are these people?" Unable to see Lin Yuan among the giants, he hurriedly raised 2 fingers to his forehead to perform a searching ritual. He muttered to himself, "Wait, where is the young leader?" Quickly use spiritual sight to search. Using that power, the pastor finally saw Lin Yuan standing near the coffin. He was startled and fearful. His goal was the divine embryo. "Stay back, don't come closer." There was nothing else he could do but scream internally. Suddenly, Liu Qingzhu and Suzhou appeared above him, both in their awakened forms. They used lightness skill to fly over to the pastor and Dongthan. "Your opponent is us," confused by Lin Yuan's incident. "Where are 2 more of you?" The pastor was flustered, unsure how to respond. After looking around repeatedly, his thoughts became chaotic before connecting the dots. These people clearly came prepared. Could they be Long Tuo agents who had already discovered the cult's plan? From the initial beheading to the demon army being blocked by the giants, now it's hard for me to escape. This mission for the divine sect might mean returning to Lin Yuan. He's standing near the coffin where the believers are trying to channel energy to awaken what's called the demon embryo. Just a quick glance, and the atmosphere around where he stands, Lin Yuan can feel it just approaching. He senses a chilling aura, as if it could freeze the soul itself. Then he strokes his chin thoughtfully and starts guessing that the name in this coffin seems to hold extreme hostility toward him. But that's normal. Who told me to interfere with the affairs of this god? Right then, the system pops up a notification suggesting that the host has gained 5 points of special divine energy during the final phase of the Heavenly Kingdom's descent ritual. The faith force that the Heavenly Kingdom had spent 4 years accumulating was gathered at the last minute to condense a body, half of which was polluted by Lin Yuan, the host. And that polluted faith force was taken by the demon embryo to build a body capable of activating the moon seal in the mortal realm. This led to the moon seal's birth having part of its divine power stolen by Lin Yuan, the host. After reading this, he burst out laughing. So that's how it is. Then he didn't hesitate to move closer to the coffin. Lin Yuan bent down, reached out, and started to forcefully open the lid. He said, "But to be fair, I don't even bother with these trash from the Heavenly Kingdom's descent. My real enemy all along has been the god connected to the moon in dreams. But even if your divine power was stolen by me, even if you're a premature, malnourished child, you should wake up." With that, Lin Yuan flipped the coffin lid off with one hand. It flew up, spinning several times. Lin Yuan immediately stared and shouted, "Why keep hiding in the coffin?" But what he saw surprised him. His eyes widened as he stared at the coffin. Yeah, he expected something terrifying, but inside was just a normal coffin, a bit more luxurious than others, with no demon inside at all. Lin Yuan stood there for a long moment and muttered, "What's going on? Why is there nothing?" Honestly, at this point, I don't even understand what those guys are up to. But then Lin Yuan started to feel insulted. He leaned over and gathered energy in his right hand. He twisted his mouth and looked at it, then said, "Claiming to be a god but still sneaking around like a coward?" He summoned his greatsword, which appeared proudly, and slammed it down hard on the ground. He stood with legs apart in a boss stance no one dared to challenge. The cold wind howled past. He said, "It's too quiet. The screams and clashes of giants and demons have vanished without a trace. Suzhou, Liu Qingzhu, and the battle with that deputy leader are gone too, like the whole world is left with only me." Suddenly, someone called his name. Lin Yuan reacted quickly and glanced over. Someone was there, and the space began to shift. Under the blinding light of the huge moon that seemed to dominate the sky, the deep pit and that sinister smile looked even more menacing. It illuminated the familiar face that had just called Lin Yuan's name. It was Archbishop Lin Qi, poking his head in. He wasn't dead. Lin Yuan recognized him and sneered. "So, it's you." He was still in that righteous, hypocritical pose, pretending to be just and moral, slowly stepping closer to Lin Yuan. "Have you forgotten who I am?" Even now, Lin Yuan couldn't grasp the core issue. He squinted in irritation and began to realize what he was seeing. The moon was an illusion. But since when? Archbishop Lin Qi faced Lin Yuan, smirking provocatively. His pupils glowed strangely as he stared at Lin Yuan and said, "Guess when you fell asleep in the dream? Ha 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 ha, that laugh is downright creepy." Meanwhile, at Lin Yuan's 2 teammates' location, Liu Qingzhu and Suzhou were combining their efforts to fight the demons summoned by the deputy bishop to block their path. The deputy bishop scowled bitterly and muttered, only able to use a great demon to hold them back, then used his eye power to observe the situation. He didn't know how Archbishop Lin Qi was doing, but the moment he noticed Lin Yuan standing alone, he sensed something was wrong. Not right. That kid's spiritual energy was off. He couldn't sense the leader's spiritual force. Could it be? His mind was in turmoil, and with the vague situation, he couldn't stand it. After thinking for a moment, he decided, no, he had to run to the demon Embryo, so he hurriedly grabbed a jade-green sword, raised his hand to cast a spell, and loudly recited an incantation. The mystical wood spear, once it pierced the enemy's body, would cause blood thorns to grow inside, sprouting from within until they crushed the enemy to bits. At this moment, Liu Qingzhu and Su Zhou were focused on the demon, so he quickly fled elsewhere, running hard while saying, "The sinful soul is handed over to the gods for punishment, but the filthy body's mine to deal with." Su Zhou, though fighting, could still sense the deputy bishop's intent. He immediately glanced toward the direction the bishop was running. Damn it, he was heading straight for Lin Yuan. So Su Zhou unleashed even more power. He became a terrifying shadow, radiating intense, freezing energy. He shouted to Qingzhu, "Liu Qingzhu, go save Lin Yuan. I'll hold this guy back." Saying that, he used the forbidden blood technique. Su Zhou raised his hand. The invisible weapon stirred the air, continuously spinning and expanding between his hands, finally converging into a massive storm greatsword tens of meters tall, causing the air to shatter. The storm and cold air reinforced each other, greatly amplifying the power of this strike. Su Zhou felt the energy in his body being drained significantly, thinking that freezing such a huge guy in an instant had nearly exhausted all of his weapon's power. Then, he glanced at him and said to Liu Qingzhu, "Don't hesitate. Our lives are worth less than the plague fire." At this moment, Liu Qingzhu flew up to respond. She spread her large wings and flew over the ice mountain created by Su Zhou in reply. "I know, I'm just worried about you and trying to encourage you. Don't die, Su Zhou." The sea of fire and cold air split the battlefield. Su Zhou's helpless tone tried to shout loudly. Damn it, he couldn't hold this guy back anymore. Unafraid, this muscular demon was fiercely aggressive and bloodthirsty, sparing no one who stood in its way. It raised its hellfire axe and slammed it hard against the ice mountain Su Zhou had just created. What Su Zhou had almost exhausted all his strength to create was shattered by this demon's powerful strike. The entire space seemed to tremble under the force of this violent blow. The demon glared at the two of them, its face grotesquely twisted with indescribable rage. Su Zhou said, "You think that's enough to kill me? I haven't even finished with my opponent yet." After this, Su Zhou unleashed a new technique. He created sharp, iron-like ice blocks at a terrifying speed, shooting them toward the crazed demon. Helpless, the demon was pierced by Su Zhou's sharp ice blocks. Its thick outer skin was punctured in many places. It screamed in pain right after slashing at Su Zhou. Su Zhou's dark silhouette used a forbidden spell from afar, surrounded by an impenetrable black aura. He raised one hand and shouted in a commanding voice, "Within my body flows the mighty bloodline power of a branch family from the imperial capital." At this moment, the bloodline power from a powerful noble family in the capital that Su Zhou had sealed was activated. Su Zhou's body changed drastically. His overflowing weapon power burst from his dantian and began to regenerate. The horns on his head grew a second time, his torn body regrew flesh and was covered by fresh ice. His dragon eyes, once dull, now blazed fiercely. Su Zhou's aura kept rising, even surpassing his previous peak state. He lowered his voice calmly, forced to use the forbidden blood technique and break through bloodline simultaneously, doubling the speed at which life was burned away. Su Zhou raised both hands. The invisible weapon stirred the air, continuously spinning and expanding between his hands, finally converging into a massive storm greatsword tens of meters tall, causing the air to explode. He shouted, "But it's worth it to send you, demon, back to hell. Go back to your hell." Su Zhou fiercely swung the massive ice greatsword straight at the monster. His body was small, but the sword was like that of a giant, chopping down relentlessly at the sole target. The monster now saw the fierce killing intent and terrifying attack power. It opened its mouth wide in fear, its face contorted in an instant, and it was preparing a huge breath of fire. Then Su Zhou shouted, "Bloodline secret technique." The greatsword pressed down, creating an explosively terrifying power. Layers of white ice swung up into a massive wall. Blue cracks and white snow dust filled the air. A magnificent martial skill. The ice wall shattered. The sea of fire and cold air merged. Both forces spread powerfully all around. The outside could feel the devastating impact, shaking heaven and earth. At this moment, Su Zhou suddenly realized something was wrong. He jerked in surprise and quickly changed expression. This force was not right. Fire and ice split the sky and earth. The monster crouched to brace against Su Zhou's slash. Its whole body trembled violently, but the layer of fire also fiercely countered, gradually holding back the attack. With every resistance, it screamed to summon all its strength. This one was not easy to subdue. Su Zhou looked down, surprised by its power. He muttered, "It can actually withstand my storm sword energy? Damn it, my sword energy is being burned by the demon's fire." Su Zhou's ice wall crashed down on the fiery monster, yet it could resist with its own firepower. It cracked the ice into many pieces. The cracks extended and damaged Su Zhou's attack. At this moment, he began to panic, realizing he no longer had any spare weapon power. In this dire situation, Suzhou was confused about what to do. Then, before the monster could deal with the ice, a sharp bullet suddenly shot in at a terrifying speed. The bullet, as long as a hand, flew through the back of the monster's head, piercing its throat. In the midst of defending against Suzhou's powerful strike, the monster had no chance to dodge this bullet. Blood sprayed from its throat in a burst, an unexpected end for it. Without giving the monster time to react, many heavier armor-piercing bullets followed, hitting the back of its head, hip, back, and other vital spots of the great demon, creating blood holes as large as bowls. Suzhou was now exhausted, gently landing, drained from the energy spent on that fierce slash. He tiredly looked up at the monster's condition and the one who had come to his aid. In that moment, Suzhou was involuntarily filled with confusion. He turned around to see who had fired the bullet that destroyed the monster. Is there a master here? Could it be an ally that Lin Yuan mentioned? The gun barrel that fired the bullet, as long as a hand, was still hot. The ally who came to help Suzhou was none other than the mad scientist. He was still looking through the scope of the long rifle. As he observed, the scientist said, "Fortunately, the armor-piercing bullet contained a weapon left to me by the master, so the key part still works. I thought this kid named Suzhou was the weakest in the master's team, but turns out he was hiding such a trump card. The martial system is divided into martial disciple, martial artist, martial master, grand martial master, Xuanwu martial master, sect master, grand sect master, and national guardian level. He must be about to break through to martial disciple. That girl named Liu Qingzhu also seems quite formidable. Indeed, those who follow the master all have decent potential." Then he lifted his head, staring distantly at Suzhou and Liu Qingzhu. The scientist shook his head and muttered to himself, "Anyway, first use the drone to help that kid recover his strength. After that, taking down that big demon should be as easy as flipping a hand." Above his head, countless drones controlled by him filled the sky. Meanwhile, the deputy bishop was trying to escape to the side where the archbishop was being blocked. He observed the situation with great frustration, his eyes tight with discomfort as he growled, "You guys, you're not from the Long Zhuo faction. All three of you are younger than each other, and each one weirder than the last. Who exactly are you?" At that moment, Suzhou and Liu Qingzhu boldly stepped right in front of him. Qingzhu spread her large wings and flew down with the aura of a goddess. Below, Suzhou held the sword firmly in one hand, the other gripping the severed head of the monster the deputy bishop had summoned. He strode forward with strong steps and shouted, "We're just ordinary freshmen from Huada University." Maybe the moon sensed the helplessness of these lackeys, so it finally had to step in to help. In the next moment, 6 large coffins made of heavy alloy plummeted down without slowing. They slammed straight into the ground. In front of the deputy bishop was the heretical army summoned by the moon god to oppose Suzhou and Qingzhu. Each coffin slammed into the earth and began shaking violently. From inside, the lids opened, revealing 6 zombies radiating strong martial artist aura. Under the giant moonlight, they slowly stepped out with identical expressions, their eyes glowing as if controlled by some force. Liu Qingzhu looked at them in horror because some faces were familiar, causing her mind to spiral. She thought, are these things really corpses? 3 of them were the second team of Huada University who had lost contact. The other 3, the one in the middle, I remember, fought us before. At this point, the deputy bishop was ecstatic, laughing loudly with great satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, I am the god who protects us." Behind the mad scientist's scope, he also saw the situation worsening. The newly summoned martial artists began advancing to attack Qingzhu and Suzhou. The scientist muttered anxiously, "Damn it. The girl the master told me to especially care for will definitely die facing 6 martial artist zombies surrounding her." Observing the battlefield, the scientist suddenly recalled that previously he didn't send the giant army to support Qingzhu and her team because the giants were too weak and unintelligent, which could interfere with their combat. But now, he had to send reinforcements. "If I can't complete the master's mission, I'd rather die 1,000 deaths," he said with worry on his face. Just as he finished speaking, giant footsteps from Lin Yuan's army approached. The giant soldier group formed by Lin Yuan began surrounding behind Liu Qingzhu and Suzhou to coordinate and take down the annoying deputy bishop. Now the controlled martial artists had to face dozens of powerful titans. Qingzhu glanced over and thought, "Looks like the giants are allies. They want to hold back these corpses? I have to rescue Lin Yuan first." Taking the chance, she flew toward Lin Yuan, intending to take him away. Liu Qingzhu's large wings swept past the giants in the opposite direction. The deputy bishop saw this and thought Qingzhu intended to harm the divine fetus their cult had frantically tried to create. So he gave a direct order from the battlefield for the martial artists to rush and stop Qingzhu. "Stop her! Don't let her near the divine fetus." Immediately, the martial artists charged to attack Qingzhu. Some used their strength to strike at her small body, while others recklessly charged forward. To protect Liu Qingzhu, Dr. Feng controlled the Titans to attack the 6 zombies, preventing them from reaching her. But with their martial master level, holding them back was really difficult. Qingzhu stomped over the giant Titan figures to gain momentum and soared high. Meanwhile, the enemies chased wildly. But even the giants transformed from biochemical humans, optimized for strength and defense compared to the original world's colossi, were like sheets of paper to martial artist-level zombies. They easily crushed Lin Yuan's army. While the panic below was still ongoing, Qingzhu took the chance to fly to Lin Yuan. Behind her, she could see him standing near the coffin's neck, inside which was the divine fetus. Lin Yuan blurted out, "Di Huo, wait for me." Suddenly, just as Liu Qingzhu was about to reach him, she was struck by a thrown sword from the enemy. Lin Yuan lost momentum while rushing forward and fell freely from a great height. She was injured, blood spurting out in streams from her body. One of Lin Yuan's arms was severely wounded. Losing momentum, she plummeted through the air, her body weakening. Lin Yuan whispered as she glanced toward Di Huo, "Oh, it's not over yet." Then, driven by the desire to end this tough battle and save the one she loved, Di Huo, she tried to suppress the pain. Just as her body was about to hit the ground, Lin Yuan spread her wings and soared back up. She pushed herself forward against the wind to gain force. At this moment, Lin Yuan's sole target was Di Huo, also the location of the divine fetus in the coffin, using all the strength in her body. Lin Yuan flapped her wings powerfully, reaching out with both hands toward Di Huo, screaming inwardly to urge herself on. Just a little more. The deputy bishop's face turned greenish and purplish as a shockwave of horror hit him. He knew for sure the divine fetus and the archbishop were about to be harmed. Filled with rage, he shouted, "Damn those bastards!" Turning back to Lin Yuan, her efforts were rewarded. Lin Yuan flew with all her strength and reached Di Huo, her body exhausted. She hugged Di Huo tightly and relaxed into his embrace. Holding Di Huo, Lin Yuan felt at peace. She whispered, resting her head on his shoulder, "Di Huo, I've got you." Liu Qingzhu immediately carried him and dashed away, escaping the pursuit of the 6 assassins. Lin Yuan held Di Huo and soared high into the sky, struggling to endure as she said, "We have to get Di Huo out of here quickly." While still clutching him tightly, Lin Yuan grit her teeth and looked toward the chaotic battle between the assassins and Di Huo's titans, simultaneously casting a blood-stopping spell. She said, "My arm is injured by the blood thorns. It hurts so much. I'll temporarily use the Z-Way flame to block the blood thorns spread. That way, it won't interfere with my actions." Lin Yuan flew across the chaos, looking down at Di Huo's giants, who were covered in blood. They were all being crushed chaotically by the assassin warriors. From above, Lin Yuan said, "Have all those giants been wiped out already?" From her vantage point, Lin Yuan could see these people were extremely strong and were breaking the battle formation. They glared at Lin Yuan with murderous intent and greed. Only then did she realize the 6 bodies were still alive. This place was no longer safe. She had to leave quickly. Suddenly, a voice echoed into Lin Yuan's ears. "Let him go." Startled, she opened her wide eyes. Lin Yuan shouted boldly, "Who's there?" Strangely in the sky, the moon with that eerie smiling face was drawing closer to Liu Qingzhu. That terrifying voice echoed throughout the space. "You've done well enough. He won't blame you. Now, hand him over to me." Though reluctant, she was being drawn closer to the moon. The moonlight before Liu Qingzhu radiated an energy that made her dazed. In an instant, Lin Yuan seemed hypnotized, her expression vacant. But Lin Yuan struggled to regain her composure. Even as the moonlight sucked energy from her mouth, she dared to clearly say 3 words. "No. Dagger." Immediately after, Lin Yuan screamed and cursed the huge moon. "Get lost!" Along with that, a powerful force erupted. Lin Yuan spread her wings wide, releasing a shockwave in counterattack. At this moment, the shockwave spread through every cell and vein in her body. She fully realized what she was enduring from the giant moon before her. "Ah, a mental attack? My head hurts so much. These laughs are annoying." The voice of the Death Knight echoed through the clouds. The ghostly moonlight before her shattered at the sound, leaving only a mocking laugh ringing in Liu Qingzhu's ears. The pain was unbearable torment. Tears fell, but Lin Yuan still tried to endure, clutching Di Huo tightly. At this moment, Lin Yuan had only one purpose in her heart. She murmured, "I can't let Di Huo get hurt," until she could no longer hold on. Her eyes slowly closed, followed by painful groans. She was completely exhausted, like a fallen angel with broken wings, holding Di Huo tightly as they both fell freely. Until the very last moment, Lin Yuan held him close, not letting anything happen to him. This caught the attention of the 6 assassins waiting and Liu Qingzhu all along. They looked toward her falling to the ground, their heads constantly twitching, all their eyes fixed on the two of them. The heads of these assassins suddenly trembled violently, their necks stretching out, moving like snakes. Their faces cracked and twisted into demonic forms. Sharp spikes quickly sprouted from the heads of these possessed warriors, pointing straight up. Their plan was to wait for Lin Yuan to fall and then thrust the spikes upward to kill them both. The situation was dire. Lin Yuan was plummeting at full speed, but suddenly a shout rang out. Jormungandr di Huo had awakened. He called out the name of the rose-headed one to stop time. At that moment, just as Liu Qingzhu was diving toward the spikes, everything froze. Even when Lin Yuan recovered his condition, he faintly opened his eyes and felt his whole body leaning against Dichua's shoulder. Lin Yuan glanced at him and whispered, "A Dichua?" At this moment, Dichua had returned. He held Lin Yuan in his arms, looking at her with a worried and gentle expression. Dichua spoke softly to her. "Sorry, I woke up a bit late." Lin Yuan was still very weak. She looked up at him, dazed, then tried to say, "Dichua, you're awake." This situation made Lin Yuan very happy. Perhaps this was the feeling she had been waiting for a long time. Lin Yuan immediately smiled brightly, looking at Dichua to show she was fine, and continued, "That's great. It's not too late." By then, Lin Yuan was utterly exhausted. She retracted her large wings and completely leaned on Dichua's body. He held his baby tightly in his palm and whispered warmly to Lin Yuan, "Lin Yuan, rest now. Leave the rest to me." Down below, there was still a madman screaming wildly. This situation was something he had never anticipated. The crazy deputy bishop seemed ready to pop his eyes out as he shouted, "Damn it! How can this guy escape the divine illusion?" But even so, he couldn't simultaneously deal with 6 moon god disciples. Then the moment of frozen time ended. Looking down from above, the martial artists' heads distorted into many sharp points. In the center was the deputy bishop pointing his hidden weapon directly at Dichua, who was flying above holding Liu Qingzhu. He shouted to activate the zombies. "Let's go up together." He couldn't defend against the 7 martial artists' assault all at once. At that moment, Dichua used his power to send Liu Qingzhu to another safe place and prepared to finish the ongoing battle in Lam Tui County single-handedly. Dichua stood tall in the air, confidently speaking in a deep voice, "I've brought Lin Yuan to safety. Jormungandr, dispel." Moments later, the deputy bishop below saw Dichua's dizzying transformation, and his face turned pale with worry. In a moment of shock, he exclaimed, "Kill him?" Just a few breaths later, when the small figure of Dichua was no longer visible above, a giant titan foot stomped down. This time, the sharp points from the martial artists looked as weak as trembling cat whiskers. They stared at the giant foot in stunned silence, not knowing which way to run to avoid it. While they were still amazed by the immense power, Dichua stomped down hard. These people were crushed as if Dichua was swatting away filthy flies. His giant foot pressed down repeatedly to increase the damage. In his titan form, Dichua was huge and towering like a god. His eyes shone brightly as he looked down and said, "What are you barking about?" Unexpectedly, his allies had died from just one stomp by Dichua. Now, only the archbishop remained far away. In the cold wind of Lam Tui County, he was tormented by the illusion he created. He sat trembling, unable to speak. Looking closely at his face, tears streamed down like waterfalls. His face twisted with convulsions as if having a seizure. He squinted and painfully uttered each word. "No, no, please don't attack me anymore." Lin Chi didn't know how many times he had been killed in the dreamscape. His head exploded, torn apart, burned, pierced by thousands of blades. Every time he was destroyed, Lin Chi felt the pain vividly. Even though his willpower surpassed ordinary people, it was nothing compared to Dichua. He screamed, "This illusion was created by me, so why? Why can he torture me at will? Every time I'm tortured, I can feel that tearing pain." The giant figure of Dichua appeared from afar, his gaze tracking every move of the archbishop. Now he faced terrible torment. The archbishop screamed in despair, "How do I escape this dreamscape? Or is the dreamscape useless against me? I truly am a demon god. Even the gods cannot punish me." As for Lin Chi, he had been tortured too many times. His spiritual energy depleted, fighting will shattered, and now he just wanted to give up. The moonlight shining on him felt especially cold, as if the gods were displeased with his helplessness. "Sorry, moon god, I can only actively close the dreamscape." That eerie voice responded again, throwing him out and sealing him in the divine coffin. Lin Chi's eyes were filled with tears, staring fixedly at the large moon. He was now too weak to do anything, his lips trembling as he whispered, "Moon god." The coffin lid was already open, and a cold aura flowed out. The voice of the god on the moon echoed, "I can only use your humble body to compensate for the vessel." Meanwhile, Hoa's Titan form was still slaughtering the zombie martial artists, crushing and trampling them. The ground was stained with fresh blood, a true massacre for these foolish cultists. Even the deputy bishop's whereabouts were nowhere to be found, surrounded by the suffocating energy radiating from that massive body. Hoa narrowed his eyes, growling determinedly. Even with this power, it's still just a pile of corpses. Now this heretical cult has been completely eradicated by me. At this point, from the bright moonlight, a skinny foot appeared, perhaps the final boss of this cult. He descended. Hoa widened his eyes to look carefully, startled as the biggest rat in the nest finally appeared. Ah, no, that's not right. There was still one person. A figure clad in a silver-white cloak stood in the void. Behind him was a strange, large moon, its light shining down on him, draping a faint silver glow over his form, resembling a royal cloak. Lin Yuan suddenly lifted his head, sensing something. The figure before him had long, silver-white hair reaching his shoulders, a face somewhat resembling Lin Qi, but with sharper, more gaunt features. His eyes looked like two silver moons, radiating the cold and pure aura of the moon. Yet, at this moment, those cold eyes gazing at Lin Yuan showed admiration and acknowledgement. Although Lin Yuan could not sense anything from this man, he could recognize his terrifying presence through the aura he emitted. Perhaps he was the source of the abnormalities in Lin Shui County. He smirked and said to him, "Moon God or Moon Fiend, or whatever that S at the end stands for, you finally showed up."